going to see the Queen tomorrow, writing a letter to Donald Tusk to say we are leaving and to celebrate the fact that we passed the point of no return. And then up pops Nicola Sturgeon, calling for a second referendum. One, of course, that she knows she'll lose, because any economic case that Scotland had to separate from the UK has literally been blown apart by the collapse in the oil price. And number 10 appears to have gone wobbly. So the question I want to ask you folks tonight is, with Article 50 just on the verge of clearing all its hurdles, should May go to the palace tomorrow, or should she be delayed for fear of inflaming Nicola Sturgeon and the Scottish nationalists? And my first caller is, just to prove how international we are on this show, my first caller is Matthew in Costa Rica. Matthew, good evening.
Hello, Nigel.
So, what should happen, Matthew?
Well, I don't know what should happen, but I've got a question for you. This has been a mystery for me for the best part of the last year. It's about Nicola Sturgeon. I'm not expecting you to understand how her mind works. But obviously, you know, her referendum is based on us leaving the EU. She's fanatic about her lifelong dream of Scottish independence, and clearly she puts Scottish interests above British interests, otherwise she wouldn't be calling for this referendum today. So my question is, why does she keep popping up to frustrate the process? If her premise of the referendum is on us leaving, why doesn't she just let us get on with it, and then she can say, aha, you see, we're now coming out of Europe, now we need the referendum? Why is she trying to slow things down? Well,
is she serving Scotland's interests in her mind, or the European Union's interests? Because the one thing, Matthew, to really get a handle on here is, yes, she talks about Scotland a lot, and if you're called the SNP, I guess you have to, but she also eulogises about the European project. She thinks it's an absolutely wonderful thing for the Scottish economy. And I wonder, I wonder, Matthew, whether she has a higher loyalty to the European Union than she does to Scotland. Because after all, what she's saying is that she wants Scotland to leave the United Kingdom but be part of the European Union with its laws made somewhere else, its borders decided somewhere else, its fish shared with the rest of Europe. So Matthew, I'm a little bit curious too. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, well, I think she's certainly in a competition with Angela Merkel as to who can smile the least in Europe.
No, Matthew, believe me, I've met both of them. I've obviously done debates with Nicola Sturgeon, but I once had lunch with Angela Merkel. I sat opposite her, and I have to say that she looked even more miserable in private than she appears in public. It could have been my presence. Maybe if I hadn't been there, it would have been different. But gosh, she does take life seriously.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, as I say, if their loyalty lies with the EU, let us get on with it. Maybe they can apply for European membership, but I think when the prospects of that become more of a reality, the Scots will wake up and realise that they don't want to get the EU, the euro, which apparently is a new requirement. And all the rest of it.
The euro, open borders. And do you know what, Matthew? I'm absolutely convinced, post-Brexit, that if Scotland applied to join the European Union, the Spanish would say, whoa, hang on a second. You know, if we allow Scotland to do this, we'll have the same problem with Catalonia. Matthew, tell me, what do you do in Costa Rica to earn a living?
I'm a translator, actually. So I'm a fellow Europhile like yourself.
Right.
Translate French, Italian and Spanish. So I like to follow the rest of it, what's going on. But no, I think that this year, when everything starts to unravel with the EU, the prospect of Scotland joining is going to become more and more remote, and they're going to want to stick with us.
I think you're absolutely right, Matthew, and I thank you for your long-distance call. Harry in Portsmouth, good evening. What should the Prime Minister do, Harry? Should she crack on?
Yeah, crack on. It's this game of chess that's being played out. The public, the voter, can only sit back and learn hard lessons at how deceitful politicians can be. I've watched them for 40 years. I remember the first referendum, even though I couldn't vote in it. Yeah. And the deceit and lies that we've had from those who want us to stay in and those who want to get Scotland out of the UK is a valuable learning lesson for all.
Are you feeling frustrated, Harry?
Yes, nearly as frustrated as what you probably are.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly very frustrated because I keep hearing these speeches from Theresa May, and they're terrific. You know, they're almost Churchillian about what we're going to do and the advantages of Brexit and how she's a convert to the cause, and it all sounds wonderful. And then what happens, Harry? Nothing. Nothing. Yeah. And it's been 9 months. You know, and I cannot see, Harry, for the life of me, what she's scared about with Nicola Sturgeon and a second Scottish referendum. I just don't get it.
Can I ask you a question? Will you be staying on at LBC? You said you'd wait until the trigger. I think we need you more than ever, actually, because it's going to be a long haul.
It's going to be a long haul, Harry. Will I stay at LBC? That depends whether they sack me, whether Ofcom complain about me. I hope they don't. Harry, we'll see. All I can say is I'm enjoying doing this at LBC. I do think that talk radio and debate, you know, is really important. But Harry, if you want to help my case, write to the LBC bosses and say I'm not that awful after all. Harry, I thank you for your call. I'm going to ask James in Birmingham, should we delay everything because of Nicola Sturgeon and a second Scottish referendum?
No. Why should we?
Well, I rather agree. But why is she? That's the question.
Right. If Nicola Sturgeon, right, wanted to stay in the EU, right, she would have voted. The country Scotland would have voted to leave. They would have voted no, right? They would have tried to get back with the EU in the first place, but they didn't. They voted no. So therefore, this stays a union. We all voted to leave together.
Yep.
Right. So what the SNP are saying, we're going to lose a single market. It's like, no, we're not going to lose a single market at all, right? We just want out of the single market. You would have lost the single market in the first place. You would have adopted the euro. You would have lost out more than what you are now.
So, James, should the Prime Minister just stand strong and say we voted as a country, end of?
We should, right. We voted to leave as a union. Whether Scotland, I know a good proportion of Scots voted to remain. Fair enough. But the rest of the country voted to leave. We should have voted. We should. I'm sorry, but England, Wales, proportionally voted to. We all voted to leave. I'm sorry,
James. I get it. I get it.
You win some, you lose some.
I get your point, James. Very simple, very clear. I thank you for your call. Right now, you're listening to the Nigel Farage Show exclusively on LBC, and the time is 7:15.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Talking about the South Korean president, and it's a global hit after his interview is spectacularly hijacked by his 2 young children. There seems a darker tone now. Many jump to the conclusion that the Asian woman who rushes into the room to drag the children away was possibly the nanny. Saban, what do you take from it?
My observation is I'm sort of Asian. I'm married to an English woman, white woman. I'm often asked, are you two together?
Sean in Newcastle, what do you think when you see it, Sean?
Do you know what? I think it's absolutely hilarious. I did think, oh, that's the nanny. She was like, oh my God, I'm going to lose my job.
Precisely. Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Every weekday morning from 7. Only on LBC.
With Hampton by Hilton. Making you welcome at over 40 hotels in Europe.
BT Sport is the exclusive home of the UEFA Champions League until 2021, and now you can get it free for 3 months. Can Leicester keep their momentum against Sevilla on Tuesday from 7? On Wednesday, Pep takes City to Monaco from 7. Then on Thursday, Man United chase more silverware in the UEFA Europa League. Visit bt.com/sport to find out more. Prices and content may change. New BT Broadband and Sport customers. Broadband £24.99 a month, £32.49 a month from month 4 with BT Sport. 12-month contracts. Requires ongoing broadband contract renewal. Pay direct debit. Exclusions and terms apply.
If your company is considering a merger or acquisition, it's time to start thinking about how your office space will cope. Speak to Maris Interiors, the experts in office design and fit-out. Initial consultations, design ideas and budgets are provided without charge and will show you all the available options. To arrange a meeting or find out more about what we can do for you, visit officerelocation.co.uk. Maris. Workplace. Design. Experts.
JustATrader.com. Washing machine on the blink? No problem. Just shower your clothes on. Job done. And you'll smell like coconut cream. Or get yourself on trustedtrader.com and find the right person to do the job for you. Pop in your postcode and the trade you need, then you can choose from loads of tried and tested tradespeople in your area. Reviewed, reputable, right good tradespeople. Visit trustedtrader.com.
trustedtrader.com. All of us at QuickFit would like to say a big thank you to each and every one of our customers. That's why we're offering 20% off your next service and giving you little tips to keep you safe on the road this season. For example, did you know that an MOT doesn't actually guarantee your car will be safe to drive for the whole calendar year? Get down to your local QuickFit today to receive 20% off your next service. QuickFit, it's all about the service.
I know what the plough looks like in the night sky. I know how Eskimos kiss. I know a time when a mullet wasn't a fish. And I definitely know this piece of music. But I don't know my state pension.
There's a simple way to find out when you can get your state pension and how much it'll be. Search Your State Pension and get to know yours.
Incredible offers at Smith's Toy Superstores. Pick up the Xbox One S 500GB Minecraft pack for only $219.99 and get an extra controller free. It's the perfect family bundle of the Xbox One S 500GB console, Minecraft and 2 controllers for only $219.99. You can also get 40% off 3-month Xbox Live when purchased with any Xbox One console or this bundle. Available now at Smith's Toy Superstores.
This is LBC, live from Strasbourg, the Nigel Farage Show. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Tweet at LBC using the hashtag Farage on LBC.
I'm in Strasbourg this evening, where still there are MEPs and officials in denial. Despite the referendum, many of them thought, no, it'll never happen. The Brits will never trigger Article 50. They thought our friends in Westminster and the Commons and the Lords will stop it from happening. And of course, you know, in the past we've seen the Danes be made to vote again, and we've seen the Irish made to vote again, and we've seen the French and Dutch ignored, and they literally simply don't think it was ever going to happen. And I was hoping tomorrow at midday to walk into that chamber, head held high, with Theresa May having been to the palace and written to the EU saying we're triggering Article 50. But up pops Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP saying they're going to have a second referendum because they don't want to leave. She doesn't want to leave the European Union. She doesn't want to leave the single market. She is a Euro fanatic. And a question that never seems to be asked is, why is that party called the Scottish National Party? She doesn't want Scotland to be a nation, an independent nation. She does not want independence from this referendum at all. She wants to be part of a Europe that is rapidly becoming a United States of Europe. And I simply can't understand how this word independence can be used by Sturgeon. How is it independent to share your fish with the rest of Europe? How is it independent to have virtually all of your laws made somewhere else? How is it independent to have your own courts overruled? How is it independent to have to sign up to join the euro? How does any of this work? How does she get away with it? Now, if you're a Scottish nationalist listening to this show, please let me know what you think. Tell me that it's consistent to talk about independence and to be part of the European Union. I tell you what, if you can convince me of that, then I'll take you out for the best dinner you've ever had, because I think it's literally impossible. Your texts and tweets coming in. If the SNP wants to leave the UK, then sod off. Oh, I'm just about to get away with that. I don't want to be held back with the Scots, who number less than the population of London, says Russell. Well, actually, I think their population is smaller than the region of Yorkshire and the Humber too. As a Scot for whom Sturgeon does not speak, Mrs May should have the guts to ignore that divisive woman and trigger Article 50. Hello, Nigel. The problem is that even when Sturgeon is proven wrong, she will always be a parasite to the taxpayer. She should be taken off the payroll forever, says Ray. Bit of English nationalism, I think, coming out in response there. Good evening, Nigel. Mrs Sturgeon is a disgrace. She is the nastiest politician, along with Salmond. Scotland will regret this, says Elizabeth from Clacton. So some quite strong condemnation of Nicola Sturgeon, but don't forget, she has been massively successful. Certainly, that general election result for the SNP was quite something. So, she's not stupid. She was riding a wave. I just think that a second referendum in Scotland actually would split the Scottish National Party, because I think their own members and supporters will begin to recognise that actually she wants to sign them up for a United States of Europe. That's what I think. What does Barbara in Edinburgh think? Barbara, good evening.
Oh, good evening, Nigel. Hello.
Hello there. Yes, so what should happen now, Barbara?
Well, I live in Scotland. I've lived here over 60 years, but I'm English. So, of course, you can't tell by my accent. So often I hear people speaking about the English.
Yes.
So I don't think she wants independence. I think they want to be away from England. I've always believed that. I think they want to be independent of England.
Do you know, Barbara, I mean, I've visited Scotland a lot in my life.
Oh, I remember that terrible visit when those thugs...
Oh, yes. I mean, I've seen...
That was awful.
I've seen Scottish nationalism face to face, and do you know what? It was pretty ugly. It was thuggish. It was brutish. I guess you could almost call it racist against the English.
Very.
I mean,
It is racist.
I mean, if any of my supporters, Barbara...
The SNP, the majority of the supporters don't like the English, and that's the agenda.
Is it just as simple as that?
I think so, and I've lived here over 60 years.
Barbara, has Scotland become a less pleasant place to live as the SNP have surged?
Well, I'll be honest with you, I'm thinking of moving back to England. I mean, I was 5 when I left, and I'm thinking of moving back.
Right. But you have at least got the accent. You have at least got the accent as cover, haven't you?
And, we've managed to get on okay here, but I still feel it's got worse now with this anti-English feeling, because often things are said in my company, not realising that I'm an English person.
Yeah.
And I don't like it at all. And I think that, the business with these Alex Salmond and Sturgeon also, it's like a big fish in a small pond. I think there's a lot of that.
Barbara, a quick prediction, Barbara. If this does come to a second referendum, will the result be the same as last time?
I think so. Yes. I believe that.
Yeah,
I
do
too.
too.
I was right about them all. I was right about Brexit. I was right about the Indie Ref. I was right about the general election 2015.
Wow.
Quite good at reading things. I think.
Did you get Leicester City right for the Premier League as well?
Yes. I think there are an element of Scots Nats who don't want to be in Europe. You know that. Yes.
Oh no, Barbara. I think
genuinely independent people. They want independence for Scotland, possibly not anti-English as such.
I think, Barbara, a second referendum may well actually split the SNP, because there will be genuine Scottish nationalists in that party. I thank you very much for your insight from north of the border. What does Judith and Yeovil think? Judith, are you frustrated with the Prime Minister, or is she right to delay because of Nicola Sturgeon?
No, she's not right to delay because of Nicola Sturgeon, but I don't agree with you when you say Sturgeon is driven by this EU ideology or fanaticism. I agree with Barbara. She's driven by a political ideology that hates the English and England. Scotland has lived off the English teat for years. They are incapable of managing as a truly independent country. And now she's looking for another teat to latch onto, and that is the EU.
But Judith, why would you hate? I mean, if you're right, and if the English are big contributors financially to Scotland, and there are certainly some figures that would back that up, if all of that's true, why would you hate the person that feeds you?
It's a psychological thing. You always do, don't you?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure.
She's driven by a hatred of England and the English. And what I would like to see, if there is another referendum on the State of the Union, that we all get a vote in it. Why is only the Scots allowed to vote in the future of the Union? It's outrageous. And quite frankly, I'd be voting for them to go. Because
Judith, I have to say,
it wouldn't be costing me any more money.
I have to say, Judith, that 20 years ago, I've hardly ever heard English people say derogatory things about the Scots. I hardly ever heard it. In jest, perhaps, at, the rugby or the football or whatever it might be. But I sense, Judith, there are now a lot of English people who are really, really upset and angry at the sheer level of ungratefulness and abuse that we appear to get from some Scottish politicians. It's a union, and it should work both ways. Judith, at some point in the next weeks and months, we will have a debate on should the whole of the United Kingdom have a referendum on Scotland. Not for now, but I thank you for your points, and I have to say I think there is some validity in them. Your texts and tweets, delay, delay, delay. If Theresa May is showing this level of weakness already, what will she be like when it comes to the EU negotiations, says James. I don't know. I have to say, I wonder whether Thomas in Worthing. Thomas, is Theresa May going to be strong, give us leadership? Is she sensible to back off, given what Sturgeon has said?
Good evening. I think that the Tories are weak at the moment. I know that they're getting a lot of praise for the things that they say, but what they say and what they do tend to be completely different, and they're already backing down in multiple areas. But what I was actually going to, just a few points. Firstly, a third of SNP members voted for Brexit. Let's not forget that for a second.
Yes, yep.
And the second thing is, Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP are already acting like they're an independent country. They're coming out, they're dictating terms, they're saying what must be done for them to stay in. They had the vote, for better or worse, to stay in the UK, regardless of the referendum, the EU referendum, as far as I'm concerned. UK weren't part of the EU before, they had their, before 1940s. So what's changed? But I don't think there is an argument for independence. I mean, you look at the oil prices, they're at 3-year low at the moment. It's utterly incredible. They've got no argument.
So is really what you're saying, Thomas, that unless the Prime Minister dictates events will be dictated to her, and that is in effect what is happening today with Nicola Sturgeon?
Well, I've seen Theresa May being compared to the likes of Margaret Thatcher and Winston Churchill. I don't see it personally. I think her history, especially previous, isn't that of somebody that follows through with their claims. She hasn't got a track record, especially with immigration, of actually doing as she said she would do. What I think you've got on one side of the UK border is a politician who's pretty, I might do this, I might not do this, I'm not necessarily going to do it, very flip-floppy. And north of the border, you've got Nicola Sturgeon seeing her approval ratings dropping out. It has to be doing what Tories are getting more popular in Scotland. I don't personally like them myself, but they are.
Thomas, you made the point well. The Prime Minister needs to get a grip on events. You're absolutely right. You're listening to the Nigel Farage Show, exclusively here on LBC. It's 7:30 and time for the news with Moira Alderson.
MPs have voted overwhelmingly to overturn amendments to the Brexit bill made by peers and to send the landmark legislation back to the House of Lords. The EU withdrawal bill will be passed later if the Lords back down. It comes as people in Scotland could get a second chance to vote on independence, as the First Minister says she's seeking another referendum. Nicola Sturgeon has to get the idea approved by Holyrood and Westminster first. Tesco is the latest supermarket to say it's cutting the cost of fuel by up to 2 pence per litre from tomorrow. It's followed both Asda and Morrison's. LBC weather, a cloudy night with outbreaks of rain in the northwest, drier elsewhere and feeling mild, a low of 9 degrees.
LBC Travel. Good evening, I'm Andy Lake. Well, the A40 Western Avenue is queuing heading out of London between Wood Lane in White City and Gypsy Corner in Acton. That's because a manhole has collapsed. Only one lane is left open. In Knightsbridge, Brompton Road is closed eastbound between Brompton Oratory and Beecham Place after a collision earlier on. Do expect delays tonight around Stamford Bridge ahead of the Chelsea-Man United match this evening. In the West Midlands, the M6 is down to just 2 lanes from 4 northbound after a lorry caught fire near Castle Bromwich earlier on. Long delays of just shy of an hour are back to the M6 toll, and to the north of Manchester the M60 has a lane closed anti-clockwise between junction 17 and 16 after a collision, creating queues along that stretch. Onto the rails now. Southern services still disrupted, of course, because of the RMT union strike, leaving no service between Clapham Junction and Milton Keynes Central, and reduced services from London Bridge. For more real-time traffic updates, go to lbc.co.uk.
The Prime Minister is preparing to trigger Article 50, beginning Britain's historic exit from the European Union. Hear the moment live. Brexit begins. Continuous coverage on LBC.
It's an LBC Special Report Week with National Counter-Terrorism Policing. Nick Ferrari spoke to Mark Rowley, National Lead for Counter-Terrorism Policing.
First thing we're thinking about is maybe someone preparing for an act of terrorism. What might they be buying? So they might be buying gas cylinders or unusual amounts of chemicals. If you work in those industries, we're really saying trust your instinct and please contact us.
If you spot something suspicious, act on your instincts and make nothing happen. For more information, go to lbc.co.uk.
This is the sound of someone breaking into your business. It's that simple. And once they're in your systems, they can do real damage. Hiscox Cyber and Data Insurance for small businesses covers everything from extortion to data theft. Our team of IT specialists will recover lost data and prevent further damage wherever possible, so you can concentrate on connections in the real world. Hiscox Cyber and Data Insurance for the small and the brave.
Divorce can be expensive. It affects your finances, assets, home, savings, pension, and most of all, your relationship with your children. It's probably one of the toughest times you'll ever go through. Cordell & Cordell understands these issues and helps men maximise their roles in their children's lives. Call now on 0330 60 60 161 or visit cordellcordell.co.uk, office in central London. A partner men can count on.
And now the weather. There's a bitterly cold spell heading for the Johnson house, starting in the boiler cupboard, spreading rapidly north throughout the house, culminating in the shower at around 7:30 a.m. Just when Mr. Johnson steps in.
Boiler past its sell-by date? Right now, Swale Heating has lots of finance deals on new boilers. Plus, we offer a 7-year warranty on all our Vaillant and Worcester Bosch models. To find out more, visit swaleheating.com today. Rely on us to keep you warm.
On a travel pack tailor-made holiday, you get to see the very best of the world. Tour the famous Route 66, the spectacular Canadian Rockies. Experience the magic and history of India, the wilds of Africa, or the exotic Far East. Start your journey with Travel Pack. For amazing prices on your tailor-made holiday of a lifetime, call Travel Pack today on 0208 903 9999 or visit travelpack.com. Atoll protected.
If you use your phone while you're driving and it's not hands-free, the penalty's been doubled. It's now 6 points and £200. The trouble is, a lot of us are addicted to our phones, so try this trick. Put your phone somewhere where you can't pick it up, somewhere you can't see it. The glove compartment. That way, you won't be tempted. Save yourself 6 points and £200, maybe even save a life. Make the glove compartment the phone compartment. Think, put your phone away.
The Nigel Farage Show, live from Strasbourg, only on LBC.
A big evening in Westminster, Article 50 about to pass the final hurdle. The Prime Minister can go and trigger it, go and see the Queen tomorrow, right to the European Union, but she's being held back because Nicola Sturgeon says she wants a second Scottish referendum, and that seems to have flummoxed Number 10, and so we're back to delay. That's after 9 months of delays already since the referendum. To get involved with this debate, should the Prime Minister just go, or should she perhaps be scared of the SNP? You can call me on 0345 60 60 973. You can text 84850, and you can watch us on LBC's Facebook page right now. But before I come back to May v Sturgeon, just a couple of bits of news. Mrs Merkel, who was mentioned earlier on in the show, was due to go to Washington to meet Donald Trump tomorrow. Gosh, I'd love to be a fly on the wall for that meeting, but that visit's been cancelled because of snow. So I'm guessing Mrs Merkel in some ways will be quite relieved, because Trump has been pretty critical of the way the Germans dominate the European Union and particularly the euro currency. And remember, this Wednesday there is the first big European general election of the year. It's taking place in the Netherlands. It's happening against the backdrop of riots on the streets as the diplomatic row between Turkey and the Netherlands descends to the most extraordinary level, with abuse being thrown in both directions, and speculation that Geert Wilders, who has some pretty hard-line views on Islam and many other things, you know, it's kind of neck and neck as to whether he is actually going to win those elections this Wednesday. And I would have thought, having seen sort of Turkish protests and riots on the streets of Rotterdam over the course of the weekend, he must have a chance of doing that. So it's a big week everywhere. And I was hoping for a really mega week in British politics with Article 50 being triggered. Now I'm told it might not happen because we have to be scared of Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP, which I think is utter nonsense. But I wonder what Andre in Hanger Lane thinks.
Hi, Nigel. Great talking to you.
Good evening.
I've been waiting for a long time to talk to you. I'm a Romanian, and first of all, I want to tell you that I would like Theresa May to just trigger the article already, because I feel us East Europeans have been used, not just us, all Europeans, have been used as a trading currency for, for negotiations.
Yes.
Which isn't correct. We haven't signed up for this. We're paying taxes. We're correct here. We're not doing anything illegal, so it's not fair for us to be kept, moved around and used in all interviews as a currency. So that's one of the reasons I would like it to get over and done with.
Well, Andre, can I say, can I just say, on that point, that I absolutely agree with you. I mean, I do think that we've let far too many people into the country over the last 15 years, not just from the EU, from other parts of the world too. But, you came here legally. It would be outrageous for a British government to try and change that retrospectively. And I, at no point did I want people like you, Andre, to be bargaining chips for us to take to the table in Brussels. I've always felt that we should rise way, way above that. So hopefully, if there is any doubt there, Andre, in the minds of people like you, that can be settled very quickly.
That was actually my question to you. Do you think that after I've been here for 7 years, both me and my wife, we have a house here, do you think we should receive residency and to be allowed to have a proper British passport after so many years? Because it's ridiculous. We can't. I don't know if you've seen this residency form. It's a joke. And I think we should be allowed to have a proper residency.
Yes, I think people that have been in the country for a period of time, have paid their taxes, obeyed the law, should of course be able to apply for residency. And I'm sure, Andre, that will happen to you in good time. The problem is, it was the sheer irresponsibility of having the open door from 2004 that just led to a government that simply, or governments that simply had no idea how many folk were going to come. And hopefully with Brexit, we'll get it on a more controlled basis. And we'll also, not close ourselves off to many other parts of the world's workers because we have the open door to the EU. So, Andre, I hope this is going to be fairer to people who want to come to Britain from all over the world, and in particular to you. And I thank you very much indeed for your call. Matthew in Norwich, do you think the Prime Minister is shilly-shallying? Should she just get on with it?
Yes, I definitely think she's definitely dilly-dallying about with all this. I think that the referendum, after that, she should have just essentially invoked Article 50 on the spot. And look what's happened over these last 9 months. We've had legal challenges. We've had to go to the normal court, the Supreme Court. And now we've got this issue with Nicola Sturgeon, where she's trying to call for a second independence referendum, which my real question really was, what makes her think she has the authority to do that? Because she technically still belongs as part of Great Britain.
Yes, I mean, Matthew, you're right. And she can't do this on her own. She does need the support of the British government. I have to say, I'm now at a level with this, personally, where I think we should effectively call her bluff. Say, right, OK, go on then, have your referendum, because I'm convinced, Matthew, that Sturgeon and the SNP would lose this referendum by a much bigger margin than the first one. And perhaps if we do that, we won't be plagued with Scottish nationalism for years to come. I mean, that's my view. I mean, what do you think?
Well, I've always been a believer that if people want independence, they should have it. But at the same time, they need to think about how much of an impact is it going to have on their economy, what's it going to do for jobs, that kind of stuff. Because
But Matthew, she's not selling independence. She's using the word independence, telling the Scottish people they can be independent and proud, but what she wants to do is to sign them up to the European club. It's totally dishonest, isn't it?
yes, it's completely dishonest if you ask me, but I essentially, she's just using this as a delay tactic, and if she wants to leave just to sign them up to the European Union, she can go ahead. But don't be surprised, though, if she ends up not only losing the referendum, but essentially losing her position in her own party. Her party may end up becoming unelectable, quite frankly.
You know, Mr. Cameron called a referendum, had to resign over it. This could well be something, as I've said earlier on this show, that splits the SNP, because many of their own supporters actually thought Brexit was quite a good idea. It may well expose the double standards and hypocrisy in using the word independence, and it could, you're quite right, with the end of Sturgeon too. Matthew, I thank you for your call. Your texts and tweets flooding in here. If Scotland joins the EU, Scotland will be flooded by unskilled poor EU immigrants, and Scotland will lose its character. Well, certainly, if Britain has not got an open door to unskilled migrants, and Scotland has, that would be very interesting. If Scotland leaves the Union, what will their divorce bill be, says Ray in Sittingbourne. Well, that's an interesting one. I'm loving the Brexit fiasco. The wheat from the chaff exposed. We need a major reform of the House of Lords, says Sharpler in Eastham. Reform of the House of Lords. I think abolition actually is more on my books, but there we are. Hi, I'm a British wife from Lithuania. Kids are British. Where does that leave my family, Nigel? Cheers, Chris. I think I've explained that already to our previous Romanian caller. You all came here legally. You shouldn't, in my view, be bargaining chips. Now, I'm going to ask Adam in Burton-on-Trent what he thinks. Should the Prime Minister just go to the palace tomorrow and trigger Article 50?
Good evening, Nigel. Yeah, I think she should, actually. I mean, I think for Nicola Sturgeon to cause all of this havoc right at the point of us triggering Article 50 just shows the utter selfishness of the woman. It feels as if she's literally just trying to jeopardise the Brexit process at the moment.
Yes.
I think that
she's not alone, Adam, is she? There are many others. Tony Blair, Lord Heseltine. I mean, there are many others that would like to do the same.
Yeah, but how she's going about it is, she's one of the people at the moment who've got a massive impact because she's currently in politics, etc. But I think that basically what needs to happen is if we give her this second referendum and she loses, which I'm sure she does, I think we should put some clauses in there that says, once you lose, that's it. You need to stand down now, similar to like what David Cameron did. And I think that what it shows is that Scotland is crying out for some form of other political party that puts Scottish interests first, but is not solely.
I know. I think you're right, Adam. And actually, Adam, surely the Prime Minister does one of two things. Either she says, we voted as a united kingdom, please go away, we're not going to support you having a referendum, or she says, I tell you what, go and do it, knowing that they would lose by a bigger margin. But for Nicola Sturgeon to call a press conference that effectively delays yet further us triggering Article 50, frankly, is driving me bonkers. Right now, you're listening to the Nigel Farage Show, exclusively here on LBC, and the time is 7:45.
Coming up at 8 on LBC, Ian Payne.
Well, whatever happens in Westminster tonight, it's looking like Theresa May will wait until the end of the month to trigger Article 50. You've heard what Nigel thinks. Anyone out there think she's right to wait?
Ian Payne on LBC.
Now, I can tell you the secrets of successful investors, but the golden rule is you have to act quickly. Now, you're obviously a decisive person, someone who stays ahead of the curve, someone who
could be drawn in by the time pressure of an investment scammer. At the Financial Conduct Authority, we're committed to keeping you safe. So if you've been offered an unsolicited investment opportunity, be a scam-smart investor and check the FCA warning list of firms to avoid at fca.org.uk/scamsmart.
And now, the rest of that true story from Aldermartin, Baines and Cuthbert. After a fire at a residential development in 2015, the insurance loss adjusters were looking for an excuse not to pay out. But the experienced input and correct health and safety paperwork provided by ABC meant that a full and satisfactory settlement was quickly negotiated. No fuss, no hassle. For block management, ABC Estates will give your story an ending that'll make you as happy as Larry. Find out more at abcestates.co.uk or call 0800 888 6688.
Do you have a pension? Maybe you've got more than one.
How do you know if they're in the right pension funds, making as much money as possible for your retirement? Answer is, you probably don't. At The Pension Works, our fully qualified independent financial advisors could add instant value to your retirement fund. Simply text the word YES to 83222 for your free Pension Works health check. That's YES to 83222 today. Your pensions working harder with The Pension Works.
The family member who was concerned. The neighbour who felt uneasy. The teacher who was worried. The coach who noticed at practice. And you. Child abuse. If you think it, report it. Visit gov.uk/tackle child abuse to find out how. Together, we can tackle child abuse.
Who's Off helps you to easily manage your staff leave, holiday and sickness, no matter what your company size. Start your free trial today at who'soff.com.
This is the sound of someone breaking into your business. It's that simple. And once they're in your systems, they can do real damage. Hiscox Cyber and Data Insurance for small businesses covers everything from extortion to data theft. Our team of IT specialists will recover lost data and prevent further damage wherever possible, so you can concentrate on connections in the real world. Hiscox Cyber and Data Insurance for the small and the brave.
Now, someone as decisive as you
could be drawn in by the time pressure of an investment scammer. Be a scam-smart investor. Check the FCA warning list before investing.
This is LBC, live from Strasbourg, the Nigel Farage Show. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Tweet at LBC using the hashtag Farage on LBC.
Those of us that wanted Theresa May to go to Buckingham Palace tomorrow and trigger Article 50 with the European Union are told we're going to have to wait. We're not sure how long, perhaps not too long, but wait, because Nicola Sturgeon has called for a second Scottish referendum and the SNP have their conference coming up this weekend. And a text here that I think sums up really exactly how I feel about all of this. Are the Scottish government stupid? How can you square the nonsense of independence from England and crave the shackles of Brussels? There would be even less independence, says Dave Howard. Well, Dave, I have to say, I completely agree with that. I do not know. I cannot understand why they've not been rumbled in Scotland for using the word independence when they don't actually mean it. I wonder what Nicholas in Kilmartin makes of that.
Nigel, pleasure to speak to you again. I totally agree with all your callers. I totally agree. I think Theresa May should get on her best clothes tomorrow and get straight to Buckingham Palace.
What, put on the posh frock, yeah?
Yeah, straight to Buckingham Palace. I'm going to trigger Article 50 by midday today. And Nicola Sturgeon is a small fish in a huge pond. I don't know who this woman thinks she is.
Nicholas, whoever she thinks she is, the fact is that Westminster and London are scared of her, aren't they?
Yeah, but why?
I don't know. You live in Scotland. You tell me. You don't know either.
I can't answer that question. Do you know your previous callers? They're anti-English. They're the most racist party. We've got. I have called you before, and they've called me a xenophobe and a racist, etc. They're the most racist party I've ever came across.
Yes.
They can't stand the English. You know what I mean? Well, I can't understand why she wants to take from Westminster to give it to Brussels. My granddad and my great-granddad, who fought in both wars, would be telling them their grave.
Well, Nicholas,
Great Britain.
I have to say, Nicholas, I agree with all of that. But if anyone's listening who was a Sturgeon supporter, a Scotland activist, please call me, text me, tweet me, and explain to me that these callers who say that there are racist tendencies amongst SNP supporters are wrong. So you've got your chance. You've got 10 minutes to redress that balance. Nicholas, thank you. Maureen in Dartford. Maureen, is the last caller right? Should Theresa May put her best dress on and go to the palace tomorrow and ignore the SNP?
Absolutely not. And I don't think that she's not going to the palace tomorrow. It's nothing to do with what the SNP did. All right, it was a shock. because she was very clever. And she, while all heads are turned because they're going into Parliament and they're voting and doing everything, and she shot one across the bows. But I think Theresa May's got her own agenda, and I don't think it helps by locking these two things together. And of course, Westminster are upset about what happens, because if Nicola Sturgeon stir in the pot, we put in Article 50. That's going to make people jittery. If Scotland's playing up, that's going to make people even more jittery. And I think it could complicate matters as regards the value of the pound, etc. But I don't think that she's bothered about the referendum that Scotland want to have, because Scotland would never vote to leave us.
No. Well, I don't think they would either, Maureen. I think with the oil price,
I must say that I was, listening to your programme, which I listen to every evening, and it was getting to the point where the inference was that we were not going to go to Buckingham Palace tomorrow, purely because Nicola Sturgeon has thrown a little wobbler.
Yeah, I think that's right.
That isn't the case, and I think that she should be allowed to stick to her own agenda with all this hypothesis. And I'm very, very glad today that we're going to get through the votes. All the I's, the T's are crossed, and all the I's are dotted, and we're actually going to make it.
Well,
but
Maureen,
let's not put too many flies in the oil.
Maureen, let me tell you why, Maureen. Assuming this happens tonight, and it looks 99% certain that it will. Let me tell you why, Maureen, triggering Article 50 quickly matters. Firstly, it would show at last some decisiveness on this, because goodness me, we've had to wait an awfully long time, right? But secondly, if we trigger Article 50 by Wednesday, we then get this onto the agenda for the next big European summit on the 6th of April, when the 28 bosses from all the European countries will be sitting in the room, and at that moment we can actually begin serious negotiations. If we miss that deadline, it means we won't get a chance to talk to all the other bosses until another month later. And Maureen, I'm just making an argument that says it's 9 months since we voted for Brexit. Can we please get on with it?
But the point that you've just made there is a very good point.
Yep.
That, if we trigger it at a certain time, we get a certain benefit. But what you're inferring is that we're not triggering it because of something Nicola Sturgeon's done. And no one cares about what Nicola Sturgeon does. She's just going to, drag her country into rack and ruin.
Well,
and they will never leave us.
I think, Maureen, with respect, I think that the best laid plans and all that, and I think Downing Street, from the sounds of it, from the looks of it, were a bit rocked back on their heels today, didn't know how to deal with this. And I hope overnight, Maureen, that you prove to be right, and that they change their mind, and that we get the live shots at 10 to 11 as the car leaves Downing Street and heads off for the palace. Maureen, I hope you're absolutely right. I'm going to ask Kevin in Belfast. Kevin, there is some quite strong debate going on in Northern Ireland about overturning the referendum. How do you view the Scottish situation?
Well, great to speak to you, Nigel, again. I think Nicola Sturgeon, to use Theresa May's phrase, is playing politics like a game. But I do think that the Prime Minister is reacting quite sensibly to what she's done. And she's trying not to inflame Scottish nationalist opinion at the minute by triggering Article 50 too quickly. Although God knows it's taken some time.
Hasn't it? And, gosh.
It has indeed. And she's sticking to her original end of March deadline. But I just can't understand the Scottish nationalist opinion, the mentality behind it, because we know now more than ever that a Scottish referendum for independence or Scottish independence will be economically disastrous. The Scottish exports to the UK are worth more than 48.5 billion. That's 4 times more than what they're worth to the EU. I also cannot understand, and we know that the oil prices are at a 3-year low. I also can't understand.
Yes. And without much prospect of ever going back to $100, a barrel for the foreseeable future,
Exactly. It's. I also think that Nicola Sturgeon is duping the Scottish people, because she's using, like you said, she's using this word independence, but it's not actually independence. What she wants to do is she wants to break a 300-year bond between
I know.
Scotland and Scotland and England.
She's pretty shameless how she goes about it. Kevin, I thank you. I'm going to take one last call, and that's from Craig, living on the Scottish borders. Craig, tell me that Nicola Sturgeon is absolutely right to call this second referendum and that we should delay the Brexit process because of it.
Oh, heck no.
Right, okay.
I will say this.
Yep.
You said don't be scared of Nicola Sturgeon. I kind of am. Because I'm going to tell you something. She's absolutely mad. I am fed up of seeing her on BBC Scotland every single day talking about independence this, independence that.
Yep.
And she has the audacity to go on today and go, it's not down to me. It's not down to the SNP. It's down to the Scottish people to decide Scotland's future. Well, if I remember correctly, I already voted
You
for
did.
this.
You did?
And to another one of your great points about the SNP being nothing but a racist party.
Well, I didn't quite say that, Craig, but some did. Some did, yeah.
I'll happily say it because a lot of people don't know this about me. I'm half English.
Oh, gosh, how awful. That must be terrible.
I know, right? I know. And people actually questioned my right to vote in the independence referendum, even though I've lived here all my life.
Craig, you're a star. I'm going to have to stop you there. My final thought is please get on with it. Don't just give good speeches. Please give leadership. I'll be back tomorrow evening at 7. Who knows what will have happened by then? Coming up at 10, it's Ian Collins. But up next, it's Ian Payne.
Thank you, Nigel. Very, very entertaining, very informative. We are expecting the Lords to make some sort of decision on their look at the Brexit bill at 9 o'clock. That is the news that's coming out of Westminster tonight. Loads of you want to talk about this with Nigel. Do stay on the line because, of course, this discussion continues. The House of Commons has rejected the House of Lords' 2 amendments to the Brexit bill tonight, so now it's up to the Lords. As is the way with the Lords, they're actually debating a completely different topic at the moment. Eventually they'll get round to it. David Davis says he wants a no-strings-attached agreement. It's expected that things will, as I say, be finalised by 9 o'clock. And then, of course, it's just up to Theresa May to go to the palace, put on the frocks, as Nigel was saying, we're going to trigger it. But it doesn't look like she's going to.
On FM, online, on your mobile and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 8 o'clock, the House of Commons has voted against changes to the Brexit bill, meaning Theresa May is a step closer to being able to trigger Article 50. MPs rejected amendments from the House of Lords, which included protecting the rights of EU citizens living in the UK. The legislation will now go back to peers tonight, who'll decide whether to let it pass. Former Lib Dem leader Nick Clegg in a mess.
I have to say, I've been in this place now for 12 years. I've never seen such a dogmatic, boneheaded government that is trying to tie the hands of our Parliament 2 years in advance in a set of circumstances that no one can presently predict.
That vote in the Commons comes as the Prime Minister says the SNP should stop playing politics with the future of our country. Theresa May's reacted to Nicola Sturgeon's announcement that she wants to hold a second independence referendum for Scotland between autumn next year and spring 2019. She's accused the First Minister of having tunnel vision.
It sets Scotland on a course for more uncertainty and division, creating huge uncertainty. And this is at a time when the evidence is that the Scottish people, majority of the Scottish people, do not want a second independence referendum.
In today's other news, rail passengers have been hit by one of the biggest days of industrial action since the services were privatised in the 1990s. RMT union members who work for Merseyrail, Arriva Trains North and Southern walked out in disputes over the role of guards. A judge says a man faces a mandatory life sentence after being found guilty of murdering a husband and wife in rural Suffolk. 75-year-old Peter Stewart was discovered stabbed near his home in Weybread last June. His wife's body has never been recovered. Tesco is the latest supermarket to say it's cutting the cost of fuel by up to 2p per litre from tomorrow. It's followed Asda and Morrison's. Wholesale costs have dropped recently. Durban in South Africa has lost the right to host the 2022 Commonwealth Games after failing to meet key promises. Liverpool has offered to step in and host the Games instead. Birmingham is also looking into whether it could host them. And that announcement comes after the Queen held a ceremony at Buckingham Palace today to set the Commonwealth Games baton on its journey around the world. It'll take 300 388 days to reach Australia's Gold Coast, which is hosting the event next year. LBC weather, a mild and cloudy night for most places, some light and patchy rain in the west, a low of 9 degrees Celsius. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Moira Alderson.
LBC Travel, good evening, I'm Andy Lake. Well, the A40 Western Avenue is queuing heading out of London still between Wood Lane and White City and Gypsy Corner and Acton. A manhole's collapsed there, only one lane is left open. In Knightsbridge, Brompton Road is closed eastbound between Brompton Oratory and Beecham Place after a collision earlier on. The A304 Fulham Road is now closed between Fulham Broadway and Hortensia Road as the Chelsea-Man United game is now underway. In the West Midlands, the M6 still down to just 2 lanes from 4. If you are heading north, a lorry caught fire earlier on near Castle Bromwich. Long delays there, still back to the M6 toll actually. To the north of Manchester, the M60 has a lane closed anti-clockwise between junction 17 and 16, all after an accident, creating delays along that stretch. And onto the rails now, of course, Southern services still disrupted tonight by that RMT union strike, leaving no service between Clapham Junction and Milton Keynes Central and reduced services from London Bridge. For more real-time traffic updates, go to lbc.co.uk.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ian Payne.
Good evening, yes, this is Ian Payne. I'm sitting in for Clive Bull all this week. Thanks to Nigel Farage for the last hour. Westminster continues to play ping-pong tonight with the Brexit bill. The House of Commons has had a first reading, second reading, vote, committee stage, report stage and third reading. House of Lords have had first reading, second reading, committee stage, report stage and third reading. House of Commons has rejected the 2 House of Lords amendments tonight. Still with me? So now it's up to the House of Lords. It's expected that they will OK the bill, and we're expecting a decision around 9 o'clock. But that's just a rumour. In effect, if that happens, Theresa May can go to Buckingham Palace tomorrow and trigger Article 50. The bill will be law. But will she? Because of the Scottish referendum decision by Nicola Sturgeon, does that mean that Theresa May is going to delay things till the end of the month? That's the rumour coming out of Westminster tonight. Why on earth doesn't she just go and do it tomorrow? So we're continuing the theme that Nigel was expounding over the last hour, and the general theme, as has always been on this subject. For listeners on LBC, we did a poll last night. It was 70-30, and those are the people, 70%, who just want the thing to get on with it. They're the number of people who listen to this radio station who voted for Brexit. The 30% want to remain, constitutionalise it, and make sure that democracy is seen to be done. Gina Miller, who took the whole thing to court and got this delayed in the first place, she said tonight she feels that the MPs should have had a private vote. So we wouldn't know which way they were voting, and that would have made things much, much closer, I wonder. I'm going to speak to 2 guests. First of all, Paul Blomfield MP. He is the shadow Brexit minister. He's the Labour MP for Sheffield Central. What have you made of tonight's Commons votes, Paul?
Well, I thought it was disappointing because these were 2 key issues. Firstly, how do we secure the rights of EU nationals living in this country, and with them the rights of Brits living in the EU 27 countries? And secondly, and this is really crucial for an argument which has all been about UK sovereignty and parliamentary sovereignty, should Theresa May simply have a blank check, or should she be accountable to Parliament for the deal that comes at the end of the process? And the Lords gave the Commons an opportunity to think again on those 2 critical issues. And unfortunately, the majority that prevailed rejected both of those amendments, and it's back in the House of Lords now.
What do you expect the Lords to do?
Well, that's a decision for them.
What are you hearing?
Ultimately, and it wouldn't be right to talk about the timescale, but ultimately the House of Lords recognise that they're an unelected House. And ultimately, they will not stand in the way of the House of Commons, which has that elected mandate. And I think that even those who feel passionately one way or the other would not want to see the unelected House calling the shots. But the important thing is, whatever happens, we are going, as a Labour Party, we're going to continue to press on these issues, because the British people voted to come out of the EU, but they didn't vote to lose out. And unless the government get this deal right, there's jobs at stake, there's people's livelihoods at stake.
The Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn, says it's fine if the Scots want to have a second referendum. Do you agree with him?
Well, Well, Jeremy's clarified his comments over the weekend, and he's made it clear that that would be a distraction, and that we were told last time round that this was a once-in-a-lifetime vote, and to be calling for another one right now takes attention away from the real priority for all of us in the United Kingdom.
So you don't agree with him?
The deal right. No, I'm saying that Jeremy's corrected any misapprehension that people have gained over the weekend on his comments. He's made the point that the independence referendum was a once-in-a-generation event. There is no appetite for another one. And we think it would be wrong to hold another one so soon.
I saw the interview.
Will oppose it in the Scottish Parliament.
I saw the interview. It seemed fairly clear to me. He was basically saying it's fine if they want to have a second referendum. Westminster shouldn't interfere in what the Scots want, determining their future.
Well, you're ahead of me on that because I didn't see the interview.
Right.
What I have seen...
He did say that, I promise.
It's the statement... No, I don't doubt your word. What I have seen is the statement that he's issued today, which makes it absolutely clear that we will vote against a referendum in the Scottish Parliament.
Mm-hmm.
If the Scottish Parliament votes for one, we'll not block that in Westminster, but we think it's a distraction, and it shouldn't be happening.
Gina Miller wanted a secret vote in the Commons tonight. Do you agree with her?
Sadly, I don't, and I've got enormous respect for Gina because she really exposed the whole process to proper scrutiny and ensured that there was proper attention given to the Article 50 debate in the House of Commons and indeed in the Lords. But we're members of Parliament. We are accountable ultimately to those people who elect us. They have to see how we vote.
If the Lords decide that that's the end of the matter as far as they're concerned, do you think that Theresa May should trigger Article 50 tomorrow?
Look, there's a 2-week window, and I don't think it's going to make an enormous difference one way or the other in which of the next 14 days or so she triggers it. There is an important anniversary of the foundation of the European Union coming up, and I think it wouldn't be viewed very positively if she triggered it around that. But otherwise, we're only talking about a matter of days now, so it's a decision for her.
Paul, it's been a long day for you and your boys. Thank you very much indeed. Paul Blomfield MP, Shadow Brexit Minister and Labour MP for Sheffield Central. So that's the Commons view. What about the Lords view? Let's speak to Baroness Susan Kramer of Richmond Park, the Lib Dem Shallow Chancellor and Lib Dem peer. What do you expect the Lords to do tonight?
Good evening to you. Well, I know what the Liberal Democrats are going to do. We're going to stand firm. We sent 2 key amendments back to the House of Commons to ask the government to think again. And they haven't even bothered to do any thinking. There hasn't been a discussion. There hasn't been an attempt to look at these issues. There hasn't been an attempt to ameliorate some of the damage that they're doing, particularly in terms of European citizens and their anxieties about the future, or to make sure that Parliament gets a vote that really matters rather than a sort of superficial take it or leave it, back to the wall kind of vote. That's had opportunity to do that. So we will, I insist. Now, obviously, most of the Conservative Party will support the government's position. And our understanding is, and I could be proved wrong, but Labour is telling its troops to abstain. So we wish they had some spine on this, quite frankly, but it doesn't look as though they will.
I have to say, you're skating on thin ice here, aren't you? Because you're an unelected body and yet you are going against the will of the people who want to trigger this article.
It is quite normal in our process for the Lords to insist that, particularly when the first time that it sends amendments back, there isn't a proper response to them. There isn't a considered, thoughtful exchange that follows. There isn't a look to try and ameliorate some of the issues that have been raised in the Lords' debate. And this sort of complete, flap of the hand dismissal, which is what we've seen, is not, in fact, within our tradition. So when they come back, we are quite clear this is such a key and important issue for the British government. It matters so much, and we think that it is our responsibility to stand firm on this. Obviously, we won't prevail if Labour have made that decision that they're just simply going to sit on the fence and sort of stare up at a glassy sky and look the other way.
If the Lords voted the way you want, and as you said in your words, they stand firm. Are you not worried by some of the, and I'd have to use the word, almost threats from certain MPs and certain ministers that the House of Lords has to think about its future if it keeps defying the elected government?
I've only been in the House of Lords for about 5 years, and I can't remember a time when I didn't hear threats. We live with them. You know, you've got to decide, you go there, you take an oath. Your oath is to provide the best advice. Of course, in the end, we always give way to the elected House. We always do. But our job is to say to the government, think again, and it usually, in the end, responds by at least some thoughts. You don't end up with everything that you want, but there's some real consideration around the issues that have been raised and a recognition that the issues that have been raised are important enough to merit that. This is one of those occasions when we haven't had that. Look, I mean, there's no point in us being there if we simply are doormats.
What did you think of Nicola Sturgeon's speech today?
I didn't actually hear her speech. If you're asking me about what I feel about a referendum again in Scotland, I want to see a referendum on the final Brexit deal with Scots having a voice on that, as well as English, Welsh, Northern Irish voices on all of that. And at this point in time, we have even the government couldn't tell you what the deal is going to look like at the end of this process. I mean, that's part of the problem. They've gone for very hard Brexit, which takes us out of the single market, puts everything really at risk throughout the United Kingdom, but they argue that they're going to negotiate something wonderful out of this. Well, I think we ought to all see those terms, and until we do, another Scottish referendum just adds a whole lot of uncertainty, and as far as I can understand, that doesn't make any sense to the Scots either.
And just one final question. The Brexit Secretary, David Davis, said yesterday that even if a deal wasn't in place, Britain would still leave the EU at the end of the negotiations. What did you make of that?
Well, it's a nightmare scenario. I mean, this is almost like saying to somebody, you know, if you don't give me what I want, I think I'll shoot myself in the head. I mean, this is just a wretched, wretched approach to all of this. And one of the fears we've had all along is that the extreme Brexiteers, in fact, would like to see that happen, that it gives them a platform for a very different vision of Britain. Very low tax, very small, very few public services, very little of a welfare state. That's a much more, they often describe it as a sort of Singaporean, but, you know, we're a substantial economy. That's an almost kind of sort of cowboy place. And I don't think that's what most of the British people had in mind. So I am very concerned that the government, with complete equanimity, thinks, well, you know, the financial services industry will be smashed to pieces. Many of our major industries that will find their large markets gone. Our small exporters who export, you know, heavily into the EU will suddenly find that their opportunities to make money are significantly reduced. Jobs disappear. I mean, how do you contemplate that as a reasonable outcome? I just do not know.
And from the Lords, give us some insider information. We're expecting a decision around 9 o'clock. Is that what you're hearing?
Well, we know that the debates are going to start around 8:15. A great deal is going to depend on how much people decide to talk. My party has been very disciplined, with very few of us speaking, so that we don't drive everybody nuts with endless rehash of the same issues over and over. But I can't speak for the other two parties. So I don't think it'll be later than 9 o'clock. So whether it'll be earlier, I'm sorry, I wish I could give you guidance. But I think, as always with the Lords, that it works on its own timetable.
Absolutely. We won't keep you because if your timing's right, it's just about to start. So I won't let you stay talking to us. Thank you very much for talking to us, Baroness Susan Kramer, Lib Dem Shadow Chancellor and Lib Dem peer, and we'll be voting tonight. So as you heard it from her, it looks as though the Lords are going to finally say, OK, enough's enough. We're not going to continue with this debate, even though the Lib Dems want to, in her words, stand firm. If the Labour peers all decide to abstain, which is what she's heard, and we've no reason to doubt it does look as though, as projected, this thing could be over by 9 o'clock. And in theory, Theresa May could go to Buckingham Palace tomorrow and trigger Article 50, and it would become law by royal decree. But we're now hearing she may delay that decision until the end of this month. If it goes on any further, then Europe might have a say in whether we're allowed continue with the negotiations. That's European law. I would like to know from you. In fact, I would like to know, is there anyone out there who feels that she should wait till the end of the month, that maybe Nicola Sturgeon has put a fly in the ointment and made the lawyers go, oh, wait a minute, is this constitutional? Is this democratic? Are we allowed to do this? Is Gina Miller going to get involved again? What do you think? The majority of people, I am sure, listening to this programme think that we need to get on with it. We've had so many delays. So we are running a Twitter poll. It is very simple. When do you think Theresa May should trigger Article 50? If you use the hashtag Brexit and you go to our Twitter feed, which is at LBC, there are 4 suggestions for you. When should Theresa May trigger Article 50? A, tomorrow. B, at the end of March. C, later this year. D, never. Now, we've had 500 votes cast already, and I haven't even advertised it yet. 57% of you say tomorrow, 9% say at the end of March, 5% say later this year, and 29% say never. Go on our Twitter feed at LBC, use the hashtag Brexit and answer the question with possibility of 4 multiple choices. When should Theresa May trigger Article 50? We'll take your calls, texts, tweets and emails after this short break. It's just after 8:15.
This is LBC.
When a stroke strikes, the damage spreads like a fire in the brain. When you spot any single one of the signs, think and act fast. F. Face. Has it fallen on one side? A. Arms. Can they raise them? S. Speech. Is it slurred? T. Time to dial 999. The faster you act, the better their chances. So even if you're not sure, act fast. Make the call. Dial 999.
Thanks, Wilbur. At British Gas, we want to celebrate the continued loyalty of our customers, which is why we kept our standard variable tariff unchanged through the winter. Now we're going one step further by extending our price freeze. And that's not the only thing. We're creating a rewards program that saves energy, money, and hassle. If you're not a British Gas customer, visit our homepage to find out more. British Gas, helping you look after your home.
BT Sport is the exclusive home of the UEFA Champions League until 2021, and now you can get it free for 3 months. Can Leicester keep their momentum against Sevilla on Tuesday from 7? On Wednesday, Pep takes City to Monaco from 7. Then on Thursday, Man United chase more silverware in the UEFA Europa League. Visit bt.com/sport to find out more. Prices and content may change. New BT Broadband and Sport customers. Broadband £24.99 a month, £32.49 a month from month 4 with BT Sport. 12-month contracts. Requires ongoing broadband contract renewal. Pay direct debit. Exclusions and terms apply.
The family member who was concerned. The neighbour who felt uneasy. The teacher who was worried. The coach who noticed at practice. And you. Child abuse. If you think it, report it. Visit gov.uk/tackle child abuse to find out how. Together, we can tackle child abuse. This is the sound of someone breaking into your business. It's that simple. And once they're in your systems, they can do real damage. Hiscox Cyber and Data Insurance for small businesses covers everything from extortion to data theft. Our team of IT specialists will recover lost data and prevent further damage wherever possible, so you can concentrate on connections in the real world. Hiscox Cyber and Data Insurance. For the small and the brave.
I wish I could create content like videos and music.
But I need the skills to bring my ideas to life.
I wish I could write apps, but I need to learn how to code.
Not just do sums. I wish I could get trained up for a media career.
While studying for my GCSEs and A-levels. You mean I can? Really?
Your child's future is here. The Global Academy in Hayes is a state school for 14 to 19-year-olds interested in a media career. Our next Meet the Principal Day is on the 27th of March, so register now at globalacademy.com.
Ian Payne on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Yeah, the peers are debating the government's Brexit bill after the House of Commons voted to reject both the Lords' 2 amendments to the legislation. The opening salvos have been fired, and from what I'm seeing from our feed from the House of Lords, it does look like this is going to be resolved tonight. We reckon before or around 9 o'clock. Tory spokesman saying that they should, quote, not return to the fray, and if they continued to do so, it would just bring uncertainty and division. So the peers, it does appear as if they're going to finally concede defeat in this. We were hearing earlier from Baroness Kramer, Lib Dem spokesman, saying that they want to stand firm, they want to return it to the Commons and keep this fight going, but it looks like the Labour peers are going to abstain tonight. And I'll just give you a breakdown of the House of Lords membership so it gives you an idea of how this would actually work. So the Conservatives, there are 804 peers in total. Conservatives 252, Labour 202. So that would immediately give them a majority. If Labour are abstaining, Conservative are voting, Lib Dem are only 102, crossbench 177. The bishops, they're there, 26. Other parties, 14. Non-affiliated, 31. So if, as it seems, the Conservatives will all vote one way, Lib Dems are going to stand firm. The Lib Dems are going to be on their own, and it's going to be a majority in favour of ending the dispute, if I can call it that, between the two houses. What do you think? 0345 6060973. If you haven't got time to give us a call, go on our Twitter feed because we have a poll going. At LBC is our Twitter address. It's really, really simple. Join up. It's brilliant. You can use the hashtag Brexit and you can answer this question. When should Theresa May trigger Article 50? It's a multiple choice question. Oh, yes. And there are 4 possible answers. When should she trigger Article 50? Because if it goes through the Lords tonight, she can do it tomorrow. So A, should it be tomorrow? 61% of you, that's gone up, say yes tomorrow. B, at the end of March, which is what we think is going to happen, possibly because of the Scottish intervention today, only 9%. It's amazing. Later this year, 3%, and never has gone down slightly, 27%. Already 750 votes in the last 10, 15 minutes or so. 0345 6060 973, however, if you want to vocalise your thoughts. And Andrew is in Cheshire and wants to do just that. Hello, Andrew.
Hello, hi.
What do we do?
Well, I was just listening to Baroness Kramer. Would you let this woman go in and negotiate a car deal for you?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I couldn't possibly comment. What do you think?
I'm going in. She'd walk in through the door. That's the car I'm having. I definitely want that car. That's the only car I'm prepared to have. Now then, what sort of deal will you do for it? That is an atrocious way to actually go about negotiating, and I don't know why. I mean, the way they've gone about it is exactly the way you go about it. Is we're going in, we're prepared to accept nothing and just walk away with no deal at all, and then you walk in and then you see what sort of deal they've actually prepared. That's the best way. No matter what you want.
What about? Let me play devil's advocate. I agree with you, but let me play devil's advocate and ask a question that goes against what I think, and it sounds like you think. Do the House of Lords have a point in saying that the rights of EU nationals, people, i.e. non-British people who are living here now, should be protected right through the negotiations for Brexit? Isn't that fair and humanitarian?
It's humanitarian, but that's got nothing to do with business. When did that have humanitarianness have anything to do with business? I mean, if you think about it, as regards immigration anyway, I mean, as a side issue, Scotland has had an atrocious time trying to deal with the numbers that Southern England's dealt with their small population. If they actually did get what Nicola Sturgeon wants, her and some others, But what I think the main reason for doing it is things like the Eastern Bloc countries, the actual Eastern Bloc countries who we've actually obviously paid into bringing up to speed, and there's a lot of them over here, that basically they could actually hold all the northern countries who actually want to do a deal to ransom in the end, because they've got very little, as regards trade, they've got far less trade. They could actually hold Germany and Britain and France to ransom by vetoing a deal.
Mm. And what about their other amendment, that the House of Commons, the government, the elected representatives of the population should have the final say on the deal at the end?
Well, it's crackers. It just sounds like, the way it's worded, it's like Theresa May is out to turn us over, is actually to do a bad deal. Is how it sounds. How could you possibly do that? As someone said the other day, I think it was on LBC, negotiate it for 2 years, which everyone says is an incredibly short time, then vote on it, then go back, then somebody votes on it, then we all vote on it, then we don't like that, then they go back. It's never ending. It could go on for 100 years.
I'm going to end the chat here, Andrew, because I do actually agree with you. I think we should just get on with it straight away. I'm not quite sure what the ins and outs. I'm sure it's something to do with loopholes and legal advice that Theresa May, it sounds. And the great thing about reporting on Westminster is when you say we're hearing a rumour, that you know that it actually is going to happen, because some MPs just love talking to us. So we expect a decision by 9. Theresa May should trigger it tomorrow. She has the opportunity to do it, but it doesn't look like she's going to do it until the end of the month. Thank you. Sean is in Chelsea. Hi, Sean.
Hi, Ian. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Enjoying the debate. What do you think?
Well, I think she should put her frock on and go and do it. We've waited long enough. The public in the UK and Scotland and everybody else had voted to go out of the European Union. So why does there have to be obstacles when we, the public, vote MPs in to have our say? It clearly looks like people don't want to listen to us, and we are the public. So the government seems to think that they are over and above. And if Theresa May is in the power to trigger it, then she should trigger it. And I think Nicola Sturgeon has created a very small obstacle. She had this planned, I think, already, whether they were going to win or not, just to put a spanner in the works. And I don't think that Miss May should actually consider it at the moment.
Should consider what? Delaying?
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, to trigger it doesn't mean we're out of the European Union. We've got to do something. We've got to do it now. What about all our businesses in the UK? We have lots of uncertainty. I'm in the hotel business. I don't know whether I'm going to get people coming in tomorrow, the day after. The pound's had a whack, which may or may not be good for us. But with all this uncertainty, people abroad that are thinking of coming to London or the UK may consider going elsewhere. I don't know. I mean, we've got to do something. Otherwise, businesses here are going to really suffer.
Yeah, I agree with you again. Thank you very much. I want to hear from anybody who can tell me, A, they think Theresa May is right to delay triggering Article 50, and if she is, why is she? Our poll seems to reject that. When should Theresa May trigger Article 50? Use the hashtag Brexit and go to our Twitter address, which is @LBC, and answer this question. When should Theresa May trigger Article 50? At the moment, 62% of you say tomorrow, 9% say at the end of March, 3% say later this year, and 26% say never, and almost 1,000 votes cast so far. Give us a call, 0345 6060 973. Text 84850 or tweet @LBC. Is there anyone out there who thinks it's absolutely right that she should wait until the end of the month? It's 8:30. The news headlines now from Moira Alderson.
The House of Commons has voted against changes to the Brexit bill, meaning Theresa May is a step closer to being able to trigger Article 50. MPs rejected amendments from the House of Lords, which will now decide again whether to let the legislation pass. Nicola Sturgeon says she wants to take Scotland into a second independence referendum, so the country's future is decided by its people. Theresa May has accused the SNP of playing politics, calling the move divisive. Forecasters are predicting temperatures in parts of the UK could get up to 18 degrees Celsius tomorrow. The Met Office says the southeast of England could be as warm as Ibiza, Barcelona and Madrid. LBC weather, a cloudy night with outbreaks of rain in the northwest, drier elsewhere and feeling mild, an overnight low of 9 degrees.
LBC Travel. Good evening, I'm Andy Lake. Well, the A40 Western Avenue is still looking pretty slow, actually, if you're heading out of London at the moment, between Wood Lane in White City and Gypsy Corner in Acton. A manhole's collapsed there, leaving just one lane open. Right in the centre of London, Holland Road is now closed westbound. That's for a police investigation between Kensington High Street and Holland Gardens. And just outside Stamford Bridge, the A304 Fulham Road is closed between Fulham Broadway and Hortensia Road as the Chelsea-Man United game is now underway. In Northamptonshire, the A43 is closed where it meets the A5 at the Tove roundabout in Toaster. It's moving very slowly around there because of that, and no change in the West Midlands yet. The M6 still down to just 2 lanes from 4 northbound after a lorry caught fire near Castle Bromwich earlier. Still keys back to the M6 toll as well. For more real-time traffic updates, go to lbc.co.uk.
All this week, LBC has a special report with National Counter-Terrorism Policing. If you listen to Nick Ferrari at breakfast and Ian Dale at Drive, they'll be joined by special guests who'll give advice on what to look out for, how to report anything suspicious, and the key role the public plays in remaining alert. This morning, Nick was joined by Mark Rowley, National Lead for Counter-Terrorism Policing, to discuss how action from the public over the years has helped terrorism investigations. And if you want more information on how you can help combat terrorism and to see the full interview, go to lbc.co.uk.
This is LBC.
All of us at QuickFit would like to say a big thank you to each and every one of our customers. That's why we're offering MOTs for just £35. To help you pass, here's a little tip to check your tyre tread at home. Simply place the bottom edge of a 20p piece into the tread, and if you see less than half of the number 20, then your tread is legal. Get down to your local QuickFit and book your £35 MOT today. QuickFit, it's all about the service.
You have one new message. No message left.
Sound familiar? It's not the sound of silence. It's the sound of your customers not being able to get in touch. So take back control with eReceptionist. eReceptionist answers and directs all your calls, ensuring your customers always get an answer and you always get the business. Take a free 30-day trial at eReceptionist.co.uk. Free trial must be cancelled within 30 days to avoid charges.
The trouble with investing in cash ISAs these days is that you never seem to get a decent return. With today's high inflation and low interest rates, your money just doesn't reach its potential. At Money Farm, our experts can match you with an investment ISA that could give your money the chance to perform better. And right now, you could have your full ISA allowance looked after, free of management fees for a year if you transfer over £10,000. Visit moneyfarm.com. Your capital is at risk. Money Farm is authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
If you use your phone while you're driving and it's not hands-free, the penalty's been doubled. It's now 6 points and £200. The trouble is, a lot of us are addicted to our phones. So try this trick. Put your phone somewhere where you can't pick it up. Somewhere you can't see it. The glove compartment. That way, you won't be tempted. Save yourself 6 points and £200. Maybe even save a life. Make the glove compartment the phone compartment. Think. Put your phone away.
Thanks, Wilbur. At British Gas, we want to celebrate the continued loyalty of our customers, which is why we kept our standard variable tariff unchanged through the winter. Now we're going one step further by extending our price freeze. And that's not the only thing. We're creating a rewards program that saves energy, money, and hassle. If you're not a British Gas customer, visit our homepage to find out more. British Gas, helping you look after your home.
My husband, Dan, he was terminally ill. We needed help looking after him at home. Our Marie Curie nurse did that. I remember she said, "Let's have a cup of tea, and you can tell me Dan's story." That meant a lot. She wanted to know who he was. She did everything with such care. That's why I'm wearing a daffodil this March.
Help Marie Curie care for more people living with a terminal illness. Support the Great Daffodil Appeal. Text DAFF to 70030 to donate £5. Text costs your donation plus the standard network rate.
This is LBC with Ian Payne.
Ian Payne in for Clive Bull all this week. So, the House of Commons so far, just to bring you up to speed with what's been happening in Westminster, has rejected both of the House of Lords' 2 amendments to the Brexit bill. It's now over to the House of Lords. They are currently debating it. It sounds like the Lib Dems are going to stand fast and try and continue this dispute with the Commons. But it sounds as though that Labour has told its peers to abstain from the vote, which means that the vote will finally be resolved, and the so-called ping-pong between the two houses of Commons and Westminster and Commons and Lords will actually end. The Brexit bill will go through. It will be passed. That means that there is a mandate for Theresa May to trigger Article 50 tomorrow. As they say in Westminster circles, she had refused to rule out triggering it tomorrow, but actually, and the theory, by the way, that she's delaying it till the end of March, which is what's going to happen is it's nothing to do, apparently, according to Westminster sources that I've been reading on various blogs from people I trust, saying that it's nothing to do with what Nicola Sturgeon said today. It's nothing to do that Theresa May didn't want to appear cavalier about the future of the Union by rushing to trigger Article 50 a day after Sturgeon's statement. It's just that has always been the government's line. We will trigger Article 50 by the end of March. The 27th of March is the date being offered, and we're expecting the Lord's decision within the next 15 or 20 minutes, unless... and you're never quite sure what the Lords are going to do, unless a peer decides to stand up and talk for a little bit longer and try and delay all this. But anyway, that is the theory. That brings you right up to date with everything. So, our Twitter poll, which is a very simple question. When should Theresa May trigger Article 50? Use the hashtag Brexit. Go to our Twitter feed, which is @LBC. The possibilities are A, tomorrow. 62% say that she should tomorrow. At the end of March, 9%. Later this year, 3%. And never is still 26%. Let's ask Andy in Cardiff. Hi, Andy. What do you think?
Good evening. I've got a couple of points. Firstly, on triggering Article 50, then on the Scottish referendum, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Theresa May started the negotiations already in her mind by actually saying the end of March. I think it's a very pragmatic thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
On the basis that the anniversary of the EU in Rome is between now, but after that she will trigger it. And you remember the issues that Canada had making its deal with the EU when the small Belgian country, the Walloons, actually vetoed it because they were upset about one or two things. If you upset anybody leading up to the anniversary of the EU, or even do it before then, the likelihood is you're going to get somebody similar to, or the Walloons, actually vetoing you because they didn't like what you did on their anniversary.
OK, so you think it's eminently sensible that she should wait till the end of the month? I think, yes, you're possibly right, and maybe we're all getting overexcited about the Scottish intervention today, and it had nothing to do with it. The plan was end of March, and that will be what will happen. What was the other thing you wanted to say?
Well, I was watching the TV intently tonight and watching Nicola Sturgeon and Alex Salmond harp on about the fact it's got to be before the deal's made, because then they can stay as part of the EU if they secede from the UK and decide to do that, when they know too well they're lying to the entire electorate of Scotland in the way that Spain can never, ever accept Scotland as a member of the EU while it remains part of the UK. And even if they vote out, unless they apply to join, Spain could never do anything apart from, say, veto. They're in danger if they allow that of Catalonia wanting to do the same thing, and they will never allow it.
Okay.
So they've got to veto any other country. It doesn't matter whether it's Scotland. If it's any part of another country, they've got to veto it, or the door's wide open for Catalonia.
Thank you very much, Andy. I'm just going to break away from our callers. I want to talk to another guest, but before we talk to Nicolas Attong, who's the founding co-chair of the 3 Million, this is a campaign group representing non-British EU nationals in the UK. I'll just say hello to him first of all. Hello, Nicholas.
Good evening.
Good evening. Just before I ask you a question, I just want you to listen to what David Davis said on Andrew Marr's programme yesterday. As you know, the House of Lords said, hold on, we need to make sure that there's an amendment to the Brexit bill saying that EU nationals who live here already will not be affected by Brexit. That's been rejected. There was a fear that this might cause turmoil and people being sent home. But David Davis tried to reassure those who were worried about that by saying this on the Andrew Marr show yesterday.
There's one thing which we know will be up front. One thing above all, and we get the same from the Member States and from the Commission, and that's the issue of the rights of citizens, European citizens here and British citizens
that's
abroad.
Of great interest to people.
And that's right up front. That's the first thing, I think.
That's the first thing you'll deal with. And will we know the result of that before the entire thing is concluded in 2 and a bit years' time?
Well, it may or may not be that it requires a treaty. I don't know. But what I think we'll know is the in-principle result. I mean, bluntly, I am reasonably sure where the in-principle result will end, because our negotiation, we're not allowed to negotiate yet, but our discussions with the European Union across the board virtually everyone I've been to see has raised that as the first issue, And they all understand something, by the way, and this has got context for tomorrow, because I understand why people are concerned. I think there's a moral responsibility to European citizens too. But everybody understands that this is an issue that's got to be resolved together. Brits and Europeans together. The Polish Prime Minister, when she came here, said in terms, these issues are linked and have to be dealt together.
Brexit Secretary David Davis speaking yesterday. So let's speak to Nicola Hatton, founding co-chair of the 3 Million. As I say, it's a campaign group. It represents non-British EU nationals in the UK. Are you reassured now?
Well, I think David Davis did say "but" in his sentence, which is never very reassuring. We don't expect the vote to go any other way today. This is party politics. I think it's a shame that we're seeing a real consensus from David Davis to Labour to everyone that our rights should be maintained and guaranteed. But they don't seem to be able to convert this into proper guarantees. And I think that so many of us are genuinely worried that in 2 years' time there won't be a deal, and then our lives will become really difficult. We'll struggle to find jobs, to get accommodations, to get a loan, because we won't have the right paperwork to do so. And so it's not a good day for us because there's no progress.
It would be impossible, though, to be fair to David Davis and those negotiating on behalf of Great Britain and leaving the EU, it would be impossible to guarantee that they will make sure that this goes through. But the will is there, is it not? The first thing they're going to speak about.
Yeah, the will is there, and I think we won that campaign because we've been raising the awareness of all the problems we could face since the referendum. So we've reached out to MPs. We went to see them in Westminster. We've tried really all we could to make sure they understood what the issues were. What we wanted was slightly different, though. We wanted the government to unilaterally guarantee our rights. And they won't do that, and we're taking notes on this. But at least they do know what the issues are, and what we're hoping now is that they will honour their words and really prioritise our rights before any other subjects of negotiation.
I noticed that Nick Clegg was on Ian Dale's programme earlier today, and he was talking about if this goes through and this whole idea of this hard Brexit, EU nationals might have to have ID cards. Are you worried about something like that?
ID cards, some sort of registration. I think it's very obvious that if you think in 2 years' time we'll have different rights than new entrants from the EU, because there will be some more people coming in because there's jobs. And our rights will be different, so we'll need to be differentiated from them. And so I don't know what this is going to look like, whether it's going to be an ID card or some sort of paper, but we're going to need some paperwork. And I think that's going to take some working, because there's a lot of suspicion of the Home Office among EU citizens right now. And really because of the rules which are in place, the difficulty of applying. It seems to be very bureaucratic. There seems to be a lot of this data used for enforcement, and so the work starts now, which is why we really wanted our rights to be guaranteed now, so we could really work on the details of what's going to happen next. At the moment, we're still working on this principle that we can stay.
Nicola, thank you. Nicola Hatton, founding co-chair of the 3 Million, the campaign group which represents non-British EU nationals in the UK. So there's been lots to talk about today. I noticed one other thing, just reading some of the blogs that have come from journalists and even from some MPs, that this idea that Scottish referendum, if there is a second Scottish referendum, no one's expecting, I think, apart from hardliners, but there does seem to be, and who believes polls anymore, but if the polls are anything to go by, 3 polls by BMG and Ipsos Mori have shown that the yes vote for independence in Scotland has actually strengthened. since 2014. It's up from 45%, excluding the don't knows, to reach 48 to 49%, which is effectively neck and neck with the anti-independence vote. And that's obviously going to strengthen Nicola Sturgeon's belief that she can convert more voters to support independence, while the UK government presses on for its plans for a complete departure from the EU. One of the reasons for this, according to the polls, is because Theresa May made that hardline speech on Brexit in January, and also since her speech at the Scottish Tory conference earlier this month, when she dismissed Nicola Sturgeon's quest for a special Scottish deal with Europe. The latest on our Twitter poll, much the same sort of figures, but 1,400 of you voting so far. When should Theresa May trigger Article 50? Use the hashtag Brexit. Go to Twitter feed at LBC. Should it be tomorrow? 62% of you say yes. At the end of March, 10% now. Later this year, 3%. And never, 25%. It's 8:45.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Nicola Sturgeon, it is predictable today, threatened to derail Brexit. She'll set out plans for a second independence referendum unless the Prime Minister offers Scotland a special deal. Let's bring into the conversation Jim Gallagher, who's a visiting professor at the University of Glasgow, a member of Nuffield College, Oxford.
She would go into a campaign in a pretty strong position, but she doesn't necessarily come out of it winning, because she'd have to persuade a different set of people this time. And some of them are saying, well, if you say to me, vote for independence to stay European, well, actually, I won't vote for independence.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast, every weekday morning from 7, only on LBC.
With Hampton by Hilton, making you welcome at over 40 hotels in Europe. It's an LBC Special Report Week with National Counter-Terrorism Policing. Nick Ferrari spoke to Mark Rowley, National Lead for Counter-Terrorism Policing.
First thing we're thinking about is maybe someone preparing for an act of terrorism. What might they be buying? So they might be buying gas cylinders or unusual amounts of chemicals. If you work in those industries, we're really saying trust your instinct and please contact us.
If you spot something suspicious, act on your instincts and make nothing happen. For more information, go to lbc.co.uk.
Work doesn't end because you're not there. It's always 9 a.m. somewhere. There's always a call to take. And business doesn't sleep even when you do. eReceptionist lets you step outside the office and balance work with life. With eReceptionist, calls can be directed to a landline or your mobile. So wherever you are, you're local. And with our unique app, you can dial out from your landline number with your mobile. Take a free 30-day trial at ereceptionist.co.uk. Cancel within 30 days to avoid charges.
Landlords, Direct Line guarantees to beat other insurers' renewal premiums for the same cover. Can your insurance do that? Switch to Direct Line Landlord. New customers only. Qualifying criteria apply. Underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
This is a live update for UK businesses. Right now, you can find essential information and services about selling overseas through the government's website for exporters. Find the right information and help to grow your business. Visit great.gov.uk.
InPowers asked me to search Britain for family superpowers. Meet Kenny.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Kenny. You know, with InPowers Superfix, you could fix your energy prices until the 31st of March 2021. What day is that?
That'll be a Wednesday.
Brilliant! To find out more about the Superfix, search Family Superpowers. Right, gotta go. See you in the future, Kenny. Let's say March the 15th, 2078.
That'll be a Tuesday.
Wow! You have the InPower. Terms, conditions, and exclusions apply.
Oh, Canada. Wide open spaces, the friendliest people, unique landscapes, as far as the eye can see. Discover our wide open country and get closer to your Canadian holiday with Air Transat. Flying daily from London Gatwick with meals and 23 kilogram of luggage allowance included. Book your direct flight to Toronto today. Visit airtransat.co.uk. Your Canadian holiday is calling.
Life is shaped by choices. Head or heart, dress up or dress down, peanuts or Percy Pigs. At M&S Bank, we know choice is everything. That's why our credit card lets you select the offer that suits your needs, because nobody knows what's best for you like you. For more information, search M&S Bank. Credit available subject to status to UK residents age 18 or over. 18.9% APR representative. Terms and conditions apply.
This This is LBC with Ian Payne. Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850.
Yeah, it's Ian Payne in for Clive Bull this evening. The peers are still considering the Brexit bill. The clergy are having their say. We're expecting an announcement in about 10 minutes. We're expecting them to finally say enough's enough, let's get this thing done, which means, of course, Theresa May can trigger Article 50 from tomorrow. But Number 10 sources are saying tonight that won't happen until the end of the month. Interestingly, there's quite a few MPs, including David Davis, in the Lords, watching the debate. Let's get through some calls, shall we? First of all, let's go to James, who's in Manchester. What do you think, James?
Hello, Ian, and thank you. Well, I'm a proud Brexiteer, and I cannot, for the life of me, understand what on earth difference it makes what Miss Sturgeon has announced today. Firstly, the government have already explained that Scotland are not going to get a second referendum until the Brexit negotiations are finalised and we're necessarily out of the EU. So that's the first point. So this, to me, is just posturising. But the thing that really is annoying me is, to answer your poll question, I haven't answered it, but I'll answer it now. I want Theresa May to trigger Article 50 tomorrow at the latest Wednesday, because I'm a staunch Conservative supporter. But I have to say, and I hope they're listening, I am seriously, after 9 months, losing entire patience with Theresa May. It seems to me like, it seems to me like we've had all these court cases, the Supreme Court, the rest of it. It seems to me like she's just waiting. Her party, her government are just waiting for the next Gina Miller or the next court case to come in and to try and derail it again.
I think you're right about the Scottish referendum decision and announcement today. I think that's a red herring, and I think journalists in Westminster put 2 and 2 together and made 5. The reason why I think she's waiting is she's given her advisors, I think, a timetable that says we are going to start it at the end of March, and she's not going to change from that. I think that's the very simple reason. I don't think she's delaying for any other reason other than that's the timetable she and her advisors have set out. Forgive me for not continuing. I want to get through as many calls as I can before 9 o'clock. We've got the Consumer Hour coming up at 9 o'clock. Obviously, any breaking news from Westminster and the House of Lords will bring it to you. You'll be the first to hear about it here on LBC. But it is the Consumer Hour. If you've got any questions on buying anything, then give us a call, 0345 6060 973. Catherine's in Maida Vale. Hi, Catherine, what do you think?
Good evening. Personally, I think that the Prime Minister should stop and think about what she's doing, because to trigger Article 50 would be like that chap Stephen Hawking said, be playing Russian roulette with the future generations. And I think she should not trigger it just to gain and keep popularity.
What more has she got to do before she can trigger it then?
She needs to give serious consideration to the interests of Scotland. She needs to think about the political stability of Europe, through which the sinister forces of evil are creeping in the form of neo-Nazism. She needs to think about the interests of Britons who want to work, study or live in Europe. She has got a bigger issue to think about.
Do you not think we've had ample time, 9 months on from the referendum vote itself? Has she not had enough time to think about this? Why does she need any more?
The world has changed. You know, many people have said jobs are at stake, and that is obviously a major, a very important consideration.
OK, so you're basically... sorry to cut you off, Catherine. I do want to get to one more call, because we're going to speak to our political editor, Theo Usherwood, who's going to give us a live update from Westminster, what's happening there. Catherine, thank you. Robert's in Totteridge. Your view? You don't agree with Catherine?
No, not at all, Ian. Thank you for taking my call. I mean, your earlier commenter, is it Viscount Kramer or something?
Baroness Kramer, yes, Lib Dem.
Baroness. She was talking an awful lot of substantiated nonsense, frankly. The idea that we're going to be worse off is not happening. Our economy is better than any of the economies in Europe. Jose, and maybe because the pound is weak, but that's a good thing. We've got better employment figures than almost every country in Europe, and Europe is in serious trouble. When people say, well, we don't know what will happen, what the negotiations will be, well, that's what negotiations are all about. Let Theresa get on with it. She's a capable and clever woman, and she knows what's to be done. She will get the interests of the British nationals in Europe and the European nationals in Britain. She will look after them. I've no doubt about them. And in terms of the economy, we are £61 billion in deficit in that sense. We import 61 billion more from Europe than they buy from us. They need us more than we need them.
And that's a refrain I've heard many, many times. Thank you, Robert. We'll leave it there. Let's go to our political editor, Theo Usherwood. What's happening with the peers, Theo?
Yes, the House of Lords is still to make a final decision about whether they are actually going to try and reinstate the two amendments, the first on safeguarding the rights of EU nationals and the second on giving Parliament the right to veto Theresa May's final deal. But it isn't exactly packed in the upper chamber this evening, so we're not expecting the government to be defeated if indeed it goes to a vote, because from all accounts Labour, especially the sources I've been speaking to, have insisted actually that they're not necessarily even going to press this one to a vote. And of course this comes off the back of the government winning those two crucial votes in the House of Commons to overturn the Lords' amendments earlier on. So we're expecting this bill, Ian, to receive royal assent tomorrow morning. Apparently the Queen is going to look at the legislation over breakfast before giving it the nod, and then of course that paves the way for Theresa May to trigger Article 50.
Thank you, and we're expecting that end of the month because that was the plan, and she's not being derailed. Very quickly, Leslie's in Oxford. Leslie, what do you think? You've got about 45 seconds.
Hello, I'm fully of support of Nicola Sturgeon sort of doing everything in their power to slow down Brexit.
Is that why she's doing it?
I think she's quite clever politically, and I think, definitely we should not rush into Brexit.
Goodness me, we've not exactly rushed it so far, have we?
I think lots of things will suffer, like the arts. I mean, we're already seeing, like, I live in Oxford, and the European Youth Orchestra, for instance, since Brexit, they have now relocated abroad. Well, they're relocated abroad. Lots of things like that are going to suffer.
I don't think the Royal Opera House and Co are going to be too scared about Brexit, but you might be right. Listen, we don't know. The
Royal Opera House has lots of music students. I know lots of them who benefit from studying at conservatoires abroad, like places in Europe.
No, I understand that there are going to be people affected by Brexit. The fact is, we really don't know yet. Should she trigger Article 50? Continue to take any information that we get about the peers' decision tonight. As I say, we are expecting them to finally call a halt to the ping pong, as they call it, when it goes from the Commons to the Lords, the Commons to the Lords, and then Her Majesty is going to peruse the bill over breakfast. How about that? And give it royal assent. She's not really allowed to say no, is she? OK, give us a call now if you want to talk about consumer affairs. Any breaking news about the peers' decision, we'll bring it to you. And also, I'd like to get people to talk specifically in this consumer hour about this idea if you're buying a bargain from an overseas website. There may be a lot of hidden charges if you do that. Buy British. Dean Dunham will be with us after the news.
On FM, online, on your mobile and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 9 o'clock, MPs have tonight rejected changes made by the House of Lords to the government's Brexit bill. They voted against guaranteeing the rights of EU citizens in the UK and giving Parliament a vote on the final Brexit deal before it comes in. The bill has tonight returned to the House of Lords. Liberal Democrat peer Baroness Kramer has told LBC her party will push for the changes to be made, though.
We're going to stand firm.
We sent 2 key amendments back to the House of Commons to ask the government to think again. And they haven't even bothered to do any thinking. There hasn't been a discussion. There hasn't been an attempt to look at these issues. There hasn't been an attempt to ameliorate some of the damage that they're doing, particularly in terms of European citizens and their anxieties about the future, or to make sure that Parliament gets a vote that really matters rather than a sort of superficial take it or leave it, back to the wall kind of vote.
Well, if the Lords don't veto the bill, the Prime Minister will be just hours away from having the legal authority to tell the European Union that Britain is leaving. In Scotland, they could get a second chance to vote on independence as the First Minister seeks another referendum. Nicola Sturgeon's plans will have to be approved by Holyrood and Westminster first, but she believes this time round people would choose to break away from the UK in order to stay in the EU. It's something she's spoken about since the day after the UK voted to cut ties with Brussels.
It is a significant and material change in circumstances, and it is therefore a statement of the obvious that the option of a second referendum must be on the table, and it is on the table.
A judge says a man faces a mandatory life sentence tomorrow after being found guilty of murdering a husband and wife in Suffolk. 75-year-old Peter Stewart was discovered stabbed near his home in Weybred last June. His wife's never been found but is presumed dead. 43-year-old Ali Quasimaj, who fled to Luxembourg, claims he's actually a man from Albania and had never been to the UK before his extradition. DC Wendy Lee read a statement from the victim's family.
We hope you spend the rest of your miserable existence reflecting on the utter senselessness and brutality of what you did to 2 innocent people, and that maybe one day you will find the moral courage to tell us where Mum is.
A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder following the death of a 93-year-old who fell from an apartment block. Police were called to a tower on the seafront in St Leonards-on-Sea in East Sussex this morning. And forecasters are predicting temperatures in parts of the UK could reach 18 degrees tomorrow. The Met Office says the southeast could be as warm as Ibiza and Madrid. LBC weather: a mild overcast night for most, some patchy rain in the west, a low of 9 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Zora Suleiman.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ian Payne.
OK, this is Ian Payne in for Clive Bull all this week. We're still waiting for a decision in the Lords. As soon as we hear about that, we'll bring it to you here first on LBC. But for the next hour, we're joined by Dean Dunham. He's a consumer lawyer. He's the retail ombudsman. Good evening, Dean. How are we?
Good evening. Very good, thank you.
Good. We particularly, well, in the Consumer Hour, we like to hear any problems you might have. If you bought something that you didn't think was right, can you get it back? Who's liable? Anything to do with consumerism, anything to do with buying things, anything to do with a problem that maybe you have come across. Dean is the man. He is, as I say, a consumer lawyer. He is the retail ombudsman. And we're going to start, aren't we? Because I know you wanted to talk about this idea, that you wrote about it in your column. You were talking about this idea of people who think they're buying a bargain from a website, but an overseas website, and suddenly being hit with hidden costs.
Yeah, Ian, this is the closest we're going to get to Brexit in this hour. I'm not going to mention that at all after this. But yes, so many people get caught with this trap. And in fact, Clive and I get calls most weeks about this from someone who's purchased overseas and something's gone wrong. So Ian, I've put together 4 reasons why you may not want to buy from an overseas website. And they are as follows. First of all, if you pay by credit card with an overseas transaction, often you'll be charged extra for it. I did do a call around the banks and card companies last week. I was told that ordinarily they'd add £2.99. Doesn't sound much, but actually it all adds up. Secondly, and this is the one that catches most people out, import tax. So if you buy from a country outside of the EU, then it means that you'll be charged import tax and sometimes even import VAT. It does depend how much the goods are, but you get stung with that. And Ian, what that means is basically what you think was a bargain now may not be a bargain because it's costing you more money. This is where we've had calls recently, people saying, well, I thought a great bargain, and I've been asked to spend another £10 or £20 on tax. So be aware of that. I think the bigger issue, though, is the law. Now, we in the UK have some of the best consumer laws in the world. It's very protective of consumers. Many other countries don't have that. That means if you buy from overseas and something goes wrong, not only is it difficult to enforce your rights may not be as good in the first place. So what am I saying? It's better to try and shop locally because, of course, you know what the law is. You know how much you're paying. You know what you're getting.
Right, so Dean is with us. Dean Dunham, a regular contributor here. It's Monday night. It's the Consumer Hour. He's the retail ombudsman. He's also a lawyer, so he knows what he's talking about. Your chance now. Ring now, and you will get through. The earlier you ring, the more chance you have of posing your question. Have you bought something and you weren't happy with it? What do you want to do about it? Dean is your man. 0345 60 60 973. That's the number to call. 0345 60 60 973. As I say, if you ring now, you'll get through. If you want to text, it's 84850. If you want to tweet, it's at LBC. So it could be anything. I was just reading, actually, Dean, in your column, some of the Q&As that you do. Like, you're like the consumer agony aunt. Well, uncle. I love this one. I did my weekly shop in a big supermarket last week. I won't name them. When I got the bags out of the boot at home, does this remind you of anything? Do you remember this one? One of them split and the contents smashed on the floor. Is the supermarket liable to pay compensation for this? And if so, how much?
You know what? This is a real common complaint.
Is it?
And it really is. What happened was there was a TV show, a morning breakfast show, that did a bit of a study on this, and all of a sudden everyone decided, I'm going to complain about plastic bags. The situation is this. If you overfill the bag, then of course it's your fault. If there's a fault with the bag, and the only way you know that is you go back, you ask the retailer, how many complaints have you had about your shopping bags in the last month or 2 months? What does the manufacturer say? If there's a pattern, it means you've probably got a claim. If there's not, you probably overfilled the bag. But it's a very common issue.
Yeah, I mean, get your own bag, make sure it's solid. You won't have to pay for one, and you won't clutter up the streets either. So we're
bag for life.
We're bag for life, exactly. Dean Dunham is with us, consumer lawyer, the retail ombudsman. Give us a call now if you've got a question about something that you bought you're not happy with. Can you take it back? What are your rights? You've been refused. Can you take it further? Who do you speak to? Dean knows all these answers. 0345 60 60 973. That's the number to ring. Ring now. There's a few slots left. People have suddenly come to ask your questions, Dean. 0345 60 60 973 84850 or tweet at LBC. Straight to Francis, who's in Wigan, who has a very simple question. Francis.
Yeah, can I speak?
You can speak.
Yep, right. I purchased a microwave oven, a standalone one, the well-known make, top brand, last year, almost 12 months ago, and about a month after I got it, I reported the temperature at the bottom of the oven, where I cook my food, was I had to cook it at 20 degrees centigrade higher than it showed on all the food packets. And although it was showing, say, 150 on the
so it didn't work.
The display. It didn't cook the food.
So what did you do?
I had to cook. Well, I had to cook it on a much higher degree to get the food cooked. So I rang up the supplier, and they said to contact the service people who specialise in that particular model. And I rang them, and they said the machine was basically not as good. Not as good as it could be. It's made to a price now, although I paid top price for it. And they said that I rang the supplier back, and they said, get our agent, the maker's agent, to pick it up. You'll have to pay for the examination, and if it isn't working, then we'll pay for the...
So bring us up to speed, Francis. Does it work yet, and what do you want to do about it?
No, they've done nothing about it for almost 12 months, and I'm still in the same position.
Right.
I've told them...
Let's ask Dean what he would do about this.
Well, 12 months is a long, long time. Let me ask you one quick question. You said within the first month. Was it within 30 days or was it after 30 days?
Within 30 days.
OK, well, the law is very simple. The Consumer Rights Act, which is the applicable law here, says if you buy goods and they are faulty within the first 30 days, you're entitled to your money back. So you could have gone back and said, money back, please. But of course, it means you have to know your rights. That's what you could have done. I would now go back and say it still doesn't work. It's gone on too long. And I reported it within 30 days. Therefore, I'll have my money back. Francis, it should be very simple, as Ian said.
Good luck, Francis, and thank you very much for the call. If you'd like to call Dean Dunn, he's a consumer lawyer. He's the retail ombudsman, and he's basically going to answer any of your questions on faulty goods, anything that you've bought, any complaints you may have, or you may want to come on and just praise it. Ian is in Reading. Hello, Ian.
Yeah, good evening.
Hello, you're through to Dean.
Yeah, it's about the PPI, proliferation of adverts, how to get some recompense from PPI.
Mm-hmm. What do you want to ask specifically?
There's a prominent company advertising on the television and on the internet. I made an inquiry, and some years ago I was issued with a credit card with £3,000 credit on it. But then I noticed on the statement I was getting charged £50, whatever it was, for this insurance, which I never was told I was going to get. Okay so far? Yeah.
Well, so Ian, more importantly, you didn't know you were going to get it. I guess you didn't ask for it. Is that right?
I didn't ask for it.
And now you're saying, well, can I have my money back, please? Is that a fair assessment?
About this proliferation of adverts about PPI. So I phoned a prominent company, which I'm not on the website, but I can't mention the company, spoke to a call handler, and I owed the particular bank money. So the money I owed was statute barred because over 6 years.
Okay.
Yeah, getting to the point, the call handler said, hold on a minute. He said, if we find your details, then that money that you owed to the bank goes back to them, and then I'll be back on the credit list, etc. Have I made myself clear on that?
I think what you're saying to us is that you owed them money, it's statute barred. You now find they may owe you money for PPI, for missold PPI, and I think your question is, if they have to pay out, can they keep it to offset against what you owed them? Is that right?
Yeah.
The answer is no, they can't, because their claim statute barred is gone, your claim's not. So they can't do that. I would go in, make the claim, get the money. There is now a limitation on this, the 29th of August 2019, so you have to hurry up and get this done quickly. But no, they can't offset.
All right, Ian, thank you for your call. Just on PPI, I mean, you see so many ads and you think, oh, this is too good to be true. They're just handing out money. Then you hear how much money that banks have put aside and already paid out for PPI. I don't know whether I've had PPI. I'm scared to go on these little Twitter handles that say, easy way to check your PPI, because I'm just suspicious of things like that. What is it? Should I try?
I think you should be suspicious. Ian, one of the things we talk about every week on here is scams, and scams usually are in form of links like you just described.
Yeah.
But many people were missold PPI, payment protection insurance. They were. We know it's a fact. So therefore, if you've had any form of credit in the past, a mortgage, car loan, anything, it's highly likely that you had PPI. So it is worth checking. But what I would say is this. You don't need to use one of these companies anymore that advertise, these claims management companies. You can do it yourself. So approach the company in question and ask them, did I have PPI? There's precedent letters online, like good websites like Which and Money Saving Expert. Use one of those.
And this will normally be for, I don't know, borrowing for a mortgage or something, will it?
Anything, mortgage, a car, anywhere where you've taken finance. Of course, the idea behind PPI was to give you an insurance policy if something went wrong, if you were ill, lost your job. But what really happened was, if we found that many people couldn't actually claim, maybe it's because they were too old and therefore the insurance didn't apply to them, or they were self-employed. The list goes on and on and on. And because it goes on and on, it means there are many reasons why they were missold.
OK, we will keep you up to date with what's happening in the House of Lords. Still no decision at the moment. The Brexit Minister, Lord Bridges of Headley, is responding to the debate. He's seeking to reassure EU nationals that, quote, nothing changes until we have left the EU. Nothing can change without the approval of Parliament, and he is urging peers to let the bill pass. We thought it would be passed around 9 o'clock. We still think it will be passed because of Labour MPs who are deciding to abstain, but whether or not we'll get it within our time, I don't know. We're here till 10 o'clock. We're speaking to Dean Dunham. It is, of course, the Consumer Hour. Dean is a consumer lawyer. He is the retail ombudsman. If you've got any questions to do with consumerism, to do with buying, to do with selling, we want to hear from you. 0345 60 60 973. Give me a call now, you get through. If you text, the number is 84850, and you can also tweet a question at LBC. But give us a call, 0345 60 60 973. It's 9:16.
Last time on the Nigel Farage Show.
I've seen Scottish nationalism face to face. Has Scotland become a less pleasant place to live, as the SNP have surged?
Well, I'll be honest with you, I'm thinking of moving back to England. I mean, I was 5 when I left, and I'm just thinking of moving back.
If this does come to a second referendum, will the result be the same as last time?
I think so. I was right about Brexit, I was right about the Indy Ref, I was right about the general election 2015.
Wow.
Quite good at reading things.
The Nigel Farage Show, back tomorrow from 7 p.m. on LBC.
Would you like to hear some information that could financially benefit yourself and your family? I thought so. You seem like the sort of person who puts their loved ones first, someone who
could be drawn in by the emotional manipulation of an investment scammer. At the Financial Conduct Authority, we're committed to keeping you safe. So if you've been offered an unsolicited investment opportunity, be a scam-smart investor and check the FCA warning list of firms to avoid at fca.org.uk/scamsmart.
This summer there'll almost definitely be a heatwave, but there may be a wind chill factor in July and August, bringing an Arctic feel to proceedings. Temperatures will be between 12 and 35 degrees, or thereabouts.
At Experian, we can't predict the future, but our Credit Matcher service can help you find credit cards and personal loans you're more likely to be accepted for before you apply, without affecting your credit score. Take the guesswork out. Get your free Experian credit score and try Credit Matcher today at experian.co.uk. Experian Limited is a credit broker, not a lender. See website for details.
The trouble with investing in cash ISAs these days is that you never seem to get a decent return. With today's high inflation and low interest rates, your money just doesn't reach its potential. At Money Farm, our experts can match you with an investment ISA that could give your money the chance to perform better. And right now, you could have your full ISA allowance looked after, free of management fees for a year if you transfer over £10,000. Visit moneyfarm.com. Your capital is at risk. Money Farm is authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
This is a live update for UK businesses. Right now, the world is seeking UK tech companies ready to build their network internationally. From cutting-edge software development to the supply of hardware and electronics. Find the right advice to help your tech business expand overseas. Search Exporting is Great.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade go.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals in March. Like a Passload IM360 CI lithium-ion framing nail lift for an amazing £349.99 ex-VAT. With free next-day delivery when you buy online. Now that's a real deal. We've got even more real deals and thousands of products in stock at 25 Selco branches within the M25. See selcobw.com for your nearest branch.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade go.
Did you know that half of all of Canada's grizzly bears call British Columbia their home? Book with Canadian Affair and tailor-make your trip with their expert Canada know-how. Celebrate Canada's 150th birthday and save up to £200 per person. Plus, get £150 of holiday vouchers per couple, with holidays departing direct from London. Get your Canada know-how with CanadianAffair.com. Sale ends April 3rd.
someone as family-focused as you
could be drawn in by the emotional manipulation of an investment scammer. Be a scam-smart investor. Check the FCA warning list before investing.
This is LBC with Ian Payne.
I'm in for Clive Bull. Dean Dunham is always here for Consumer Night. It's the Consumer Hour. He is, of course, a consumer lawyer. He is the retail ombudsman. If you'd like to talk to him, if you've got a question to ask about something that you've bought, now is the time. 0345 6060 973. In the Lords, they're still talking. Raoul's in Berkshire. Hello, Raoul.
Hi, it's Rahul. I'm calling from Berkshire.
Good.
Good evening. Quick question. I got a SIM-only plan from one of the companies, and they did not mark it on their website VAT, and now they have charged me VAT on my first bill. So just wanted to check what my rights are and if this is fair for them to do. The ad is still on their website, so I can take a screenshot just in case.
Well, as a consumer, you should always get what it says on the tin. And if it doesn't say something on the tin, such as they're going to charge you VAT, then potentially they shouldn't. The only thing I'll say... Yes.
I'm very sorry to interrupt you. Breaking news. The bill has been passed by the House of Lords. OK, so as expected, the Brexit bill has been passed by the House of Lords. No more amendments. That means that Article 50 can be triggered as soon as tomorrow, but we think it won't be until the 27th of March. Sorry, Dean, on you go.
That's okay. Ian, I think they were waiting for the break because they were listening to the Consumer Hour.
They were.
So anyway, I'm glad it's done. So the only thing with VAT is because we all know what VAT is and what it's chargeable for, they may come back to you and say, well, it was obvious. But you can go back and say, you should have told me, you didn't tell me, therefore I'm not paying it. I want a refund.
All right, Raoul.
Cheers.
Thank you. The aptly named Farage now in Waltham Abbey. Good evening.
Good evening. I brought a mobile phone, very expensive one, last year for Christmas. And November broke down, so I phoned that company, the shop I bought for. They say go to the company. So I went to the company and they changed it for me. Then just after 3 months broke down again. I went to 7 and they give me new one, but they asked me to pay £139. And I said to them, what's wrong with this phone? They said it's faulty. I said, if it's faulty, why I should pay for it? Can I replace it? They say no.
Wow.
So can they do that when they know it's faulty, this kind of phone?
Farage, I missed what it was you purchased. Did you say a phone?
A phone.
A phone, sorry.
A phone, yeah.
I was so excited thinking I had Nigel on the phone that I missed what you said. You're more interesting. So, if something's faulty, then all the rights sit on your side of the fence. You can go back and say, you've now either, you may have heard me earlier say, first 30 days, you get your money back. After 30 days, you get a repair, replacement, or if they can't do that, you get your money back. Now, if they've tried to repair it once already and it's failed, then you're entitled to your money back. So Farage, go back and say, I've been here and done this. You've already tried to repair it. Can you now get your checkbook out, please? Because I'm entitled to a refund.
But they don't want to know that, so they replace it and they took the money.
I'm sure they don't want to know it, but the law does. The law says they've got to do it. So go back and say, Consumer Rights Act, I'm entitled to a refund, and you'll get it.
Don't give way, Farage. Sharon is in Chingford. You're through to Dean Dunham, the retail ombudsman.
Hi, Dean.
Hi there.
Just a quick question. I bought a dishwasher on the 28th of December, and ever since I've bought it, it hasn't really washed the dishes properly. I called the repairman out and asked him, to come and have a look at it. They've come and have a look at it, and basically there is no fault with the dishwasher, but it's just not washing properly. Can I get a refund?
Hold on a minute. There's no fault with the dishwasher, but it's not washing properly. I think that means there's a fault. In my books, that means it's not working properly. This seems to be the evening of faulty goods. And I say it again, if something's faulty, all the rights sit with you. So if you discovered it again, first 30 days, you can get a refund. If it was after 30 days, then they have to try and repair it for you. It sounds like, Sharon, that they've tried that and it's still not working. Well, if you can demonstrate that it is faulty, and I have to say, if it's not washing properly, then it's faulty, then you're entitled to a replacement or a refund. Right. That's what you need to say to them.
See, the problem at the moment is I'm actually washing by hand, and I've just spent £300 on a dishwasher, which is ridiculous.
That's like saying I just bought myself a Mercedes and I'm walking to work. It's crazy. go back and say, these goods don't work, I want my money back. You are entitled to that from what you've told me.
OK, Sharon, on you go. Here's a text for you. If you want to text us, it's 84850. We're speaking to Dean Dunham, consumer lawyer, the retail ombudsman. It is the Consumer Hour. Hi, Dean, says Jean in Fulham. If you get an eye test from a high street optician, are you obliged to buy the frames from that optician, or are you within your rights to ask for your prescription and take it elsewhere?
I think it almost certainly has to be the latter, but of course it depends on what you've agreed. So if you have paid to have an eye test and then subsequently to have your frames or lenses done, then that's what you've bought. But I doubt that's the case. So no, unless you've agreed somewhere in writing that you're going to do the whole thing, you're entitled to take away that prescription and buy it somewhere else. Of course, it may be cheaper somewhere else.
OK, let's go to Jackie. Jackie's in Upminster. Hi, Jackie, you're through to Dean.
Oh, hi there.
Hello.
Yeah, it's with regard to a three-piece suite that I've had delivered in December. And February I noticed a tiny hole in the seat of the armchair.
When did you buy it?
It was last September.
Last September. And you noticed the hole in February?
But it was delivered in December, you say?
Exactly.
OK.
Yeah. Now, I've got a couple of dogs. I could have caught it. My dog could have caught it. But basically, I made it clear to the salesman that I wanted a durable fabric. And this suite is called Endurance, basically. So I would have expected it to sort of, take a scratch or something like that. It's now torn, and I can see how thin the fabric is. So I just wondered now I've spoken to them and they've said that they don't cover accidental damage, and I haven't taken that extra cover out for that.
Well, Jackie, the question is it accidental damage? I mean, it could be, from what you say, you have dogs, and it could be that. But I think what you probably want to do is go back and say, I don't believe it is accidental damage. I believe it's a fault because the material's too thin, from what you say. And what they'll need to do is send out an independent person to have a look for you. That's the next step. Get a report, see what they say.
They've actually said that they won't. They'll give me a quote for the price of a repair. That's all they've offered me.
But the reason they say that, sorry to interrupt, but the reason they say that is because I think if you've said to them what you just said to us, which is, well, it may be accidental, it may be my dog, they're never going to do anything but charge you for a repair. So they're not thinking this is faulty. If you truly believe that it may be faulty, that's what you've got to tell them. At the moment, I can understand why they're saying to you, you'd have to pay for it.
Is that okay, Jackie?
Back to the store today. Could I just say, I've actually been back to the store today and I've looked at the suite on display again, and the samples and everything, and they're so much thicker than what my covering is. So,
Jackie, let me say this. If that's the case, I suggest you do two things. Number one, go on the internet, Google the name of your sofa and see if other people have a similar or the same complaint. Secondly, go back and tell them that the sample you saw is nothing like the sofa you have because the fabric is different because it's not as thick. That's a good complaint. Go back and tell them that.
OK, Jackie, thanks for your call. Let's have a quick regarding PPI before the news, Dean. Hello doesn't say. Regarding PPI, briefly, I got out a loan. I was told I could only be approved if I purchased the PPI. I lost my job and they didn't pay out, so I didn't pay the rest of the loan. Where do I stand?
Yeah, very common one, this. I mean, that sounds like the PPI was missold. I don't know why they didn't pay out, but it may be because this person didn't qualify for some reason, which means he or she should not have been sold that PPI in the first place. They need to go back and make a complaint about that PPI, or maybe take it to the financial ombudsman. I think there's something they'll be able to do with this one.
Thank you very much, Dean. More from Dean in the next half hour. We are talking about consumerism. We're talking about any complaints that you might have. It's the Consumer Hour. He is a consumer lawyer. He is the retail ombudsman. Give us a call if you've got something that you think's faulty. What are your rights, for example? 0345 6060 973. And PPI, can we really claim back all those millions? Text 84850 or tweet at LBC. This is LBC. This is Ian Payne in for Clive Bull. Time is 9:30 and Zora Suleiman has the news.
Peers in the House of Lords have tonight voted against their amendment in the Brexit bill guaranteeing the rights of EU citizens living in the UK. 135 voted for the changes, 274 voted against. They're now debating the second amendment on giving Parliament a vote on the final Brexit deal before it comes in. Nicola Sturgeon says she wants to take Scotland into a second independence referendum so the country's future is decided by its people. Theresa May has accused the SNP of playing politics, calling the move divisive. A man has pleaded guilty to raping and kidnapping an 81-year-old woman who he followed off a bus in South London last month. 41-year-old Anthony Roberts from Tooting Bec threatened the pensioner with a knife before the attack. Roberts will be sentenced next month. LBC weather, a mild overcast night for most, some patchy rain in the west, a low of 9 degrees.
LBC Travel. Good evening, I'm Andy Lake. Well, the A40 Western Avenue is slow if you're heading out of London between Wood Lane and White City and Gypsy Corner in Acton because of a collapsed manhole. It was down to just one lane earlier, two are back open now though. Do beware, the traffic lights are out on the South Circular right by Catford train station at St Dunstan's College. Make sure you are careful if you're driving around that area. Right in the centre of London, Holland Road is closed northbound for a police investigation between Kensington High Street and Holland Gardens. That's been the case for around an hour or so. And just outside Stamford Bridge, the A304 Fulham Road is closed between Fulham Broadway and Hortensia Road as the Chelsea-Man U game is now underway. In Northamptonshire, the A43 is closed where it meets the A5 at the tow roundabout in Towcester following a collision. It's moving slowly around there because of that. And as for the rails, southern services are disrupted still tonight because of the RMT union strike, leaving no service between Clapham Junction and Milton Keynes and reduced services from London Bridge. For more real-time traffic updates, go to lbc.co.uk.
This is LBC.
If you use your phone while you're driving and it's not hands-free, the penalty's been doubled. It's now 6 points and £200. The trouble is, a lot of us are addicted to our phones. So try this trick. Put your phone somewhere where you can't pick it up. Somewhere you can't see it. The glove compartment. That way, you won't be tempted. Save yourself 6 points and £200. Maybe even save a life. Make the glove compartment the phone compartment. Think. Put your phone away.
What's the smart way to travel to Ireland this spring? Aer Lingus fly from London Heathrow to Cork up to 4 times a day. So, you could wander through 5,000 years of history in Ireland's ancient east, visit the famous Blarney Castle, or head west to discover the dramatic coastline of the Wild Atlantic Way. Prices start from $49.99 each way as part of a return trip. Smart makes it a trip to remember. Smart flies Aer Lingus. Book now at airlingus.com. Offer subject to conditions and availability.
This is the sound of someone breaking into your business. It's that simple. And once they're in your systems, they can do real damage. Hiscox Cyber and Data Insurance for small businesses covers everything from extortion to data theft. Our team of IT specialists will recover lost data and prevent further damage wherever possible, so you can concentrate on connections in the real world. Hiscox Cyber and Data Insurance for the small and the brave.
Thanks, Wilbur. At British Gas, we want to celebrate the continued loyalty of our customers, which is why we kept our standard variable tariff unchanged through the winter. Now we're going one step further by extending our price freeze. And that's not the only thing. We're creating a rewards program that saves energy, money, and hassle. If you're not a British Gas customer, visit our homepage to find out more. British Gas, helping you look after your home.
All of us at QuickFit would like to say a big thank you with Jaffa's Jackpot. Buy 1 tyre and you'll get a £25 MOT voucher. Buy 2 and you'll also get 20% of your next service. Buy 3 and you'll get an additional 25% of either brakes, batteries, wheel alignment or aircon recharge. And buy 4 to hit Jaffa's Jackpot. Money off vouchers on these 6 great services for you, your friends or family, valid for 1 year. QuickFit, it's all about the service. Terms and conditions apply.
The family member who was concerned. The neighbour who felt uneasy. The teacher who was worried. The coach who noticed at practice. And you. Child abuse. If you think it, report it. Visit gov.uk/tackle child abuse to find out how. Together, we can tackle child abuse.
This is LBC with Ian Payne.
I'm in for Clive Bull this evening. It's the Consumer Hour. Dean Dunham is with us, consumer lawyer and the retail ombudsman. You can give us a call and ask him a question. 0345 6060 973. But you can also text 84850 or tweet at LBC. Couple of texts and tweets. First of all, more on this PPI. Dean, can you claim PPI on catalogues? Says Ben from Essex.
Well, I'm not sure what they mean by on catalogues. But the fact of the matter is, if you've taken out a policy and it was missold, then the answer, of course, is yes. So it really depends. Now, with a catalogue, ordinarily you have some form of credit, so it's highly likely that PPI at some stage has been sold, or, shall I say, missold. So, Ian, the answer is probably yes.
OK. Another one here from Linda, who says, I sent goods back to a shopping channel, had no money refunded into my account, so they've got both the goods and the payment. What can I do?
Very naughty. Well, of course, they do have to refund the money, so she has to make sure that they've received those goods, because often when a refund's not given, the trader says, well, I haven't got them back. So she has to make sure they've got them and then write them a letter and say, under the Consumer Rights Act, I'm entitled to that refund within 30 days. So sometimes I hear these complaints, but it's only been 4 or 5 days. So I think, Linda, as long as you've left it at least 30 days, they've not refunded you, go back in writing, complain. If they don't listen, go to the Retail Ombudsman.
Thank you. Let's go to Manish, who's in Pinner in North London. You're through to Dean Dunham.
Good evening, Ian. Good evening, Dean.
Evening.
Just a quick question. Bought a well-known smartphone from a retailer, which was on a very high plan with the operator. 4 months into my contract, the phone started to show a fault. I reported that to the manufacturer, who I was asked to go to, and they raised a case and asked me to go down to one of their stores to have a look at the phone. They did have a look at the phone, found no faults with it, and I raised it again and again over the few months that followed. And eventually they asked me to go down to the store. They recognised it was a fault and they replaced the handset. The handset then had the same occurrence of the fault again, and I went back to the store in question and they replaced the handset again, and I've still had the fault. Now I've raised it again with the manufacturer and they now recognise it as a software fault rather than a hardware fault. And they say that you didn't buy the phone from us, you bought it from a retailer, you need to go back to them. The operator saying that you didn't buy it from us, you bought it from the retailer, you need to go back to them. The manufacturer saying that had you bought it from us, we would have done something about it, but there's nothing we can do about it per se. So I don't know where my recourse is. Is it with the operator, the retailer? The retailer saying that you hardly paid any money for this phone, it was subsidised by the operator, and the manufacturer, obviously, at the end of the day, is the person that has the fault.
Okay. Well, how helpful is all of that to you? Not at all. The situation is, it depends who you buy from. Now, in this case, you've purchased from the retailer. That means your contract's with them, so that's the correct party for you to go back to. Now, if they simply facilitated a deal for you to get a network, and as part of the network charge you got the phone, then there would be potentially some recourse for you to go back to the network provider and say, actually, I got it from you. But it appears to me from what you're saying that you need to go back to the retailer. This whole thing about subsidising the phone also is nonsense, because we all know that they've just buried those costs in the network charge. So I'd go back and say, actually, you now need to do something about this. Sounds crazy.
OK, Manish.
Retailer.
Happy?
Retailer's the answer.
Retailer's the answer. Okay,
Yep.
great. Thanks a lot, Dean. Have a great evening, Ian.
Thank you very much. I will. I am. Rich is in Bishop Stortford. Got an interesting question and a simple one for Dean Dunham.
Hi, guys. It's just regarding whether you think it's worth me pursuing a claim against a council for damage to my vehicle from a pothole. I know it's quite a common complaint, but...
you got a puncture from a pothole?
Yes.
And the council say what?
Yeah. That it's not their real responsibility to they keep as much of a check on the roads as they possibly can, but it's not their responsibility for claims and stuff like that. So I was just wondering whether...
Wouldn't it be lovely if that were true for the council? And the good news is, Rich, that that's not true. They do have a responsibility. That's why we all pay tax. That's why we pay council tax and all the rest of the stuff, literally to keep these roads in good repair. So here's what the law actually says. The Highways Act says actually they are supposed to keep them in good repair, and if you drive your vehicle down one of these potholes and it causes damage, they have to reimburse you for that damage, unless there's two reasons why they wouldn't have to do it. One, if the road wasn't adopted, i.e. it wasn't their responsibility, that's unlikely. Or Section 58 of the Highways Act says if they can show that they have taken reasonable care to keep the road in good repair, then they wouldn't have to pay. Now, in order to show that, they'll have to show you logs and the fact they've checked it regularly and everything else. And I can tell you, often they can't do that. So, a bit like an insurance company, they're very good at saying, no, it's not our responsibility. It is. Go back and say, no, I know my rights. Please, here's my invoice for what this has cost me in damages to the tyre and whatever else. Now send me a cheque.
Great, yeah, because there were 3 other vehicles in the half hour that I was there that got hit by the same pothole, so we were all claiming together. So I think.
Did you say it was a motorway?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
All right, and that Dean,
even worse.
that's the responsibility of the council rather than the Highways Authority or anyone like that.
No, I think that would be the Highways Authority. What you have to do, Rich, is look online to see who's responsible for that road. I mean, we should never have a pothole in a motorway. That's crazy. I mean, that's very dangerous.
What lane was it?
Yeah, it is highway. It was in the fast lane, so it was quite nerve-wracking.
I would tell the police first of all.
From 70.
Rich, I was going to tell you to take photos and get your ruler out, but perhaps you shouldn't do that on this occasion.
Yeah, no, I don't think that'd be wise. But there are enough other people, I think, to claim as well. So we'll try that way.
Good luck with that.
No, I must admit, when you first came on, you said, and I read your little premise, and it said, Rich from Bishop Stortford has a puncture by a pothole. Can he claim from the council? I was thinking, oh, come on, it's a puncture. We all get punctured. And then when you told it was in a fast lane of the motorway, I thought, OK, fair enough. That is dangerous. Kevin's in Windsor. Hello, Kevin.
Evening, gents.
Evening.
I love listening to the show.
Good. Do you have a question?
I do indeed, yes. I get some sports kit made for a club that I help run. And the normal situation is they would send a design and you would approve it and they go off and make it. I've been dealing with this company for a couple of years and I spent about £30,000 with them last year, and the last set of kit that they've sent out haven't had any agreement for me to sign off the artwork and stuff, and yet they still bill me for it and it's come in wrong. So I just wonder where we stand, because it is sort of bespoke stuff. However, I haven't agreed the artwork because they haven't sent me it. They've just made it and sent it out.
The club in question, is it a company? So is it a limited company, or is it you buying this stuff as an individual?
I could have it as either, I suppose. I could have it as me as an individual, or I could put it through my company. So,
the reason I ask you this is I'm working out if you're buying as a consumer or a business. Now, if it's a consumer, the Consumer Rights Act applies. Business, it doesn't. Either way, you should always get what you pay for. Now, the Consumer Rights Act talks about getting things by samples and signing off samples and so forth. It appears to me very straightforward, this one. If they've sent you something wrong, they'll have to put it right or refund you. Very simple.
Were you very specific about what you wanted?
Yeah. I've got sort of emails going backwards and forwards saying it needs to be exactly the same as previous artwork. They did do some other work earlier in the year, which they got the sizing wrong, and I sent it back. So I was without the kit for about 6 months, but they put it right. So I paid all my bills for that. I paid everything except for the stuff that's not right, and they're not offering to put this stuff right now. They're just saying I've got to pay the bill. So,
well, I mean, you've done a good thing here because you haven't paid them, and of course it's not right, so the power's in your court. I'd go back with a letter and say, unless you put this right, I'm going to return this kit in the next 7 days and not pay and buy it elsewhere. Power's in your court. There's nothing they can do because they've done it all wrong.
Right, okay, that's what I thought. Thanks
luck.
very much, and keep up the good work you're doing.
Thank you very much indeed, Kevin. Another happy customer. If you want to be another one, give us a ring. 0345 60 60 973. That's the number to ring. If you want to text, it's 84850. If you want to tweet, it's at LBC. OK, it's 9:45.
Coming up at 10 on LBC, Ian Collins.
Nicola Sturgeon wants to go back to the ballot box. Given that there are no good reasons behind this other than political vanity, why would anyone support Scottish independence?
Ian Collins on LBC.
Do you feel that? It's time. It's time for family. It's time for beaches, for relaxation, for that new swimsuit. Time to splash and discover and create memories. It's time to book your holiday with just a £59 per person deposit. It's time to forget time. It's time to holiday with Monarch. Fly to Spain, the Canaries, Portugal and many more. Book now at monarch.co.uk. All holidays ATOL protected. Terms and conditions apply. See monarch.co.uk for details.
If you use your phone while you're driving and it's not hands-free, the penalty's been doubled. It's now 6 points and £200. The trouble is, a lot of us are addicted to our phones. So try this trick. Put your phone somewhere where you can't pick it up. Somewhere you can't see it. The glove compartment. That way, you won't be tempted. Save yourself 6 points and £200. Maybe even save a life. Make the glove compartment the phone compartment. Think. Put your phone away.
Now, we have a long list of things to get through in today's meeting, so let's get started. We need someone to pick up the cakes for the cake sale.
I'll do it.
Sally, brilliant. And we need someone to drive to the florist for the...
Me? And why don't I pick up the school rabbit from the vet?
Aren't you scared of rabbits?
Well, it's time to face my fear. Whatever reasons you find to come back, you'll earn Tesco Club Card points when you fill up at Esso. Many happy returns. Participating sites only. Terms and minimum spend apply. See esso.co.uk for details.
Love your skin. Love your hair. Love your nails. Perfectil delivers nutritional support from within, including zinc, to help you maintain normal skin, hair and nails. Perfectil, the science of beauty, from Vitabiotics, the UK's #1 vitamin company. From Boots, pharmacies and vitabiotics.com.
Repeat after me. I, Colin Hinchcliffe, do solemnly swear.
I, Colin Hinchcliffe, do solemnly swear.
To apply for the marriage allowance tax break.
To apply for the marriage allowance tax break.
And save up to £220. If you're married or in a civil partnership and one of you earns less than £11,000 and your partner earns less than £43,000, you could receive up to £220. If you were eligible last year and didn't claim, you could get up to £432. Apply now at gov.uk/marriage allowance.
Fast Track Reclaim.
PPI, one question. Why have you still not checked if you're due a refund? Even if you don't know if you've had PPI, surely it's worth finding out. All Fast Track Reclaim needs is the name of your bank. No paperwork, no account numbers, just the name of your bank. We'll check PPI on every credit card, loan and mortgage you've ever had. Find out now. Text YES to 82727.
Fast Track Reclaim. Text YES to 82727.
With just a £59 per person deposit, it's time to forget time and holiday with Monarch. Book now at monarch.co.uk. All holidays ATOL protected. Terms and conditions apply.
This is LBC with Ian Payne.
We have another 11 minutes before Ian Collins takes over, so 11 more minutes of your calls, texts, tweets and emails to Dean Dunham. It's the Consumer Hour. He is a consumer lawyer. He is the retail Ombudsman. The news tonight, by the way, following the Brexit bill, the House of Lords has voted against reinstating their amendment to the Brexit bill calling for the protection of EU nationals living in the UK. OK, so that's part one. It's almost over, everybody. 0345 60 60 973. That's the number to ring. You can text 84850 or tweet at LBC. Let's go to Aneth, who's in Willesden. You're through to Dean Dunham.
Hello there, Dean.
Hi there.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you for calling me back. Not so much a consumer as such, but what it is that I parked in one of the large shopping centres yesterday, and even in it's 2 hours, £2. I drove out. When I went to the pay point, put the ticket in, charged me £50.
So again, you're just cutting out. It charged you what?
£2.50.
Okay.
I looked at the time, and it said I got the ticket at 12:04 and left at 14:36. Now I'm racking my brain thinking, where is over 2 hours?
Sorry, I'm a bit confused. So you think you should have paid what?
So £2.
And you've actually paid £2.50?
Yes.
Well, it should be straightforward enough. I mean, if that's what the signage says, and you were overcharged, then look at the company who's administering the parking charges. I guess it's a private company, not a local authority. Write to them, and they should refund you. Should be very straightforward.
But I'm just wondering how many people that this has happened to. It's a large,
There's the $1 million question. It sounds like a bit of a, I don't want to say the word scam, but it sounds like a scam. Go back and ask the question. Ask for your money back and ask how often they do this. It might be very interesting. And if you get some interesting information, give us a call back next week and let us know, because it's quite interesting, that one.
May not seem much, but if you've got about 5,000 of them, it's quite a lot. James is in Croydon. Hello, James.
Oh, hello there. I was online searching for a pair of walking boots. I knew the brand and model I wanted to buy, so I put them into the search engine under the shopping function to get the cheapest kind of option I could get. Directed me to a site. Well, I clicked on a site that gave me the option. Paid, put my card details. It seems like a good site. After 2 weeks, I didn't receive anything, so I sent an email, didn't have anything back. I sent another email. I then got a reply saying, oh, yeah, because they're coming from, I think, China or something, there'll be a delay in the postage. I then received a pair of fluorescent running trainers, not in my size. And I feel just I've been completely scammed, and they've I'm
not sure about scam. It sounds like they've made a big mistake. Just got your order mixed up.
Well, the trouble is with the website, there's no kind of contact to get directly in touch with them.
So you ordered what? You got translucent trainers, and you ordered what?
I ordered a pair of walking boots. I got a pair of fluorescent women's trainers in a different size to the order of my shoe.
Wow.
Shouldn't laugh.
James, have you tried to go back and tell them this? I know there's no phone number, but is there an email address?
No, that's the trouble. There's just like a little box online that you fill in your details and wait for them to get back to you.
I mean, I said this at the top of the show. This is the problem when you buy from an overseas website. They don't have the same laws. In this country, traders are all supposed to put all of their contact details on websites. They don't all do it, but they should. But at the very least, if something goes wrong, there's many things you can do about it. You may be it could be a scam, or it could just be a mistake, or it could just be bad practice. You're just going to have to sit tight and wait. Did you pay by credit card, or how'd you pay?
Well, I paid by my bank card, debit card, unfortunately. But the trouble is they've disguised their website as being a kind of English website. And the package I received has got China writing all over it, so I haven't even got a return label I can send it to.
Yeah, very naughty. It happens. It just shows when you Google something, don't jump to the first thing that sounds cheap, because cheap's not always wonderful, as you've just found. It's always worth, if you're buying from a site you've never bought from before, just doing a quick 5-minute research online to see if anyone else says anything. James, you can be sure that if you've had this bad experience, so has someone else. One thing I'll ask you to do, go online and somewhere write down your experience, because you may just save someone else from the same site.
Thank you, James. To Mike, who is in Thurrock. Hello, Mike.
Hi there.
You're through to Dean.
Good evening, Dean.
Evening.
Ordered a car, brand new car from a well-known manufacturer, August last year. They told us it would be available in January of this year. I've just found out that it's not even going to be built until the 20th of March, and they build them in South Africa, which then takes a further 6 weeks to arrive in the UK. This is going to push us into the new car tax bracket coming in on the 1st of April. Am I liable, or can I ask them to pay?
When you say, are you liable, do you mean you've paid a deposit, can you have your money back? Or what exactly do you mean by that question?
What I mean is, yes, I have paid the deposit, is the direct answer to that. And the car's due to be delivered as and when, but I will then be liable to pay the UK car tax on that car, which is now significantly higher. The car tax was originally going to be 30.
Oh, I see. Now I understand.
Per year. Now it's going to go to £140 per year because clearly I can't register it until after the 1st of April.
It really depends on what you agreed. And one of the things I always say when people buy new cars is it's always worth actually agreeing, if they won't say an actual date, agreeing a backstop date so that you can avoid this. Now, if you left it wide open, that it will be delivered when it's delivered, then you are going to be liable.
When they originally told me the car would be available in January, I said to the dealership to leave it until the 1st of March for the new registration plate.
Okay.
So we agreed the car would be available on the 1st of March.
And did they say, yes, that car will definitely be here for March?
Correct.
Then in that case, go back and say, that formed part of the contract. If I'd known it was going to be later, I wouldn't have purchased it. Is therefore some form of misrepresentation. I either want you to pay the difference, as in them, the garage, or I want my deposit back so I can go elsewhere. But putting it in short, you do have the rights here.
Okay, lovely. Thank you.
Good luck. I love happy customers. Let us go to Tony in Tottenham. Hello, Tony.
Hello.
You're through to Dean.
Hello, Dean. How's it going?
Hi there.
So hopefully a short and sweet one for you. I walked into a pub a few months back, and as a result of my interaction there, I found myself popping up online in videos for a marketing campaign. It's only a short clip of me, but I'm not really comfortable with it. So I was just wondering if I've got any sort of
Why weren't you comfortable? Were you doing something bad?
I wasn't doing anything bad, but I choose to be a private person. I don't particularly want my face all over the place, you know?
No, I don't blame you at all. If you didn't give permission for them to do that, then they shouldn't be doing it. So I think you can go back and say, well, those are my image rights. I'm entitled to say no. Therefore, please take that down, whether it be online or whatever they're doing with it. Go back and tell them, yes, they're breaching your rights.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? Sort of, I've written a letter to them. I did ask them for... It's sort of under the data protection laws.
Yep.
I asked for copies of the raw footage because I don't even want them having the raw footage of me. Do you know what I mean? And they essentially said to me that they don't have any footage of me apart from the one clip that they use. And it is a business that, they're a business. And they're using me as their marketing campaign.
But have they agreed that they won't show it anymore?
No, they haven't.
They haven't agreed that.
They're probably hoping you're just going away, but...
Exactly.
Tell them you're not going away and you want them to stop doing it.
Right. Okay.
Good luck, Tony.
Good luck.
I remember I was actually a Mission Impossible 2. You heard me reading football results in the background, and I suddenly thought, I could get some money out of this. And I contacted them and said, no, I'm afraid it's the people that you worked for. They can claim. So it wasn't me. Dean, pleasure as always. Thank you very much indeed for everything that you've done for us this evening. That's the end of the show. I shall be back tomorrow covering for Clive after Nigel Farage's show between 8 and 10 o'clock. I'm with you all week. And then, of course, on Saturday, the regular show, 3 till 6. Thank you to Dean Dunham, the Retail Ombudsman. Don't forget you can listen to LBC wherever and whenever you want these days if you download the free LBC app, which you can get on your phone or your tablet. Leading Britain's conversation at 1 a.m. It's Darren Adam. But next, it's Ian Collins.
The advice offered in this hour is for guidance only. You should always seek your own independent legal opinion.
Here's a question. Who would be a bailiff? Where do you have to be on the evolutionary scale to enter a stranger's house and walk out with their flat-screen TV? We'll look at that one a little later. Also, the automated workplace is back. On the agenda, as the tech giant Intel invests £12 billion in the project. But what will this ultimately mean for the proud profession of being a driver? And the proud region of the UK that is Scotland. Nicola Sturgeon has thrown her toys out of the pram and wants another once-in-a-lifetime referendum. There are no good reasons behind doing this other than her political vanity. So why would anyone wish to vote for Scottish independence? We'll talk about that on LBC next.
On FM, online, on your mobile and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 10 o'clock, peers in the House of Lords are continuing to debate the UK's exit from the European Union. Earlier, one of the amendments originally put forward by peers protecting the rights of EU citizens living here was defeated by a large majority. Shadow Brexit Minister and Labour MP for Sheffield Central, Paul Blomfield, has told LBC the majority of peers support the government and look likely to reject the second amendment.
Ultimately, the House of Lords recognise that they're an unelected house, and ultimately they will not stand in the way of the House of Commons, which has that elected mandate. And I think that even those who feel passionately one way or the other would not want to see the unelected house calling the shots.
Well, the Prime Minister now looks like she's just an hour or so away from having the legal authority to tell the European Union that Britain is leaving. Theresa May has also told the Scottish National Party to stop playing politics with the future of our country. The Prime Minister reacted to Nicola Sturgeon's announcement that she wants to hold a second independence referendum for Scotland between autumn next year and spring 2019. She's accused the First Minister of having tunnel vision.
It sets Scotland on a course for more uncertainty and division, creating huge uncertainty. And this is at a time when the evidence is that the Scottish people, majority of the Scottish people, do not want a second independence referendum.
In other news, rail passengers have been hit by one of the biggest days of industrial action since services were privatised in the 1990s. RMT union members who work for Merseyrail, Arriva Trains North and Southern walked out in disputes over the role of guards. Tesco is the latest supermarket to say it's cutting the cost of fuel by up to 2 pence per litre from tomorrow. It followed Asda and Morrison's. Wholesale costs have dropped recently. Durban in South Africa has lost the right to host the 2022 Commonwealth Games after failing to meet key promises. Liverpool has now offered to step in and host the Games instead. Birmingham is also looking into whether it could host them. Chelsea are into the semi-finals of the FA Cup after winning a feisty encounter with Manchester United at Stamford Bridge. They held on to a 1-0 victory against Jose Mourinho's side, who had a player sent off in the first half. Tottenham will be Chelsea's opponents in the last four at Wembley. The other semi-final sees Arsenal take on Manchester City. LBC weather: a mild overcast night for most, some patchy rain in the west, a low of 9 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Zora Suleiman.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ian Collins.
And good evening. Coming up later.
Don't let them in. Shut the door in the face. Whatever you do, do not let bailiffs in.
Yeah, don't let them in. Bailiffs, we'll talk about who would do that job for a living, by the way. We'll talk about that. There's a reason I ask, and we'll talk about that a little later. Plus this.
We may be the last generation to own cars. Our kids, they may never have to learn to drive. And the best part is, they could go their entire life without ever seeing a car accident.
Well, that's, of course, a good thing, but the automated workplace back on the agenda. What does it actually mean for people who drive for a living? But we begin here.
I will seek the authority of the Scottish Parliament to agree with the UK Government the details of a Section 30 order, the procedure that will enable the Scottish Parliament to legislate for an independence referendum.
Yeah, there it is. By the way, also talking about supermarkets slashing the cost of fuel. I thought that was kind of on its way up again. Never to return back to the slightly cheaper days. Well, sort of cheaper. We'll look at that one a little later. But first, I have 3 questions. Why would anyone think that Scottish independence is a good idea. 0345 6060 973. This is Indie Ref 2 for people who are a little bit stupid and perhaps even a little bit racist. It's the Scottish Government's second once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Be under no illusion, this is all about Nicola Sturgeon's political ambitions, not about the security of the Scottish people. I say Nicola Sturgeon, but of course she's merely a puppet. The real architect of all of this is the William Wallace of Westminster, Alex Salmond, a man so eaten up by failure he continues to bark orders to his once grateful student Nicola. And, like Pavlov's dog, any mumble from Alex means action from Nicola. It's as kind of simple as that, really. 0345 6060 973. Question 2. How would Scotland, by the way, survive outside of the UK? How would Scotland deal with things like a hefty welfare bill? How would it deal with things like what would the currency of Scotland be? There's no certainly immediate suggestion that Scotland could just walk into membership of the EU. That probably isn't going to happen. All the signs so far are that it can't happen, and you wouldn't get the EU agreement from other countries for that to happen either, for a whole variety of reasons. How would Scotland actually survive outside? I'm intrigued by that. And question 3, isn't this more about scuppering a successful Brexit plan than anything else? That's what it seems like to me. Because remember, Sturgeon and her bandwagon of cohorts actively want Brexit to fail. She needs it. She desires it. She dreams of it. Mass recession, years of insecurity are music to Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP's ears. That's what the whole project, the whole purpose of the SNP is really all about. It doesn't really have very much of a raison d'etre outside the kind of independence debate, if you like. The SNP very much kind of like the UKIP in many respects, of a different narrative, but sort of that one policy idea that dominates, resonates and dictates the entire purpose of its existence. 0345 6060 973. It's extraordinary for a whole bunch of reasons, of course, the Scottish independence debate. And I'm tired, really tired, of not enough of my colleagues and political commentators picking up on the slightly glaring fact that Scotland is not a country. Scotland is not a country no more than England is a country. Okay, it is not a country. By no definition is Scotland a separate country to the rest of us. Wales, not a country. England, not a country. Northern Ireland, not a country. Scotland, not a country. The United Kingdom, a country. That's how it works. So separating away from that, really designed to do maximum damage to Westminster, because it's in the blood of the SNP, really, to just simply want to damage that poisonous location that is the Westminster Village. The hatred these guys have for that neck of the woods. You know, Alex Salmond. Listen when Alex Salmond is appearing on LBC, the way he spits out the word Westminster. Them down at Westminster. How can they tell us what to do? The same argument could be made by people who live in Bromley or Cornwall or Birmingham or Swansea or anywhere else for that matter. There's no specific case to the Scottish people where you'd be perhaps a little bit annoyed by decisions that are made at Westminster. But of course for Salmond, that's what it's all about. Salmond, Sturgeon, kind of interchangeable characters, really. That is what it's all about. It's about gaining this almost Pyrrhic victory of autonomy from the filth that is Westminster. It's daft, it's batty, it's all of those things. It's a bit racist, I suppose, if you had to slightly overuse that word race. Everybody else overuses the word racism. Why shouldn't I in this case? Why shouldn't I? It's a little bit of that. And it doesn't really make any sense because, of course, for the United Kingdom to be in its strongest position post-Brexit, it really needs to be as one. All this does is weaken it. And that's exactly what Nicola Sturgeon has done. She's completely weakened Theresa May's position. Theresa May's position when she goes into negotiations, Theresa May's position potentially post the whole Brexit deal being signed, sealed and delivered. It totally weakens her position on that. And of course that was the point That was the whole point of this. It's not philosophically driven. No one has sat down with a massive abacus and some, sensible calculations and concluded that, look, we've looked at the economics of this, and it appears that year 1, Scotland could do this. Year 2, it could do that. Year 3, it'll be as you would do on Dragon's Den if you were proposing some kind of ambitious business. But there's none of that going on. This is just like, we quite fancy not being run by Westminster because it's in our blood to say that. 0345 6060 973. And of course, what's most spectacular about this is it doesn't represent the views of most Scots either. So it's doubly damaging in that respect. But of course, anything to give Westminster a kicking, that appears to be the first and foremost, the plan of action that comes from Sturgeon and co on this. It's all about that first. And then secondly, we have to see what we can do with this independence thing. It makes no sense at all. If you consider what the whole UK has in common, we have the same head of state, we have the same currency, armed forces. There are one or two sort of cosmetic differences around education and law, but broadly speaking, we are the same thing, speak the same language, have the same stuff on the TV, and there is no difference. And in fact, the differences that are there are frankly wonderful. My attraction to Scotland really is a romantic one. The idea that we would separate a beautiful part of the United Kingdom would seem preposterous for a whole bunch of reasons. I'm willing to be convinced if there is a massive economic argument for Scottish autonomy, but I've never heard anybody make that case. And I don't suppose the Scottish people have either, because the last time, of course, there was a referendum, which was about half an hour ago, Nicola, in case you're listening. The last time there was one of those, you guys lost it. So, 0345 6060 973. Recap those 3 questions. Why would anyone think Scottish independence is a good idea? Number 2, how would Scotland survive outside the UK? And question 3, isn't this more about scuppering a successful Brexit than anything else? Stephen is in Crystal Palace, who starts us off. Welcome to LBC, Stephen. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. How are you doing?
I'm very well. What are you thinking?
Well, for a first start, I love the United Kingdom, and I wouldn't want the Scottish to go independence. But what they should do is they should have a for camp and against camp, that they make that thing to the Parliament where they have to get enough votes registered to make a discussion.
Okay.
In the House of the Parliament, based on the for and against. Then the government can make a decision if enough interest is there for a real referendum or not.
Would that be, is that kind of like a referendum of a referendum?
Exactly, but without the cost of the referendum.
Oh, yeah, I see. That's a good point.
Of Scotland.
So let's really utilise this kind of digital democracy that we're told by people who want to ban Trump, and Lord knows who else has used this mechanism in order to further debate or to begin debate. Let's use it properly and put it to the test that way. See if there's an appetite even for the referendum.
Yeah, because Mrs. Sturgeon, she just wants her independence. She doesn't know she has to really the count. So really, if the people really want independence, they should make the petition to Parliament, and the people that don't want it make theirs. And then the Parliament, and then Theresa May hasn't been put into any sort of position by saying no to them. She's based her decision on the amount of people that have registered their decision.
OK, no, listen, notionally, I love the idea, Stephen. I guess the only issue with those petitions is that they're not kind of... thus far, as far as I know, and I stand to be corrected, but for example, if you got 200,000 people say they want to bring back capital punishment, Parliament doesn't have a legal duty to debate it. They will within the spirit of certain issues, but they don't actually have a set duty, so it could be scuppered at that level. But Stephen, thank you for that. 0345 6060 973. Just think about this for a second as well. What would the specific reason be that Nicola Sturgeon wants autonomy? Think about it realistically. I mean, it's kind of like starting a country from scratch and bearing in mind that there is nothing at the moment in the pipeline that would suggest Scotland would get membership of the EU. So Scotland would be totally on its own. There would be an incredibly isolated case. And again, all of these things, I'm up to be re-educated on this, but as far as I know, there would be pretty much zero chance right now of Scotland becoming a separate member of the European Union. So if that's not going to happen, that means Scotland just becomes its own country on its jack. And that would seem incredibly dangerous. Keith in Stoke Newington, what are your thoughts, Keith?
Yeah, evening, Ian. I think Sturgeon again, are crazy. I mean, it's totally ridiculous. Listen, the only reason Scotland joined England, well, it's not joined England, but it interacted with England.
The Union, yep.
They could not financially survive. So England gave them two or three seats in Parliament, whatever seats, about 7, I think, in Parliament, and has been financing Scotland ever since. To a greater degree, Scottish people get more money per head than we do. Now, if they leave the UK and go to the EU will never finance them the way we have been supporting them over the last 200 or 300 years completely. And the other point is, and they'll be full of Turks and Eastern Europeans going to Scotland, all trying to get into England. But the main point is, Scotland is an actual fact an independent country already. So by Sturgeon trying to use...
Well, how is it an independent country already? It's not recognised as such by anyone. The United Nations don't recognise it as that. They only recognise the United Kingdom.
It's got its own legal system, which we don't use here. It's totally different.
Yeah, there are differences in the legal system, but I mean, they have the same head of state. They have the Prime Minister of Scotland is Theresa May.
Yeah, we understand that. That's just purely by agreement. It's not like Northern Ireland, which actually there was a war, an invasion. William and Orange ran over there and conquered everybody, and Ireland, the whole of Ireland, became part of England.
OK, all right, we're drifting slightly off. Keith, thank you very much indeed for that. Not quite sure where that was going. 0345 6060 973. Why would anybody support Scottish independence? And by the way, I want to get a stream of support for Nicola Sturgeon's position. Help me understand where that's coming from. What specifically are you supporting in that? Are you supporting the romantic idea of Scotland doing its own thing? Do you genuinely, philosophically, economically, politically believe that Scotland can be a stronger entity in an independent position? Is that your take on this? Or is there something else going on? Or do you believe that, I don't know, hatred of Westminster is in itself a good enough reason to get the hell out of Dodge? Because that seems to me the only real reason that Nicola Sturgeon has behind seeking further independence. 0345 6060 973. You're listening to Late Nights with Ian Collins, LBC.
The Prime Minister is preparing to trigger Article 50, beginning Britain's historic exit from the European Union. Hear the moment live. Brexit begins. Continuous coverage on LBC.
If you use your phone while you're driving and it's not hands-free, the penalty's been doubled. It's now 6 points and £200. The trouble is, a lot of us are addicted to our phones. So try this trick. Put your phone somewhere where you can't pick it up. Somewhere you can't see it. The glove compartment. That way, you won't be tempted. Save yourself 6 points and £200. Maybe even save a life. Make the glove compartment the phone compartment. Think. Put your phone away.
eBay has every kind of car part for everyone from beginners to the real experts.
Well, that should stop them squeaking.
Brake pads.
And that's the engine sorted.
Motor oil.
And that's the handling taken care of.
Alloys and tyres.
And that means I've saved myself a few quid.
12-foot snooker table for the spare room. Shop eBay's unbeatable selection of car parts and accessories. The ultimate fix the car like a hero shop.
This goes out to Gavin Owen, founder of SparChem, chemicals for spas and pools. Gav's not just dipped his toe into starting a business, by GoDaddy he's dived right in. At first he was a small fish in an even smaller pond, but GoDaddy's email marketing tool really opened the floodgates. Now things are going swimmingly. He's my man, the merman. The spot's for you, G.
Go SparChem, GoDaddy. Taking your business online.
I've been a Marie Curie nurse for 25 years. Caring for someone at the end of their life, you do make a difference. People don't realise it's not sad work. You come out feeling happy that you've been able to help. Having support helps carry people through that dark time. So this March, wear a daffodil to support all my patients and their families.
Help Marie Curie care for more people living with a terminal illness. Support the Great Daffodil Appeal. Text DAFF to 70030 to donate £5. Text costs your donation plus the standard network rate.
The secret's out. Ray Morris Automatic Cars have been selling cars for over 50 years.
With ultra-low mileage automatic cars from £5,000 to £25,000, they have the make and model to suit your budget. Ray Morris Automatic Cars in South East London, 10 minutes from the Dartford Tunnel. With over 300 automatic cars actually in stock, buy one today and drive it away. AutomaticCarSpecialist.com, the not-so-secret home of automatic cars.
I know how to avoid a soggy bottom. I know the name of cinema's most famous white shark. I know all the things you can do with a Maris Piper. And I definitely know the TV show that made this music famous. But I don't know my state pension.
There's a simple way to find out when you can get your state pension and how much it'll be. Search Your State Pension and get to know yours.
Ian Collins on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
This one comes in from Gary, who says, Scotland voted to remain as a member of the United Kingdom. A new Brexit was possible when they voted. If they had won independence, they would not have remained in the EU anyway. What's more, if they hadn't revealed the breakdown of the Brexit vote and just left it as remain or leave, Sturgeon would have been none the wiser. Who decides to make public the breakdown of votes? It was not necessary. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that. I've not really thought about it like that. It would seem odd now not knowing what your own region or how your own region voted. But then I kind of hear where you're coming from, Gary, in that respect. But that would, I suppose, scupper the basic tenets of what we expect from an election result. Don't go away, Io. With you in a sec. Alex is in Mill Hill. Hi, Alex.
Hi. How are you doing?
I'm all right. Yeah, what are your thoughts?
I just think there's a lot of arrogance coming from us guys here in England about what the decisions Scotland is making. I don't think we respect Scotland as a nation,
Well, it's not a nation, is it? That's why. I mean, I don't think of myself as being in England. I think of myself as being in the UK. Scotland's a region. It's like Scotland's like Cornwall or Kent, or
No, it's not. It's not.
It is.
Ian. There's no. If you look at the history of the United Kingdom, Scotland's always been an independent principality, has its own laws. It's had a beautiful relationship with England, but it's a relationship that's been based on mutual respect. And what the problem we've got is our democratic system, which is seriously lacking in terms of being democratic, is not representing properly the views of this nation. Northern Ireland and Scotland both voted to stay in the EU. They've both benefited from being within the EU economically, because they've received a lot of aid from the EU.
But so did London in that respect.
They don't want to come out, Ian.
But it's not a separate. It wasn't a separate referendum for Scotland or Northern Ireland.
We're not saying it was. I'm saying economically they are benefiting from being in the EU. So it's perfectly understandable why those regions of the UK wouldn't want to come out, because they can see that they'll be at a disadvantage. Now, the exercise to come out is an exercise that's based on sentiment. It isn't really based on economic facts. It's based on sentiment. And it's English voters that are dragging the rest of the UK out of the EU. That's what's happening. Now, the question is, do Scotland and Northern Ireland have a right to defend their economic status? Because they believe that if they come out, just hear me out on the point. Okay. If they come out, they're going to be at a long-term disadvantage as a result of this decision. And it's not the first time, remember, that they've been at the butt end of Tory policies, because they were at the butt end of it in the 80s under Thatcher. So you can understand their concern that, look...
Well, there's no distinction when you say Tory policies, the butt end of. I mean, I don't even know what that means. It's the same as anyone else.
No, it's not.
Of course
these are Tory policies. This is a Tory-led decision to drag the UK out of the European
No, it's not.
Union.
It isn't. The Tories, Alex, the Tories fought against it. The Tories fought against the very decision you're talking about. They campaigned with all of their vigour. Our own Prime Minister voted against the very decision she's having to implement because it's a democratic vote. This is not a Tory thing.
That's what she's... Of course it is.
the Tories happen to be the party in power at the moment. The Tories voted.
Ian,
the Tories campaigned against Brexit.
Ian, that's a very generous interpretation. How is it that we're having Brexit if the Tories campaigned against it? There's been an element of the Conservative Party that has been driving this.
Alex, the Conservative Party took us into Europe. The Conservative Party, if you cut them in half, have Europe written throughout. That's the Conservatives will always have on the back benches people who are against it. I understand that, but the prime players, David Cameron, George Osborne, the front bench campaign. The Prime Minister lost his job over it. That's how that's how onside the Euro debate they were.
Ian, how do you think that happened? It happened because I looked at the front bench today in Parliament, and I'm afraid that the sceptics are no longer on the back benches. They're running the damn show.
Well, they're not running. They're not running the show, Alex. You're missing the point. The Prime Minister is not a Brexiteer, and any government.
What is she?
She was a Remainer.
Ian, what are you on about? She's taking us out of the EU.
She's the Prime Minister. She's carrying out the will of the people.
That's what the will of the people.
Alex, you started off really well. Theresa May voted Remain. Theresa May is a known Remainer.
Ian, she's taking us out.
Because she's the Prime Minister.
Excuse me. A few weeks ago, she made a decision which she didn't have to make to say before the negotiations that we are coming out.
Correct. Because that is a negotiation. That is a debating that is a negotiating technique.
You're going to get to talk all night. You're going to get to talk all night.
Go on, you fire away. But you've got Alex. You've got to raise it from what you just said about the British government being all over the fact they want to get out of the EU because it's not completely true.
Well, the point is that the British public voted in a referendum that was pitched on a single question.
Correct.
We didn't vote on whether we wanted to come out of the single market. We said we wanted to come out of the EU. How that would happen was not decided, and that process, which is important, is now being decided.
Okay, well that's the semantics of it, but you can't alter the fact that Theresa May is a Remainer. And
I don't care what she is.
Well, you did a second ago because you were trying to suggest that she somehow wasn't. My point is the British people voted that way. David Cameron had to leave. George Osborne had to leave government. And the only way you can efficiently and credibly carry through the will of the people, narrow as it may be, is to have on the front bench people who represent that view.
It's not the will of the people, Ian. And this,
what do you mean it's not the will of the people? You're not denying the vote.
Right, so if I voted for Brexit, but I didn't vote to come out of the single market...
You can't play that game. You can't say I voted for Brexit, but not these bits. Sorry, Alex, nobody could have thought... Hang on, Ian, Brexit meant Brexit. Come on, don't try and pretend it didn't.
Ian, that's the most ridiculous statement. If I voted for Brexit... Ian, if I voted for Brexit and I didn't vote to come out of the single market, who is representing me?
If you voted for... all right. I didn't quite hear what you said, Alex. If you voted for Brexit, what?
If I voted for Brexit and I didn't vote to come out of the single market, who is representing me?
We should have voted for Remain then. Because you can't have one without the other. Did you think you were going to remain in and... Did you think you were going to remain in? Did you think you were going to remain, come out, but remain in the trading bloc or something? Who would have thought that?
Yeah, because it's the biggest trading bloc in the world. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Right. Well, not quite. It's also about to be a bankrupt trading bloc, and probably one of the most. What, you don't think the EU is in perilous danger of fiscal meltdown?
No, that's the argument put by idiots who don't understand economics.
Well, listen. As Alex,
perilous danger.
Alex, the biggest trading bloc in the world. I'm afraid I've interviewed more economists on this than I've had hot dinners in the last year, and you will get an argument every day of the week on that. You will get an argument every day of the week. You're talking. Look. You're talking. By the way, Alex, can I just say you're talking to a Remainer here? Okay. So I'm simply giving. Sorry.
Good for you. But the point I'm
Well, it's not
making
good for me. What I won't have is garbage spouted from bitter old twisted Remainers like yourself, Alex, that can't get your head around the fact that the British people have spoken.
A lot of people, Ian, voted for Brexit.
Yes.
But they did not vote to come out of the single market.
Tell me this.
They may not like the structures of the EU, but they're not stupid about the economics.
But also, if you know anything about negotiating tactics, then you will know that Theresa May has absolutely zero chance. She cannot go into a set of negotiations and go, do you know what, we're coming out of this, we need everything to our advantage. However, we're going to be part of this, because to do that would be utter suicide for this country going forward. I should remind you, Alex. I should remind you, by the way. I should remind you when you talk about people. I should remind you. Well, hang on. Well, you are, because we're about to part company because the news is coming on. But I should remind you, by the way, Alex, that in Scotland, Scottish people voted largely to remain, but of course, a million and a half people voted to remain. Just over 1 million people voted to leave. It's not 100%, not even in Scotland.
I know, and the point I'm making is that you've got to respect the right of the Scottish people to think about their own economic future. If Britain wants to jump off a cliff, England wants to jump off a cliff, they can. But
why does England want to jump off a cliff? Why you do so? England and 1 million Scottish voters. England and I don't know, 350,000 Northern Ireland voters. England and 850,000 Welsh voters.
And simple statement: Scottish voters don't want to hold hands with England as they jump off the cliff.
Why are they jumping off a cliff?
Because that's what we're doing.
And you know this against the advice of all the people that believe the very opposite to that.
The decision is based on sentiment. It's not based on sensible economics.
Right. But anyone listening to you in the last 5-10 minutes, Alex, would have heard somebody who clearly, whose position is not fully based on the economic, but sounds as if it's based on the politics.
It's based on the economics. The sentiment is to come out of the EU.
OK. All right. Alex, on that point, it's been seriously fun chewing the fat. Impenetrable as it's been fun. Thank you. 0345 6060 973. Let's get the latest news headlines from Zora Suleiman.
The Brexit bill has cleared the House of Lords unamended, allowing the Prime Minister to begin talks on a divorce deal for leaving the EU. The bill will now get royal approval. Theresa May is likely to trigger Article 50 in the final week of March. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister says it's deeply regrettable the Scottish First Minister wants a second independence referendum. Nicola Sturgeon insists the ballot on leaving the UK is necessary to allow Scotland to choose its own course and to avoid a hard-line Tory Brexit. And rail passengers have been hit by one of the biggest days of industrial action since services were privatised in the 1990s. RMT union members who work for Merseyrail, Arriva Trains North and Southern walked out in disputes over the role of guards. LBC weather: a mild, overcast night for most, some patchy rain in the west, a low of 9 degrees.
This is LBC.
The family member who was concerned. The neighbour who felt uneasy. The teacher who was worried. The coach who noticed at practice. And you. Child abuse. If you think it, report it. Visit gov.uk/tackle child abuse to find out how. Together, we can tackle child abuse.
When you need more space.
Think creatively. What could you use a log cabin for? A studio? A home office? A den for the kids? Creative Living will design and build a log cabin to suit your needs, even taking care of electricity and climate control. See for yourself at our 3 large cabin display villages in Surrey. Find out where at creativelivingcabins.co.uk.
Your own log cabin, handcrafted, the creative living way.
Match, Malcher, workplace chair, pension, pop. Sound a bit alien? Well, he's saying it's time for small businesses to set up a workplace pension. Still sound alien? Don't worry, the People's Pension can help. We're an award-winning scheme run by a provider with 30 years pensions experience. Our complete solution gives small businesses total support. Join the thousands of businesses already signed up at thepeoplespension.co.uk/alien. The People's Pension's a workplace pension scheme regulated by the Pensions Regulator. The People's Pension. Designed for people, not aliens.
The trouble with investing in cash ISAs these days is that you never seem to get a decent return. With today's high inflation and low interest rates, your money just doesn't reach its potential. At Money Farm, our experts can match you with an investment ISA that could give your money the chance to perform better. And right now, you could have your full ISA allowance looked after, free of management fees for a year if you transfer over £10,000. Visit moneyfarm.com. Your capital is at risk. Money Farm is authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
Welcome to London's exquisite Indian dining experience, Marla Restaurant. The finest North Indian cuisine in the most charming setting. Find us in the heart of one of London's divine hidden gems, St Catherine's Dock. Marla Restaurant. Visit us in St Catherine's Dock or go to marlarestaurant.co.uk.
Marla. Discover a jewel in London's secret paradise.
Did you know premium bonds have been around for 60 years? I recently won £100 in the monthly prize draw. I was off to the bank to deposit my prize warrant when my granddad came over. You know you can do all that online nowadays, he chuckled. And he was right. I now manage my premium bonds online, and I've chosen to have my winnings paid straight into my bank account. It's so much faster. You can too by visiting nsandi.com. Premium bonds, making people smile for 60 years.
This is LBC with Ian Collins.
Leading Britain's conversation. Back with more on the Scottish decision, or the SNP decision, announced by the leader today to go for another referendum. Although our last caller that we spoke with kind of taking that, and reasonably so, into the other territory, which is Brexit, and correlating the why would anybody want to have anything to do with a country that's about to, his words, jump off a cliff. Well, in fact, they weren't his words. I think they were the head of the SNP at Westminster, I think, used that phrase about falling off a cliff, which is a pretty pessimistic way to describe the, if you like, the country's entire position before we've started. Extraordinary. 0345 6060 973. We'll look more at that in just a few moments' time. First, let's just take a look at this as well for a second. Starting tomorrow, supermarkets are to cut fuel price by 2p per litre. Asda, Tesco, Morrison's all set to slash their prices as wholesale costs have fallen. Let's speak with Simon Williams, fuel spokesman for the RAC. Evening, Simon.
Good evening, Ian.
We've been used to the last couple of years seeing it go northwards. What's happened to bring it down?
It's all to do with the price of oil, which had been going up since November, when the Organisation of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, and some other countries, including Russia, decided to curb production of oil with a view to making the price recover. We've had some really good times in recent months. Back at the beginning of last year, we had the pound a litre, both petrol and diesel, was a common sight on forecourts. That's when oil was $26 a barrel. Just a week or so ago, it was $55 a barrel, so that's why we've been experiencing higher prices. But in the last couple of days of last week, it fell to $50 a barrel, and that's what really kind of tipped the supermarkets over the edge to giving us a bit of a price cut at the pumps.
How much of a battle does it really become if they all sort of cut it by the same amount?
Well, we talk of a price war. It's not really that at all. It's just them reflecting the wholesale price. And we at the RAC monitor the price of fuel quite closely with RAC Fuel Watch. And we're looking at the wholesale price. And really, they could have probably moved prices down a bit a few weeks ago. But I think it's taken this extra bit dip in the oil price for them to do it. That's good news for us motorists because, all of a sudden we've got some longer evenings and some warmer weather, and now some slightly lower fuel prices because it was, seeming like it was only going one way.
Sure. And where is it likely to go from here? It's all very well hearing there's a 2p drop on the horizon, but are we going to see it move more substantially in the southerly direction so we, get back to that pound a litre territory?
Yeah, I think we're a way off that, unfortunately. The average price of unleaded £1.20 at the moment, and diesel's 2p more. This is going to help because obviously, the cheaper supermarkets are now going to be selling unleaded for just under £1.15 and diesel under £1.17. But it all hinges very much on what's going on with OPEC, because OPEC were keeping the price of oil low because America has been producing oil from fracking. And that's only really viable around $55 to $60 a barrel. So now the price of oil is up around that level again, and lots more drilling rigs are coming online. I think there's almost 300 more now in America than there were this time last year. So that may well affect OPEC's decision, and we may see the price of oil go down again, which would be good for us motorists.
Well, we certainly hope so. Is there a supermarket of the big uns? I mentioned Asda, Tesco, Morrisons, Sainsbury's, etc. Is there one that's usually ahead of the other when it comes to being first out of the traps with a price drop?
Yes, I think it's fair to say the one that led the cut this time, Asda, tends to be the one that does it most of the time, which is good news because the rest of them tend to follow. And then, of course, other retailers will follow suit as well, so it kind of spreads across the market. Supermarkets don't have as many forecourts as the independents, but they control, the majority of the volume of fuel sold in this country, so they're very important in the overall mix. But it's also worth pointing out there are lots of independent retailers that really do pride themselves on having a low price. If you remember back to having a pound a litre, as an independent retailer in the Midlands who actually did it before anyone else, which is really good to see.
We will watch with absolute interest. We will talk again, Simon. Thank you, sir, fuel spokesman for the RAC. It's coming in the right direction. It might be sort of slowly catchy monkey, but you look at those pound a litre territory, and for those who remember gallons, then of course it's an extraordinary amount per gallon that we're paying. It was once, I'm told by me old man, that it seemed to be the most extraordinary thing that it could ever be above £1 a gallon. Now above £1 a litre. Of course, if you go to somewhere like Saudi Arabia, you fill a 4x4 up for about 45p because it is like water. I don't think we're going to be getting to that stage anytime soon. 0345 6060 973. Let's go back to your calls. Interesting one, how this one divides up. I do want to hear from those who support Scottish independence. My position on this is really pretty simple, pretty route one, is why. I don't understand the reasoning why. I don't believe that it's economic. I don't believe it's intelligently political. I believe this is about the vanity of Sturgeon stroke Salmon. He's still there in the wings, barking his orders like some kind of crazed master who can't let failure go. The SNP today announced via its leader Nicola Sturgeon that they will seek another referendum, Indy Ref 2, it will sort of colloquially be called. This is the second chance of a once-in-a-lifetime referendum from the Scottish Nationalists. But why? What's the reason for it? Our previous caller was talking about what he felt was the instability of Brexit. Well, if you want to compound that instability, let's just call a referendum on domestic matters. Man alive. I mean, this is a country that is supposedly talking about fiscal irresponsibility from Westminster, where, of course, it's, in fact, compounding exactly that position by announcing a referendum. I don't think that puts Theresa May in a very easy position when it comes to negotiating. She's got to be all guns blazing. She's got to be the no-nonsense, this is what we're doing, this is what we need approach. So going in there with half-hearted, we can still accept this and we'll still accept that. And, of course, free movement of people, that's fine, that's all good on either side. You kind of end up not having a Brexit at all, don't you, in that respect? 0345 6060 973. The last thing May needed was this. So if it was about damaging Theresa May, Nicola Sturgeon's played a blinder. Raj in Southgate, what are your thoughts, Raj? Good evening.
Hello, good evening, Ian.
Hello.
I agree with you 100%. Mm-hmm. It's to do with thwarting Brexit. Today was supposed to be the day when the Brexit process could begin in earnest. Parliament was supposed to give the green light, and Mrs. Sturgeon and co just couldn't accept that, so they had to throw a spanner in the works. And I would like to ask the SNP, I wish the SNP were on the other side of this phone line, I would like to ask them, how do you know what Brexit looks like? You don't know what Brexit looks like. At the end of the 2 years or however long it takes, right, there might be an outcome which would be acceptable both to Westminster and Edinburgh. Can someone tell me that?
So you think after Brexit, so everything goes well with the negotiations, trade looks good, future looks rosy, then Scotland's future will be best served by being part of the UK. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but, we don't know what the outcome of the negotiations are going to be. So I am baffled as to why the SNP want a referendum when they don't know what Brexit looks like. I mean, it's all very well asking for a referendum once you've ended the 2-year negotiations. Then you say, okay, this is not acceptable to us. We haven't got the access to the single market. We're going to ask for a referendum. But to actually ask for a referendum at this stage when, the negotiations haven't even begun. Why are you asking for a referendum now?
Fair point. Raj, thank you very much indeed. I do find it curious, although I can kind of see that Nicola Sturgeon is getting her dog into the race early doors, bearing in mind that the timetable that she's selected for this apparent referendum kind of chimes with the, one would assume, the conclusions of the Brexit talks, and we're fully out of the picture, etc. 0345 6060 973. Thank you to Steve, who says, scratch the surface of many Scots and you will see their hatred of the English stems from their defeat at Culloden. Really, is that what it is? The Scottish National Party was set up in order to undermine the British war effort, which could have led to a Nazi invasion. Alex Salmon will continue to push for a referenda until he achieves his career goal. The SNP should hold the next one countrywide, and they will be sure to get the result they desperately want. However, independence means just that. No share of the Barnett formula, no pound, no Scottish MPs in Parliament. If they are not suckered into Europe, they could always adopt the US dollar. It would mean that if you were going, and bearing in mind, I was just looking at the European Commission's, what they call the Barroso Doctrine, which kind of means that Scotland, a separate Scotland, would have to make a fresh application under Article 49 of the Lisbon Treaty. That's a process that can take yonks. José Manuel Barroso, the former president, of course, set out the legal view that if one part of an existing EU country became an independent state, it would have to apply for fresh membership. Now, we know that, of course, but there is also, even allowing for that being the case, there are many within the EU who would vote against Scotland's inclusion because many other countries have their own issues with little pockets and geographical provinces and regions looking for independence, and they don't want it. So they're not about to give the green light to Scotland, wondering whether the same thing will happen in their own backyard as well. So there's that too. 0345 6060 973. Don't go away, Ian. And Io with you in a second, sir. Don't disappear. 0345 6060 973. I posed 3 fundamental questions right at the beginning. The first one, why would anyone think Scottish independence was a good idea? I genuinely can't actually get my head around why it's a good idea. If you can tell me why it is a good idea, I would like to know. Number 2, how would Scotland survive outside the UK if you took away kind of everything? I mean, defence, for example. What would you do with defence? Head of state, currency, welfare, all sorts of other issues. Number 3, isn't this more about scuppering a successful Brexit plan than anything else? On that point, Nicola Sturgeon is doing rather well, but as far as I can see, that's the only point. 0345 6060 973. You're listening to Late Nights with Ian Collins. It's LBC.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Talking about the South Korean president, and it's a global hit after his interview is spectacularly hijacked by his 2 young children. There seems a darker tone now. Many jump to the conclusion that the Asian woman who rushes into the room to drag the children away was possibly the nanny. Saban, what do you take from it?
My observation is I'm sort of Asian. I'm married to an English woman, white woman. I'm often asked, are you 2 together?
Sean in Newcastle, what do you think when you see it, Sean?
Do you know what? I think it's absolutely hilarious. Did think, oh, that's the nanny. She was like, oh my God, I'm going to lose my job.
Precisely. Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Every weekday morning from 7. Only on LBC.
With Hampton by Hilton. Making you welcome at over 40 hotels in Europe.
This is a live update for UK businesses. Right now, the world wants UK services and specialist knowledge. From innovative payment solutions to iconic architecture and trusted professional advice. Share your expertise with the world. Search Exporting is Great.
The trouble with investing in cash ISAs these days is that you never seem to get a decent return. With today's high inflation and low interest rates, your money just doesn't reach its potential. At Money Farm, our experts can match you with an investment ISA that could give your money the chance to perform better. And right now, you could have your full ISA allowance looked after, free of management fees for a year if you transfer over £10,000. Visit moneyfarm.com. Your capital is at risk. Money Farm is authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
What's the smart way to travel to Ireland this spring? Aer Lingus fly from London Heathrow to Cork up to 4 times a day. So, you could wander through 5,000 years of history in Ireland's ancient east, visit the famous Blarney Castle, or head west to discover the dramatic coastline of the wild Atlantic Way. Prices start from $49.99 each way as part of a return trip. Smart makes it a trip to remember. Smart flies Aer Lingus. Book now at airlingus.com. Offer subject to conditions and availability.
You have one new message. No message left.
Sound familiar? It's not the sound of silence. It's the sound of your customers not being able to get in touch. So take back control with eReceptionist. eReceptionist answers and directs all your calls, ensuring your customers always get an answer and you always get the business. Take a free 30-day trial at ereceptionist.co.uk. Free trial must be cancelled within 30 days to avoid charges.
This summer there'll almost definitely be a heatwave, but there may be a wind chill factor in July and August, bringing an Arctic feel to proceedings. Temperatures will be between 12 and 35 degrees, or thereabouts.
At Experian, we can't predict the future, but our Credit Matcher service can help you find credit cards and personal loans you're more likely to be accepted for before you apply, without affecting your credit score. Take the guesswork out, get your free Experian credit score and try Credit Matcher today at experian.co.uk. Experian Limited is a credit broker, not a lender. See website for details.
I know what the plough looks like in the night sky. I know how Eskimos kiss. I know a time when a mullet wasn't a fish. And I definitely know this piece of music. But I don't know my state pension.
There's a simple way to find out when you can get your state pension and how much it'll be. Search Your State Pension and get to know yours.
Late Nights with Ian Collins on LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. Good evening. Coming up, by the way, in the next section, I'm looking forward to this a lot. We've talked a fair whack over the last couple of years about the automated workplace. Well, and there's a variety of manifestations, of course, of the automated workplace. We know that it's very much in action in all sorts of areas. Ticketing is a good idea. So get on a train. There's a barrier. It doesn't need to be a person there. There's an obvious example of the automated workplace. We're talking petrol in the last section, self-service at the pump, paying at the pump as well. Did that this afternoon. That's pretty standard practice now. Tesco, self-service tills. But, of course, the driverless car, if you like, is the big one. That's huge. That's the absolute game changer. What is fascinating about this is what it means for employment as much as anything else. Now, Intel, the tech giant, have just invested £12 billion in a project. It's just one company, one area of this. 12 billion quid into a project. What will it ultimately mean, which I think is the interesting question, for the workplace, the proud profession of being a driver, for example? What does it mean for that? You know, buses and cabs and all sorts of things mooching around the place with nobody in it. The implications for employment are absolutely vast. So we'll look at that in the next section. LBC's tech correspondent Will Guyatt will join us. Will famously has very different ideas about this than I do. So be cautious of the man, but prepare to hear what he's got to say in the next section. Back on the phones with you. Nicola Sturgeon's career plans continue as she announces today there'll be another referendum sometime end of 2018, maybe a little later than that, but more or less in that ballpark, sort of 18 months, 2 years away. Io is in Romford. What are your thoughts on this, Io? Good evening.
All right. Okay, so my thoughts on this are Nicola was elected to this position, and this was in her manifesto. I don't know why everyone's getting the big, getting mixed into this. This was in her manifesto. She has every right to basically do this, and I basically support her. And even though I say I sort of support her doing that, I don't actually support independent Scotland. Let me explain. I think your previous caller, Alex, was right about so many things. I'm someone who did vote to leave the EU, but I didn't vote to leave the single market. I didn't think that Theresa May would basically just come and drag us out with the hardest of Brexits. I thought that we would sit down like adults and discuss what would be best for everybody, not just for a small minority of people. So I think that Nicola Sturgeon is right to do what she's doing and defend her position and basically maybe make Theresa May think a little bit about how we go into these negotiations, and it has to be something that suits everybody, and it has to be something that, it has to be consensus.
So do you think in one respect here that this could turn out to be a bit of a useful rocket for people like yourself who believe that there should be a little bit of a handbrake applied to the Brexit negotiations? This could be just the tonic, as it were.
Yes, exactly. I don't know why Theresa May said, I'm going to do this in March. No one said she has to do it in March. There's no legal thing. There's no rush to do this. Okay, we're going to leave the EU. I voted to leave the EU. I want to leave the EU, but I want to... I didn't vote to leave the EU because of immigration, for example. She's come and she's only... approach this from one point of view. There's loads of people like me, like what Alex did say, because you was kind of shouting it down, telling he's talking rubbish, and I was saying, no, he's not, because he's describing me.
Well,
he's definitely describing me.
My problem I had with, what was his name, Alex?
Alex, yeah.
My problem with him was that I felt that he was coming at it from a party political point of view rather than an objective voter point of view. I might be wrong, but I felt he was... bearing in mind that he couldn't quite work out who in the Tory party was pro or against Brexit and who wasn't. He didn't seem to know that it was the Tories that... a staunchly pro-European party that took us into the EU. He didn't get any of that. So I was sort of left wondering, well, actually, what is his motivation behind his own opinions? And that's where I sort of smelt a bit of a rat.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I like the way you just said that, he wasn't maybe potentially objectively looking at it, because he's looking at it from the Remain point of view. But I didn't vote Remain, I voted Leave, and I am looking at it from an objective point of view. So number one, Nicola Sturgeon was elected to do this. I don't understand why everyone's going, oh, she wants to leave, this is stupid, this is this. It doesn't really matter what your opinion is about why she's doing it or what she's doing. Yeah. She was elected to do this. And the thing is, this isn't a translated decision she's made, because a lot of the time people kind of say a broad statement.
Yeah, so this is quite specific that they would look to. But then, if you're the leader of the Scottish National,
she's just doing it.
Okay, but if you're the leader of the Scottish Nationalists, IO, and you can't put referendum in your manifesto, there'd be something really bad, wouldn't there?
Yeah, I know, but at the end of the day, like I said, she was elected to do this. So even if you might not agree with it, and I don't agree with it, this is the thing, I am looking at it objectively. I don't agree with it. I love Scotland. I want us to be one big UK. Like when I was on the run on that Channel 4 thing on 100, I was going all over the place. I love this country. I want us to stick together. Definitely, 100%. But having said that, she is basically she's standing up for her region, for her people, for what she has been elected to do. All the time we turn around and say politicians don't say what she want to do. This is in black and white. If Scotland are dragged out of the UK by their right, she's going to stand up and sing. And we need to rethink this. There's no need to trigger this tomorrow. Why do we have to trigger this tomorrow?
All right, Ayo, I'm going to step in there. Great passion. Love your view. I think you probably explained more articulately a version of what our previous fella, who got his socks in a twist a little bit, was trying to say. Let me bring in Patrick in Glasgow. Evening, Pat. How are you doing, sir?
I'm very well, sir. I'm a big fan of England, lived in your country for a number of years, trained as a nurse down there, got many English friends.
Funny old place, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's a great country and it's given the world so much. And I think one thing England deserves is more of an identity as its own nation. And I think that's what I want for Scotland. But I've been frustrated all day with some of your contributors talking about Scotland's too poor and we can't cope. And there's one fundamental question I would like to ask your listeners. If Scotland is a burden on the Exchequer in England, if you're subsidising us, if we're too poor, why won't they let us go? I mean, we have a government of austerity who won't even subsidise a spare room for people. Why would they subsidise an entire Scottish nation if we are fiscally a drag on the union?
What do you think is the motivation then behind Nicola Sturgeon's position here?
Well,
what instinctively do you think is going on?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I vote SNP because they're the best of a bad lot up here. But I vote
that
for
makes
an
sense.
independence. Yeah, I think politics is like that now, but I want independence because I think the country's gravely divided at the moment, but I think it's divided by poverty and inequality. And I think the last 6 decades have shown that Westminster has done nothing to address that.
But I wonder whether the same arguments, and I hear where you're coming from, Patrick, but I wonder whether the same arguments could be made about somebody who lives in Kent or Cornwall, Wales or Manchester, whether they're exclusive, those arguments about the Westminster division and the separation are not really exclusive to people in Scotland, if you take my point. Patrick, we're beaten by the clock. OK. Lots to get through. Coming up in the next section.
We may be the last generation to own cars. Our kids, they may never have to learn to drive. And the best part is, they could go their entire life without ever seeing a car accident.
Well, that's clearly a good thing, but do we really want to see the loss of the car driver completely? That's next.
On FM, online, on your mobile, and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 11 o'clock, the House of Lords has passed the Brexit bill, paving the way for the government to trigger Article 50 so the UK can leave the EU. Peers backed down over the issue of EU residency rights and Parliament having a meaningful vote on the final Brexit deal after their objections were overturned by MPs this afternoon. The bill is now expected to receive royal assent and become law possibly tomorrow. Shadow Brexit Minister and Labour MP for Sheffield Central, Paul Bloomfield, has told LBC the peers were right to reject the changes.
Ultimately, the House of Lords recognise that they're an unelected House, and ultimately they will not stand in the way of the House of Commons, which has that elected mandate. And I think that even those who feel passionately one way or the other would not want to see the unelected House calling the shots.
Well, the Prime Minister says Nicola Sturgeon's decision to seek a second referendum on Scottish independence is deeply regrettable. Nearly 2/3 of voters in Scotland backed Britain remaining in the EU. And Nicola Sturgeon says another independence ballot could now be held.
As we stand on the eve of Article 50 being triggered, not only is there no UK-wide agreement on the way ahead, but the UK government has not moved even an inch in pursuit of compromise.
In other news, rail passengers have been hit by one of the biggest days of industrial action since services were privatised in the 1990s. RMT union members who work for Merseyrail, Arriva Trains North and Southern, walked out in disputes over the role of guards. Tesco is the latest supermarket to say it's cutting the cost of fuel by up to 2 pence per litre from tomorrow. It follows Asda and Morrison's. Wholesale costs have recently fallen. RAC spokesman Simon Williams has told LBC there could be a further drop in prices.
Because OPEC were keeping the price of oil low because America has been producing oil from fracking. Lots more drilling rigs are coming online. I think there's almost 300 more now in America than there were this time last year. So that may well affect OPEC's decision, and we may see the price of oil go down again, which would be good for us motorists.
Durban in South Africa has lost the right to host the 2022 Commonwealth Games after failing to meet key promises. Liverpool has now offered to step in and host the Games instead. Birmingham is also looking into whether it could host them. And Chelsea are into the semi-finals of the FA Cup after beating Manchester United at Stamford Bridge 1-0. Tottenham now face Chelsea in the last 4 at Wembley. LBC weather: a mild, overcast night for most places. Some patchy rain in the west, a low of 9 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Zora Suleiman.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ian Collins.
We often encroach onto that territory of the automated workplace, and it ties in with so many utterly fascinating, riveting, controversial and deeply worrying strands of the globe's future. And this is really global. Everything from unemployment figures to the status of certain socio-economic groups to things like the universal wage, the basic income, universal basic income that we often talk about. All of this is all intertwined with where we'll be in this, not just this country, Europe, the world in the next sort of 20, 30 years. And it's happening so fast. It's really hard to keep up with it all. Look how many jobs no longer exist because of technology. So we love technology. What we don't want to see are people out of a job. Now, you can't have everybody out of a job because there'll be nobody to buy the goods that people make. So there's sort of this strange, curious commercial capitalist balancing act to be set at some level. But automation in the workplace is definitely something that is making huge inroads into the profile of the British work profile. It works in so many different levels. I mentioned the obvious ones at the beginning: self-service petrol pumps. They've been around for ages. Self-service tills at supermarkets. Some people are quite evangelical. They won't use the self-service till because they feel that it genuinely puts people out of work. Well, it's nice to have a kind of one-man protest on that, but the sort of horse is kind of bolted in that respect. There's only going to be more of it. And you look at areas like filling or refilling shelves in supermarkets. That is more and more becoming an automated thing. You know, food is reordered by computer. So there's the obvious candidate. Credit cards, in fact, not just credit cards, because the credit card has been usurped by your telephone. So you have your credit card details in your phone, in your smartphone. You don't need people to sell you tickets because all of that is within your phone. So that means at airports, at railway stations in particular, you just don't need a physical ticket. So no one has to print the ticket. No one has to make the ticket, sell the ticket in the same way, because the ticket will be just in your phone. That's already the case in so many areas. That will only get more and more. Which brings me on to the driverless car. Wow. I mean, if any of these ideas, so everything I've just mentioned, we've probably been talking about for the last decade or so in different ways, and different elements of that story of the automated workplace have become more prevalent until the point they've become fact. And here we are today. I remember doing debates with Will Guyat, who we'll be speaking to in just a second, about the fact that you'll be paying for stuff with your mobile phone. Even the sentence seemed preposterous. Even just the phrase, you'll be paying for stuff with your mobile. If you imagine somebody saying, you'll be paying for things with your dog, it would be, you think, what do you mean I'll be paying? It was that nonsensical. It didn't make any sense. You'll be paying with your elbow. It made no sense. It sounded like he was making it up. But it's true. And now, of course, we pay for stuff with our mobile phone. But driverless cars, I still speak to people. I was talking to somebody just the other day on this. I've had callers contact me who've gone, yeah, this driverless car thing, I don't think it's going to happen. Well, you're wrong, because it's happening. It's already happening. There are examples of it. And today we learn that the tech giant Intel, as in those people, that's the best I could do, is taking a gamble, some would say, but it's a $15.3 billion gamble, or £2.5 billion, to take over a company that develop autonomous driving systems. So it's about the driverless car has taken yet another step in the direction of conventional reality. So are they around, driverless cars? Yes, they are. Are they piloting them? Yes, they are. So it's already kind of there. It's already sort of happening, but en masse, to the point that there'll be loads of this going on. This is a huge step in that direction. 0345 6060 973. Just tell me, as a driver, what are your thoughts on this? If you drive professionally, and don't be saying, I'm a truck driver, so I'm covered. Oh, no, you're not. We'll talk about that with Will. In fact, Will's here. Will, how are you, Will?
Well, Ian, we've been talking about robots and automation on LBC for so long. When we talk about this, I typically end up second only to the Hopkins in terms of LBC hatred. The amount of grief I get from listeners whenever we talk about this, and whether you like it or not, I'm right. And I know people don't like it when I say
that's
I'm
okay,
right.
then.
Because it sounds like I'm gloating, but this is big news from Intel today. $15 billion is not is not a small amount of money for any kind of business, and this is a big technology company trying to insert itself into a increasingly crowded field. You've got people like Google spending billions in here. You've got all the car makers spending billions in here, and they've tried to insert themselves into a position where they can be involved in the creation of the computer systems that are going to power these driverless cars. And it's not just the driverless car situation, Ian. You mentioned trucks, right? We've got about 600,000 HGV drivers in the UK. The average age of an HGV driver at the moment is about 57. And they're not hiring enough HGV drivers. And given 86% of our goods are shipped around by trucks, they're going to need a solution in the next 10 to 15 years in order to do this. And in the US, Budweiser have already tested on a number of occasions shipping trailers loaded with beer 120 miles across state in the US. And those have been the first commercial shipments. And we're hearing more and more of this. You and I were talking in 2010, 2011, 2012, when I first saw the Google driverless cars mooching about their campus in California. When we first spoke about it, they had something that looked best to be described as a battleship's radar on the roof. In 2017, you don't need any of that technology on the top of them because they have developed and come along so far. This is happening whether we like it or not, and we moan about Uber and the Uber app. Sorry, cab drivers, sorry, people who work in these trades, but you're going to be replaced by driverless vehicles quicker than you realise.
Well, does that have to be the case, Will? I mean, I sense in all of this, and I don't want to, I don't want to be personal with you, Will, but I always sense there's a slight, dare I say, a smile on your face when you say this. Not because you want to see people out of work, but because you are so hell-bent on the tech that you're failing to see the human cost of this.
I can see a lot of very good reasons for having this autonomous vehicles. You're going to have greater safety on the roads. A blind friend of ours, Ian, I was chatting to him the other day, and he was really looking forward to these driverless vehicles. It's going to give him a lot more freedom and independence. There are going to be jobs lost. This is going to happen. But driverless cars will be better for the environment. They're going to be more efficient. There's going to be less braking and accelerating and slowing down. They're actually going to be more efficient. And we're going to see more and more of this. I don't want to see the end of people with jobs.
Better for the environment. Who made you Jonathan Porritt all of a sudden, for goodness sake? Better? I mean, yes, fabulous and all. Is that really your concern, Will, that they're going to be better for the environment? Or are you just thinking about, your job as a tech correspondent and broadcaster and writer is, safe for many years to come, all the while this narrative is out there?
No, because you journalists are already being replaced by algorithms, and algorithms are writing news stories in the US. So I expect it won't be long till you and I are replaced by a digitized version of Steve Allen. I mean, I don't know what's coming next. But
I heard. Listen, today I turned on the radio at 10 a.m. this morning, and believe me, that was not a human I was listening to. I don't know who it was. I don't know what was going on there. It was quite extraordinary. So you think? You think this is clearly inevitable. The cost, though, I mean, the genuine cost, the human cost, could this not reach a point where we actually almost regret what we wished for? And when I say wished for, as in, the wonderful world of tech as a more general phrase. We love tech, we love our smartphones, but you know what? It's the kind of, the monster is turning back on us. It's causing us more problems than it sets out to solve.
I couldn't disagree with that. I think we are going to realise what we have done after we have done it. But one thing I would say, Ian, I read something on Facebook earlier, and somebody said, well, at least this is going to get rid of those foreign workers. But sorry, mate, whoever wrote that, computers don't see colour. They don't see where you've come from either. They're going to take your job if they're more efficient than you. So I think there's something very serious here in that I'd be really keen, and we haven't really had a proper debate on LBC about whether you'd actually be happy to be driven around by one of these. I'd love to hear what listeners tonight have got to say about this. Would you mind having the cab driver with the knowledge replaced by a computer? Because we all know what happens when your mobile phone crashes, the software freezes up on it, or your computer freezes on your desk. What happens if you're in the back of a cab doing 65 down the M4?
That's never going to happen, is it? There's never going to be that scenario. There's always going to be, surely, an area where you'd need true expertise. So, like, for example, black cabs. You've got good private hire companies. You've got some utterly dreadful ones. Let those guys tinker around with driverless cars. It's not going to get rid of everybody's job, is it?
But the point is with this, Ian, black cab drivers don't use sat-navs and apps of those nature. But if you drive with anybody else around London, you'll see them looking at Waze, the GPS traffic app, and those kind of things. You won't actually need somebody to look at the app because the data from those things can be hardwired into the system that's making a decision about where you're going. But I also think, Ian, there's definitely a lot to be said about this because we're seeing some tests now in the UK. So there's some tests starting in London soon, and you're going to see some Nissans driving around. They'll still have people behind the wheel, but they're actually being driven by the computer. We've had some tests in Milton Keynes last year, so there's already been some autonomous vehicles mooching about there. But the government have actually put back 200 million up for this at the moment. So if you're saying, well, why aren't we thinking about this responsibly and why aren't we doing anything to protect the jobs, you should take a long, hard look at our own government, because they're actually shoveling cash into companies and encouraging companies to bring this technology to the UK and start playing around with it, much like they've been, really courting Amazon to come and try the drone tests in the UK. And all of this stuff is going to have an impact, but I don't think anybody's talking about it at the moment, Ian, because it sounds so space age and so unlikely that you're going to find you're going to lose your job to a piece of technology.
But that is exactly it, isn't it? People are going to lose their jobs to a piece of technology, not just in this area, in multiple areas, and you kind of seem to be of a position that it's inevitable, so that's it's an organic.
It's called progress, Ian.
So everything is progress, is it, Will? Why is it progress if more people are out of work?
You and I have known each other for a long time. The first time I met you, you told me the smartphone would never catch on because people like a device that just makes phone calls. I remember it quite clearly, and look how right you were there.
I think you're actually besmirching me now.
No, I'd never besmirch you. You're a dear.
So I just wanted to use the word besmirch because it's rather rhythmic.
Listen, I agree with you, right? I do. It may sound like I'm gloating or being dismissive of the fact that this is happening, but I'm sure if you wind back to the time of the Luddites and the Industrial Revolution, there would be lots of people were displaced and were really, their lives were turned upside down as a result of that. And I'm just saying that we're going to go through a similar level of change. Now, whether it means you go to the nth degree and say all these people are going to lose their jobs, or whether we say it's actually just going to, really enhance and improve our lives. I mean, one quick example I'll give you now, Ian, Foxconn, that make most Apple products and Samsung devices and Nintendo stuff in China, they've just laid off 500,000 people because they could do it quicker and easier with robots.
And it's going to be the shape of things to come. Will, I thank you as ever for being with us, LBC's tech correspondent Will Guy. But I always sense when I speak to people like Will, I don't want to libel the fabulous Will Guy, but there is a kind of sense of excitement because they can't really get beyond the tech. And tech heads, like petrol heads, just anything that is about the advancement of technology and anything that's about new innovation is good just by definition of the fact that it exists. Isn't that fantastic? Look what it does. And there is something of the sort of Brooker Black Mirror about all of this, I wonder, that we think, be careful what you wish for. And I've spoken many times about how we've done phone-ins about whether the internet is a force for good or bad. Is God in the internet or is it the devil that's in the internet, etc.? And you can kind of see that what was once seen as this great saviour, when we look at now, particularly with social media factored in, how some people are very, very wary about the potential dangers of the internet. And I think you have to apply the same with tech. And I sort of fear that Will Guyatt just falls straight into that kind of tech head trap of just thinking, oh, it's technology, it's brilliant, isn't it amazing they've invented something new, as if just inventing something new is in of itself an amazing thing. Well, it surely depends what you've invented and what the wider implications are. And the wider implications of this, whilst I know you can't put some of these things into reverse, although driverless cars you probably can put into reverse, but you take my point, I'm pretty sure that the job profile, the job market, will take a massive knock in years to come. And I don't know how we square that with new technology. I just don't know where that continues to go. But I'd like your thoughts on it. I'll talk to Phil in Scunthorpe, who will start us off on this one in a second. 0345 6060 973. You're listening to Late Nights with Ian Collins. It's LBC.
This is LBC.
This is a live update for UK businesses. Every day, millions of consumers are shopping online for quality UK goods. And right now, some of the world's leading online marketplaces have reduced selling costs for UK businesses. To enjoy these exclusive discounts and to find the right online marketplace for you, search Exporting is Great.
Divorce. It threatens the things you've worked hard for in more ways than you can imagine. Your home, savings, pension, and most of all, your relationship with your children. Don't let divorce cost you any more than it has to. Cordell & Cordell is dedicated to helping men in matters relating to divorce. Call now on 0330 60 60 161 or visit cordellcordell.co.uk, office in central London. A partner men can count on.
Here's another true story from Aldermartin, Baines and Cuthbert. When fire tore through a residential London development in 2015, the local health and safety executive were quickly on the scene. Fortunately, ABC had all the right health and safety paperwork and certificates, and to the great relief of the building's owners, were able to prove there was no fault. No fuss, no hassle. For block management, ABC Estates will give your story an ending that'll make you as happy as Larry. Find out more at abcestates.co.uk or call 0800 888 6688.
What if seats folded more than one way? What if parking could be easier? At Honda, we never stop making our best better. Honda, the power of dreams. At Honda, we never stop making our best better. Get more Honda for less with no deposit and 0% APR representative on the Jazz EX at your local dealership until the 31st of March. Honda, the power of dreams. T's and C's apply.
This is the sound of someone breaking into your business. It's that simple. And once they're in your systems, they can do real damage. Hiscox Cyber and Data Insurance for small businesses covers everything from extortion to data theft. Our team of IT specialists will recover lost data and prevent further damage wherever possible, so you can concentrate on connections in the real world. Hiscox Cyber and Data Insurance, for the small and the brave.
I know how to avoid a soggy bottom. I know the name of cinema's most famous white shark. I know all the things you can do with a Maris Piper. And I definitely know the TV show that made this music famous. But I don't know my state pension.
There's a simple way to find out when you can get your state pension and how much it'll be. Search Your State Pension and get to know yours.
Ian Collins on LBC.
We'll get as many comments on this as we can, bearing in mind we're across email and Twitter and Facebook and text and all the variety of other areas and avenues that technology allows us. We haven't got quite the driverless radio presenter yet, but I'm sure, well, I guess in music radio you kind of have, really, because that's, largely an automated affair at certain times of day. But I will get through as many comments as I possibly can on this one. If you're not following us on Twitter, it's at LBC. If you're not following me, then do so now, at Ian Collins UK. Anything you want to say about these issues and more, that's where you get in touch. Don't go away, Carl. Phil is in Scunthorpe. What are you thinking, Phil? Hello.
Oh, hi. Well, I've been a long-distance truck driver now for 40 years. So when I came into the industry back in the 1970s, it was pretty basic.
Here we are now today, and I am at the helm of a pretty sophisticated petrol tanker that wanders all over the place doing specialised aviation fuels.
Mm-hmm.
This vehicle can override me now.
Can it?
It has. Oh yeah. It has lane guidance. It has collision avoidance. It locks on to vehicles in front and maintains a distance and alternates its speed if you're in cruise control.
Yeah.
I've had occasions where the vehicle thinks it's going to have an accident and it will apply its own brakes and cut me out of the system altogether. It's quite frightening, but I can see that this sort of software is learning. There are trucks on the road today that use GPS to learn the terrain of the vehicle, learn the terrain, so that when you're tackling a hill, that vehicle is learning where it is. So the next time that vehicle is tackling that hill, you don't have to alter the gears. It'll go through the box. It'll drop through the box itself, and it'll do as good a job as I can.
And in fact, it'll probably do a better job because it will get to the point where it will be so beautifully crafted and engineered to address specific issues such as that it can't fail to do the most efficient version of that job required.
Well, when I first started, I think we were running about 38 tonnes in this country back then. We're now, I suppose, at 38 tonnes. Back then, we were looking at average fuel consumptions of about 6 or 7 to the gallon.
Yep.
We're now up at 44 tonnes. This one's returning 10.2 to the gallon. So we're carrying more weight, we're burning less fuel. The trucks will drive better, more efficiently than the driver. Every driver is different. You can't legislate against heavy feet, and poor gearbox use. But now automatic gearboxes are the norm. Manual gearboxes are now an option. And I mean, 2 weeks ago, I was sent down with a colleague to Marseille in the south of France for some specialised aviation fuel. Now, he knew where he was going. I hadn't been there before, so I followed him. Or rather, the truck followed him. Basically, I was a steering wheel attendant for nearly a week, and now, I don't know whether you know, but there are actually platoons of lorries currently being trialled on the M6 in Cumbria, where it's quite quiet. Up to 6 lorries are now travelling behind a vehicle with a driver on board. There are 6 driverless vehicles following him.
Stop
Mercedes. No.
Serious?
This is actually happening. No, this is happening. And the application for this really is what we would term in our industry as trunking operations. So where you have parcel delivery firms who are travelling at night with 4 or 5 lorries from a distribution hub out to other depots further away. It's not like an individual driver wandering around the country, tramping from shop to shop to shop. But when you get an application where you need 4 or 5 lorries to leave, I don't know, say for instance the Royal Mail, right? You get half a dozen lorries, you need to leave Royal Mail Birmingham to head to Royal Mail Liverpool, right? There is no reason why 4 or 5 of those lorries couldn't follow the one in front. And that is what will happen. That's what we'll see first.
Agreed. And when we talk about the effect this will have on the workplace, I mean, this is not an insignificant point, is it? This is huge.
Oh no. No, it is huge. But you see, in our industry, we're short of about 50,000 drivers in the UK haulage industry, and I think probably what will happen is that this sort of technology will narrow that to a point. You will always have the need for a specialist on board. For instance, I don't think the public will ever accept petrol tankers wandering about the country with nobody on board, because as a fuel tanker driver, there is far more to our job than anything else with regards to the speciality of what we do, also how to react and what to do in the case of emergency.
Sure.
And also fuel tankers are actually come under the scope of the terrorist sort of thing. So
that's true.
You can't have those wandering around all by themselves.
I agree. Listen, Phil, great call. Thank you for starting us off on this. I think you make some fabulous points. That is fascinating to know that there's already piloting going on of big trucks in that respect. Let me bring in Carl in Hounslow. What are your thoughts, Carl? Good evening.
Hi, Ian.
Hi.
Good evening. Amazing. I mean, some of the technology Phil was talking about there, I would love. I'm a paramedic and an ambulance driver, and so my driving experience is somewhat different to Phil's. And the thing I worry about is that it's the small things. When you're an ambulance driver, especially obviously if you're on first response, you rely on other people making way for you. And when when you have the blue lights on, that's a big part. And can driverless vehicles recognise that and respond to it? But also,
it seems crazy that they would. The idea that they could do that now, or even in the next few years, would seem ridiculous. But fast forward 20 years,
maybe 50 years.
Yeah.
But would I be comfortable in the back of an ambulance that's driven by
nobody else in it?
Yeah.
No, I'd like to at
hopefully
least
somebody
hope
doing
there's
my
somebody administering a plaster.
I would hope so. So I hope the technology, and listening to Phil there about the way it's developing and being applied is amazing.
Yeah.
But I do think there are some areas where, for sure, I see stuff on the road which I do it for a living, and I go from driving to helping and then to driving and whatever. I see things on the road where I think I wish people weren't driving, but then I see things where I think, thank goodness people are driving because they, So I think it might take, maybe it's a few hundred years rather than 20 years before it gets to the point where I would be comfortable getting in the back of my particular vehicle.
Yeah, but I guess it also depends on what else is being invented at the same time. And how we mentally begin to adapt to that. So, and your generation, my generation, Carl, will have exactly the view you've just stated, but anyone being born today will only know the driverless ambulance and the automated paramedic.
Yeah, maybe you're
so,
right.
So the sense of fear, perhaps, or concern wouldn't be quite as pronounced as it might be if you are someone who's new to the table, as it were. Carl, thank you. 0345 6060 973. It's automated technology in the workplace, but particularly with the news that Intel, the tech giant, has invested 12.5 billion quid today in driverless technology. This isn't just an idea. It's not just a notion that could happen. It is already happening. How do you feel as a pro driver? Where do you think this takes you and the security of your job? Might not be, when I say in your lifetime, if you're currently 20-year-old driver, professional driver, it probably will be in your lifetime. It absolutely will be in your lifetime. Whether it will take over your whole job, you often wonder what's going on in big cities. Driverless buses, driverless coaches, driverless cabs, just having big routes where these things just go round, merry-go-round style all day long. More of your calls and comments coming in on this. I'd like your view as to where you think this technology goes and what does it mean in the wider issue of employment and the workplace. Also to come this evening.
Don't let them in. Shut the door in their face. Whatever you do, do not let bailiffs in.
It's another beauty. Can't wait to get into this one. I don't know where you'd have to be. I mean, who would want to be a bailiff, by the way? Where on the evolutionary scale do you have to be to want to walk into a stranger's house and walk back out the other door with their flat-screen TV under your arm? We'll look at that one a little later on. First, though, we get the latest news headlines with Zora Suleiman.
The government is now in a position to start the formal process of Britain leaving the European Union. It's after draft legislation was approved by Parliament. The bill was passed without being changed. Article 50 is now expected to be triggered at the end of the month. Theresa May has condemned the announcement of plans by the Scottish First Minister Nicola Sturgeon to hold a second referendum on independence from the UK. Mrs May called the move deeply regrettable and says it will create more division. And a non-partisan organisation in America says around 14 million people will lose their health insurance next year if the Republican bill to get rid of Obamacare goes ahead. The Congressional Budget Report says that figure could rise to 24 million people within a decade. LBC weather: a mild, overcast night for most places. Some patchy rain in the west, a low of 9 degrees.
This is LBC.
On the 25th of October 2016, the government announced Heathrow as its preferred scheme for new airport capacity in the southeast. A national consultation is now underway to discuss what happens next. Go online to find out more. More about what expansion at Heathrow Airport may mean for the United Kingdom as a whole. And more about what it could mean for your own region. And quite simply, to have your say. Search Heathrow Airport Expansion.
Clive, what's doing Wolf? Whale music? You must be one stressed-out private landlord.
Yes, I am.
Your tenants are struggling financially and can't pay their rent. But you're with Direct Line. They'll repay any unpaid rent until your tenants are out. So drop the stress ball. It'll all be over soon. That's better.
Claim back unpaid rent after 1 month's arrears with rent guarantee. Can your insurance do that? Search Direct Line Landlord. Optional cover as part of legal expenses add-on. Qualifying criteria and cover limits apply. Underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
Match, Malcher, workplace chair, pension, pop. Sound a bit alien? Well, he's saying it's time for small businesses to set up a workplace pension. Still sound alien? Don't worry, the People's Pension can help. We're an award-winning scheme run by a provider with 30 years pensions experience. Our complete solution gives small businesses total support. Join the thousands of businesses already signed up at thepeoplespension.co.uk/alien. The People's Pension's a workplace pension scheme regulated by the Pensions Regulator. The People's Pension. Designed for people, not aliens.
BT Sport is the exclusive home of the UEFA Champions League until 2021, and now you can get it free for 3 months. Can Leicester keep their momentum against Sevilla on Tuesday from 7? On Wednesday, Pep takes City to Monaco from 7. Then on Thursday, Man United chase more silverware in the UEFA Europa League. Visit bt.com/sport to find out more. Prices and content may change. New BT Broadband and Sport customers. Broadband £24.99 a month, £32.49 a month from month 4 with BT Sport. 12-month contracts. Requires ongoing broadband contract renewal. Paid direct debit. Exclusions and terms apply.
Whether you're saving up for a trip to paradise or building your dream bathroom, the money you're putting aside is perfectly safe. Protected by the FSCS up to £85,000 should anything happen to your bank, building society or credit union. It's completely automatic, free of charge and backed by government. In most cases you'll get your money back within 7 days. You'll probably never need us, but it's good to know we're here. Search FSCS Protected for details.
Do you know how much you've won?
I can't believe it.
You've won £1 million. That's amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
Jill is just one of the lucky millionaires made in the Lotto raffle. In every Lotto draw, £1 million must be won. Play makes it possible. Games, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
Late Nights with Ian Collins on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Leading Britain's conversation back with you on the phones. Automated workplace, in particular on this aspect, driverless cars. Where will that leave our workplace in years to come? What does that mean for you? Are you bothered? Could you give a hoot on this at all right now? Will Guyatt, our tech correspondent, will tell you otherwise, but I have a sneaky suspicion he's not too bothered either. Joanne says, Will thinks people like me don't exist. I have an Apple phone I got from my son. I only use it as a phone and for occasional texts. So it's not all about using the smart capabilities. Phil says, I can't wait for driverless cars. I have a condition that prevents me from passing my driving test. Yep, I know that one. Peter says, driverless cars sound nice, but if a sat-nav still thinks a river is a road, how safe do you think our lives will be? Tom says, as long as the world is run by the wealthy trying to increase their wealth, we'll keep heading forward, even if it's in the wrong direction. Tony makes the point that tech could be used to give workers better conditions. Instead, it's destroying jobs in the name of profit. Progress, no. And it's kind of a dual thing on that, I think, Tony. It is, it's kind of in the name of profit. I think the motivation is just in the name of the vanity of boffins who invent tech, really. It's just, by the way, I've never used the word boffins prior to that moment, I don't think. But yes, they clearly invent and they carry on inventing, and it's all part and parcel of how great you can be as an inventor, and you can't uninvent. So once you've invented the basics for one thing, that's then utilised in something else, and before you realise you've invented something completely new, you brought something completely different to the table, you can't uninvent. Simple as that, I guess. James in Heathrow, what are your thoughts, James? Hello.
Evening. There's a couple of things about driverless cars that are worrying.
Yep.
It's whether, firstly, it's the protocols that are built into these driverless cars, will they override whatever's outside of it for the benefit of the passengers inside it. The reason I think like that is because unless they make everything driverless at the same time, you're going to get these things floating about, and you're going to get human drivers. You're also going to get animals or children running out in front of these things. So if it was a case of an animal or a child ran out in the pavement after its ball or whatever, and would the car swerve at the risk of crashing into something, or would it carry on to protect the passengers inside it?
That's a good point. But then I guess would the various monitoring devices and systems that will clearly be able to detect what's going on around it, will they be that intelligent by that stage, James, that they'll be able to make that decision?
Well, in the States, there was one of the Tesla trials. I'm sure it was Tesla. One of the drivers was killed out there because at one point there was one of these big American articulated lorry trains going across a junction, and the car recognised it as a horizon, and it didn't slow down and just slammed into the side of it. So it's people are putting a lot of faith into a little set of cameras. The amount of the other thing that I think that they'll have to do whenever they introduce it to somewhere like London is like, see when it was the London Olympics 2012, and they introduced this the Olympic family drivers. There was all these BMWs.
That's right. London. And they were all using the bus lanes and stuff, weren't they?
But they were made special lanes, and there was no right turns, no left turns, and this was to cover the insurance because they were non-professional drivers. It was like the Olympic friends of the Olympic family and sort of thing. So they weren't actually professional drivers as such. So
hang on, the Olympics didn't employ professional drivers?
No, this was all. See the BMWs.
They must have had pro drivers in them. Surely they were ferrying athletes around.
No, this is why the roads were closed off in certain directions, because there was no left and right turns to cover the insurance. And this is what they'll have. This is why I think there's so much money getting ploughed into these cycle lanes, because Boris put in 330 million to get the main ones out on the road.
Yeah.
Sadiq's saying he's putting another 770 million. That's 1.1 billion over 8-9 years for cycle superhighways. So I reckon the ones that are there just now will be transferred over to trial areas for these driverless cars, and Sadiq's 770 will be made into these cycle lanes.
So you sense that, I mean, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but I'm kind of with you a little bit on this, James, in that you kind of wonder that there's the amount that's been spent on cycle lanes, and you look at the Caterpillar bus scenario, 500 buses tail to tail with no one on them, and you think, what's that all about? At what point would that be okay? And cycle lanes, similar deal. No matter how much the cycling lobby say so, most of those cycle lanes, hundreds of millions of pounds worth, are utilised in a disproportionately against the guff and the news releases about how they were going to be used. And of course, cycling is still something that's done by 1% of the population. So the theory is then they're going to be used for something else.
Well, the other thing, whatever they introduce, I'd just like to say, if you're a professional driver, like a paramedic, a police driver, fire engine, or a London taxi, you're never going to be beaten by some robot.
Never going to happen, says James. 0345 6060 973. There were, by the way, thank you to James. I'll talk to Shay in just a second. There were 9,000 drivers used for the Olympics over that time. I'm not sure James is right that none of them were professional drivers. That would be extraordinary that they just said, yes, you've got to take Rebecca Adlington and all of that lot around. But it doesn't matter whether you've never driven before. I think they must have been professional to a certain level. I'm not saying they're all good, but nonetheless, the the broader point that he made about the kind of lanes, was that a road test for something bigger? Oh, this is sounding a bit too... It's a little bit too... Surely it cannot have been. They can't have thought about that when they were doing that. They can't have thought about driverless cars when they were making cycle lanes. Not the original cycle lanes, maybe, but if you look at some of the big cities, and James there cited London, and you look at what's happening there, hundreds and hundreds of millions of pounds on something that 1% of the population do. There is no other area of life where you would make that trade-off. There was no other business transaction you would say, we're going to put this amount of money into something that 1% of people do. Even if you wanted to preen your environmental whiskers so that the world looked at you and said, oh, look at the Mayor of London, aren't they fantastic? Both Boris and Sadiq with their green credentials. Even if you were all about getting people's cardio working in a slightly more efficient way, you would nobody would say, nobody could possibly look at that and go, yeah, that's reasonable. 1% of people cycle. Yeah, let's put £700 million of taxpayers' money into that. So is there another story behind it? Shay, what are your thoughts in Enfield? Driverless cars and the automated workplace, Shay?
Yeah, do you know what? They're doing a big programme like that around Enfield and Palmer's Green. And I was saying to my missus the other day, it's a lot of money that they're spending to do all these roads just for that. And that's sort of like the penny just dropped there.
Yeah, it's like, is there another reason for all of this?
Exactly, because it doesn't make sense otherwise. But I was willing to say that I'm a plumber and heating engineer, so I don't think my job would ever be taken by automation. But to get there, that sounds like a great idea, to have my car drive me to a job, especially or van, especially if it was self-cleaning as well.
That's always handy.
That would be brilliant.
Then people can't can't daub terrible things on the back doors of your van, can they?
Well, no, I'm talking about the inside with the coffee cups and everything else.
Well, that'd be rather nice, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it would be lovely. So, and on another, they was talking about the universal tax credits a couple of months back. George, the Labour guy, McDonald, was talking about it.
That's right. Yes, yeah, because we've done a few debates on the universal basic income. Yeah.
Right. So I wrote to him, actually emailed him and said, because I hate these self-service things, that to fund it, they should actually, anything that's self-automated in a workplace should be taxed heavily in order to fund that universal tax credit. So if it's taking 3 or 4 jobs, well, then they'll have to pay 7 or 8 times the national insurance rate to have one of these implemented in the workplace.
Yeah.
So, that's what I rang up to.
All right, no, good work, Shape. Thank you very much indeed. 0345 6060 973. I'll chat to Matt in Reading in just a second. Cursed Dice on Twitter says a driverless vehicle doesn't need to see the lights. Just have the ambulance send a signal out saying, I'm an ambulance, get out the way. Well, it will all be that, won't it? Everything will be talking to everything. So there won't be any accidents because nothing can bump into anything, because all of that will be avoided by the various technologies and sensors and elements that are fixed within all vehicles, not just ambulances. And traffic lights would change automatically, I suppose. Nothing, you wouldn't have to worry about anything. It would just all tick along, be like one big kind of optical illusion, but it would be real. More of that's on its way. The bigger price, of course, for tech, impressive as it might be, what does it say about people's jobs? 0345 6060 973.
LBC Through Your Workday with Sheila Fogarty from 1 after James O'Brien at 10.
I'm sorry, maybe I'm being just too much of a Ramona.
You see, even there, we start policing our own language. You've just described facts and numbers. Yeah. All you've done is count.
Go to the Institute of Chartered.
I know, mate. I know, but counting, that's so 20th century. We don't count anymore. We make up our own numbers. Haven't you been following American politics? 2 + 2 = 17.
This is LBC.
Repeat after me. I, Isabella Lopez, do solemnly swear.
I, Isabella Lopez, do solemnly swear.
Yes, to apply for the marriage allowance tax break.
To apply for the marriage allowance tax break.
And save up to £220.
If you're married or in a civil partnership and one of you earns less than £11,000 and your partner earns less than £43,000, you could receive up to £220. If you were eligible last year and didn't claim, you could get up to £432. Apply now at gov.uk/marriage allowance.
Obsession, an idea or thought that continually preoccupies a person's mind. At Darwood & Tanner, one of the UK's most innovative dental implant practices, we are obsessed about dental health and dental implants transforming our patients' lives. Here's Andrew Darwood.
One of the great joys of our practice is that we're seeing patients we treated 25 years ago with dental implants, and they're still doing well, still smiling.
Visit darwoodandtanner.co.uk. Obsessive dental care.
Clive, what's doing Wolf? Whale music? You must be one stressed-out private landlord.
Yes, I am.
Your tenants are struggling financially and can't pay their rent. But you're with Direct Line. They'll repay any unpaid rent until your tenants are out. So drop the stress ball. It'll all be over soon. That's better.
Claim back unpaid rent after 1 month's arrears with rent guarantee. Can your insurance do that? Search Direct Line Landlord. Optional cover as part of legal expenses add-on. Qualifying criteria and cover limits apply. Underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
All of us at QuickFit would like to say a big thank you to each and every one of our customers. That's why we're offering 20% off your next service and giving you little tips to keep you safe on the road this season. For example, did you know that an MOT doesn't actually guarantee your car will be safe to drive for the whole calendar year? Get down to your local QuickFit today to receive 20% off your next service. QuickFit, it's all about the service.
Having built a substantial amount of family wealth in property and investment, how do you protect it for the future given the current climate? Holding cash in an inflationary environment with negligible returns on savings is effectively moving backwards. So what do you do? Arrange a free, no-obligation consultation with Barnes Rofe and get advice you can trust. Barnes Rofe. Clever accountants for business. Visit barnesrofe.com/radio.
If you use your phone while you're driving and it's not hands-free, the penalty's been doubled. It's now 6 points and £200. The trouble is, a lot of us are addicted to our phones. So try this trick. Put your phone somewhere where you can't pick it up. Somewhere you can't see it. The glove compartment. That way, you won't be tempted. Save yourself 6 points and £200. Maybe even save a life. Make the glove compartment the phone compartment. Think. Put your phone away.
Ian Collins on LBC.
Back on the phones with you. 0345 6060973. Matt is in Reading. Hi, Matt.
Hi, Ian. How you doing?
I'm all right, yeah. Driverless cars.
You probably know why I'm calling.
Yes, I can see why this might be, as Will was alluding to, a mutual friend of ours who's blind said that it would be an amazing thing to have. As somebody who's blind, I assume you'd concur with that.
Absolutely. I mean, the number of times when, family have had to, rally round to give me a lift to somewhere, whether that be to go pick something up or to just go somewhere in particular or whatever. And, that with the way that families work, that has a habit of coming back and beating you, with over the head. We do a lot for you, blah, blah, blah. We run you here, we run you there. You show a bit more gratitude and all this kind of thing. And I would love to not be beholden to people in that way. I would love to be able to say, need to go to Asda, or just ordered something from Argos, need to go and pick it up.
Yep.
The fact of the matter is, if I want to go and pick something up at the moment, I would have to get a taxi from my house. That would cost me £25 into Reading, and then to pick up whatever I need, so wait and return. So wow. £25. So pick up my new flat screen TV, for example. I know that sounds weird, blind person having a TV, but I do have a very, very, very small amount of vision. So the bigger the TV, the more I can see it.
Yep.
I actually did have to do that. It cost me £50 to pick it up.
Wow. So you buy a TV, you get a good price for a TV, but you got to pay an extra 50 quid to just transport.
if I bought it this year, obviously now I could have it delivered. But at the time I did that, the delivery service of this particular store hadn't kind of got going yet.
Sure.
So that was a kind of before I'd really got into using Amazon and things. But that kind of thing. Even like a more classic example is I had to go shopping at Asda a while ago because online shopping wasn't working properly. Or Iceland is the best example because they don't deliver to my house. So Iceland is one of these supermarkets that only deliver in certain areas. So I had to get a taxi. I actually got a bus into town, and then I got a taxi back. So it cost me £25 to bring my shopping home. And
that's extraordinary.
To have a car would be stunning. I mean, it would just be the most amazing thing if I wanted to go to the seaside for the day.
Yeah.
We could just hop in the car and go. And in terms of the people mentioning things like GPS and the example where Tesla drove into the lorry and that kind of thing. I mean, I was saying to your researcher, all you have to do, is look at the number of road miles clocked up by these self-driving experimental vehicles, and we're talking millions of road miles now since the past 3 years. Look at the number of accidents that they have actually caused, not been involved in, because that's a big difference. So a lot of people have rear-ended the Google car, for example.
Yes, that's right. I mean, I think the first accident the Google car had was because somebody else bumped into it.
Yeah, because they were too busy looking at it because they were fascinated.
Of course they were.
But the thing is, if you actually look at the number of accidents caused by the technology specifically versus the number of accidents caused by human drivers in the same mileage, and the numbers are amazing. There will come a time when it's all controlled by a central management system. There will come a time when if the police want to stop somebody they're chasing, they just type in a license plate number and they're given a special release code that forces that car to brake and stop. That will happen eventually.
Of course it will. And there'll be no way around it because the police will literally just be able to stop the car. And that's, of course, gets into a whole other Big Brother territory. Matt, we stop there. Thank you. Andrew is in Hampstead. Hi, Andrew.
Well, hello. I have to admit the concept of driverless cars scares the merry bejesus out of me.
Quite scary. But, once upon a time, the idea of watching the television on your telephone was quite frightening.
Well, true, but on the other hand, here's a little thunk for you. We've got people these days who shine laser lights into the cockpits of aircraft landing.
Genius characters.
The crash. Absolutely. How long do you think it'll be before one of them works out the codes to get into the input of your totally automated vehicle? No, remember, you've got no steering wheel, no pedals, no override the latest ones are going to have. So you are at their mercy. They want to play Grand Theft Auto with a real-life person. Woo-hoo.
Yeah, but wouldn't the tech that's going to be invented to make these things run on a more domestic fashion incorporate all of those concerns, Andrew?
Let's face it, these days, if you've got the tech there, somebody's going to work their way around it. But if you're not worried about that, how about this? Just if you just happen to be a little bit worried about big government, you get into the car, and like the police, you said in the last one, you tap in the code and you vanish. Somebody else taps in a code, and instead of driving you to your Aunt Maisie's, you drive to a little dark room under the main police station in Paddington, where there's some nice, kind gentlemen with rubber hoses waiting to interrogate you. Hey, nothing to do with us. They got into the car. We didn't arrest them.
But that would be the really dark possibility, wouldn't it, of driverless cars. Andrew, thank you. And I'm pretty sure everything Andrew said, whilst there is I guess some dramatic license being employed there, one assumes that all the head honchos and the various brains that are all about this kind of driverless car project would probably have thought about all of this. Can it be hijacked? What can happen with it? Can somebody get in? Can this be overridden? Etc., etc. Ash is in Shepherd's Bush. What are your thoughts, Ash?
I think on one hand I agree with you. I'm in a job where a lot of people are currently being put out of work because they're replacing all our inspection stuff. I work for the railway, by the way.
Okay.
With trains that do all of it. So it's like miles and miles of tech that's inspected by cameras. But I do think long term, if it does get to the point where this whole idea that if you work hard and you go and get a good degree, you might get a good job becomes kind of like unworkable, or companies are losing money because people aren't basically be able to work, and we do move to a more utopian society where people are given a living wage and we're not controlled by bank computer screens and the rest of it.
Possibly.
I think it could be good, maybe. I mean, or it could go the other way.
But it can't.
Like, you know,
so it can't be good in isolation. It's got to be good with other factors attended to.
Yeah, exactly. And like I say, if it comes to a situation where, you know, everything is becoming automated, and it makes sense to give people living wages and get people to study more on a, you know, higher forms of education rather than, you know, go work in a shop for 20 years type stuff. I think it could be good.
All right. I'm with you. Ash, thank you very much for that. Armin, on the embankment. Armin, what are your thoughts? You're a driver, a pro driver. Are you about to be out of work in the next few years because of the driverless car?
Well, I don't think so, because I'm a London chauffeur, and my car's pretty similar to that. You know, I've got a Mercedes S500, which stays on its own on the motorway and all sorts. But there are certain situations in central London, like Friday night, Saturday night, certain areas of London, where regardless of, you know, how smart the car is, there's general public who are just drunk all over the place. I mean, walking all over the roads, where you literally have to beat your way through. And you know, if you got a electric car or computer car, the sensors will just pick it up and it'll be sitting there all day long. You know, so I don't know how they're planning to get around that.
So if people know that people will just run on the roof of the car and start monkeying around like fools, and hilarious as that will be for YouTube, of course, but then maybe the driverless car will also have a special kind of probe in the roof, so that if anybody does think, yeah, let's go and sit on the car, might be doing that again. And he now sings falsetto in the local choir. Looking forward to that. Coming up in the next section.
Don't let them in. Shut the door in their face. Whatever you do, do not let bailiffs in.
That's the advice from one man on the issue of bailiffs. Where do you have to be on the evolutionary scale to enter a stranger's house and walk out with their gear? While their kids are watching CBeebies, just walk out with their flat screen. What is wrong with you? The job of being a bailiff. I'll tell you why we're talking about that next.
On FM, online, on your mobile, and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at midnight, the Brexit bill has been approved by Parliament, allowing Theresa May to trigger Article 50 and begin the process of leaving the European Union. With no opposition from Labour, the House of Lords backed down in their attempts to amend the bill following an earlier vote in the Commons.
They have voted contents 118, not contents 274. So the not contents have it.
Well, Liberal Democrat peer Baroness Kramer has told LBC she's disappointed there wasn't further debate.
Your oath is to provide the best advice. Of course, in the end, we always give way to the elected House. We always do. But our job is to say to the government, think again, and it usually, in the end, responds by at least some thoughts. You don't end up with everything that you want, but there's some real consideration around the issues that have been raised and a recognition that the issues that have been raised are important enough to merit that. This is one of those occasions when we haven't had that.
The Prime Minister says Nicola Sturgeon's decision to seek a second referendum on Scottish independence is deeply regrettable. Nearly 2/3 of voters in Scotland backed Britain remaining in the EU, and Nicola Sturgeon says another independence ballot could now be held. Former First Minister Alex Salmond says the only person to blame for a second referendum is the Prime Minister.
So if Theresa May was unwilling to make any concession to Scotland, and she's shown that, then that was going to be the conclusion. Remember, of course, Nicola Sturgeon, unlike Theresa May, was elected First Minister with 47% of the vote on a manifesto which said exactly this. If Scotland is dragged out of Europe against her will, then the Scottish Parliament should have the right to hold another referendum on independence.
Millions of Americans are at risk of losing their access to health care, according to an independent review of Republican plans approved by President Trump. The Congressional Budget Office says the proposed changes to Obamacare could see as many as 24 million Americans lose health insurance over the next 10 years. Our Washington correspondent Simon Marks reports.
The Congressional Budget Office is non-partisan, and the numbers it's generated on the Republican proposals
are devastating. 14 million more people would be uninsured next year than under the current law, and within a decade, the number of people losing their health insurance would reach more than 24 million. The White House is challenging the CBO's numbers, but they will make it enormously difficult for Republicans to sell the plan they're currently offering. Simon Marks, LBC, Washington.
Tesco is the latest supermarket to say it's cutting the cost of fuel by up to 2 pence per litre later today. It's followed Asda and Morrison's. Wholesale costs have recently fallen. And Chelsea are into the semi-finals of the FA Cup after beating Manchester United at Stamford Bridge 1-0. Tottenham now face Chelsea in the last 4 at Wembley. LBC weather: a mild, overcast night for most places. Some patchy rain in the west, a low of 9 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Zora Suleiman.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ian Collins.
Have you seen the way some people park their cars? You kind of realise that you need to have traffic wardens sometimes, because you have kind of these extraordinary half-witted merchants who will you kind of cannot fathom. So right outside where I live the other day on a Sunday, two cars parked right on a path, not just on the curb, of the path. Sometimes on a very narrow road you often have no choice but to mount the curb a little bit, and there are even some road signs that encourage you to do that. But there's usually an alternative arrangement for the pedestrian, like the other side of the road. And on this particular piece of road, there was nowhere else. There was no path on the other side of the road. Just a brick wall. So the only small piece of path was parked on completely by two cars. So anyone going down this particular road, if you had a pram or a pushchair, you were stuffed. You couldn't, in any shape or form, get your way down the road. You had to walk out onto the road. And that was extraordinary, because you sort of think to yourself, where were the traffic wardens when you need them? Where were the traffic wardens? Now, I don't, like anybody else, I don't much care for traffic wardens. They are a curious group of people. Who would do the job of a traffic warden? Why would anybody put themselves forward to become a traffic warden? So even though you see the necessity, you still have to question why somebody does it. I had this conversation to the face of a traffic warden once, right in their wardeny face, and said, why would you do this? You've got something wrong with you. You're giving people tickets that could wipe out their weekly or monthly budget based on the fact that they parked on the wrong piece of coloured paint at the wrong time of day. So I'm talking there about stupid parking, as distinct from councils just trying to coin in the cash. So you sort of reluctantly know that sometimes you have to have a traffic warden, but you have to still, nonetheless, question, and you should question very thoroughly and search your head and ask yourself who could do that job. If you are a traffic warden, let me tell you now, you have something wrong with you, okay? It is as simple as that. There isn't really any wiggle room for debate on that. You have something wrong with you. If you are a bailiff, you also have something wrong with you. In fact, you have more wrong with you than the traffic warden. And the traffic warden has quite a lot wrong with them. 0345 6060 973. I mention it for this reason. Charities say they are continuing to see widespread problems with the behaviour of bailiffs towards vulnerable people in financial difficulty, despite a crackdown on the issue. So you've got lots of charities like Step Change, Debt Charity, the Children's Society, Christians Against Poverty, Citizens Advice and the Money Advice Trust have compiled evidence of ongoing problems in the bailiff industry. There are a lot of people on the lowest rung of the ladder. You've got, for example, who would you put right at the bottom of the ladder of life? Socialists, for example. They'd be right down there, wouldn't they? People that are curious, questionable, and slightly tapped in some shape or form. The aforementioned traffic wardens and bailiffs. Bailiffs would be right down there. There could be no job that is lower than a snake's belly than that of a bloody bailiff. I'm telling you, every inch of every bailiffy manoeuvre these people make, you have to question the person that does it. The bailiff. But here's the thing. You kind of sort of understand why you need them. But who does it? Who puts theirself forward and goes, I'll be the bailiff. I'll go around to people's houses, people I don't know. I know nothing about their financial circumstances. I know nothing about the intricate reasons as to why there's a court order for this money or why there's some other reason why we're going round there to nick their gear. I know nothing about whether this might be a mistake. All I'm doing is obeying my master's orders and going out, and I'm going to walk into a house where little children are watching television and they're having a great time watching Mr. Tumble, and I'm going to knock on the door and I'm going to walk in, I'm going to unplug that TV, I'm going to take their telly away, and then I'm going to take their toys away as well. I'm going to take anything that I think I could flog to get some money back. And worse still, we're going to put our costs on there as well, so it'll be even more expensive. So we're going to go around to somebody's house who we understand, by definition of the fact we're here, haven't got very much money, and we're going to make their bill even bigger because we're here to take the money. It is a preposterous scenario when you look at it like that. 0345 6060 973. That said, if somebody owes you a few quid and genuinely owes you the money and they're not paying, because not every case will be the seductive example I just cited, then, yeah, send the bailiffs round, have the door in, get their kit out of there and lob it down the auction house. So we all understand it. But you still have to question the person who does it. They're usually kind of meat-headed characters with very little going on between the two lug holes. But that's what you need, isn't it? You don't want anybody... If you were intelligent, you wouldn't do the job. You just would not do the job. You'll never find a bailiff with a degree. I promise you. You could look around the whole country. I think I once did a survey on it, so you probably don't even need to call me on that. I'm pretty sure that there's no such thing as a bailiff with any kind of academic qualification. I'm almost sure of that. That's my own research, of course. 0345 6060 973. If you thought about it, you wouldn't do it. Even if it was right, we'd walk into somebody's house and take their computer. We're having your cooker away, love. Really? Why? Well, it's the only thing of any value. It's worth a couple of £100. You only owe us a couple of £100. You can't give it to us. Taking your cooker. Yes, I know they can't take stuff that... They can't take stuff that will stop your means of earning a living, and they can't take stuff that will stop your means of eating. So I don't think they can take your fridge away or your microwave and stuff like that. They give it a good go, some of them. So I kind of know why they're there, but I still have to question the individual who does it. 0345 6060 973. Let me start with Andy in Dartford. What are your thoughts, Andy?
Well, for that little charade...
You're not a bailiff, are you?
No, I'm bloody well not.
Oh,
I'm glad I'm not. But without them, I'd be massively out of pocket. People take the Michael to the nth degree. We all know what the nth degree is. Well, most intelligent people know what the nth degree is,
yeah.
And they will rip you from there to breakfast time.
Why is so? What's your line of work where people are owing you money on this, Andy?
That doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, somebody has to pay somewhere. Nobody lives anywhere for rent free. Nobody, but people decide that they don't want to pay rent for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And then other people, I have an investment property because we pensions aren't what they were, and we decide that we want to do this and do that, and this is a good way to make some money rather than a pension. And guess what? Somebody comes in and rips the living daylights out of you. And you say that a bailiff isn't within its rights to go down and take them out of that property and throw them out of it. Because guess what? That guy's paid £8,000, £10,000 in mortgage repayments, and that man hasn't paid a penny in rent. And guess what? Where your pension's gone.
I hear you.
£10,000 behind.
Yeah, no, I get that. Do you still think it's strange that somebody does that job, though, Andy? Walks into somebody's house?
It's a job. at the end of the day...
Yeah, but what kind of job... Who walks into someone's house and takes the kid's TV away?
Kids. Well,
Who sits there? The kids are watching the telly. Mr. Tumble's on. They're having a great time. They're just waiting for the new episode of PJ Masks. And suddenly, look what happens. Bailiff comes in, big old bruiser with his brain in his biceps, and decides to take their TV away.
Have you ever seen a bailiff do that? Oh, I haven't. I've seen them do it loads of times. They're very respectful. They're very nice people. They go in, this is the rules, this is the law, this is what I have to do. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, but it's got nothing to do with them, has it? It's not their money.
No, it's not their money. It's the person who owns the house money, and they're £10,000 behind in their mortgage repayments because they've not had any rent.
But I agree with you. See, that's why I said at the beginning that I understand it's kind of like you need to have them, but I still wonder who does the job.
It doesn't matter who does the job. Somebody's got to do the job.
Yeah, but you have to question your fellow human being.
Away with not paying their dues.
No, you're right. I understand it, but I'm still uncomfortable with matey mooching around people's houses taking their kit away.
You don't sound like you understand it. I know you say you understand it. But at the end of the day,
I do get it. I know what you mean, but it's still not... I'm talking about the human condition.
Radio programme, because these people are taking the royal Michael out of everybody, and we're talking about people that can't make any money out of their pensions or their savings anymore, and they're investing in property, and people come and absolutely rip the living...
What's it out of them?
Exactly. And they end up with like £10,000 worth of debt because they've not had any rent for God knows how many months. If you take a person to court, it can take you 10 months to get them out of their property with no rent.
Hey, listen, I understand that. I have that very situation, not with me, somebody close to me at the moment. So I totally get the difficulties of that. Everything is very much stacked in favour of the tenant, it seems, in these respects. Listen, we stop there, Andy, just for time. Thank you very much indeed for that. I'm going to talk to Michael in Sydenham in just a second. I do understand if somebody's not paying their money, and I'm painting this nice romantic picture of the kids all sitting around a TV, and big old bruiser comes in with his warrant from the courts. I know that's not always the typical case. There are people who are taking the mick every day of the week. And then you kind of sort of understand. But I still wonder about the human condition. It's kind of jobs people do that you couldn't possibly do. And surely being a bailiff has to be right up there. It's got to be one of them, hasn't it? Every step of the way, I would have thought. 0345 6060 973. I'll talk to Michael in Sydenham in a couple of moments' time. Have you had experience of bailiffs, by the way? So tell me what it's been like to be on the receiving end. This report is suggesting that they're not always necessarily covering themselves in glory when they're on a mission, the said bailiffs. Is that your experience? If you've had them around, or did they behave rather well? Many are suggesting that they are showing little concern towards vulnerable people in financial difficulty. 0345 6060 973. If you work as a bailiff, if that is you, explain more. You don't have to explain yourself to me, but tell me why I've got this one wrong. I think it's a very suspicious job for anyone to do. We'll be back on the phones with you in just a couple of moments. You're listening to Late Nights with Ian Collins, LBC.
This is LBC.
Would you like to hear some information that could financially benefit yourself and your family? I thought so. You seem like the sort of person who puts their loved ones first, someone who
could be drawn in by the emotional manipulation of an investment scammer. At the Financial Conduct Authority, we're committed to keeping you safe. So if you've been offered an unsolicited investment opportunity, be a scam-smart investor and check the FCA warning list of firms to avoid at fca.org.uk/scamsmart.
This is the sound of someone breaking into your business. It's that simple. And once they're in your systems, they can do real damage. Hiscox Cyber and Data Insurance for small businesses covers everything from extortion to data theft. Our team of IT specialists will recover lost data and prevent further damage wherever possible, so you can concentrate on connections in the real world. Hiscox Cyber and Data Insurance for the small and the brave.
Do you feel that? It's time. It's time for family. It's time for beaches, for relaxation, for that new swimsuit. Time to splash and discover and create memories. Book now with thousands of seats at £29 one way. It's time to forget time. It's time to holiday with Monarch. Fly to Spain, the Canaries, Portugal and many more. Book now at monarch.co.uk. Terms and conditions apply. See monarch.co.uk for details.
Whether you're saving up for a trip to paradise or building your dream bathroom, the money you're putting aside is perfectly safe. Protected by the FSCS up to £85,000 should anything happen to your bank, building society or credit union. It's completely automatic, free of charge and backed by government. In most cases, you'll get your money back within 7 days. You'll probably never need us, but it's good to know we're here. Search FSCS Protected for details.
Match, Malcher, workplace chair, pension, pop. Sound a bit alien? Well, he's saying it's time for small businesses to set up a workplace pension. Still sound alien? Don't worry, the People's Pension can help. We're an award-winning scheme run by a provider with 30 years pensions experience. Our complete solution gives small businesses total support. Join the thousands of businesses already signed up at thepeoplespension.co.uk/alien. The People's Pension's a workplace pension scheme regulated by the Pensions Regulator. The People's Pension. Designed for people, not aliens.
Save 15% with discount code MUM at zingflowers.com.
Zing flowers are amazing every time.
Someone as family-focused as you
could be drawn in by the emotional manipulation of an investment scammer. Be a scam-smart investor. Check the FCA warning list before investing.
Late Nights with Ian Collins on LBC.
Right back on it. We'll go to Ali in just a second. Michael in Sydenham. What are your thoughts, Michael?
Hello there. My thoughts are not so much about the bailiffs. It's not a job I would consider doing myself, number one.
Okay.
But you did mention something about the traffic wardens, that it takes somebody who's got something wrong with them to do that sort of job. I would say that traffic wardens are out there on the streets because they have been employed by the council to do the job. I used to be one myself a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And I'm going to let you know that the amount of pressure that is on these guys on the street to come back with certain amount of tickets every day.
That's why you shouldn't do the job, Michael. Otherwise, people might think you're a dodge pot.
But what I'm saying is you should have a go.
But you don't do it anymore. You gave it up. Would you become a bailiff?
I wouldn't, no.
So what would be your reasons to not... I mean, you'd be a traffic warden, but not a bailiff. Why not? Why one and not the other?
But I believe that it's... A traffic warden is... I mean, the major thing is to control traffic, but it's gone way beyond that now. It's about money-making for the councils. You see what I'm trying to say? The job of a bailiff, they will tell you when they turn up at your door, they will tell you, I've got the High Court writ with me. Then I think if the High Court is able to give them the writ to go and do the job, then you should have a go at the High Court. It's not their fault.
But why wouldn't you do the job? What would be your own reason for not doing it? Would it be just based on the fact you don't fancy the job, or you would feel...
I don't fancy the job, and I think it's too risky as well, because someone's already upset. You don't know who you're going to meet when you turn up at their door.
That's it.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it myself. I'm just saying that with the traffic wardens that I heard you, talk about the other time, it's got way beyond controlling of traffic. It's about money making for councils right now. They mourn about these guys. They mourn at these guys if they don't bring enough tickets back every day.
All right, OK. Well, that's the issue of traffic wardens. We're back on the bailiffs. Michael, thank you. 0345 6060 973. Will says, your argument is like saying the police shouldn't arrest a robber who isn't robbing their own house. What? The point is, it's their job to uphold the law. Well, it's not the law, because it's not usually a legal issue. It's often a civil issue. That's the point. It's not people who've broken the law. Being in debt is not an offence. And that's the whole issue. If someone's broken the law, yeah, fine. If matey A owes some money to matey B, then I'm afraid that's nothing to do with person C. That's my contention on this one, that I'm uncomfortable with that. I'm uncomfortable with the fact that somebody would enter a stranger's house and take their stuff. Ali.
Hi, Ian. How are you?
I'm very well, sir. What are your thoughts?
Good. I think you are a very genuine guy. You are doing very good topic. Basically, what happened with me was I own a store, and I had a bailiff turned up last couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
And he said that, you owe me £742. I said, this is for what? He said, it's for a parking ticket. And he showed me the court letter. And the registration number of the car, I never owned that vehicle. I never saw that vehicle. I have got nothing to do with it. So basically, there was a chap who was under training in my store. He must have used my address. And I have proved him everything, but he wouldn't go. I called the police. The police said, well, it's a civil matter. You need to pay the money. And he have basically snatched £749 from me, which I don't owe that money. If not, he was threatening to take away all my goods from the shop. I mean, this is basically a theft. I called the DVLA, I called the insurance, I told DVLA to check the insurance, that where the car was insured and what was the person name, get the date of birth and arrest him. Why do I have to pay? But they have taken the money. So it's a total scam, you see. I mean,
so you had to pay?
I swear to you, I had to pay. And it hurts me so much. That money, I wouldn't mind if it goes to charity. But
why did you have to pay it if you didn't owe it?
Because the trainee who was having a trainee in my store, he didn't have a proper address, and I wasn't aware that he used my address, my store address, to get a logbook. And the car wasn't owned by me, but they wouldn't listen to me. They're so...
But you can appeal that, of course, if it's not...
There is no law like that. I have written 3 letters to DVLA. All they say is, from this day when you have written, your name is not there in the record. But you see, I never owned that vehicle. There is no system that they could check the insurance on whose name was the insurance, what was the date of birth on the insurance, then they can trace out the person and fine.
Yeah.
But they have taken away my money. So it's a total scam. It is basically they are taking just the money from poor people and they just make money. You see now, there's a company called Newland PLC. It has become a PLC company. They were only a little company. Now it's a PLC company, They mint money by sucking people's blood.
Listen, Ali, thank you very much indeed for that. Passionate stuff. I should say that, of course, companies would say they act legally and legitimately in accordance with the law and the courts and every other requirement that is asked of them to do so. And that's what makes it all the more extraordinary, because it is perfectly legit. It's all rather legal. If somebody owed you money, that could be the eventual course of action. The bit that I'm fascinated with is the human condition thing. Jobs people do. There's lots of jobs people do that we kind of look at, we're a little bit in awe of sometimes. You think, wow, I couldn't do that. I could not do that. I took my little boy to the park on Saturday, and it was kind of like when I say the park, not the play park, it was a big park, there was a lake in it, one of these kind of, it wasn't National Trust, but that kind of thing. Had a little walk around, and we finished our little walk. He was on his little bike, and we went and had something to eat. And sitting on the table next to us was a couple of people with some severely disabled people. And there were 3 people in wheelchairs and 3 carers with the people in the wheelchairs. And I, without sounding holier than thou, but I kind of want to, I think it's kind of probably a positive that, any kid is aware that people come in all shapes and sizes. So I thought that was, perhaps something that he should be aware of, even though he's only 3, but just aware that, people will look differently, people will act differently. There'll be a whole range of things going on. And I ended up chatting to one of the carer people that were there over the cost of a hot dog, which was the usual thing, utter rip-off. And I was looking at this guy and I thought, man, you do a job. I mean, what you're doing there is just the most incredible thing. That is just the most incredible thing. I'm so full of admiration. And, of course, what makes it even more incredible, because I know a little bit about this world, is I know you're not paid an awful lot of money to do it. So you have the most extraordinary responsibility, the most incredible dedication. Just incredible. And at the other end of that scale, so you've got people who do that for a living. And the other end of the scale, you've got bailiffs who have none of those qualities and attributes. But you still question how somebody does the job. Tony is in Marylebone. Tony, hello.
Hi there.
Hi, Tony. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts about the bailiffs is absolutely horrified. I think it's about time the government stepped in, right? I know there's a need of people who owe money, like business rates and all that, but the most disturbing thing, what's going on at the moment, is regarding the parking tickets. Now, the local authorities, they're supposed to be government organisations. Now, they're allowing such things to go on, right? From a £25 ticket, it could end up costing you nearly £1,000. And it's about time that they put a stop to this. And like your last caller, I sympathise with him very much. I gave somebody a car which was registered on somebody else's name. It was my nephew. I was trying to give it to him. And I gave it on to sell it. And I didn't sign the proper paperwork. He got 2 parking tickets where they were £25. I approached him and says, let me sort it out. Never received. Next minute, bailiffs knocking on my nephew's door, demanding £700.
Wow.
Yes. Then again, another one, another 700 quid. I tried to talk to them, but the people that they have behind the lines, they haven't got no. They are trained not to sympathise with people. They're trained not to listen to genuine people. All they're interested in, pay up, because if the bailiff knocks on the door again, right, it's going to cost you another 200 quid. Yeah. And I think it's time, and the pick on people that they ain't got no money. For instance, if you can't, there's so many thousands of people that get a parking ticket, and they can't afford to pay for it. And they're struggling. Then the next minute they know the local authorities, they struck this so-called bailiffs or whatever firms, like you said, Newlands. It became a massive company from people's backs, and it's disgusting. It's deceiving.
What about? But here's the thing, Tony. What about, and a previous caller mentioned it. What about people who genuinely owe someone money and are refusing to pay?
Like, for instance, like rent money. I agree, because I'm a tenant. I'm a landlord as well. And you get people.
You're a landlord and a tenant?
No, I'm a landlord. Sorry, I'm a landlord.
Yep.
Yeah. And that is genuine. If you can prove, if you go through the courts. But with the thing is, Ian, with a parking ticket, it's not such a court order. It's just a standard paperwork that the bailiff holds in his hand. It's been given to him by the head office. He knocks on the door and he scares people. If you look into that paperwork, it's not actually a court order. The only court order that comes through to your door is that one, with the rent arrears or whatever money, is the sheriffs, the organisation sheriffs. They have the court orders in their hands. But with the parking tickets, it's just a printed letter, standard letter from Northampton. Yes, this register keeper owes us this money. And they give it to, like you said, people at the bailiffs. No disrespect to them, they cannot go and do a proper job, and they're just bully.
All right. Tony, I have to step in there just because we've slightly overshot, but thank you for that. Share the exasperation, 0345 6060 973. If you do this for a living, we haven't spoken to have we spoken to a bailiff yet? No, God, I've probably scared them all off, haven't I, with my sort of rat. Sorry about that. I can't really say sorry now, can I? It's all out the hatches. There's no going back on what I said. However, tell me why I've got it all wrong. I mean, I did suggest that I don't imagine there's such a thing as a bailiff with a degree, or any kind of academic qualification for that matter, because if you were intelligent, you wouldn't be a bailiff. Isn't that about right? But then you see, if somebody owed me a load of money because they'd ripped me off, I'd be grateful for a bailiff. You see, that's the kind of quandary. 0345 6060 973. Back with you on the phones in just a second. First, the news headlines come from Zora.
The government is now in a position to start the formal process of Britain leaving the European Union. It's after draft legislation was approved by Parliament. The bill was passed without being changed. Article 50 is now expected to be triggered at the end of the month. Meanwhile, Theresa May says it's deeply regrettable the Scottish First Minister wants a second independence referendum. Nicola Sturgeon insists a ballot on leaving the UK is necessary to allow Scotland to choose its own course. And parts of America is bracing itself for the worst storm of the winter, with warnings of record low temperatures and dangerous travelling conditions setting in later today. Forecasters have warned that Winter Storm Stella will bring blizzards and heavy snow, with up to 18 inches expected to cover an area from New England to New York. LBC weather: a mild, overcast night for most areas, some patchy rain in the west, a low of 9 degrees.
This is LBC.
Now, the following information will only be of interest to more successful investors. I thought that might include you. You're obviously someone with a great track record and excellent liquidity who
could be drawn in by the flattery of an investment scammer. At the Financial Conduct Authority, we're committed to keeping you safe. So if you've been offered an unsolicited investment opportunity, be a scam-smart investor and check the FCA warning list of firms to avoid at fca.org.uk/scamsmart.
This is the sound of someone breaking into your business. It's that simple. And once they're in your systems, they can do real damage. Hiscox Cyber and Data Insurance for small businesses covers everything from extortion to data theft. Our team of IT specialists will recover lost data and prevent further damage wherever possible, so you can concentrate on connections in the real world. Hiscox Cyber and Data Insurance for the small and the brave.
It's where the trade goes. Selco Builders Warehouse is much more than just a builder's merchant, and we just opened a new branch in Beckton, East London. With huge stocks of timber, building materials, plumbing, electrical, decorating, kitchens and bathrooms, tools and much, much more on the shelf. Selco is stacked to the rafters with thousands of trade price products ready to take away same day. But don't just take our word for it, see it for yourself. Selco Builders Warehouse, now open on Beckton Retail Park, Newham.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade go.
I know how to avoid a soggy bottom. I know the name of cinema's most famous white shark. I know all the things you can do with a Maris Piper. And I definitely know the TV show that made this music famous. But I don't know my state pension.
There's a simple way to find out when you can get your state pension and how much it'll be. Search Your State Pension and get to know yours.
BT Sport is the exclusive home of the UEFA Champions League until 2021, and now you can get it free for 3 months. Can Leicester keep their momentum against Sevilla tonight from 7? And tomorrow, Pep takes City to Monaco from 7. Then on Thursday, Man United chase more silverware in the UEFA Europa League. Visit bt.com/sport to find out more. Prices and content may change. New BT Broadband and Sport customers. Broadband £24.99 a month, £32.49 a month from month 4 with BT Sport. 12-month contracts. Requires ongoing broadband contract renewal. Pay direct debit. Exclusions and terms apply.
The UK's trusted tradespeople, all in one place. Just pop in your postcode. Visit trustatrader.com.
Trustatrader.com.
When it comes to finding something new, you can start the conversation at Hello You. Sign up and browse profiles for free at helloyoudating.com and start the conversation today.
Now, someone as discerning as you
could be drawn in by the flattery of an investment scammer. Be a scam-smart investor. Check the FCA warning list before investing.
This is LBC with Ian Collins.
Leading Britain's conversation, Steve is in Romford. Steve, what are your thoughts? Good evening.
Hi, Ian. Hi. A few years ago, I had a bailiff knock at the door once for a parking ticket, which I was actually unaware of until they knocked. I opened the door. First thing the guy did was put his foot on the doorstep, as if so I couldn't shut the door.
Right.
Can you remove your foot off the doorstep? He ignored me and said, we're court-appointed bailiffs to collect this sum. We can enter your property and take whatever we like for the sum owed. And I said, no, you can't. And he said, yes, we can. I said, no, you can't. And he said, why not? I said, because this is rented property. A lot of the stuff in here was here when I moved in. And the
That's
other
a
stuff
good point.
Here doesn't belong to me. And he went, prove it. I said, I don't have to prove it. I said, if you want to come in and take stuff, you're more than welcome. But if you take stuff that doesn't belong to me, I will have you in court for theft. And he said, can you prove it now? I said, I don't have to prove it. I'll prove it in court. And he said, will you allow me entry? I said, no. He went, I'll go and get the police. I said, well, go and get the police. And when they come back and you take stuff that doesn't belong to me, you'll find yourself in court for theft. And they sort of looked at each other and said, you do know we've got the power. I said, no, hang on. You haven't got any power to enter my property without my consent. Yes, we have. I said, no, you haven't. Because if you want to enter my property without my consent, you need to get a police warrant to enter, a warrant officer to allow you to enter. I said, when the warrant officer turns up, I'll say to him, nothing in here of value belongs to me. And then you'll go away with your tail between your legs. And again, they looked at each other and still said, we've got the right. I said, no, you haven't got any right at all. You've picked the wrong person today, because I know my rights and I know your rights as a bailiff, and I know that your boss will not be pleased if you enter my property and take stuff that you can't prove belongs to me. And there was a sort of bit of a pause, and they went, right, we'll be back with the police. And I went, okay then. I said, before you go, I want your names, and I want to know which court appointed you to come to my property and take my goods. And I never saw him again. And also, I wrote to the court. I got their names because I have to give you a name. And I wrote to the court and explained the fact that I didn't get a parking ticket on my car. The first I knew of it was when I'd been taken to court and been summoned, and got a summons and got these bailiffs found. And I got a letter back saying, I'm very sorry for any misunderstandings. There'll be no further action.
Wow.
So to anybody out there listening, bailiffs do not have the right to enter your property or take any goods that they cannot prove belong to you. If there's any doubt, they won't risk taking you to court and basically being taken for theft.
Well, I was going to say, that's a really good point. I'd never even considered how that might have to work. But that's a cracking point. Steve, thank you. Lovely bit of info there. Of course, they do have this curious right. They don't have the right to break into your house, like the police can have a court order to smash your door down if they think you've been, I don't know, harbouring something nefarious in there. I don't know, illegal buckets of hamsters or something, whatever it is you might be hiding. They can do that, but with a bailiff, once the door's open, or I think if there's an open window, I think they can get in, but they can't break in. Etc., which is why they do the foot in the door thing when you open it. But there's a reason why they're usually big, sort of meaty fellas, because they need to look as if they could give you a good hiding if push came to shove. They probably wouldn't, but they need to be able to push a door open far more efficiently than you can push one closed. I think that seems to be the rule of thumb. This is Ruman in Kensington. Hello.
Hi, Ro. Hi, Ivan.
Hi. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, hi. So basically, what it was, I was away for a while, and then when I came back, I had a PCN, and the PCN was already moved to, bailiffs.
Yep.
And then when I came, I tried to contact bailiff and explain, look, I wasn't in this country. I even had boarding passes, the proof, ticket, everything. When I saw the bailiff, I knew, they would do something, with it. So I had everything, and ready in file. And then I tried to ring bailiff and explain, look, I wasn't in this country. Can I please, can you bring this amount back to the original amount? I'm not running, away with it or anything. And, they said, no, you have to pay, and then you explain it to the council. And I was like, how can I explain, how can I pay this 700 quid, and pay now and then explain it, And I was like, look, no, I want to explain it now and reduce it to the exact amount. So I can just pay. I don't mind paying it. But then after 3 or 4 days, they arrived to our house early in the morning. And then I had 2 younger brothers, and I'm looking after 2 younger brothers. One is 13 and the other is 14. We don't have parents in this country. So then, he came and then he was like, no, you have to pay this. And why did you leave it this far? I was like, look, I wasn't in this country. I was away. When I came back, it was in Bailiff. If I was here, I can prove it from my statement. But look, whenever I had PCNs, I have already paid it on time. I can prove it. I have that proof. I'm not, one of them not paying it at all. First, sometimes, you do a silly mistake and then you straight away fine for it.
Yeah, sure.
I don't think it's fair. And then, 65 quid maybe, not a lot for some people, but for somebody like me, which is like hardly, hard earned, money, 65 quid. It's a lot of money for me, basically, put it that way.
Did you So this is all very recent when this happened. What's the upshot of all of this now?
Then what happened? I told him, look, I can't. I'm not willing to pay it. You can go up to the top bedroom and take everything from the house, and even if you can't lift it, I will help you lifting it. But you take it, but I'm not willing to pay it, and I don't have it first of all. And then he looked at me, and then he called the van to come and collect it. And then later he switched his camera off and he goes like, okay, pay me some cash and I'll leave. And I was like, what do you mean? He goes like, just, I will write down to them that there wasn't, enough enough stuff to cover this money.
Yep.
On a nice letter to them, but how much are you willing to pay me now to leave the house? But then, eventually I agreed, okay, it's fine, I'll pay you 50 or 60 quid. But then he wasn't agreeing with that. But then I paid him £100 cash. I literally borrowed it in front of him from one of my housemates. And then he walked out, and that's it.
Wow. End of.
Yeah, that's it. But the point, the main point I'm trying to make this now, these councils are making so much money out of us. I'm a minicab driver, by the way. Mm-hmm. And we don't drive to amuse ourselves, by the way. We drive to obviously earn money. And then, imagine the £65 or £70, it's a lot of money for us, to be honest. I think the government should step in and, we rather pay to the government so at least we can benefit, the government can benefit something out of it rather than going to some people which maybe, using unusual stuff.
All right. Fair news. Ruben, thank you. Sorry to hear the frustration of that kind of call. And I think that's probably fairly typical, isn't it? I mean, it's one thing if it's, you're banged to rights and you've just been collared because you genuinely owe somebody a lot of money. And it would usually be a lot of money. I mean, bailiffs tend not to... I don't know how bailiffs work, but individuals tend not to employ a bailiff for the sake of 50 quid or something, do they? Wouldn't that be some kind of small claim court thing? I don't know how that would work. I don't know whether somebody would find that worth their while in the first place. Would the bailiffs lob on their fee on the top? I don't know how much that would be on something like 50 quid. Maybe it would be 100 quid. Is it worth 50 quid is their time worth 50 quid in petrol and manpower to go and knock on somebody's door for 3 hours? Probably not. So that maybe they have a minimum dispatch order on how they do this. 0345 6060 973. Don't go away, Glenn in Portsmouth, with you in a second. If you're not following LBC on Twitter, you should be. It's at LBC. You'll find a lot of info about breaking stories of the day, the debates are coming up, etc. If you're not following me on Twitter, in fact, there's a couple of ways you can get in touch with me. One is at Ian Collins UK. You should be following us there. There is I think a White House decree. Am I right in saying, Tom, didn't Donald Trump executive order from the White House that you have to follow us on Twitter at Ian Collins UK, because big announcements coming on Twitter. Big things are happening, I'm telling you. And on top of that, you can follow us on Facebook as well, which is facebook.com/Ian Collins UK. You have to like the page, and plenty of debate goes on there as well. Often, in fact, nearly always throughout the day, not just when we're on air. So follow on either of those, and it all neatly ties in with us being here Sunday to Thursday, 10 p.m, late nights with Ian Collins, LBC.
Coming up at 1 on LBC, Darren Adam.
I'm sure that separation would be defeated in a second Scottish referendum, but the harm caused by another campaign could be unbearable. Must we see yet more division in this country?
Darren Adam on LBC.
This is a live update for UK businesses. Every day, millions of consumers are shopping online for quality UK goods. And right now, some of the world's leading online marketplaces have reduced selling costs for UK businesses. To enjoy these exclusive discounts and to find the right online marketplace for you, search Exporting is Great.
My husband, Dan, he was terminally ill. We needed help looking after him at home. Our Marie Curie nurse did that. I remember she said, "Let's have a cup of tea and you can tell me Dan's story." That meant a lot. She wanted to know who he was. She did everything with such care. That's why I'm wearing a daffodil this March.
Help Marie Curie care for more people living with a terminal illness. Support the Great Daffodil Appeal. Text DAFF to 70030 to donate £5. Text costs your donation plus the standard network rate.
Oh, Canada. Wide open spaces. The friendliest people. Unique landscapes as far as the eye can see. Discover our wide open country and get closer to your Canadian holiday with Air Transat. Flying daily from London Gatwick, with meals and 23 kilogram of luggage allowance included. Book your direct flight to Toronto today. Visit airtransat.co.uk. Your Canadian holiday is calling.
And now, the rest of that true story from Aldermartin, Baines and Cuthbert. After a fire at a residential development in 2015, the insurance loss adjusters were looking for an excuse not to pay out. But the experienced input and correct health and safety paperwork provided by ABC meant that a full and satisfactory settlement was quickly negotiated. No fuss, no hassle. For block management, ABC Estates will give your story an ending that'll make you as happy as Larry. Find out more at abcestates.co.uk or call 0800 888 6688.
Clive, what's doing, Wolf? Whale music? You must be one stressed-out private landlord.
Yes, I am.
Your tenants are struggling financially and can't pay their rent. But you're with Direct Line. They'll repay any unpaid rent until your tenants are out. So drop the stress ball. It'll all be over soon. Ah, that's better.
Claim back unpaid rent after 1 month's arrears with rent guarantee. Can your insurance do that? Search Direct Line Landlord. Optional cover as part of legal expenses add-on. Qualifying criteria and cover limits apply. Underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
If you use your phone while you're driving and it's not hands-free, the penalty's been doubled. It's now 6 points and £200. The trouble is, a lot of us are addicted to our phones. So try this trick. Put your phone somewhere where you can't pick it up. Somewhere you can't see it. The glove compartment. That way, you won't be tempted. Save yourself 6 points and £200. Maybe even save a life. Make the glove compartment the phone compartment. Think. Put your phone away.
Late Nights with Ian Collins on LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation, let's go to, this is Don't Go Away Glenn. George is in Chislehurst. Hello, George.
Oh, good evening, Ian. Good show. I'm actually in Lincoln's Inn, but it don't matter.
Say again?
I'm actually in Lincoln's Inn, but it don't matter. But,
Lincoln's Inn, okay, that's all right.
Right, just down the road from you. What I was saying is, just saying to your researcher, I've got a brother-in-law as a bailiff and a nephew and a niece. And, you know, we have to have quite good entertainments when we meet up round at his house. There's basically two types of people. You get those that can't pay and those that won't pay.
Yep.
Those that can't pay, often bailiffs, there are human beings. You know, they go in the house and they see it's impoverished circumstances, and they'll wipe their mouth and they say, you know, there's nothing to be done here. These people are, you know, on their uppers. But all too often, and in very, very many circumstances, you get people who say, I wondered before Christmas you went round. So a bloke owed about £30,000. He'd imported goods, not paid the supplier, sold the goods on, and then went bankrupt to some technical detail and said, I can't pay you. But he had the goods and had the money from the goods. And the bloke went to the court, got found in his favour. And when he went round, you know, a big £2.5, £3 million house, a couple of big, you know, nice cars, sort of
Wow.
£30,000, £40,000 cars. They live in a very luxurious life. And it's very often that bailiffs go, it's not worth bailiffs' time going around to collect tiny amounts of money from people who can't pay. You know, they're basically scrimping. But in so many instances, I mean, I saw one the other day. A bloke got his BMW was parked across the school entrance. The parking attendant put a ticket on his business. We just threw it in a cutter and drove off with a BM at about 0 to 40 in about 10 seconds.
Really?
You know, he said it's quite often the case, though. People run up. There's quite a few people out there, quite a small minority of society who just refuse to pay anything unless they actually have
Yeah,
to.
you're right. There's some nasty bits of work out there. And I said a second ago, George, you know, if somebody had genuinely owed me a few quid in that respect, I would probably be ringing the bailiffs as well.
Mm. I mean, I've had sheds, you know, I've sent bailiffs into when I was a building contractor, and I had quite a £12,000, £13,000. And the fellow was being very, very evasive. I went to court, got found in my favour, and didn't know the bailiffs went round and collected the debt from him. But there's an awful lot of people out there, small minority, you know, probably being so, but they won't pay up unless they're absolutely forced to do so. And, you know, these are what the bailiffs usually go around and pick on. There are some big Neanderthals out there, knuckle draggers and go around and they relish, bullying people. But the vast majority of cases, some people, my brother-in-law picked up one that had about 23, 24 parking tickets. He used to throw them in a bin or throw them in the gutter. It's
kind of funny how people do that. Do they never think it's going to catch up with them?
Well, there's certain tycoons out there. I think they're pretty impervious to the law.
I watched one of those programs, which was where they followed bailiffs around, and I can't remember what the amount was, but there was a guy that had a parking ticket. He had a big, Aston Martin outside a very posh apartment somewhere in a nice part of London, wherever it was, and it had amassed to something stupid like 8,000 quid, and it started out as a 100, and they turned up at his house and he went, "You all right?" And he just handed a credit card through the door and paid it, and didn't blink.
I say, my brother-in-law, my nephew, he's only been at it a couple of years, but he's picked up £20,000 debts, and it's only when you actually corner them.
Yeah.
And if you can put some pressure on, especially if the missus is around, he knows that as soon as he walks away, the missus is going to give him an earful. But some people just, if they think they can get away, they're sort of like above the law.
Yeah. You're right.
In reality, it's only cyclists that are above the law out there, but, joke.
Not so much.
But so often, he said, you go out, you'll have 12 warrants to execute. And, some of these people, I'm a taxi driver now, but, just before Christmas, I had 3 young trainee lawyers from a very, very prestigious law firm. They all got out, and they're all ridiculously drunk at 4 a.m. They all done a runner.
Yep.
I caught one, and when I brought him back to Bishopsgate Police Station, he was, he's talking down to a very experienced City of London policeman. And I thought, you carry on, pal. You're digging your own grave. He was talking down. He's doing the allegation of all this legal speak, and I just saw his card sticking up. And I knew what the law firm was. He's got one of these, what they call a Silver Circle law firm. And I said, by the way, should you be employed by such and such a law firm, I'm going to be straight onto Human Resources Monday morning. He was out there like a bullet, and he paid up.
Wow.
But they were silly young boys that were drunk. But, in so many cases, there are obviously waves out there. You've seen them out there built like gorillas, like bleeding guided gorilla from London Zoo, and a lot of them relish the old hard man style. But in so many instances, it's the course of last resort for people who are owed money.
It's as simple as that, isn't it? The point of last resort for people who are owed money. Listen, George, on that point, and can I just ask before you go, George, have you ever found yourself in a position where you thought they were going to come knocking on your door?
I've had them knocking on my own door, and I did owe the money. I was a liberty taker when I was about 21, about 35 years ago, and I paid up, and I learnt my lesson.
Good man. George, thank you very much indeed for that. Ashley says, High Court enforcement officers, previously called sheriffs, are the only bailiffs who are able to break in. Usually when a court case issues judgment in favour of a claimant, the claimant can instruct the court to enforce the judgment via the use of a High Court enforcement officer, as they are appointed by the High Court. They act under a writ and so have special powers to take goods and break in when necessary. Any other type of bailiff is unable to do anything. The other people that have called may have had bailiffs who are not High Court enforcement officers. Although I still think, am I right in saying even in the High Court enforcement officer cases, it still has to be a police officer that does the breaking? Is that right? This one comes in from Siobhan. Surely if a UK individual wants to be a bailiff, they would need to be like Dog the Bounty Hunter. Dog the Bounty Hunter. Have you seen that programme, Dog the Bounty? Didn't Dog the Bounty Hunter get into some trouble a bunch of years ago by his daughter recorded some voice messages that he left? I think he was concerned about her new boyfriend, and I think his description of said new boyfriend wasn't particularly favourable. I think it might have even bordered on something, perhaps a little bit dicey. But it was kind of strange. And what I always found about Dog the Bounty Hunter was that he was almost indistinguishable from his own wife. Did you notice that? When you saw them out together, you'd think, hang on, is that the wife or is that Dog? I'm not sure which. You wouldn't argue with either of them. Right pair of merchants. And they would be carrying all sorts of, or wearing these big kind of vest straps but they didn't have a gun, but they looked as if they had plenty. But they were all kind of walkie-talkies and bulletproof nipple things and Lord knows what else they were wearing. But it was mean business and a great show. But they were doing the bounty on people's heads, which was rather riveting stuff, so I kind of understand that. 0345 6060 973. Charities including Step Change Debt Charity, the Children's Society, Christians Against Poverty, Citizens Advice and Money Advice are continuing to see widespread problems with behaviour of bailiffs towards vulnerable people in financial difficulty, despite a crackdown on the issue. That's why this story is live today, Tuesday morning. This report claims that people with money problems are not being adequately protected from unfair treatment despite legal changes in 2014 covering bailiffs in England and in Wales. 0345 6060 973. This from John. I think it's okay for the kids to have the TV and toys taken by the bailiffs. It is educational for the kids to realise that things don't come for free. Too many people appear to want things and buy them on credit with no ability to pay for things these days. Well, hang on, yeah, but you can't blame the kids if they're sitting down watching a drop of CBeebies and suddenly, right in the middle of a particularly dramatic moment in Mr. Tumble, in comes Bailiff McDougall and half inches your flat screen. I'm sorry. That's just a bit mean, isn't it? You can at least wait for Mr. Maker to pitch up. How annoying is he? 0345 6060 973. That is it from us tonight. We are back this evening at 10 p.m. Lots to carry you through the day here on LBC. Steve Allen's here at 4. But right now, it's Darren Adam.
Yes, talking about children at 2 o'clock, actually, this morning. Physical activity may start tailing off in kids as young as 7. I was lazy, but I got over it, I think. Meanwhile, a separate study has linked the amount of screen time amongst kids to a risk of diabetes. Now, we think that youngsters become couch potatoes in their teens. New research finding a decline in exercise could actually start much earlier. So, are you worried that your kids are spending too much time online or watching CBeebies with Ian and not enough on the playing fields? That's later this morning. First, though, I'm sure that separation would be defeated in a second Scottish referendum, but the harm caused by another campaign could be unbearable. Must we see more division in this country? From LBC, I'm Darren Adam, and that's next.
On FM, online, on your mobile, and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 1 o'clock, the legislation which starts the UK's exit from the EU has passed its final hurdle in the House of Lords. Peers backed down from trying to reinstate some amendments after they were rejected by MPs. One of the changes was about guaranteeing the rights of EU citizens in the UK. Remain campaigner and Tory MP says this is still a key issue.
The Prime Minister and Home Secretary have made very clear that sorting out the status of EU nationals living here is a very early priority for them. And of course, that's the whole point about Parliament being involved in this process. We will continue as members of Parliament to ask those questions, to hold the government to account.
Well, the process to begin negotiations to leave the EU will be triggered by the end of the month. Meanwhile, Theresa May says it is deeply regrettable the Scottish First Minister wants a second independence referendum. Nicola Sturgeon insists a ballot on leaving the UK is necessary to allow Scotland to choose its own course. Former First Minister Alex Salmond says the Prime Minister should have made allowances for Scotland.
Theresa May has refused to make any concessions to Scotland. She's gone back on the promises she made when she became Prime Minister that there would be an agreed position with Scotland. She's ignored Scottish interests, and therefore Nicola Sturgeon has fulfilled her mandate as First Minister of Scotland. And let's hope over the next week or two Theresa May starts to see some common sense and start to acknowledge the legitimacy of Scotland's position of wanting to retain our millennium-long European connection.
In other news, millions of Americans are at risk of losing their access to healthcare, according to an independent review of Republican plans approved by President Trump. The Congressional Budget Office says the proposed changes to Obamacare could see as many as 24 million Americans lose health insurance over the next 10 years. LBC's Washington correspondent Simon Marks reports.
The Congressional Budget Office is non-partisan, and the numbers it's generated on the Republican proposals
are devastating. 14 million more people would be uninsured next year than under the current law, and within a decade, the number of people losing their health insurance would reach more than 24 million. The White House is challenging the CBO's numbers, but they will make it enormously difficult for Republicans to sell the plan they're currently offering. Simon Marks, LBC, Washington.
We're being warned smartphones, watches, TVs and fitness trackers could be targeted by cybercriminals who will hold users to ransom over their personal data. A joint report by the National Cyber Security Centre and the National Crime Agency says the rise of internet-connected devices gives attackers more opportunity. There's concern thousands of women are suffering back pain for the sake of fashion. The British Chiropractic Association blames items like oversized handbags, high-heeled shoes and heavy jewellery. LBC weather, a mild overcast night for most places, some patchy rain in the west, a low of 9 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Zora Suleiman.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Darren Adam.
Good morning, it is LBC leading Britain's conversation. On Tuesday, the 14th of March, welcome, I'm Darren Adam with you till 4 o'clock this morning. Later on this morning, after 2, physical activity may start tailing off in children as young as 7. Now, I was lazy probably from before that point, but I think I got over it. Meanwhile, a separate study this morning linking the amount of time that kids watch TV or interact with screens in some way to an increased risk of diabetes. Now, we think that youngsters become couch potatoes in their teens, but this new research finding that a decline in exercise actually starts much earlier, maybe as young as 7 years of age. Are you worried that your kids are spending too much time online and not enough on the playing fields, if indeed there are any left? It was one of the great controversies of recent years that school playing fields were being sold off. 0345 6060 973. We'll get into that later on this morning. So it's LBC leading Britain's conversation at 4 minutes past 1. And here we are on Tuesday morning, the 14th of March. And who was it that first said a week is a long time in politics? A week is a long time in politics. I actually forget who said it. It was either Harold Wilson or Ed or Ted Heath or someone of that sort of vintage. But let's just go with the quote for now. A week is a long time in politics. It is one of the most famous political cliches of all time, even if I can't quite remember who said it at this point. And if a week is a long time, then 4 years is a very, very, very long time in politics. But let me tell you what 4 years is not. 4 years is not a generation. 4 years is not a lifetime. And today, Nicola Sturgeon, First Minister of Scotland, planning to go back on her promise, and indeed her party's promise as well, not to drag voters in Scotland back to the polls to chase her teenage dream of separation from the UK in either a generation or a lifetime. It's very simple for me, this. Very, very simple indeed. I'm never going to vote for the UK to leave the EU. I didn't in June. I never would. And I'll never vote for Scotland to be removed from the UK. I didn't in 2014, and I never would. And I'm sick of explaining to people that it doesn't matter who asks me these questions, or in what order, or how many times. My answer is always going to be the same. I'm always going to vote that way whenever this question arises, or whenever these questions arise again, if indeed they do. And, we're having difficulty remembering who it was that said a week is a long time in politics. Well, I can tell you who said the following. Nationalism is the measles of mankind. It was Einstein. I think Einstein, as a rule, is someone who's generally worth quoting. Nationalism is the measles of mankind. And that's where I am on this issue. And I don't care whether it comes from Nicola or whether it comes from Nigel. You're pretty much going to end up covered in spots either way, as far as I can see. So I'm livid that Nicola Sturgeon has again plunged this country further into division, further into uncertainty. I'm not surprised, though, because I think Brexit was really just the excuse for her. If it wasn't Brexit, it would be something else. It's a bit cloudy today. There must be another indie ref. My car won't start. There must be another indie ref. Got some bread stuck in the toaster. We need to have another independence referendum. And I remember the last one. I remember grinding through 2 unbearable years of this nonsense in the run-up to 2014. And if you're listening to LBC outside Scotland right now, which is, of course, much more likely than not, you probably won't know how hideously divisive that referendum was. You might have heard reports of it being some sort of joyous civic festival of democracy. It was none of these things. Just wasn't. I certainly spent 2 years hoping that the thing that lots of people I liked very much, including, by the way, my other half and my mum, really wanted to happen, didn't happen. Because they were in favour of separation and I wasn't. And of course, vice versa. People that I liked very much and people that liked me very much, hoping that the thing I wanted to happen didn't happen. For 2 years. It's difficult to keep that up. It's exhausting. It's tiring. And now, and it's completely unnecessary that it should be happening again, guess what? It's going to be happening again. I'm going to have to spend the next 2 years hoping that the thing that lots of people I like very much really want to happen won't happen, and again, vice versa. And at least the Brexit referendum campaign, which was horrible and riddled with lies, yes, on both sides, at least it was shot. You know, at least there was a matter of months between David Cameron coming back from Brussels with his piece of paper in his hand and saying, here's what I've negotiated, and the damn thing actually happening. We're looking at another 2 years of this, maybe more than 2 years, in fact, because Nicola Sturgeon wants this to happen sometime between the end of 2018 and the start of 2019. Theresa May wants to, as we understand it tonight, knock that even further into the long grass. So we could be looking at an even longer campaign, because let's not pretend it hasn't started right now. And the SNP want to put us through this division once again for perhaps an even longer period than they did last time. I want to be clear about this. I don't fear the result of a second referendum. I don't think that Scotland will vote in a different way to that which it did in 2014. I think separatism will be defeated again. I'm not scared of the result. I'm not scared of that referendum result. I am terrified, however, of the division which I am certain it will cause. And I don't think there's any doubt about that. I don't think you can really pretend otherwise this morning. 0345 6060 973 is my number. You can text 84850, tweet at LBC, and you can email Darren at lbc.co.uk. Must we see more division in this country? Because in Scotland, this will be the third time we've had to go through this. And as I say, if you get any memories of the Brexit referendum, imagine that on stilts for 2 years in Scotland. And imagine us having to go through it once again. We don't need another referendum. They've not proven themselves to be particularly edifying experiences, in my view. 0345 6060 973. Let's go to Christine in Bromley. Hi, Christine.
Good morning, Darren.
Hi.
I'm just so fed up with Nicola Sturgeon.
Yep.
I just think of her as a massive ego now on beautifully coloured high heels to coordinate with her outfits. I'm really shocked by her doing this at this time. Look, the way I see it is this. Scotland, the whole of Scotland, as you well know, Darren, has less of a population than London. Mm-hmm. It's not a huge country. Well, it is a huge country, but with very, very concentrated cities and then small communities in villages where these small communities, were driven apart last time round. And in the concentrated cities, it caused trouble. Now, we don't need trouble. This woman is pushing her agenda and will continue to push it, regardless of the Scottish people. She doesn't care about Scotland. She doesn't care about the Scottish people. She only cares about being, Queen Nicola Sturgeon of Scotland.
And actually, the division that you outlined there, I mean, you're right, there's lots of it. It doesn't quite divide in that way, however, because I'm from Edinburgh, which was a city that voted, I think, 61% in favour of remaining in the United Kingdom. But a lot of people that I know in Edinburgh were very much on the other side, my other half, as I say, Christine. So those divisions weren't just within cities or within communities. They were within houses, families.
Yes, that's really what I meant, Darren.
Yeah.
Oh, and before I forget, it was Harold Wilson who said
it was Harold
a week
Wilson,
in politics. Yeah.
Okay.
But the thing here is that I don't know why, if she truly cares about Scotland. Why would she want to do this now when the economy in Scotland is in a more shaky position than it was a couple of years ago, when she can offer no guarantee to the people that the EU would have them? And even if Scotland decide, I'm with you. I put a lot of faith in Scottish good sense, and I don't think it will succeed. But even if it did, excuse me, even if it did, Darren, this is not the best thing, because it would take years for them to get into the EU, and they would lose the privileges, and I use that word quite carefully, that they have under our economy. I'm now referring to it's on the tip of my tongue, the formula.
The Barnett formula.
Formula. We envy the Scots down here in certain ways. Not only have they got fantastic scenery and everything, so have we, but in a different way. But they've got the Barnett formula, which gives them, more money per capita because there's a smaller population.
Well, it's a more dispersed population, and it is certainly, and there's a reason for the Barnett formula being in existence, and there's a reason for that fiscal transfer from Westminster to Scotland. It also flows to Wales and Northern Ireland as well for similar reasons. Perfectly good reason for that being in place. But you're right, Christine, it cannot be ignored. It cannot be denied that money moves into Scotland.
One more point. From this side of the border, whether it's the Barnett formula or the very, well-intentioned Scottish Parliament, I don't know. I'm not clever enough and I don't know enough about it. But they get free education, free prescriptions, free personal health care, things that we can only dream of this side of the border. So to me, the Scots have a very good standard of life in the support they have, although I fully understand that they themselves see it differently. And I understand that they see some of them, I think some of the Scottish nationalists just loathe the Sassenach still.
There is a bit of that, and I wouldn't want to overplay it, and I wouldn't want to leave the casual listener, Christine, with the impression that is a significant part of Scottish nationalist thinking, because it isn't, but it is certainly there, and you'll find that any sort of nationalist movement, that there is a kind of visceral hatred of the other. But as I say, I wouldn't want to pretend that is a major part of Scottish nationalist thinking, because I just don't think that it is.
Slicing and dicing the population, Darren, can be no good for anyone.
Well, what seems to have changed this time, if we take Nicola Sturgeon at her word for once, let's do that, and let's assume that this really is about Brexit. Let's assume that this really is about people having the right to change their mind because Scotland is now going to be taken out of the European Union. Now, I loathe the idea that Scotland and the rest of the country is leaving the European Union. I was a passionate Remainer. I still am a passionate Remainer. But we voted as one country. We voted as the United Kingdom, and we are bound by that result. And by the way, the chance that people had in Scotland not to be bound by a countrywide result was to have voted differently in 2014. They didn't. Yeah. They voted to remain in the United Kingdom, and therefore to be bound by this sort of issue. This is the defining issue, as an example of the sort of question that would always be decided, even under the widest possible form of devolution, at a national level rather than in Scotland.
Thank you, Darren, for your time.
Thank you, Christine. 0345 6060 973 is my number. Brian emails to say, do you not think Nicola Sturgeon has a mandate for Indy Ref 2? If not, did the Tories have a mandate to hold the EU referendum? The SNP had 49% of the vote in Scotland. Not in 2016, they didn't. The Tories had 37% of the vote in the UK. So who has the true mandate? Well, the Tories, of course, got a majority, and the SNP didn't. In fact, the SNP lost their majority. Now, you might well reasonably say that the de Hondt's proportional representation system in the Scottish Parliament is not designed, or is in fact designed for parties not to get overall majorities. But hey, Alex Salmond managed it and Nicola Sturgeon lost it. She lost the SNP's overall majority. So, if anything, you would struggle to make a case for the SNP having a mandate to put through their manifesto commitments. I believe that the Greens will make up the numbers on this. There are 6 Green MSPs who will probably get the bill through, probably get that separation enabling bill through the Scottish Parliament, but of course they stood on a different manifesto because they are a different party, nominally at least. So to answer your question, Brian, either and none. Both and none would be the answer. In many ways, you could argue either way. 0345 6060 973 is my number. You can text 84850, tweet at LBC. Must we see yet more division in this country? Because that's the only thing that this referendum is going to bring. It's LBC. I'm Darren Adam. It's 1:17.
Last night on the Nigel Farage Show.
I've seen Scottish nationalism face to face. Has Scotland become a less pleasant place to live, as the SNP have surged?
Well, I'll be honest with you, I'm thinking of moving back to England. I mean, I was 5 when I left, and I'm thinking of moving back.
If this does come to a second referendum, will the result be the same as last time?
I think so. I was right about Brexit, I was right about the Indy Ref, I was right about the general election 2015.
Wow.
Quite good at reading things.
The Nigel Farage Show, back this evening from 7 on LBC.
What's the smart way to travel to Ireland this spring? Aer Lingus fly from London Heathrow to Cork up to 4 times a day. So, you could wander through 5,000 years of history in Ireland's ancient east, visit the famous Blarney Castle, or head west to discover the dramatic coastline of the Wild Atlantic Way. Prices start from $49.99 each way as part of a return trip. Smart makes it a trip to remember. Smart flies Aer Lingus. Book now at airlingus.com. Offer subject to conditions and availability.
This is a live update for UK businesses. Right now, the world wants UK services and specialist knowledge. From innovative payment solutions to iconic architecture and trusted professional advice. Share your expertise with the world. Search Exporting is Great.
All of us at QuickFit would like to say a big thank you with Jaffa's Jackpot. Buy 1 tyre and you'll get a £25 MOT voucher. Buy 2 and you'll also get 20% of your next service. Buy 3 and you'll get an additional 25% of either brakes, batteries, wheel alignment or aircon recharge. And buy 4 to hit Jaffa's Jackpot. Money off vouchers on these 6 great services for you, your friends or family, valid for 1 year. QuickFit, it's all about the service. Terms and conditions apply.
Landlords, Direct Line guarantees to beat other insurers' renewal premiums for the same cover. Can your insurance do that? Switch to Direct Line Landlord. New customers only. Qualifying criteria apply. Underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
On a travel pack tailor-made holiday, you get to see the very best of the world. Tour the famous Route 66, the spectacular Canadian Rockies. Experience the magic and history of India, the wilds of Africa, or the exotic Far East. Start your journey with Travel Pack. For amazing prices on your tailor-made holiday of a lifetime, call Travel Pack today on 0208 903 9999 or visit travelpack.com. ATOL protected.
Did you know premium bonds have been around for 60 years? I recently won £100 in the monthly prize draw. I was off to the bank to deposit my prize warrant when my granddad came over. You know you can do all that online nowadays, he chuckled. And he was right. I now manage my premium bonds online, and I've chosen to have my winnings paid straight into my bank account. It's so much faster. You can too by visiting nsandi.com. Premium bonds, making people smile for 60 years.
Darren Adam on LBC.
0345 6060 973. This is Mike. Thank you for your text, Mike, to 84850 at LBC this morning. Hi, Darren. Are you sure the Scots would vote no in another independence referendum? I'm just a London lefty and pro-union for what it's worth, but my friend, who's originally from Glenrothes, correctly called the general election and tells me the feelings in his part of Fife are even stronger now. Are you in an Edinburgh bubble, says Mike? Well, I might well be, Mike, but what's interesting is that despite the fact that, as I said to Christine a few minutes ago, that Edinburgh voted by about 61 to 39 against separation in favour of remaining in the UK, most of the people I know in Edinburgh, I'd say the majority of my friends in Edinburgh, are in favour of independence. So if I am in a bubble, I'm actually in an independence bubble, which is a curious place to be in Edinburgh, and it's not one that I enjoy being in, as you can imagine. In my London bubble, says Mike, I didn't think there was a chance of Brexit. Well, I was surprised by Brexit too, but, you know, a lot of people who were in favour of Brexit were also surprised by that. not least Nigel Farage, who essentially conceded defeat, you will remember, about 3 hours before the result was actually declared. About midnight, before the Sunderland result came in, Nigel Farage himself was saying, this isn't going to happen, Brexit is not going to happen. Then, of course, it did. So I wasn't alone, and you weren't alone, Mike, in thinking that Brexit was, at the very least, unlikely. 0345 6060 973. Nicola Sturgeon wants to inflict division and rancour on Scotland again, despite it being, well, not even 3 years since the last time we were dragged to the polls after a campaign that effectively lasted for 2 years from the time the starting gun was fired. And don't kid yourself, the starting gun has been fired today. It's going to be like this until the next time the referendum actually happens, if of course it does. There's a bit of work for Nicola Sturgeon to get there, not least negotiations with Theresa May in terms of the Section 30 order, which is a rather boring, technical but important piece of legislation which is temporarily put into the hands of Scotland, into the hands of Holyrood, which allows them to call a legally binding referendum on separation again. Brian's in Glasgow. Morning, Brian.
Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning, Dan.
Welcome, Brian. Hi, good to hear from you.
Okay, I think you've been a wee bit disingenuous, Darren.
Surely not.
Well, you said that Nicola Sturgeon doesn't have a mandate. Yes, she does, because the Scottish people voted in 2015 at the Holyrood elections on the manifesto.
2016.
And in that manifesto, she specifically says
she lost a majority.
If there's a material change...
But she lost a majority.
Yeah, but the Scottish Parliament was never set up to have a majority. It was more a fluke in 2011 she got the majority. But you didn't tell the people of the UK that the SNP vote has actually gone up. And whereas the Tories have suddenly...
No, that's not true. That's not true. The it's not true. The constituency vote went up, but the overall vote went down. The constituency vote went up, Brian. The constituency vote went up, but the regional list vote went down, and the overall vote went down in 2015.
No, it didn't.
2016, I should say, relative to 20. Yes, it did. It absolutely did.
I'm an ex-no voter.
Right.
I voted no because I wanted to stay in the EU, and I was scared into voting no by all the Better Together campaign saying the only way you can guarantee as Scotland staying in the EU was if you voted no, and I believed it. I woke up at 7 o'clock in the morning of the 19th of September to have David Cameron suddenly come out and tell the Scottish people the independence vote wasn't about Scottish independence after all. It was suddenly about English votes for English laws. And since 2014, I have seen lie after lie after lie.
Such as?
Such as, the vow. We were going to get next to a federal system. Doesn't happen. We were told the Seal Convention, where Scotland would have a right, and there'd be no chance of the Scottish Parliament ever being dissolved. We've just been told that during the Supreme Court, the Seal Convention does not count for anything. We were also told during Brexit that Scotland votes for to come out of the EU, you'll get the fisheries back, you'll get the farming and agriculture back.
Well, that was never part of any vow. That wasn't part of the vow.
No, but we're getting people from London coming up and telling us if Scotland would benefit from the EU. And if you voted for Brexit, then we would get these powers back. Right. And of course they'll be devolved.
With respect, here's why the vow doesn't actually matter and why it doesn't move the needle on this. Because in one of the biggest studies that was done into the reasons for people voting the way that they did, be it to leave or be it to stay in the UK, the percentage of no voters who were swayed by the vow, which again, for anyone listening outside of Scotland, which is going to be most of the audience, the vow was, I think it was a ham-fisted attempt to try and persuade people to come into, in my view, the correct camp at the last minute. And you had the three-party leaders sort of signing this fake document on the front of the Daily Record, which is an important regional Scottish newspaper. Anyway, that was the vow. Some of the things you listed there were made as part of this vow, Brian. The point I'm getting to, that in that study, sometime after the referendum, when people were asked why they voted a certain way, the percentage of no voters who decided or who said that the reason they voted the way they did was because of the vow, 4%. Which is 1%, 1% fewer than the reason that they gave, which was they didn't like Alex Salmond.
Voted no because of EU.
How many people voted?
No, because of they were told the only way they could guarantee Scotland's position in the EU was to vote.
But that remains true even then. If Scotland had left the UK at that point, then Scotland would have been out of the EU anyway.
What the Scottish First Minister is. What is the job of the Scottish First Minister?
What is the job of the Scottish First Minister?
Yes.
The job of the Scottish First Minister is to be the leader of the devolved Scottish government in Holyrood.
And to protect Scotland's interests.
Right.
And it's not in Scotland's interest to get pulled out of the EU.
Well, we don't know that. I mean, I happen to agree with you, but you cannot assert unilaterally that Scotland's interests are best served by not being taken out of the EU.
Right. So you can guarantee that Westminster will continue the funding that the EU funded Scotland, funding for the fisheries, funding for the farmers, funding for the crofters. So the Westminster government will continue.
Brian, that's a question to ask someone who voted to leave the EU. I'm not one of those people.
Yeah, but you're talking about Scotland. We're having to go through this divisiveness. The First Minister's job is to protect the interests of Scotland. And that's what she has done today.
The First Minister has decided, she has asserted that the best interests of Scotland are served by having another independence referendum. I contend that the best interests of Nicola Sturgeon are what are being served today.
Scotland's democratic wishes of 62% who voted...
What about Scotland's democratic wishes of 55%, not even 3 years ago, in favour of staying in the UK?
Yes, and they were... The only people who were mentioning independence up until this moment were the Unionist Party.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me with that, Brian? Seriously?
Yes, listen to the Tory rhetoric. Listen to Ruth Davison. I once counted on a party political programme where they had an SNP representative on, and they had, I can't remember the chap's name from the Tories, for every time an SNP rep mentioned independence, the chap from the Tories mentioned it 4 times.
Right. If you can't even remember his name, then I'm going to suggest that your other memory of exactly what was said and by who is probably suspect. You can't even recall his name.
And I'd also like to let the lady know who was on before.
Christine.
About Scotland not going to get into the EU. Go and read what a representative from the Spanish main party said. The Spanish government will not veto Scotland getting into the EU.
I would say the Spanish government would be right at the top of the list of EU governments that would want to veto Scotland getting into the European Union.
They talk about the Barroso effect, but the last week,
doctrine.
A Spanish representative within the government has said they would not veto Scotland getting into the EU. Scotland is in a unique position of being in the EU and has now been taken out of the EU against its wishes.
That's not true, though, is it, Brian? That simply isn't true, because if Scotland didn't want to be bound by future UK-wide decisions on a matter of foreign affairs, it had the chance in 2014 to vote to become independent, and it decided not to.
Ruth Davison, Jim Murphy, you name it. If Scotland wants to guarantee its place within the
Brian,
EU...
what about what I've just said is inaccurate? What about what in the sentence that I just said a few seconds ago is inaccurate? If Scotland had wanted to guarantee that it would never be beholden to decisions made at a UK level such as this, on a question, by the way, of foreign affairs, which would never come under the purview of any definition of devolution, it had the chance in 2014 to say, no, we want to be an independent country, and it turned it down.
Devo Max on.
No, Brian, even under Devo Max, there's no definition of devolution that would include foreign affairs.
If the parties were honest and said, oh, by the way, at some point in the future, and I know you're going to get some people on saying, oh, Scotland knew about the EU referendum.
We all did. Did you not know about it?
Didn't. When did... No, I didn't.
It was in the Conservative manifesto.
Yes, and did Scotland vote for the Conservative manifesto?
That isn't the point. You knew in 2014, I knew in 2014 as a Scottish voter that the Brexit referendum was a possibility.
Scotland will forevermore, because there's not much chance of Labour getting its act together, unfortunately, Scotland forevermore will be governed by a party that we don't vote for. And we haven't voted for since the 1950s.
Which party did you vote for in the last election? Was it SNP?
No.
It wasn't SNP. May I ask who it was?
I voted for the Liberals.
Oh, OK. And that was in the Scottish election or the UK election?
Yes, and I regret doing it. That was in the UK elections.
Right. And so next time you'll vote for which party?
Alistair Carmichael was forced to admit that he lied when he leaked that memo.
And for which party will you vote next time?
I will vote either SNP or Green because I can't trust the unionist parties.
Right. Well, I mean, some might say that's one of the reasons perhaps that Labour will have difficulty with forming a government again if a significant number of their supporters in the north of the country in Scotland turn against them forever. Anyway, Brian, we need to leave that there. I would love to continue with that, but Zora is standing by with the headlines. I'll come back to Mark in Tunbridge Wells and you in just a minute on 0345 6060 973. LBC News Time 1:32, and the headlines are with Zora Suleiman.
Parliament has approved controversial legislation giving the Prime Minister the power to start the EU exit process. The final hurdle was cleared in the Lords. Peers eventually voted against trying to force through changes. There's a warning about cyber criminals taking over control of internet-connected gadgets like phones, smart TVs and even fitness trackers. Security agencies are predicting a rise in hackers holding people to ransom by blocking owners from accessing devices or even data. And parts of America are bracing themselves for the worst storm of the winter, with warnings of record low temperatures and dangerous travelling conditions setting in later today. Forecasters have warned a winter storm Stella will bring blizzards and heavy snow, with up to 18 inches expected to cover an area from New England to New York. LBC weather: a mild overcast night for most places, some patchy rain in the west, a low of 9 degrees.
This is LBC.
If you use your phone while you're driving and it's not hands-free, the penalty's been doubled. It's now 6 points and £200. The trouble is, a lot of us are addicted to our phones. So try this trick. Put your phone somewhere where you can't pick it up. Somewhere you can't see it. The glove compartment. That way, you won't be tempted. Save yourself 6 points and £200. Maybe even save a life. Make the glove compartment the phone compartment. Think. Put your phone away.
Landlords, Direct Line guarantees to beat other insurers' renewal premiums for the same cover. Can your insurance do that? Switch to Direct Line Landlord. New customers only. Qualifying criteria apply. Underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
eBay has every kind of car part for everyone, from beginners to the real experts.
Well, that should stop them squeaking.
Brake pads.
And that's the engine sorted.
Motor oil.
And that's the handling taken care of.
Alloys and tyres.
And that means I've saved myself a few quid.
12-foot snooker table for the spare room. Shop eBay's unbeatable selection of car parts and accessories. The ultimate fix-the-car like a hero shop.
Welcome to London's exquisite Indian dining experience, Marla Restaurant. The finest North Indian cuisine in the most charming setting. Find us in the heart of one of London's divine hidden gems, St Catherine's Dock. Marla Restaurant. Visit us in St Catherine's Dock or go to marlarestaurant.co.uk.
Marla. Discover a jewel in London's secret paradise.
Let's not go home yet, Wilbur. There's a new film out with penguins in. Ah! Change of plans. You can control your heating from your phone wherever you are with Hive Active Heating. It's just £9 a month exclusive to British Gas customers, and you won't pay anything up front. You'll never need to heat an empty home or come back to a cold one again. Shh, Wilbur, the film's starting. Control your heating from your phone for just £9 a month. Search British Gas Hive. Conditions, exclusions and cancellation charges apply.
Right, I need to pick up the kids from school.
Let me.
Are you sure?
No problem. I might as well pick up dinner as well.
Wow, that would
And go and get the dry cleaning. And I could drop those bags off at your mum's.
But you never visit my mum.
Oh, come on. I see her loads. She was at the wedding.
Whatever reasons you find to come back, you'll earn Tesco Club Card points when you fill up at Esso. Many happy returns. Participating sites only. Terms and minimum spend apply. See esso.co.uk for details.
This is a live update for UK businesses. Right now, you can find essential information and services about selling overseas through the government's website for exporters. Find the right information and help to grow your business. Visit great.gov.uk.
This is LBC, leading Britain's conversation with Darren Adam.
And I think it is worth just being clear because facts matter. Facts matter on this side of the Atlantic, at least. The SNP did not get 49% of the vote in the last Scottish election. in 2016. As you might know, the Scottish Parliament is elected in sort of two sections, constituency section and a regional list section. In the constituency section, the vote went up by 1.1% to 46.5. In the regional section on the list, as I said to Brian a few minutes ago, the vote fell to 41.7%, which was down 2.3. So in neither section were they near 49%. 0345 6060 973 is my number. Nicola Sturgeon demanding another independence referendum 20 minutes after the last one. 0345 6060 973. Haven't we had enough division in this country? Yes is my answer. What do you think? Mark, morning.
Good morning. Can I just start off with a little conspiracy theory that I'm sitting looking at the currency trading commodities, and I didn't notice till last night. I was looking at Brent oil, and the oil has gone from 55 to 48 a barrel in the space of a week, and the Brent is dropping like a stone. And I looked at it and went, oh, of course, Nicola Sturgeon's going to start kicking off. And so her friends in the British government call up the Saudis and everyone else and say, right, do something, put the oil down so that they've got no leverage.
That really is one hell of a conspiracy. Well, why didn't they do it last time then, Mark? Why didn't they, phone up their friends in the Saudi oil cartels to push the price down during the last referendum campaign?
It's your Illuminati, Darren. I finally believe the Illuminati are controlling everything in my room.
Well, that is both the maddest and most entertaining thing I've heard so far today, but it is only 23 minutes to 2 in the morning, so the day is young. Mark, leaving aside that piece of entertaining, preposterous nonsense, what would you like to say?
Well, I absolutely adore Nicola Sturgeon. I adore people in Northern Ireland and the Welsh. We just need the Welsh to sort of wake up. The difference between the people in Scotland and Northern Ireland, I'm not too sure about the Welsh, like I just said, is that here people blindly go out and give the Tories their mandate without realising, they're not here. They're not nationalistic parties. They're not here for ordinary little people, and that's the difference with the Scottish and the Northern Irish, with their proportional representation and their nationalism. Their nationalism, people actually understand that if you vote for your own people to represent you, it gives you leverage. It gives her leverage. It gives the Northern Ireland people leverage. It gives them the ability to say, if you want us to stay in the United Kingdom, then you've got to give us almost like a blackmail.
But is that going to work, really? Do you think that Nicola Sturgeon is going to manage to persuade Theresa May to give Scotland some sort of special snowflake deal on EU membership?
Well, that's the whole point. These people. That's the difference between you look at the.
It's not going to work, Mark. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, but look at Darren, I'm trying to point out the sophistication of the Scots people and the Northern Irish, that they actually know that when you go to the polls, you don't say in some Labour safe seat, oh, let's put the Tories in as a protest vote. They actually know that they're voting to represent their own communities, whereas people here are so gormless, they'll go and vote for this referendum, and then the first thing the party in power does is cane the people with a tax, and you say, that is the difference. It doesn't matter about a referendum. It's about the sophistication of these people, whereas the English...
I'm not sure it's true at all to say that in Scotland people are not going to go to the Tories as some kind of protest vote. I mean, for the first time in God knows how long, the Tories are in second place in Scotland. Now, I think Ruth Davidson, much as I'm not a Conservative voter and never have been, I think she's doing a fantastic job. If you're a Conservative voter in Scotland, you've probably got your dander up a bit. You probably think for the first time you've got someone leading your party in Scotland that actually has the air of someone who knows what they're doing, and the Tories are in second place in Scotland because of Ruth Davidson. So, we'll keep an eye on the council elections in May, but I wouldn't be at all surprised to see another big move towards the Conservatives in Scotland. And I'll tell you why, because they have made themselves, for many people, the de facto party of the union, the party that is going to oppose separatism properly, clearly and simply.
Well, I think that if you look at the makeup of our parliament, where we don't have a single organic UKIP MP, we just, like I always say, confuse Mr. Carswell, that the difference between the Scots and Northern Irish is they know what nationalism is. They know how to get leverage and have power, and that's why I know and I believe I'll make a forecast that Scotland will leave and Northern Ireland will, and because the prize for this Tory thing, whatever they've done, is stitching up this referendum, is we're not going to have a United Kingdom. We're going to have England, and Scotland will join Europe, and so will Northern Ireland. They'll join the rest of Ireland, and that's going to be the prize.
Well, I hope you're wrong, Mark, and doubtless we'll come back and discover whether you are at some point in the future. I mean, the next electoral test, then, as I say, is going to be these council elections in May. It will be very interesting to see what happens in Scotland, particularly, and whether it does become a sort of referendum on the referendum, as I suspect and fear it might. Mark, thank you for that. This is Mackenzie, who is in Basingstoke. Hello, Mackenzie.
Hi there, Darren. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you, sir?
Yes, very well, thank you. Very well indeed.
Good. What have you got for me?
I've just got 2 points, really, that's conjoined. My thoughts are that Scotland going for independence, are they expecting to carry on piggybacking off of the benefits that they're currently getting from us now as being part of the United Kingdom? And that's almost as nonsensical as us leaving the EU and still expecting to be part of the single market. Am I right?
Yeah, I think you are right. I mean, just bear in mind, Mackenzie, that when you say Scotland, I think in that context you're talking about a minority of people who want independence to happen. I mean, I don't have an answer to that question, but then I'm not proposing that Scotland should become independent.
Sure, no, that's completely reasonable. I mean, I think that there's very much a culture of change in the last 12 months where you'll see, Trump coming to power in the States. You see us voting for Brexit here. There's very much a culture of change. People are not happy anymore with the status quo. So I think there's every reason for there to be change from the referendum from 2014. There's no reason for them to vote the same way if change is what people may be desiring.
True, but the change is unlikely to all happen in one direction because, and this is an interesting statistic which is sometimes buried, and it should be more prominent than it is because I think it's really interesting. Something like this is all, according to after the fact opinion polls for sure, so we can put as much weight in them as we dare, Mackenzie, but the polling evidence suggests that 1/3 of people in Scotland who voted for independence in 2014 also voted for Brexit in 2016. And that's a lot of people. That's about 500,000 people. 500,000 people. What happens to them if the next independence referendum is fought on the basis of getting back into the EU, which they also voted against?
Absolutely, fantastic. Wouldn't even know where to go from that.
No one does.
No.
I wasn't looking for the answer. I was just sort of posing it as a question, which will only be answered by the referendum happening, I guess.
Yes, no, absolutely quite right. But another thought is, if there is another referendum in Scotland, were to change their minds, were to vote for change and to combat the status quo, if they were to go for change and they were to become independent, would Northern Ireland then not look to do the same thing with the Republic of Ireland? Would Wales not then look to piggyback on the back of that? And also with our partnership of nations, with our group of nations as they are making the United Kingdom, as England, are they not more dependent on us as England than we are interdependent on each other? I'm not really sure on where we sit.
Well, it's certainly the case that in Scotland there is a very great deal of trade done with England, more than is done with the rest of the European Union. So that would need to be factored in. And of course, the Scottish market is important for traders in England as well. I mean, I see it as a lose-lose situation, Mackenzie. I see Scottish independence as bad for Scotland and bad for the rest of the UK, which is, two reasons why I'm not in favour of it.
Sure.
Mackenzie, thank you for that. In Basingstoke, good to speak to you. 0345 6060 973. Shahid is in Hemel Hempstead. We'll get to you in just a couple of minutes. Next on LBC, where it's 1:45.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Talking about the South Korean president, and it's a global hit after his interview is spectacularly hijacked by his 2 young children. There seems a darker tone now. Many jump to the conclusion that the Asian woman who rushes into the room to drag the children away was possibly the nanny. Seiban, what do you take from it?
My observation is I'm sort of Asian. I'm married to an English woman, white woman. I'm often asked, are you two together?
Sean in Newcastle, what do you think when you see it, Sean?
Do you know what? I think it's absolutely hilarious. Did think, oh, that's the nanny. She was like, oh my God, I'm going to lose my job.
Precisely.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast every weekday morning from 7, only on LBC.
With Hampton by Hilton, making you welcome at over 40 hotels in Europe.
If you use your phone while you're driving and it's not hands-free, the penalty's been doubled. It's now 6 points and £200. The trouble is, a lot of us are addicted to our phones. So try this trick. Put your phone somewhere where you can't pick it up. Somewhere you can't see it. The glove compartment. That way, you won't be tempted. Save yourself 6 points and £200. Maybe even save a life. Make the glove compartment the phone compartment. Think. Put your phone away.
Fast Track Reclaim. PPI, one question. Why have you still not checked if you're due a refund? Even if you don't know if you've had PPI, surely it's worth finding out. All Fast Track Reclaim needs is the name of your bank. No paperwork, no account numbers, just the name of your bank. We'll check PPI on every credit card, loan and mortgage you've ever had. Find out now. Text YES to 82727. Fast Track Reclaim. Text YES to 82727.
The secret's out. Ray Morris Automatic Cars have been selling cars for over 50 years. With ultra-low mileage automatic cars from £5,000 to £25,000, they have the make and model to suit your budget. Ray Morris Automatic Cars in South East London, 10 minutes from the Dartford Tunnel. With over 300 automatic cars actually in stock, buy one today and drive it away. AutomaticCarSpecialist.com, the not-so-secret home of automatic cars.
I'm Jess. I'm in Year 9. I was never that excited about science, but today I saw a Bunsen burner being lit with static. It was brilliant.
The look on her face was brilliant. Instead of the old making hair stand on end with static trick, I lit a Bunsen burner with my finger. You could say I sparked her interest in physics. I teach Year 9, I'm Mr. Barty.
Apply now, and you could get a £25,000 tax-free bursary to train as a teacher. Search Get Into Teaching. Subject to eligibility. Selected subjects only.
This is LBC with Darren Adam.
Something else I was thinking about earlier. We don't like it in this country when American presidents sort of wade into our referenda, as Barack Obama was accused of doing on a couple of occasions. Given the unpopularity of Mr. Trump, particularly in Scotland, I have to say, I think both sides in this independence referendum will be hoping like hell that he doesn't come out on their side. Because I think if whichever side Trump comes out on will suddenly find themselves down by about 5 points in the polls straight away. 0345 6060 973 is my number. Got my fingers crossed, of course, that in that case Trump is going to come out and endorse separation. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850, tweet at LBC. Nicola Sturgeon putting us through this again. If it hadn't been Brexit as the excuse that she was choosing to use, you can absolutely be assured it would have been something else. Why do we have to go through this division once again? And this isn't just a problem for Scotland, it's a problem for the whole country, because the effects of this referendum and the division that I believe it will cause, whatever the result is, and God, I hope it's the same as last time. I really, really do hope it's the same as last time. But almost regardless of that result, the division is going to be devastating in Scotland and in the rest of the country as well. 0345 6060 973. I've got Shahid and I've got Andrina in just a minute. Andrina is in Tain, not a million miles from where I'm from, in the Highlands. King George the Ninth, however, on Twitter, says the UK is miffed about something. England has thrown its EU toys out of the pram and Scotland is throwing its UK toys out of the pram. George the Ninth, you are quite correct. For whatever reason, there is a ton of toys all over the floor. Shahid in Hemel Hempstead. Morning, Shahid.
Yeah, hi. I want to give my views about what the SNP have done, but I do want to also try to get in what the Tories and Labour should do and how they should handle it. But
yeah,
with the SNP, like if I was a Scottish voter, I would have gone for it in 2014. I think Scotland could have survived quite good, but the SNP, they deserved a right metaphorical kick up the backside for the way they messed it up. They really messed it up in 2014. The whole raison d'etre for existing as a political party was for independence. And when it came, and they were 7 years in office in Scotland, they got in power in 2007.
Yeah.
There should have been an election in 2015, but because of this referendum that they had, they extended that parliament by 1 year.
You're correct, yes.
So they were in what should have been the penultimate year. And when they finally went for the referendum, the campaign was about to start, I saw Nicola Sturgeon and other leading SNP members looking like rabbits caught in the headlights when key points are made out to them, like, what is your currency going to be? you're against nuclear weapons, but are you going to be part of NATO? They didn't have those ducks lined up in a row. They didn't know the answer to them. And if I was them, like the economic uncertainty was the thing that really turned people off. I would have said, like just like the Tories are saying now, we can't give you like chapter and verse, but we will be fine. Look at the GDP of Scotland. Look at the per capita income of Scottish people. It's a very rich country. Even the people not Scotland. If you look at I can't remember off the top of my head, but if you look at the GDP figures and the per capita income for Scottish people, they would have been fine. And had they gone for a separate currency, saying if we have to print money, we can make a go of it. It might be a little bit fragile for the first few years, but we're going to make a go of it. Slovakia and Czech Republic, they were fine, and they're much weaker economies than us. All that kind of stuff, but they really.
That was a very, very different scenario. The parting of those two countries. What would have been the case, Shahid, I think, is that if Scotland had voted for separation, it would have become independent at exactly the point that the oil price was absolutely tanking. And we know it. I think it was Mark, one of our previous callers, pointing out that it's sitting at $48 a barrel just now. I mean, it was at well over 100, and indeed the S&P's.
I think just putting that to a side, there's other industries that with just general GDP of Scotland is strong enough to withstand all of that. Not
an independence proposition that was predicated on the basis that the oil price would be $110 a barrel, not the 30 or 40 that it fell to.
Had they gone for the independent currency and printed money to start off with, they would have been fine. But on this,
what, in 2 years though? I mean, we didn't even have a name for this damn currency, far less anything else.
They should have gone for their own Scottish currency, their own pound or whatever. But on this one, I think they've gone too soon. I think they should have waited for the fallout of the full exit to happen, see what kind of jobs might be lost, because there's no guarantee that major jobs are going to be lost, and then made a decision when to go. But at the moment, there's no certainty what's going to happen. If we don't get a good trade deal, if they put tariffs on the EU onto us, then we can do it to them. So car makers, if they do relocate to Europe, we're going to say to them, well, we're going to put 10% tariffs on you guys. So,
well, the thing is, though, that's all true. But what I fear, actually, Shahid, is the next referendum is going to be, as nationalists always ultimately do end up fighting things on, it's going to be fought on emotion. It's going to be fought on the flag, feelings, rather than facts. And goodness knows we've seen that from other nationalists over the course of the last year, haven't we, on both sides of the Atlantic? Why would the SNP, as Scottish nationalists, behave any differently? I don't think for a minute they will behave any differently. It's all going to be about the feelings. It's all going to be about the emotions. It's all going to be about never mind the fact that Scotland's deficit is running at 9%, which is 3 times the European Union's accession criteria. Never mind the fact that the price of oil is $48 a barrel, where the previous so-called white paper, which was only called that because it was on paper and it was printed in white, it suggested that it needed to be $110 a barrel. Never mind all that. Never mind the facts. Never mind the numbers. How do you feel? Do you feel Scottish? Do you want to get the saltire on? Do you want to get the kilt on? That's what it's going to come down to, because there isn't much else left as far as I can see. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850, tweet at LBC, email Darren at lbc.co.uk. We're going to continue with this. We'll continue right now, in fact, by going to Tain in the Highlands and Andrina on LBC. Good morning, Andrina.
Good morning.
Hi, welcome.
I'd like to say that I totally agree with what you said earlier. Scotland did not vote overwhelmingly to stay in the EU. It voted by a very, very small margin. But anyway, Scotland did not vote as a country on its own. It voted as part of the UK.
Yeah.
And the UK voted to stay in the EU.
And not just that, Scotland, and indeed anybody who voted in that referendum, no one was voting for their own bit of the country to stay in the EU or to leave the EU. Everyone was voting on the proposition, should the United Kingdom stay in the EU or leave the EU. Now, there are lots of bits of Britain, London, where I'm sitting right now, being another one, very much in favour of remaining in the EU. But, you could say that London's being dragged out of the EU against its will. But that would be a preposterous thing to do because, as you say, we voted as the UK.
Exactly. I live, as you said, in north of Scotland, in Tain.
Yes.
And I love being here. I'm English, you can hear from my accent, but my family are all Scots for generations back.
Yeah.
And I love Scotland dearly. but I also love being British and being a part of the UK. And I didn't vote to leave the UK. The referendum in 2014 was totally divisive. We were even frightened to go in the pub, to be honest, sometimes, for fear of meeting. I went to a wedding and had to sit at a table next to a nationalist who bullied me the whole way through the conversation.
And I want to be clear about this, Andrea. Were you bullied, in your view, because you had a different view on independence or because you were English?
I think because I was English.
Really?
And I think the whole nationalist thing is about hating the English. And and the whole Nicola Sturgeon push, the whole thing is about hating the English. And it's a very, very, almost racist. You
see, I wouldn't go that far. I don't think that Nicola Sturgeon is Anglophobic. I don't think that there are many people in the SNP, many nationalists, who have the sort of hatred of the English that you describe. I'm not going to pretend that it doesn't exist, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise that nationalism doesn't involve, at its very heart, standing over here, pointing at people over there and saying it's all their fault. That's pretty much at the heart of nationalism. But I would certainly like to think, given that my partner of 22 years, Andrina, is a passionate Scottish nationalist, as is my mum. I mean, as are many of my friends, I can tell you that none of them are anti-English in any way, which is why I asked whether the experience that you had was, in your view, based on Anglophobia or just passions over a political position running very high.
Well, I felt it was Anglophobia, but having said that, I can see where you're coming from. I can see what you're saying. But my personal experience was that it was Anglophobia. And, my own personal feeling is that it's, not a good thing for Scotland to leave the UK. I've never thought that. And I think also we don't have any right to stay in the EU, whether we like it or not. I voted to come out of the EU as well. Okay. Because I voted in the first place in 1970, whatever it was, not to go into the EU in the first place. I'm very British. I love being a British citizen. I love being a part of the UK. And, I just can't see why Scotland would want to come away from that.
I see. We're now in a sort of four-way split in Scotland, because I'm with you on independence. You and I think it's a bad idea for Scotland, but I'm not with you on the question of the EU referendum. And so I think the division, and Andrina, and this is why I think to have another referendum will just reinforce this. It's a four-way split in Scotland now, isn't it? You've got four different groups of people.
Yes.
And that's not a healthy position at all. And I think we should move away from anything that entrenches that. And I think another referendum on either of these issues is going to entrench that, particularly in Scotland. Andrina, thank you for that. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850, tweet at LBC, email Darren at lbc.co.uk. Why should we have to go through this division again? The last independence referendum was about 20 minutes ago, and yet here we are again. Why?
On FM, online, on your mobile, and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 2 o'clock, the House of Lords has voted the Brexit bill through without making changes, paving the way for Britain to leave the EU. Peers had tried to pass amendments protecting the rights of EU citizens currently in the UK and demanding a meaningful vote in Parliament on the final terms of a Brexit deal. However, the bill was passed without those changes, so the process of leaving can start. It'll become law when it gets the royal assent. Shadow Brexit Minister and Labour MP for Sheffield Central, Paul Blomfield, has told LBC it's now up to the Prime Minister to decide when to trigger Article 50.
There's a 2-week window. I don't think it's going to make an enormous difference one way or the other. in which of the next 14 days or so she triggers it. There is an important anniversary of the foundation of the European Union coming up, and I think it wouldn't be viewed very positively if she triggered it around that. But otherwise, we're only talking about a matter of days now, so it's a decision for her.
Meantime, 65% of people in the UK apparently don't think there should be a second referendum on Scottish independence. A poll has found 30% back the idea, with 5% saying they're not sure. Theresa May is accusing Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon of playing politics, but the SNP's Alex Salmond disagrees.
Theresa May has refused to make any concessions to Scotland. She's gone back on the promises she made when she became Prime Minister that there would be an agreed position with Scotland. She's ignored Scottish interests, and therefore Nicola Sturgeon has fulfilled her mandate as First Minister of Scotland.
There's concern bailiffs are regularly using intimidating behaviour and not considering vulnerable clients. 5 charities are recommending the government brings in an independent regulator and complaint service as part of a review into the industry. A man has been arrested in Leicester by police investigating claims of historical abuse and assault against children. The 59-year-old is being questioned over allegations he physically attacked a youngster at a care home in 1984. There are warnings about cyber criminals taking over control of internet-connected gadgets and phones, smart TVs and even fitness trackers. Security agencies are predicting a rise in hackers holding people to ransom by blocking owners from accessing devices or data. Ben Russell from the National Crime Agency says any technology should be considered a potential target.
I think we're quite used to thinking about antivirus and good passwords for our computers, but the same thing applies for devices like internet-connected smoke alarms or fitness technology or smart watches. We need to be just as cyber aware when we use those kind of devices as when we use our laptops.
And parts of America is bracing itself for the worst storm of the winter, with warnings of record low temperatures and dangerous travelling conditions setting in later today. Forecasters have warned winter storm Stella will bring blizzards and heavy snow, with up to 18 inches expected to cover an area from New York to New England. LBC weather: a mild overcast night for most places, some patchy rain in the west, a low of 9 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Zora Suleiman.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Darren Adam.
Morning. A really interesting text from Eric here, 284850. Eric says, "Hi Darren, not sure if you're aware of this, but a lot of die-hard SNP supporters voted for Brexit purposely as they thought this would give them more chance of an independence referendum." Well, some voters, some SNP supporters would indeed, Eric, you're quite right, have been sufficiently hard of thinking to imagine that would actually work. It's a completely preposterous idea, of course, because Nicola Sturgeon's only been able to boil up this pot of grievance by saying Scotland voted to remain in the European Union and the rest of the country did not, or at least the rest of the UK largely did not. So if you're a diehard SNP supporter and you vote in Scotland to leave the European Union, even if it is in hope of getting another independence referendum, and enough of you do it, then wouldn't you be at risk of actually flipping the numbers in Scotland? Wouldn't you have been at risk of returning a result where a majority of people in Scotland had also voted to leave the European Union, in which case you would have no further chance of getting an independence referendum based on that? So I'm quite aware, Eric, that some people would indeed have been so silly to have made that calculation. It obviously didn't seem to work, though, did it? Because the numbers stacked up in a different way to what may have happened anyway. Eric, listen, thank you for that. 0345 6060 973. We are talking about Nicola Sturgeon's insistence once again that Scotland is dragged through a second separation referendum in what will be no more than about 4 years, assuming that it happens on or near her preferred timetable. 0345 6060 973. Khalid's in Edmonton. Hi, Khalid.
Morning, Darren. It's been a fascinating debate, I have to say. I've been really interested in hearing the different views.
Yeah, thank you.
I kind of agree agree and kind of disagree with you. I think. I mean, I agree. It's going to be incredibly divisive, and given what the union has been through thus far with Brexit and the first referendum, I don't think anyone who has experienced that. And obviously, I'm in London, but speaking to people who are up there, I mean, it was traumatic. For
it was.
In terms of,
well, I was there. It really was.
Yeah. So I agree with that, but having said, on the flip side of the coin, from a democratic kind of political perspective, if I was an SNP supporter in 2015 and I voted for the SNP on the basis of Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP saying that they would put forward another referendum if there was a material change, etc., and she didn't do what she did today, I would be livid. We live in an age where we say there isn't trust in politicians and politicians aren't doing what they said they were going to do, etc., etc. So in some respects, Nicola Sturgeon was bound by the manifesto commitment, and once she made the decision that Brexit was a material change, I don't think, to be fair, there's anything the SNP could do. I mean, they are the largest party in Scotland in 2015. I think they got the highest percentage of the share of the vote in Scotland in 2015.
Do you mean 2015 in Westminster or 2016 in Scotland, which is where they?
Sorry, 2016.
Yeah, so in the Scottish election last year, yes, they were the largest party. They did lose their majority, however, and the overall share of the vote did go down.
But with devolution, Darren, with devolution, I mean, we've given them the right to bring this to the Scottish Parliament. We in Westminster, in England, in the UK, have given Scotland the right to bring this referendum to the Scottish Parliament. Now, there's going to be a vote under Section 30 in the Scottish Parliament to decide whether they actually want this referendum. So, we're following the democratic process here. I mean, if people don't like the democratic process, well, then you need to step back and say, well, do we get devolution wrong, and et cetera, et cetera.
In my view, yes. In my view, absolutely. And I wouldn't be but that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Let me just quickly talk through the numbers here on this, because the SNP don't have a majority right now in the Scottish Parliament, and there's been a lot of the system was never designed to give parties a majority. Yeah. Well, they did manage it before. Alex Salmond did manage to get a majority at the previous Scottish election. It didn't happen this time. Nicola Sturgeon lost that majority, so she has 63 seats, which isn't enough. The Greens, however, the Scottish Green Party, will make up the numbers. Nicola's little helpers will be there. And it's interesting, I mean, we know, Khalid, you and I, what the SNP said in their manifesto, if there's a material change of circumstance, and yes, they actually gave this as a specific example. So, OK, that's fine. It was in their manifesto. The Green Party, however, in theirs said citizens should be able to play a direct role in the legislative process. On presenting a petition signed by an appropriate number of voters, citizens should be able to trigger a vote on important issues of devolved responsibility. As we proposed on the one-year anniversary of the independence referendum, this is the Scottish Greens' preferred way of deciding to hold a second referendum on independence. If a new referendum is to happen, it should come about by the will of the people and not be driven by calculations of party political advantage. Now, the Green Party in Scotland have 6 seats. The SNP need that party to make up the numbers to make this happen. That's what the Scottish Greens said. It doesn't seem to me as if the Scottish Greens had a firm manifesto commitment to a second independence referendum, come what may.
And I would agree with you, because if you remember on the first referendum, there was actually a consensus across all the Scottish parties to actually hold a referendum. And there isn't that consensus.
No.
Obviously, there won't be that consensus.
Hell no.
And exactly. And I think but this is where in contrast to the manifesto commitment that the Tories made in terms of not raising taxes, and then they obviously last week Philip Hammond raised national insurance contributions. But it's this. I mean, I think it's the wider point. I just wanted to make the wider point that it's this sort of thing that drives people crazy. It's this sort of people that says people live in a Westminster bubble, people live in an Edinburgh bubble. We don't believe our politicians because Theresa May made an interesting point today, didn't she? She said we shouldn't be playing politics. We shouldn't be playing politics. But unfortunately, to people outside the those kind of bubbles, that's what it seems people are doing. They're just literally playing politics with our country and not really taking people's interests to heart.
Yeah, and what I find with the SNP is that it's so absolutely and unashamedly calculated. And actually, I guess all politicians would do this, but let's not pretend that Nicola Sturgeon is not. When she says that she wants to pick the best time for a Scottish independence referendum, what she means by that is she wants to pick the time that she thinks she's got the best chance of winning the thing. which is not necessarily the best thing for Scotland. Do not make the mistake of imagining that Scotland's interests always coincide with Nicola Sturgeon. That's the other thing that sort of frightens me, is that people tend to think of Scotland as embodied by Nicola Sturgeon. Well, her party didn't get 50% of the vote. Her party didn't get 50% of the seats. She is not the Queen of Scotland. Khalid, thank you in Edmonton for that. 0345 6060 973. Going to go to Joe in Lowestoft in just a second. This is a texter who says, "Hi Darren, everyone I know in the north of Scotland voted for Brexit except for one. We're not supporting the SNP ever again. We're with the UK, not Brussels. Sturgeon and Salmond are obsessed with independence. Sturgeon doing what she did today will be the downfall of the SNP party altogether. Does she want people to vote for UKIP? Who else is there? She has lost her marbles. She hasn't thought this through." Well, you know, this is what I mean about this four-way split in Scotland. I'm exactly with you on exactly half of what you say. You say you're with the UK, not Brussels. Well, I'm with the UK and Brussels. And I'm desperately, desperately sad that it's no longer possible to be both of those things. Maybe one day again it will be. But I'm not calling for a second EU referendum, just to be clear, before someone tries to hang their hat on that. I think it's desperately sad, personally, that we can't be as we were with the UK and with Brussels. Plainly, that ship has sailed. We're just not sure in which direction it's currently headed, though. 0345 6060 973 is my number. Joe has called it. He's in Lowestoft. Hi, Joe.
Good morning, Darren. Yeah,
Hi.
I'm so jealous of the Scottish people that it looks like they're going to have a chance to have a second go at this vote, because we're not.
You mean you won't get a second go at the EU vote?
Well, I think everybody will when we find out exactly what we're facing. I don't want to be poor. If I was a young person now, I'd despise my generation. I really would.
But listen, Joe, voting for Scottish independence is certainly no guarantee that Scotland will get into the European Union. And B, it doesn't fix the problem in 92% of the country, which is that the UK as a whole is being, will be leaving the EU. That's the issue as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't fix the problem, and there's no guarantee that it will solve the problem in Scotland anyway.
But if I was Nicola Sturgeon, I'd be going behind Theresa May's back. When she's negotiating for a Brexit, I'd be going behind her back, negotiating an easy way in for Scotland. And then you put it to the Scottish people. So, we've got this a shoe-in.
But that's just it, Joe. She can't go to the Scottish people and say... But here's the question that she can't put on the ballot paper, right? The question cannot be, and I'll tell you why in a minute, but the question cannot be, do you want Scotland to be an independent country within the European Union? It cannot be that question, because the EU 27 will not negotiate with Scotland until, at the very least, the UK has left the European Union. It's just not going to happen. So she can't go to the country offering that as a possibility.
We don't know that. She can't negotiate now because we haven't issued Article 50.
Yes, but for it to be on the ballot paper, she would need to have an assurance from all levels of European polity that if Scotland became independent, it would come alongside membership of the EU. She's not going to be able to promise that.
Well, I think she's closer than last time, because last time a lot of it was they never got in Europe because of Spain and places like Catalonia.
But that's not changed. That's, in fact, if anything, Spain has more of an interest in making sure that separatist upstart regions of countries in the EU don't do this.
Because Spain haven't left it, they could put it to the Spanish people. Well, the reason why that Scotland are being allowed into the EU is only because of the UK are no longer in Europe. That is why. We'll be nothing to do with it. England and Wales and Northern Ireland are no part of Europe anymore.
But during the time frame in which it is necessary for Nicola Sturgeon to be able to get a guarantee from all of the other European countries and the Parliament, the Commission, whichever level you look at it at, in the time frame she needs that assurance, she's just not going to get it. She's simply not going to be able to write down on a ballot paper, or have the Electoral Commission in Scotland write down on a ballot paper, put your cross here, and you're voting not just for Scotland to be independent, but independent in Europe. And actually, as I say, sorry, on you go, Joe, on you go.
She's got the same time frame as Theresa May working out a deal with Europe, because Theresa May won't get any deal with Europe in that time frame and get every one of them countries to agree to it. It's not going to happen.
And even if Nicola Sturgeon were able to get that together, I don't think she's going to want to put that in a ballot paper, because 1/3 of people who voted for separation in Scotland in 2014 also voted to leave the European Union. So she's at risk, as I said to, I think it was Mackenzie in Basingstoke just before the news, she's at risk of disillusioning about 500,000 people who would otherwise have been on her side.
Well, it's going to be exciting.
No, it's going to be awful, Joe. It's going to be awful. It's going to be hideous. It's just going to be the worst thing.
It brought it on. It's not like people like me and you brought it on.
No, it wasn't. No.
It was people like Mr. Farage. I'm not a nationalist. I'll tell you how bitter I am, how strongly I feel about it. I was actually in the army. I did 2 tours of Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
And can you imagine me, a person like myself, actually, if I was living in Northern Ireland, contemplating voting for Sinn Féin? I've actually lost friends because of the IRA.
Yeah.
But I've got a friend who's disabled, and I see him quite regularly. But can you imagine somebody like me? I'd actually contemplate voting for Sinn Féin.
And you would in that position now, you're saying, despite everything that you've seen and been through?
That's strongly I feel, yeah.
Well, however exciting these future conversations may be, Joe, I think you're right. If it weren't for, 2 people, Nigel Farage and Alex Salmond, frankly. If you deduct them from British history over the last sort of 10 years, then we certainly wouldn't be in this position today. We wouldn't be talking about another Scottish independence referendum on the back of Brexit. We just wouldn't be here. Now, you may lament us not being here at this point. You might think this is a fantastic place to be. I'm less convinced than you might be. Thank you, Joe, for that. 0345 6060973 is my number. You can text 84850, tweet at LBC, email darren@lbc.co.uk. It is my absolute certainty that independence would be defeated in a second Scottish referendum. So I don't fear the result. I'm not dreading waking up or, maybe even covering it, who knows, in a couple of years' time, and seeing the words Scotland votes to leave the UK rolling across a screen. I'm not scared of that. What I'm scared of is the division and the rancour and the hatred that will boil up once again. And goodness me, it started already today on social media, just since Nicola Sturgeon stood up and said, you know what, I quite fancy another shot at this just because of reasons. That's my fear. It's the division. 0345 6060973. Text 84850. Tweet at LBC. Email darren@lbc.co.uk. Wherever you are in the UK, this is absolutely not just a question about Scotland, because it absolutely affects all of the country. So wherever you are in the UK, are you looking at this with a feeling of dread once again, as I was this morning? I woke up about lunchtime, as I tend to do, and looked at my phone to see what had happened in the world while I'd been asleep, and there were notifications saying that this was a thing that was going to happen again, and my heart absolutely sank. And I was in a bad mood for the whole day as a consequence of that, to be honest. I don't want to go through this again. It was miserable last time. It'll be miserable again. And remember, for people in Scotland, it's the 3rd referendum in almost as many years. 0345 6060973. That's what I think. What do you think? Where are you on this? It's LBC. I'm Darren Adam. It's 2:20.
The Prime Minister is preparing to trigger Article 50, beginning Britain's historic exit from the European Union. Hear the moment live. Brexit begins. Continuous coverage on LBC.
Did you know premium bonds have been around for 60 years? I recently won £100 in the monthly prize draw. I was off to the bank to deposit my prize warrant when my granddad came over. You know you can do all that online nowadays, he chuckled. And he was right. I now manage my premium bonds online, and I've chosen to have my winnings paid straight into my bank account. It's so much faster. You can too by visiting ns&i.com. Premium bonds. making people smile for 60 years.
Obsession, an idea or thought that continually preoccupies a person's mind. At Darwood & Tanner, one of the UK's most innovative dental implant practices, we are obsessed about dental health and dental implants transforming our patients' lives. Here's Andrew Darwood.
One of the great joys of our practice is that we're seeing patients we treated 25 years ago with dental implants, and they're still doing well, still smiling.
Visit darwoodandtanner.co.uk. Obsessive dental care.
If you own a Swiss watch and it's time to sell it, speak to watches.co.uk. The whole process runs like clockwork. Rolex, Patek Philippe, Omega and more. It only takes a couple of ticks and we pay immediately. Or if you just fancy a change, we could take yours in part exchange. From time on your hands to money in your pocket, it couldn't be easier with watches.co.uk. The pre-owned Swiss watch specialist.
Setting up your business took a lot of hard work. And now, years later, your business has grown into a valuable going concern. With an uncertain economic climate seemingly fueled by debt, how can you protect the wealth you've spent so long creating? Arrange a free, no-obligation consultation with Barnes Rofe and get advice you can trust. Barnes Rofe. Clever accountants for business. Visit barnesrofe.com/radio.
Welcome to London's exquisite Indian dining experience, Marla Restaurant. The finest North Indian cuisine in the most charming setting. Find us in the heart of one of London's divine hidden gems, St Catherine's Dock. Marla Restaurant. Visit us in St Catherine's Dock or go to marlarestaurant.co.uk.
Marla. Discover a jewel in London's secret paradise.
I'm James. I'm in year 10. Last term we watched a film about penguin behaviour in maths. But weirdly, it helped me get how probability works. Random.
The whole class thought it was random. I used a penguin documentary I saw to explain probability models. James laughed the most, but his grades improved the most too. I teach year 10. I'm Miss Ogan.
Apply now, and you could get a £25,000 tax-free bursary to train as a teacher. Search Get Into Teaching. Subject to eligibility. Selected subjects only.
Darren Adam on LBC.
We'll move on at 2:30 on LBC, but let's continue with some calls and texts in the meantime. On the question of, I can't quite believe I'm having to say this on the radio less than 3 years after the first time I had to say it, a Scottish independence referendum, which Nicola Sturgeon has decided is a thing that must happen once again. 0345 6060 973 is my number. I'm dreading it. I'm not dreading the result. I think it'll be the same result as last time, thankfully. But I'm very, very fearful of the division, which I know will be caused, which has been caused already as a consequence of this happening again. Kevin's in Bromley. Hi, Kevin.
Well, good morning.
Hi, Kevin.
Yeah, I'd like to. Well, I must agree with you there. There'll be division.
Yeah.
But I think she's absolutely devoid of common sense. She's not really thinking things through.
This is Nicola Sturgeon, you mean?
Yeah. Clearly, Theresa May won't give a referendum until after we've sorted everything out with Europe. And then, for sure, I think she'll be offered a referendum. But if she then thinks, we'll be outside Europe, they won't be able to get in there anyway because Spain's going to veto it. Spain don't want the same situation. They've got a problem, haven't they? So they will veto her application. So there's no chance of Scotland joining Europe. They'll vote, and it should be made quite clear to the Scots once and for all that if you're out, you'll be out, permanently out. But this is going to be the consequences. If you vote to come out, withdraw everything that we've got up there, all the government contracts and that up there, bring them back home. Bring it home.
And it's you know, I mean, you know how opposed I am to Scottish independence, Kevin, but it's kind of heartbreaking to hear the phrase home being used, because as far as I'm concerned, as a unionist, someone who believes in the United Kingdom, this is home. London is home as much as Edinburgh, as much as Cardiff, as much as Aberystwyth, as much as Belfast, as much as Norris, as much as Lairg in the Highlands. You know, we're one country as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I totally agree with that. But if they vote to come out, we won't be. And then it's a case of bring it home. When I say bring it home to the rest of the UK, the rest of the country.
And that's what saddens me, because at that point, you're right, it's what would be the definition of home. It would be what would remain. The other fear I have, Kevin, in terms of strategy here is that, and I think there is a real risk of this, you're quite right, Theresa May can refuse to permit a referendum on anything other than her own timetable. She can deny the Section 30 provision, which would allow Holyrood to set the rules and set the timing and actually have the referendum. She can do all of that. But my fear, strategically, is that if she does that, she gives all the people who want independence some more grievance for the pot, which they will pour in and start cackling and start stirring up and saying, look, nasty old Westminster not letting us do what we want in Scotland. And that's my fear.
Yeah, but I can understand that. But what I believe will happen is the Scotch people are far too intelligent to allow that to happen. I don't think they will actually vote to leave. And what she doesn't understand, I think what Sturgeon doesn't understand, is the animosity that she's creating towards the Scots. You know, I personally, I know what my reaction will be if they vote to come out. The first thing I'll do is boycott all Scottish goods. And I'm sure I won't be alone in that. So they'll not only be out of the EU, but their biggest market will suffer drastically. And on top of that, they will no longer be part of this country, so we can impose a tariff on their goods. So we'll benefit. We'll bring all our stuff back, all the government stuff, all the stuff that's there on behalf of the government. They've got government offices up there. They've got shipbuilding up there for the Navy, and God knows what they haven't got up there that we're supporting them and subsidising them.
And this is just an example of. I'm on your side on this one, Kevin. I don't want to see independence happen, as I've said time and time again. But these conversations, it's so depressing in a sense that we even have to have them, and it's so completely unnecessary. We didn't need to be here. We don't need to be here. We don't need to be talking about another damn independence referendum 20 minutes after the last one. And as I say, if you strip Nigel Farage and Alex Salmond out of the picture over the last 10 years, we wouldn't be here. Kevin, thank you for that. Dave's in Romford. Dave says, I think it's too soon for another indie ref. Is this going to be every 3 years? If so, I think future indie ref should come with an English vote separately, whether we want to split from Scotland. I like the union, but I can't stand the frequency of these indie ref votes. Dave, I'm completely with you on that. I think what is likely, though, just politically, I do get a real sense that if at the end of this process Scotland votes again to reject separation, I think what you're going to end up with is a similar situation to the one that we see in Canada, with the Quebec separatists having lost 2 referendums in the space of about 15 years. And there's no serious prospect of Quebec separatism raising its head once again in that part of Canada for a significant period of time. So I think that if, as I believe and hope would be the case, it would be lost again, that would be it for at least as long as I would be alive. It really would be a lifetime this time. And as I say, a lifetime is not, in any part of the world, 3 years. Malcolm says, hi Darren, I think Theresa May will flex her muscle and slap Nicola Sturgeon down and deny her a referendum, otherwise it will create total instability as far as the UK's negotiating position is concerned. Max in Glasgow saying, hi Darren, unfortunately politics in Scotland has now become a constitutional vote at every level. It has. Actually, you're right, Max. I personally think the SNP are making a hash of governing Scotland. I don't know what they stand for. Well, independence is what they stand for. It's their singular overriding obsession, Max. The local elections in May should be about that, but once again, it's all going to be about IndieRef. I'm a member of the Labour Party in Scotland. It's with a heavy heart, says Max, that for the first time in my life, my cross will be going to the Scottish Conservatives. As local politics takes a back seat again, I feel I have to vote for the party that's growing in stature up here, and I'll protect the union best at the moment by doing that. Max, I suspect you're not alone. In fact, I think we've seen evidence of that in the last Scottish election in 2016 with the Tories, unthinkably, in many ways, becoming the second party in Scotland. Stephen says it's holding the entire country ransom again. Scotland is not the UK. It's holding a noose to the entire people of Britain. I think you're right, Stephen. Scott's in Glasgow. Scott says the Tories went back on promises within days of the referendum result. If the referendum was run 2 days after the end, it would have gone the other way and Scotland would be free now. I disagree. I don't think anyone in any significant number voted either way on the basis of the vow. And one more. Dan says on Twitter, looking from the outside in, I'm Irish. The UK is stronger and better together. I'm not sure if those last two words will be getting a second outing in that particular order. Who knows, Dan? I think the old campaign slogans will be dusted off and probably thrown in the bin and replaced with new ones. Still can't quite believe we're going to have to go through all this again. Dan, thank you for that. Thank you for the calls and texts and tweets. We're going to move on in just a minute. LBC News Time is 2:31 and the headlines come from Zora Suleiman.
The House of Lords has voted the Brexit bill through without making changes, paving the way for Britain to leave the EU. Peers had tried to pass amendments protecting the rights of EU citizens currently in the UK and demanding a meaningful vote in Parliament on the final terms of a Brexit deal. However, the bill was passed without those changes, so the process of leaving can start. It'll become law when it gets the royal assent. Asda, Tesco and Morrisons have cut their fuel prices. The supermarket says the cost of petrol and diesel has now fallen by up to 2 pence per litre. LBC weather: a mild overcast night for most places, some patchy rain in the west, a low of 9 degrees.
This is LBC.
I'm James. I'm in year 10. Last term we watched a film about penguin behaviour in maths. But weirdly, it helped me get how probability works. Random.
The whole class thought it was random. I used a penguin documentary I saw to explain probability models. James laughed the most, but his grades improved the most too. I teach year 10. I'm Miss Ogan.
Apply now, and you could get a £25,000 tax-free bursary to train as a teacher. Search Get Into Teaching. Subject to eligibility. Selected subjects only.
Having built a substantial amount of family wealth in property and investment, how do you protect it for the future given the current climate? Holding cash in an inflationary environment with negligible returns on savings is effectively moving backwards. So what do? Arrange a free, no-obligation consultation with Barnes Rofe and get advice you can trust. Barnes Rofe. Clever accountants for business. Visit barnesrofe.com/radio.
Did you know that the world's highest wine cellar is in the CN Tower, Toronto? Book with Canadian Affair and tailor-make your trip with their expert Canada know-how. Celebrate Canada's 150th birthday and save up to £200 per person. Plus, get £150 of holiday vouchers per couple, with holidays departing direct from London. Get your Canada know-how with CanadianAffair.com. Sale ends April 3rd.
The UK's trusted tradespeople, all in one place. Just pop in your postcode. Visit trustatrader.com.
TrustedTrader.com. The trouble with investing in cash ISAs these days is that you never seem to get a decent return. With today's high inflation and low interest rates, your money just doesn't reach its potential. At Money Farm, our experts can match you with an investment ISA that could give your money the chance to perform better. And right now, you could have your full ISA allowance looked after, free of management fees for a year if you transfer over £10,000. Visit moneyfarm.com. Your capital is at risk. Money Farm is authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
This is a live update for UK businesses. Right now, the world is seeking UK tech companies ready to build their network internationally. From cutting-edge software development to the supply of hardware and electronics. Find the right advice to help your tech business expand overseas. Search Exporting is Great.
The secret's out. Ray Morris Automatic Cars have been selling cars for over 50 years. With ultra-low mileage automatic cars from £5,000 to £25,000, they have the make and model to suit your budget. Ray Morris Automatic Cars in South East London, 10 minutes from the Dartford Tunnel. With over 300 automatic cars actually in stock, buy one today and drive it away. AutomaticCarSpecialist.com, the not-so-secret home of automatic cars.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Darren Adam.
Good morning, this is LBC, leading Britain's conversation. And I'm Darren Adam with you till 4 o'clock this morning. We'll be in the States in about an hour from now. Donna Harvey standing by to talk us through what's been happening on the other side of the Atlantic over the course of the last 7 days. We'll take a look at the front pages of this morning's newspapers shortly as well. But I want to move on from the question of Scottish independence, because regrettably it is one to which we will doubtless have to return on more occasions than I would like. And I want to talk instead about a surprising bit of research suggesting that the amount of exercise done by boys and girls is declining from the age of not 14, 15, 16, when teenagers get onto the couch, start watching Game of Thrones and mess around with their iPads. No, from the age of 7. 7. That is now thought to be the age when youngsters go off exercise. It's a study in the British Journal of Sports Medicine. And these poor kids, they were tracked. The ones who were studied, their physical activity levels, 400 of them were tracked using small monitors that were worn for a week at a time over 8 years. So there's a lot of data here, a lot of time over which the data was collected as well. And as I say, the long and the short of this is that 7 is now the age at which people start to exercise less. And I'm sort of thinking back to my childhood at this point. I was always told to go outside and play, which I hated, by the way. I'm not a fan of the hot weather, not a fan of the sunshine. So if I could, at any point in my life, at any age, avoid being sent outside into the sunshine, I would generally do such a thing. I was perfectly happy sitting inside watching TV, using teletext even. There's a bit of a sad confession. Like old-fashioned blocky teletext. That's what I was quite pleased to do. But I think it's something that I got over once I got older. I certainly didn't enjoy PE or physical education at school, but I did start going to the gym, as you know, a few years ago for the very, very first time. But 7, that's the age at which children are now starting to do significantly less exercise than they used to. Is this a concern for you? Is it something that you've noticed? Are you worried that your kids are spending too much time online and not enough time on the playing fields? 0345 6060 973 is my number. You can text 84850, tweet at LBC, email Darren at lbc.co.uk. And I guess those screen-based distractions are considerably greater in number than they would have been when I was a child. It would just have been the television, with or without teletext in those days. Maybe the stirrings of the home computer market. I might have had a Dragon 32 or a Spectrum computer, maybe something like that. But plainly, iPads, phones, other devices and websites and the internet and all sorts of things did not exist. And so those interior distractions, shall we say, didn't exist either. 0345 6060 973 is my number. Is this something you've noticed with your children? Is it something that concerns you, that they're spending more and more and more time messing around inside and not indulging in physical activity? Is that a concern for you? There's another bit of research out this morning that suggests that it absolutely should be. Diabetes is a risk as well, according to a separate study. The amount of time that people spend in front of their screens is being linked to a heightened risk of diabetes as well. So essentially, children are doing less exercise than they ever used to, and that's starting at a much earlier age. And there's an additional risk in terms of diabetes as well, which is not something anybody wants at any age, quite frankly, as a consequence of all the screen time that people are indulging in. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850, tweet at LBC. Already in the classroom, there are some countries where teachers are building physical activity into the classes, which I think is quite interesting. Well, I'll tell you about that in just a little while. But let's go to John first of all, who is in Hull. Morning, John.
Hey up there. Well, I've just had my exercise. I've just walked in, so here we go.
So you've ticked the exercise box at 20 to 3 in the morning, John. Well done.
That's me. Well, I've just said to your young lady, I mean, I never had any sproglets of my own, but my sister's daughter did, and I looked after them for a few years.
Yes.
And from my bungalow to the local Sainsbury's is about 1.5 miles. And when I used to look after them, which isn't that many years ago, they used to cheer if it was raining because I had to get the car out rather than have a nice walk.
I would have been that cheering child. I really would.
Oh, well, you should be ashamed of yourself. What I've just said to your young lady is, you know, I've seen all my friends with kids and over the years and see a lot now, as you know. And there's two ends of the spectrum, in my opinion. You've got your busy parents who are busy with work and whatever, and it's the easy way out to just have them shoved in the bedroom out the way while they can relax, etc. And then you've got the other side of the coin, which is your deadbeats, who I see plenty of. I mean, it's all they can do to walk, never mind take the kids for some exercise. So I think, you're quite right. It's I say doubt. And then there's not much PE going on at schools, from what I can gather. So it really is a poor show compared to an hour.
Well, look, I mean, here's the thing. I'm sitting here at the age of 43. I don't have children and never will. But I'm just looking back at my experience of being a child myself. And I know one thing with absolute certainty, John. As I say, I would have been that child cheering when the rain was on. I can distinctly remember my friend Robert, who was a next door neighbour of mine. He lived 2 doors down. His dad worked for the post office. And the post office in Nairn in the Highlands was very close to the school that we went, the primary school. And it used to make my heart leap with joy if we walked round the corner from the school and we saw Robert's dad with his post office van, because it meant that he was going home on his lunch hour and we could get a lift with him. And it was great. It's like, hooray, we can get driven home in a post office van. It's fantastic.
I'm going to have to bring you off instead of you being in. Hey, Darren, before I go, let me just say one thing really quickly about your previous subject.
Yes.
The Romans had the right idea about you jocks. They built a bloody wall to keep you out.
Yeah, does it really feel like we need another politician talking about another wall? I kind of don't think that we do. Do we, really?
I don't know. I'm sick to death of all of it, quite frankly, and I'm glad I aren't coming back again, let's put it that way, Dan.
Well, I envy you in Hull not having to worry about it, because you will not have to... Well, you'll not have to be bombarded with arguments in favour of separation for the next 2 years, which we will in Scotland. That is a thing that is going to happen, and you don't have that in Hull, certainly. John, thank you for that. 0345 6060 973. I see that producer Mike has flashed up a picture of Mel Gibson, the woad-covered lunatic, with the word freedom written across his face. Why? Why have you done that, producer Mike? Bants. Yes, we're all on the banter bus this morning, plainly, here on LBC. Thank you for that. Thank you, John, as well. Right, let us return to our conversation about young children from the age of 7 failing to do as much physical exercise as they should be doing. How much of this has to do with the selling off of playing fields, by the way? School playing fields. The number of school playing fields, the amount of land, the sheer acreage of the stuff that was being earmarked for being sold off has increased dramatically, and it's all happening in areas with high obesity levels. These are the same areas where the schools are shedding these huge areas of school playing fields. Now, again, it's difficult for me to look back and pretend that if our school playing fields had been sold off in the 1980s, that I wouldn't have been anything other than delighted, because it would have meant, for example, that we wouldn't have had to do sports day. We wouldn't have had to actually get out there. I was made to play rugby, for God's sake, which I absolutely loathed and despised by particularly sadistic PE teachers. So I'm not going to pretend that if my school playing field had been sold off, I'd have been anything other than very, very happy indeed, or for that matter, as I was saying to John a few minutes ago, if I can get a lift home with someone, and I was, the 5 or 6 of us, as soon as we turned 17, all passed our driving tests and got our first cars, and we had a kind of separate section. The 60ers had their own parking spaces in the school playground, or at least in the school car park. So, it's difficult for me to get... It's difficult for me to get angry about this in retrospect. It's difficult for me to pretend that if any of this stuff had happened, that I would have been angry about it. But at the age of 43, with perhaps wiser heads on my shoulder and more cognizant of other people's desires and needs, I am aware that if you are a parent, or for that matter, if you are a student, you probably don't want to see your school playing fields being sold off. You quite like having that resource to go out and do various bits and pieces in, and doubtless if you're a parent, that's something that you want to see protected as well. Have you found that your school playing grounds, playing fields, have been sold off, and has that been a problem for you, a problem for your children, a problem for your family? 0345 6060 973 is my number. You can text 84850, tweet at LBC, or email Darren at lbc.co.uk. I want to hear from you this morning about this idea that kids are now spending too much time online, not enough time taking exercise, and indeed that this is a problem that starts earlier and earlier and earlier. Why do you think that is? What is causing this? Are children now more likely to get a lift to school from you, their parents, perhaps? Is that something that's causing this? How do you resist the pressure that maybe comes from your children to take you to school? Because if I think back far enough, I really have to think back some distance here. I can remember a time when, and I can't remember how old I would have been at this point, but there was definitely a point during which I didn't want to be seen, getting out of my parents' car. I wanted to be someone that was cool and independent enough to actually walk to school myself. I don't think it was a very lengthy phase that I went through, but I do remember thinking, I think every child goes through that at some point, certainly. But most of the time, I would have been lobbying for a lift. And I also distinctly remember the first lie that my parents ever told to me. And lie they did. And I'll tell you about it in just a minute. It's LBC, I'm Darren Adam, 246.
This is LBC.
I know what the plough looks like in the night sky. I know how Eskimos kiss. I know a time when a mullet wasn't a fish. And I definitely know this piece of music. But I don't know my state pension.
There's a simple way to find out when you can get your state pension and how much it'll be. Search Your State Pension and get to know yours.
Save 15% with discount code MUM at zingflowers.com.
Zing flowers are amazing every time.
Love your skin, love your hair, love your nails. Perfectil delivers nutritional support from within, including zinc, to help you maintain normal skin, hair and nails. Perfectil, the science of beauty, from Vitabiotics, the UK's #1 vitamin company, from Boots, pharmacies and vitabiotics.com.
If you own a Swiss watch and it's time to sell it, speak to watches.co.uk. The whole process runs like clockwork. Rolex, Patek Philippe, Omega and more. It only takes a couple of ticks and we pay immediately. Or if you just fancy a change, we could take yours in part exchange. From time on your hands to money in your pocket, it couldn't be easier with watches.co.uk. The pre-owned Swiss watch specialist.
The high-quality kitchen you've dreamed of at a price well within your budget. That's Room Sense.
That's Room Sense.
Right now, Room Sense is offering stunning kitchens at half price with free appliances worth over £1,000. See roomsense.co.uk.
Quality at a price you can afford. That's Room Sense.
Minimum spend applies.
I'm Jess. I'm in Year 9. I was never that excited about science, but today I saw a Bunsen burner being lit with static. It was brilliant.
The look on her face was brilliant. Instead of the old making hair stand on end with static trick, I lit a Bunsen burner with my finger. You could say I sparked her interest in physics. I teach Year 9, I'm Mr. Barty.
Apply now and you could get a £25,000 tax-free bursary to train as a teacher. Search Get Into Teaching. Subject to eligibility. Selected subjects only.
Darren Adam on LBC.
0345 6060 973. Physical activity among children, we learn this morning, may start tailing off from as young as 7 years of age. I was a lazy kid, but I did get over it. There's a separate study out this morning linking the amount of screen time, the amount of time that kids spend looking at their computer screens, looking at their phones, looking at their iPads, whatever it happens to be, linking that to a risk of diabetes. Now, we tend to think that youngsters become couch potatoes in their teens. That would now seem to be a rather old-fashioned attitude, with this new research finding that this decline in exercise actually starts much earlier, from the age of 7. So, 0345 6060 973 is my number. Are you worried that your children are spending too much time online, not taking enough exercise? We know, of course, when we have conversations about obesity and childhood obesity, a big part of this is always what the government should be doing, what food manufacturers should be doing. whether there's too much sugar in food, whether there's too much fat in food, whether it's marketed in such a way as to be particularly attractive to children and to young people. But this is a question about the other side of that equation, not about the calories going in, but the calories going out, the amount of exercise that children actually do. Do you think that children are doing enough exercise? And is part of, if you think the answer to that question is no, do you think part of the reason is that all of these school playing fields have been sold off over the years? What is to be done here? 0345 6060 973. Text 84850, tweet at LBC, and you can email Darren at lbc.co.uk. Tim Gill is a former director of something called the Children's Play Council. He was the advisor to David Cameron on childhood. David Cameron had a childhood advisor when he was leader of the opposition. He said, despite promises from successive governments, hundreds of acres of playing fields are being sold off, leaving children deprived of space for sport and for play. And this sort of feeds into a conversation that we had last week, actually, about the importance of some of those, what you might be tempted to call fringe subjects at school, something other than the core curriculum, be it art, be it design, be it sport and PE and physical exercise. Now, leaving aside the fact that me as a child, I would have just hated it, when I was younger, and I really did. I can see why it would be important now. I can see why that was simply the view of a child who, plainly was wrong. And I, as an adult now, would absolutely make the case for these school playing fields not being sold off. Do you think it's more important that schools have the money from the playing fields? Is it more important that local authorities have the money from these playing fields? Or is it more important that they keep those resources and let the students and pupils have access to them? What do you think? 0345 6060 973. And I was going to tell you about the lie I was told by my parents, which will maybe give you an idea of just how lazy I was as a child. And this definitely happened in the first, I'd say, 3 or 4 years of my life. And that's how I know, because it's embarrassing that it did happen at this period in my life. I had a pushchair. And every morning, my mum, usually my mum, sometimes my dad, but usually my mum would push me in the pushchair up to play school, where I would go from the age of, I don't know, whatever age you are when you start going to play school. 18 months, something like that, 2 years, whatever it was. And I liked my pushchair because when I sat in it, it moved. Didn't have to do anything. I just sat down and, off it went. Fantastic. Excellent idea. One day, and I think I was about 4, maybe 4.5 at this point, my mother said, your pushchair, it's been stolen. I thought, this is a terrible thing. This is the worst thing that could possibly have happened. I'm outraged. Who would have taken my pushchair? Oh, we don't know. It was stolen from... A bad person took it. A bad man, probably the phrase that was used. A bad man took it and ran away with it from outside the play school. I thought, well, surely we will be going to the police to find and arrest this miscreant. And I didn't quite say that because I was, 4, but nonetheless. And my parents didn't really take up the idea terribly seriously. And it wasn't until many years later that they confessed to me that I was so lazy as a child, the only way to get me out of the chair was for them to pretend that it had been stolen. And that was the first lie my parents ever told. Maybe the only lie, I don't know, but certainly the first. That my pushchair had been stolen. They must have tried everything else. Must have tried to sell me the joys of walking, of independent perambulation. But no. I'm staying in that pushchair because you know what? I sit down and it moves. Was it Peter Mandelson that said when he stopped being a government minister, he found it very strange. He used to get into the back of cars and they wouldn't start moving straight away. That's what my pushchair was like. Anyway, 0345 6060 973. Are you concerned about your kids not having enough exercise? Are you concerned about children not taking enough exercise? Because it is one thing. It's easy enough to go looking at the food manufacturers and attacking them for high levels of sugar or fat or whatever. You can do all of that for sure. But another big part, the other side of the equation perhaps, and maybe in strict arithmetic, calorific terms, it's not quite as important, but it is important. The other side of the equation is how much exercise you do. Calories in, calories out. That's as true for children as it is for grown-ups as well. And if we are in a place where children aren't taking the sort of exercise that, by and large, myself accepted, they used to actually want to do, then do we have an issue? Do we have a problem? 0345 6060 973. And if we do have a problem, what do you think the answer is? Give me a call, let me know. Sophia in Bloomsbury. Hi, Sophia.
Bomber tank come on Blue, 3 cross out upon a wall. When we were young, we kids used to play in the street, and we used to even put on Christmas plays. And we also, I was in the Edinburgh Folk Festival when I was 22 because I'd met Ewan McCall by then. But as far as the tradition of the street songs, I mean, it would be pity to lose all of them. Ali Bali, here comes...
All the songs that kids would sing when they were just doing the exercise that they did because they were enjoying doing it. You mean, tell me about these about these Christmas plays that you used to put on. Were they like pantomimes?
They were religious plays with angels, where you did angels, and I was the only one that they didn't have the wings for, and I had to use a bit of cloth and hold my hands out, which was terrible. But it is basically the Christmas story that we did. We didn't do the other ones. But when we were playing, the only way we'd get to school was sort of, so I think we'd get on bicycle when we weren't accompanied along by walking. But we used to play all these games in the school playground. Cocky Laura, I can remember, we run around, touch each other, run around the fields, a bit like early cricket, I suppose. But you couldn't take the school playing grounds away. I mean, TV is a terrible invention, and I mean, I think that you need this exercise that way.
Yeah, well, I think a big concern certainly is the taking away of the school playing fields. Listen, Sophia, thank you for that. And actually, you're onto something here, because some schools are already trying to introduce what they call active breaks during lessons. This has been trialled in Australia. It's been trialled in the States as well. And it could, and I'm sure Sophia would quite have enjoyed this actually, children could perhaps move around the classroom pretending to be a certain animal or even someone from a certain period in history. So it's all about, well, it's about disguising the vegetables, isn't it? It's about making sure that the thing which is good for the children isn't actually noticed by them and thought to be good. It's just something they enjoy doing. 0345 6060 973. Joe says concern was first expressed in the 80s when it was still possible to do something about children's exercise. Now we have constant warnings about diabetes and cardiovascular disease and obesity, to the point where I doubt many people hear the message anymore. If nanny keeps nagging, the brain...stops hearing, says Joe. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850, tweet at LBC. I think we'll continue with this for just a bit after the news at 3 o'clock this morning. I'm going to speak to James in Ruislip. I would do it right now, James, but we're going to collide with the news in a couple of seconds, so I'll get to you straight after that. Scott, I think, in Tower Hamlets as well, who, if memory serves, is actually doing a lot of work with children. He can maybe, or young people at least, he can maybe give us some insight into this. And I sort of touched on Australia briefly there as well. News out in the last couple of days that in Australia, which you would think of as a place where children would have to be restrained from running around doing as much physical exercise as they could possibly imagine. You've got the space and the sunshine and all the rest of it. Despite all of that, despite the parklands, the facilities, the sporting fields, the cycleways, all the rest of it, not even 1 in 5 Australian kids get anywhere near their recommended intake of physical activity every day. And so you're left thinking, well, if there are difficulties in that regard as far as Australia is concerned, then what hope for us here in the UK? 0345 6060 973 is my number. The findings of this research this morning suggesting that it's not just in the teenage years where we need to worry about children becoming couch potatoes, not just at the age of 14 or 15 where you might imagine such a problem to arise for the first time, but actually 7, the age of 7. It's when children's activity levels are starting to drop off. And as I keep saying, maybe that's what we need to look at in terms of this childhood obesity crisis. It's maybe not about the bags of Maltesers. It's about the exercise that's not being done. 0345 6060 973. If you want to text, you can do that on 84850. And you can tweet at LBC. More of your calls, texts and tweets in just a minute. After the news at 3.
On FM, online, on your mobile and on digital radio. leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 3 o'clock, the legislation which starts the UK's exit from the EU has passed its final hurdle in the House of Lords. Peers backed down from trying to reinstate some amendments after they were rejected by MPs. One of the changes was about guaranteeing the rights of EU citizens in the UK. Remain campaigner and Tory MP Nicky Morgan says it's still a key issue.
The Prime Minister and Home Secretary have made very clear that sorting out the status of EU nationals living here is a very early priority for them. And of course, that's the whole point about Parliament being involved in this process. We will continue as members of Parliament to ask those questions, to hold the government to account.
Meanwhile, Theresa May says it is deeply regrettable the Scottish First Minister wants a second independence referendum. Nicola Sturgeon insists a ballot on leaving the UK is necessary to allow Scotland to choose its own course. Former First Minister Alex Salmond says the Prime Minister should have made allowances for Scotland.
Theresa May has refused to make any concessions to Scotland. She's gone back on the promises she made when she became Prime Minister that there would be an agreed position with Scotland. She's ignored Scottish interests, and therefore Nicola Sturgeon has fulfilled her mandate as First Minister of Scotland. And let's hope over the next week or two Theresa May starts to see some common sense and start to acknowledge the legitimacy of Scotland's position of wanting to retain our millennium-long European connection.
Social media companies will be questioned by MPs over their response to hate crime and abuse. Senior representatives of Google, Facebook and Twitter will appear before the Commons Home Affairs Committee and ask about their firm's efforts to tackle trolls. Millions of Americans are at risk of losing their access to health care, according to an independent review of Republican plans approved by President Trump. The Congressional Budget Office says the proposed changes to Obamacare could see as many as 24 million Americans lose health insurance over the next 10 years. LBC's Washington correspondent Simon Marks reports.
The Congressional Budget Office is non-partisan, and the numbers it's generated on the Republican proposals are devastating. 14 million more people would be uninsured next year than under the current law, and within a decade, the number of people losing their health insurance would reach more than 24 million. The White House is challenging the CBO's numbers, but they will make it enormously difficult for Republicans to sell the plan they're currently offering. Simon Marks, LBC, Washington.
LBC weather, a mild overcast night for most places, some patchy rain in the west, a low of 9 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Zora Suleiman.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Darren Adam.
Morning, 03456060973. Physical activity in children may start to tail off at the age of 7. Not in teens, not in someone's 12th, 13th, 4th or 15th year, but from the age of 7. 03456060973. Are you concerned by this? Are you worried that your kids are spending too much time online, which another study this morning suggests is linked to the increased risk of diabetes? Are your kids spending too much time online, not enough time on the playing fields, assuming they haven't been sold off? 0345 6060 973. Let's go to Scott, who is in Tower Hamlets. Morning, Scott.
Hey, Darren, you're out there.
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. Now, when we've spoken before, I'm reminded of the fact that you do a lot of work with young people. I'm not sure whether you work with children as young as 7, though, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Some of the climbing work I do in schools is with primary schools. There's one of them in Tower Hamlets that I work with. A couple of things. One is children are not going to want to do loads of activity if they don't want to. You have to make it fun and interesting.
Yeah.
What you always get people going, especially the older generation, going, "Oh, back in my day we did this," and that's great. You had to think of your imagination, make up stuff. You had to do things that were interesting. But at the same time, it's like now technology's here. Rather than condemn it, use it. Look at Pokemon Go. Look how many children jumped at the chance to go outside and catch a Pokemon. That's just the electronic version of when Pokemon cards come out and everyone went and sat around a circle, not actually moving anywhere, just trading cards.
Sure.
This actually gets you moving.
How
So
many?
there's loads of things you can do.
How many young people, like really young people, children, were actually playing that though? Because everyone I know that was playing Pokemon Go was, well, at least officially an adult. At least pretending to be a grown up.
Well, of course. I mean, because don't forget, Pokemon was a thing. Obviously, I mean, I was born in like '94, so I mean, I'm only 23.
Yeah.
I mean, Pokemon was a big thing even before then. It was kids playing it. I mean, in the youth centre, we even organised Pokemon Go parties where we'd literally go out in a group of people into like Mile End area, and we would just literally go and hunt Pokemon with the kids. Children as young as 7, if they've got an iPod or a tablet that can download Pokemon Go, then they were playing it. Or they'd have friends or family that were playing it. There was kids playing it all over, as well as just adults.
I wonder though if, and again, I'm not speaking from the perspective of being a parent. I'm definitely not. But I wonder if maybe part of what's happened here, Scott, is this fear of stranger danger, that parents are unwilling to let their children go out and spend as much time as maybe they'd need to get a decent amount of exercise under their belts, because of the fear of stranger danger, because of the fear that there are some bad people around who might want to attempt some terrible things.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when I was younger, I was always allowed out. We always played out with my friends. I mean, we went often to different areas of London. We were allowed to do those things. I mean, obviously, when I was young, obviously we were, kept quite close near our house. We were told not to go into certain places or go a certain distance. But I think a lot of kids are now lazy due to parents being lazy. And I don't mean that they're bad parents. What I mean is that they've adopted a lifestyle where they give the children tablets, or they interact with tablets or phones. I've seen parents just hand their child a phone while they're in the buggy. Kids then sort of from a young age then learn to just hold a phone, and they don't come off it. And it's in a way technology is to blame. It's not technology itself. It's how children have been brought up how to use it. And it's not really being used for all it could be, for interactive purposes. So there was a thing called Zombie Run, where you had to run. It used the GPS on your phone, and it detected how far you were running, and it said you have to run this certain distance to get maybe a health package because one of your people was sick. It went along a storyline, and then as you were running, you'd hear these moans in the background from the zombies. You'd have to run even faster to escape them, as well as get the health package. There were so many good things. Nike Run. I've got the Nike Plus shoes, so you put the little device in your shoe, and it's called Tag. And if you add one of your friends that's with Nike Plus as well, you do a thing called Tag, where if whoever runs the most is not it, and the person falling behind is it. So in order to tag the other person, you have to run more than them. And it's a constant battle. So
how expensive is all of this kit, though, Julian? Because we know that the school playing fields, for example, have been sold off disproportionately in poor areas of this country, which seems kind of unfair and also inevitable at the same time. How much money are we looking at for someone to get these gadgets for the kids?
So I mean, obviously, it's expensive. This equipment. Now, I'm not saying obviously technology is the answer, but what I'm saying is that it's not the devil.
Oh, sure. No. I completely agree. I'm on the side of technology. I'm just sort of raising a concern that it might well be out of reach for a lot of parents who'd very much like their children to take part in that particular way. And even something like Pokemon Go. I mean, you're going to need a smartphone to run that on, aren't you?
Exactly, and they're a few £100 at least, depending on which model you get. Yeah. But in terms of green spaces being sold off, they shouldn't be getting sold off. I mean, I know London, if we're talking about London mainly, London is constantly being developed on. We have to build up and up and up. There's a petition at the moment I signed on the Isle of Dogs, and it's about, basically, it's too long to go for it, but basically it used to belong to a certain society. It got transferred over. It should have been part of the green spaces, but it didn't. It got put over to some members' project, and now it's under threat. There's a community centre there that's closed down. They're selling it off just to make money, and and then they moan about our spaces going missing. Yeah. They cut our funding for young people. They cut all this funding, and then go, oh, well, our kids are not active anymore. Well, you've just cut the funding. It's like saying the NHS is underperforming, but you've just slashed their budget.
And if you cut the amount of space on which people can actually exercise, it should be even less surprising, shouldn't it? Scott, thank you for that as ever. 0345 6060 973. Physical activity, it seems, from the age of 7 is now tailing off in children. A big part of this is, and again, I don't know why this is new particularly, because it's always been the case that children sat down and have sat down during lessons. But part of the reason seems to be that 7 is pretty much the age at which children spend, a significant part of their day sitting down. They go to school, they sit down at a desk for much of the day. Well, welcome to the adult world, apart from anything else. 0345 6060 973. Going to speak to Julian in Ruislip in a second. I've got Sue in Bromley as well. Julian in Chiswick, stand by. I'll get to all of you in just a few minutes' time. But on this question of stranger danger and safety, and whether, as I think might be the case, perhaps, and not a parent, maybe parents can tell me. You can tell me if you're a parent if this is true. There is, and it feels to me that there's more of a sense now of the fear of the stranger, the fear that an adult is going to do something utterly dreadful with a child. Now, I don't know whether the numbers actually verify my suspicion that the rate of such crimes is actually falling. I don't know. I've seen some evidence to suggest that might be the case. But I do remember that in my case, the risk was massively overstated by my granny, who loved me very, very much and was very, very protective, as grannies are. And she would always say when I was younger, make sure that you hold it to Mum, make sure you hold Darren's hand when you cross the street. And I always remember the abduction of Susan Maxwell, who was an 11-year-old girl in 1982 who went missing in Coldstream, in the Scottish borders. It was a significant distance from where we were in the Scottish Highlands, maybe, best part of 200 miles away. And her body was subsequently found a couple of weeks later, and it was a tragic case. But from that point, my granny became absolutely convinced that there were paedophiles waiting to abduct me behind every tree, around every corner, on every street, in every part of the world. And plainly that wasn't the case. But the fear that was engendered in her by that one particular case, I don't know why it was that one particularly, why it struck a chord. Maybe simply because it was such a rarity, and thankfully such cases still are. They obviously attract a very great deal of attention, as you would expect, because they're horrifying and shocking, and people are interested in them. People are horrified and shocked by such stories, by such cases. But my granny, particularly in 1982, from that point onwards, my mother was slightly more rational, shall we say, about it, and didn't feel the need to clamp her hand to mine until I was 15 or anything like that. But my granny particularly was really, really frightened by that one particular case. And I think maybe there is still a sense in which parents, for the very best of reasons, feel that the risk from such people is greater than it actually is, and that essentially there are more people like that than there actually are. James is in Ruislip. Hi, James.
Hi, yeah. I think you've hit the nail on the head, really, with the stranger danger thing. The reason I rang up was because I was speaking to a colleague earlier, and we was actually speaking about exactly the same thing, just commenting about how you never really see kids playing outside anymore, or riding around on their bikes, etc. And I'm not a parent myself, but he said exactly the same thing, that he's just absolutely terrified of something happening, of getting abducted. But I also think it's to do with, there's a huge health and safety culture now. Yeah. And I think everyone's just absolutely terrified of their kids getting either abducted or hurt in some sort of way. I think it's going to affect the kids when they grow up, and they're going to end up being scared of absolutely everything,
Well, you're not a parent, I'm not a parent. We don't know what it's like to have a child in our lives that is ours, that we probably love and want to care for more than any other human being on the planet. So we don't get that impulse, James. But it does, maybe from that perspective, maybe from yours as well, it still feels like the risk that parents imagine is there from such people is probably nothing as great as it really is, or vice versa, rather. They're overstating the risk in their own mind.
Yeah, that's right. Just another point on the obviously you're talking about the sort of the diets and the use of technology nowadays. Yeah. When I was growing up, I think the PlayStation 1 had just come out, and it was quite big at the time. And I was on it all the time. But at the same time, it's everything in moderation. You know, I spent about the same amount of time playing the PlayStation inside as I did out on my bike, for example. And I was still eating sort of sugary foods. But at the same time, I would have a bowl of Frosties in the morning and spend the next sort of 7-8 hours riding around on my bike and going exploring, etc. So.
How old are you now then, James?
I'm 28 now.
Right, okay, so you can still remember your childhood, clearly. I'm just trying to work out how old you might have been when the Nintendo Wii came out, which was sort of briefly marketed as the games console for people who want to do exercise. Would you have been, maybe 20, 21 when that came out, perhaps?
Yeah, maybe a bit younger, yeah. Probably around about that time, though, yeah.
Yeah. You don't remember it as being as the exercise console, then, the piece of machinery that you would use to do your exercise rather than play games on?
I mean, the problem is that people are always going to take shortcuts with that sort of thing, and you can take shortcuts when you're playing that game and not move around as much as you can, and still play the game to that ability. I mean, nothing beats being able to go outside and actually get physical exercise and have fun while you're doing it.
James, thank you for that. Great to speak to you. 0345 6060 973. Susan Bromley, she's next. Joe texting 84850 though to say that concern was first expressed in the 80s when it was still possible to do something about children's exercise. Now we have constant warnings about diabetes and cardiovascular disease and obesity to the point where I doubt many people even hear the message anymore. If nanny keeps nagging, the brain stops hearing. Joe, thank you for that. It's 3:16.
Last night on the Nigel Farage Show.
I've seen Scottish nationalism face to face. Has Scotland become a less pleasant place to live, as the SNP have surged?
Well, I'll be honest with you, I'm thinking of moving back to England. I mean, I was 5 when I left, and I'm thinking of moving back.
If this does come to a second referendum, will the result be the same as last time?
I think so. I was right about Brexit, I was right about the Indy Ref, I was right about the general election 2015.
Wow.
Quite good at reading things.
The Nigel Farage Show, back this evening from 7 on LBC.
If you use your phone while you're driving and it's not hands-free, the penalty's been doubled. It's now 6 points and £200. The trouble is, a lot of us are addicted to our phones. So try this trick. Put your phone somewhere where you can't pick it up. Somewhere you can't see it. The glove compartment. That way, you won't be tempted. Save yourself 6 points and £200. Maybe even save a life. Make the glove compartment the phone compartment. Think. Put your phone away.
Oh, I'm not doing salad again.
Darren swears to his wife he can still fit in his wedding suit.
I don't need to diet, love. I'm the same size as when you married me.
He swears a lot more when he tries to do it up.
I think those dry cleaners might have shrunk the suit a bit, though.
We all bend the facts now and then, but advertisers aren't allowed to. If an ad isn't legal, decent, honest and truthful, it mustn't run. ASA, Advertising Standards Authority.
Welcome to London's exquisite Indian dining experience, Marla Restaurant. The finest North Indian cuisine in the most charming setting. Find us in the heart of one of London's divine hidden gems, St Catherine's Dock. Marla Restaurant. Visit us in St Catherine's Dock or go to marlarestaurant.co.uk.
Marla. Discover a jewel in London's secret paradise.
If your company is considering a merger or acquisition, it's time to start thinking about how your office space will cope. Speak to Maris Interiors, the experts in office design and fit-out. Initial consultations, design ideas and budgets are provided without charge and will show you all the available options. To arrange a meeting or find out more about what we can do for you, visit officerelocation.co.uk. Maris. Workplace. Design. Experts.
I'm James. I'm in year 10. Last term we watched a film about penguin behaviour in maths. But weirdly, it helped me get how probability works. Random.
The whole class thought it was random. I used a penguin documentary I saw to explain probability models. James laughed the most, but his grades improved the most too. I teach year 10. I'm Miss Ogan.
Apply now, and you could get a £25,000 tax-free bursary to train as a teacher. Search Get Into Teaching. Subject to eligibility. Selected subjects only.
Darren Adam on LBC.
So, physical activity for kids tailing off, we understand now, from the age of 7, which is extraordinary because you sort of imagine children and teenagers to get lazy at a certain point, maybe 12, 13, 14. 7 is, however, the age, and there's another study this morning linking the amount of time that kids spend in front of screens, be they mobiles or iPads or computers or whatever, TVs, I guess, linking all of that to an increased risk of diabetes. So, are you worried that your kids are spending too much time online, not enough time on the playing fields? And if it is a concern, what is to be done about it? 0345 60 60 973. Susan Bromley. Morning, Sue.
Morning there.
Hi.
Just quickly about the safety of children, first of all. I mean, children should always stay in a crowd, in a group, no less than 3. And also, I mean, there are back gardens for little ones. And also knowing people, I mean, we did, families live nearby, knowing safe places you can go to if you're worried about going home. But onto the computers, I think it's a bigger question in the future, a bigger worry in the future, because children are getting so used to now sort of pressing a button and then getting the answer to everything. They don't use their brains looking up things. When you look things up, you find other things you might not be thinking about.
That's true, but you can that's the case on the internet as well. The number of times I've gone to search for something, and then like an hour later I've gone down some sort of Google rabbit hole, and I've Googled 20 other things. So I think actually
you can, but you're not discussing it with people.
That's true.
You're not debating it. I mean, I wonder if classrooms they still have proper debates because it's a talking, connection with people that's going to be the worry. I mean, the youngsters as they get older, just having all their connection with their friends by the machine, and also, we're told that as we get older, we have to keep our brain activity.
Yes.
Otherwise, there are problems that could develop with early set dementia. I mean, just thinking of things I've read in the newspaper. But also with the activity, I think they should be geared to the children of today because an awful lot of girls don't want to get their hair messed up. They could even do with the hairdressers in the school for the older children. I mean, boys still like football, but I don't know that young girls want to do things like netball and that anymore. I mean, they could have dancing lessons. They could, what was I thinking of, Pilates.
Well, you're right. It's because there was some research done, I think it was last year actually, Sue, saying that some, let's say, younger women and women were, some, not all, but some were more reluctant to go to the gym, more reluctant to take exercise because, and you're right, they feared that they would not be able to. It sounds silly, really, doesn't it? But this is what the research showed. They were scared in case their hair wouldn't be right afterwards.
We used to hate having showers at school after activity because of our hair. And girls are like that. I mean, hair fashions are so important to them. And, they try and wriggle out of it.
You've obviously never been in a male changing room at the gym then, Sue, when every single guy is there with his products now as well. Putting the gel on, putting the wax on.
I hadn't actually thought of the guys. Now, I must admit, I was thinking of the girls. But you're probably right there. But there are, I think, if they could play golf or if you could hire the use of a local park, I mean, there are treasure hunts. You could actually use your computers to plan a treasure hunt for the younger children.
Well, that's sort of what Pokemon Go was in a way. It was about getting people to go out interacting with their smartphones, with their technology, but in the real world and getting exercise while they were doing it. So
yes, and having to work something out to find whatever they've gone to get.
Yeah. Did you take part in Pokemon Go, Sue? Were you playing that?
Oh no, in fact, my sons are in their 30s now, and even they admit they're glad that they had their education before this took off. They use their computers all the time, but they don't sort of, they're not on Facebook. They haven't got caught up. They use it for what they need.
Yeah.
And so they're not sitting there. I mean, when we all go for a meal and you look over the table, nobody's talking. They're all just on their little phones. And it seems to have changed a whole... I can't say you could go back, obviously, because technology is improving all the time. But if there was a way of combining it, making things fun, and doing the things that the youngsters enjoy doing.
Well, do you know what some people do to try and to avoid that scenario that you described? You go out for a meal, you see that everyone's on their phones. What some people do, Sue, if there's a group of friends or whatever, or even colleagues going for a meeting, going for a meal in a restaurant, everyone hands their phone in at the start. They put it in a box in the middle of the table, and the first person to pick up their phone is the one that pays the bill.
Oh, how brilliant! I thought you were going to say they put them in a box like you change. You put your keys.
No, you don't. To lock it up, in fact, you wouldn't even need the box. You could just put the phones in the middle of the table, and the first person who picks up their phone has to pay the entire bill.
That is brilliant.
Well, it's fine until it works too well, and then no one picks up their phone, and the bill doesn't get paid, and everyone gets arrested. Anyway, Sue, thank you for that. 0345 6060 973. Are you worried that your kids are spending too much time online, not enough time on the playing fields, not taking the exercise that they need? This is Julian in Chiswick. Hi, Julian.
Hi, Darren. I was reading something at the weekend.
Yes.
And they come up with this subject, so I thought I'd ring in about it.
Okay.
The local council are looking to get traffic orders restricting cars into certain roads within the borough for as a trial for maybe one Saturday or one Sunday a month to close them off to allow kids to play in the street. And they're going to call it, they're calling it Play Street. And it's a little scheme they're going to roll out to see what happens.
And this will be for presumably children who currently have nowhere else to play because the playing fields have been sold off, apart from anything else.
I don't know about the other part of the borough because obviously we're quite a big borough.
Uh-huh.
No, but I know one of the roads around the corner from here has been marked out. But I have to say that we're pretty known for our greens. We've got a lot of greens around. So there's not a lack of space to play. But I just thought well, that's a good idea because I think kids are more likely to go outside their front door and play than to go down the road. Are you with me?
I am, and as you've been speaking, I had a quick look actually. If you want to find out more, then londonplay.org.uk is the website to go to. And so Chiswick, which is so which borough are you in there then? Is that
well, we're speaking to two. It's Ealing and Hounslow.
Right, okay, yeah. Well, they're both lit up green on this map, which I don't know whether that means they are boroughs which have been given the green light to go ahead with. There's actually much of London is, to be honest. There's just a few that aren't currently green, sort of Merton, Hillingdon, Harrow, Bromley, Redbridge. The rest are all painted green on this map, so perhaps they are taking part in the London Play scheme. Julian, thank you for that. Closing the street once a month to let children play, londonplay.org.uk. Only slight issue I have with that is I grew up with the Green Cross Code and the Tufty Club and all the rest of it, where the idea was that you didn't play on the road any more than you'd play on the railway track or, I don't know, an airport runway. So there's a bit of a mixed message there, maybe in terms of safety. I don't know. Joy is in Islington. Hi, Joy.
Good morning, Darren.
Hi, welcome.
Welcome. Now, in regards to, I'm glad the gentleman made that point because I was actually going to make a similar point. But in regards to the fact that children are not playing outside, we are responsible. We have ourselves to blame. And it's greedy, selfish individuals. The government, the local council, Lambeth Council was always, we had a running joke amongst ourselves as friends that you were stupid. If you had children, you were stupid to move out of Lambeth because Lambeth was known to cater to children in terms of play spaces and everything. We spent years in Lambeth, and I would have to say, when my boys were growing up, we were quite fortunate. They could play outside the house for several hours. We had several local parks. We had just tons of options. And then you had the play day out in the park that were organized by various groups. Croydon was known as the borough that instead of building something for children to play with, it chose to build roads. But now, more recently, over the past couple of years, every little space, every little acre of land has been sold off and flats built on them. So it's just concrete spaces.
And so it's not just about the playing fields as far as you're concerned, then it's about all the green spaces that are being built on.
It is, just every little tiny street, because even when you go into Kings Avenue, obviously not far from Stratton, Kings Avenue, they have a beautiful school, I think Kings Primary School, what have you. There was a little space not too far from it being built on. Little spaces by the, in Stratton, but in just every little space, if you actually walk around, you're wondering, who thought of this? Why would you even consider building here when you know people need green? So I do think we need to either have a policy whereby little children get taken to outside in the country. It should be a law.
All right, Joy, we'll need to leave that there because the news approaches and we're off to America to speak to LaDonna Harvey in just a few minutes. But Joy, thank you for that. Glad we could get to your call before the news there. And a final word on this. I was talking about the so-called active classroom when teachers and schools try to incorporate physical activity into the school day, even if children would otherwise just be sitting at their desks in the classroom. As an example, imagine younger primary children physically embodying punctuation marks as a classmate reads aloud a passage from a book. Well, you know what? If it gets children using apostrophes correctly, I'm much more concerned about that than I am about the physical exercise aspect of this. Thanks for the calls and texts and tweets on that. LaDonna Harvey stands by in the States. We'll speak to her next. Meanwhile, LBC News Time 3:31. The headlines do come from Zora Suleiman.
The House of Lords has voted the Brexit bill through without making changes, paving the way for Britain to leave the EU. Peers had tried to pass amendments including protecting the rights of EU citizens currently in the UK. It'll become law when it gets the royal assent. Asda, Tesco and Morrisons have cut their fuel prices. The supermarkets say the cost of petrol and diesel has now fallen by up to 2 pence per litre. LBC weather: a mild overcast night for most places. Some patchy rain in the west, a low of 9 degrees.
This is LBC.
On the 25th of October 2016, the government announced Heathrow as its preferred scheme for new airport capacity in the southeast. A national consultation is now underway to discuss what happens next. Go online to find out more. More about what expansion at Heathrow Airport may mean for the United Kingdom as a whole. And more about what it could mean for your own region. And quite simply, to have your say. Search Heathrow Airport expansion.
Thanks, Wilbur. At British Gas, we want to celebrate the continued loyalty of our customers, which is why we kept our standard variable tariff unchanged through the winter. Now we're going one step further by extending our price freeze. And that's not the only thing. We're creating a rewards program that saves energy, money, and hassle. If you're not a British Gas customer, visit our homepage to find out more. British Gas, helping you look after your home.
Save 15% with discount code MUM at zingflowers.com.
Zing flowers are amazing every time.
Here's another true story from Aldermartin, Baines and Cuthbert. When fire tore through a residential London development in 2015, the local health and safety executive were quickly on the scene. Fortunately, ABC had all the right health and safety paperwork and certificates, and to the great relief of the building's owners, were able to prove there was no fault. No fuss, no hassle. For block management, ABC Estates will give your story an ending that'll make you as happy as Larry. Find out more at abcestates.co.uk or call 0800 888 6688.
Did you know that half of all of Canada's grizzly bears call British Columbia their home? Book with Canadian Affair and tailor-make your trip with their expert Canada know-how. Celebrate Canada's 150th birthday and save up to £200 per person. Plus, get £150 of holiday vouchers per couple, with holidays departing direct from London. Get your Canada know-how with CanadianAffair.com. Sale ends April 3rd.
If you use your phone while you're driving and it's not hands-free, the penalty's been doubled. It's now 6 points and £200. The trouble is, a lot of us are addicted to our phones. So try this trick. Put your phone somewhere where you can't pick it up. Somewhere you can't see it. The glove compartment. That way, you won't be tempted. Save yourself 6 points and £200. Maybe even save a life. Make the glove compartment the phone compartment. Think. Put your phone away.
This is LBC with Darren Adam.
Good morning, this is LBC leading Britain's conversation. I'm Darren Adam with you until 4 o'clock this morning. Steve Allen is not very far away. LaDonna Harvey is even more imminent. Before we get to her, though, Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7. And coming up with Nick, MPs have rejected the Lords' amendments to the Brexit bill. So what is stopping Theresa May from triggering Article 50 immediately? She has, by my reckoning, 16 days left, because in 16 days it'll be the end of the month, the end of March. And she has promised to trigger Article 50 by then. Nick will be speaking to the Tory rebel Anna Soubry, who's calling for Parliament to have a say on the final deal. And a TV star has sparked controversy after turning her baby's umbilical cord into an artwork. That's all on Nick Ferrari at breakfast. What an unexpectedly tasteless line to end that trail with. My goodness. LaDonna Harvey, what did you make of that?
Well, I'm just trying to get over the whole umbilical cord as jewelry thing. No.
Well, we don't know what sort of artwork it is. Let us discreetly draw a veil over that. Nick will have that story from 7 o'clock this morning. And actually, the third story that we're going to look at in a few minutes' time, I'm going to let you lead on it. But we'll get to that in a few minutes. Let's start with Donald Trump's healthcare plan, which is, according to a budget analysis, going to strip 14 million people out of health insurance. Where are we on this?
Honestly, I think that it will never pass, number one, because you have Republicans and Democrats who are both against it, and because apparently you had health insurance companies writing the things for them, which is idiotic, stupid, and moronic. If you want to supply health care to people, you should supply health care. It doesn't mean health insurance. It means health care. So approach it that way.
Yeah. And it is, I mean, not to everybody by any stretch of the imagination, but to a lot of people in this country, myself included in the UK, it is an absolute mystery to me that a country the size of America, as wealthy as America, does not provide healthcare as a right, as a socialised system. We just find that perplexing. It's one of the many things that many people, again, not all, but many people in Britain find perplexing about America. Your gun laws are another example of that as well. But on this particular healthcare issue, my understanding is that the reason that Republicans and Democrats are united in their condemnation is that Democrats think it destroys Obamacare. Many Republicans, weirdly, don't think it goes far enough in terms of destroying Obamacare.
Right. So you have the two swings of the pendulum, and both of them are wrong, I believe. So this plan was basically written by insurance companies.
Yeah.
So again, it does not ever deal with the problem of being able to buy a health insurance that is affordable. If you can't buy affordable health insurance and somebody else has to subsidize it, then you have not done anything except created another problem. And that's really the bottom line. I don't think you need socialized medicine. I think you need to get insurance out of medicine, frankly.
Well, but you do that by socialising it, don't you? You do that by having the National Health Service, which is a system available to everybody in this country, regardless, without any reference at all to their means to pay. We don't care about the content of someone's wallet or the content of their purse or other cash holding receptacle. We offer healthcare as a right, and obviously it's not free. It comes from taxation, but there's no insurance element in the sense that if you don't pay your insurance, you aren't entitled to it.
Yeah, but don't you have wealthy people who pay for their own health care who have a different stratus of health care than other people have?
Well, yes, and that's because we haven't made private health care illegal, and there isn't much of a move to do that. I think you're always going to get that. You're always going to get people who choose to go private, but it's a minority position in this country. It may well be growing, but it's a minority position. I do not have and would never, ever choose to have private health care, for example, as a point of principle as much as anything else.
See, and I would prefer to have private health care for everyone. Choose how you want your health care, not government-decided health care. I think government health care is horrible.
Well, it's been very good to me, I have to say, and tens of millions of people in this country as well, whose lives have probably depended on it to some extent or another. But I think we're getting a sense of what LaDonna Care might look like. It's almost worth introducing such a program just so we can hear that name being discussed. What was it that Trump called his healthcare program? Was it the best healthcare system in the world or something? It was literally that, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that. And it's not. And it's not. It absolutely isn't. I mean, what they did was they shifted if you don't have health care for, I think it's 62 days or some random number like that, then when you do get health insurance, you have to pay the insurance company. Well, I don't know why we're doing crony capitalism on health, but that's not working for me.
Legislatively, this is dead on arrival, I think, is the term that's used by some legislators or some commentators when they look at a piece of legislation that is simply not going to get through. What happens next then? This is a defeat for Trump, isn't it? If it does fail, it's a defeat for him. Surely his name's all over it.
It certainly is. I mean, I would like to see more of what Rand Paul has to say about health care, only because he is, in fact, a doctor. And so his father is a doctor. And I'd like to hear more from medical professionals about this instead of health insurance companies and brokers.
Do you want to hear more from Ben Carson, really?
Yeah, I don't mind as far as healthcare goes, sure.
Yeah, okay. Let's talk about the weather, which is a very British thing to do. Along with socialised medicine, the weather. It's a very British conversation we're about to have. And you're on the sort of opposite corner of the country, really, or the opposite coast, at least, from this. The northeastern states, New York, New Jersey, declaring states of emergency as a huge winter storm sweeps in. Blizzard conditions. I wouldn't have thought that's desperately unusual for this time of year.
No, it's not. But we've turned it into that because everything has to be hyperbolic. So now we've named this storm. I believe it's called Stella.
It is Stella. You're right. Yes, I was looking for the name of it here. Yes, it's Stella.
Yeah, it's Stella, and we've decided to name every storm that hits everywhere. Over here we have a series of storms generally during the winter called the Pineapple Express, but we don't call it that anymore. We call it, Rivers in the Sky.
Why would you call it the Pineapple Express?
Because it comes from Hawaii. It's just tropical weather. It's been the Pineapple Express for years.
Oh, I see. I had visions of a wind being so strong that it actually blew pineapples off a tree. That's clearly not the case.
Wouldn't that be lovely?
A bit strange image.
Yeah, we have to become hyperbolic about everything. So now we have Winter Storm Stella, which in other language might just be called winter.
Well, there is that, yes. Some parts of the world get very excited about entirely predictable climactic conditions, and I suspect there's an element of that in this story as well. The U.S. National Weather Service is issuing blizzard warnings for parts of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut as well. Flights cancelled, schools closed, and the German Chancellor Angela Merkel has to, as a consequence of these conditions, postpone a trip to Washington to meet Donald Trump. I bet she's punching the air in delight, frankly. I know I would be.
I think that maybe there's a sense of relief there.
You think?
Frankly. Yeah, he's been a little bit critical of her, and I'm sure she's thrilled not to be coming.
Yeah, she'll be
I have to stay.
She'll be texting him or probably tweeting him every day for the next 4 years, saying, "Oh, it's a bit windy, Donald. Don't want to risk it. Never mind, maybe next time." I'm going to leave much of this final story to you, LaDonna. We debated, when indeed there was a mass debate about whether we include this particular story, but we decided to in the end. Take it away.
All right. So there is a politician in Texas who has decided to take on what she calls restrictive abortion laws. She wants to target male masturbation. And she said that she wants to make a law that says all of emissions outside of a woman's vagina. I'm sorry, I'm really trying to paraphrase here so I don't get bleep. Emissions outside of a woman's vagina are created outside of a health or medical facility should carry a $100 fine.
And to be clear, we're not talking about the sort of emissions that come out of the back of Volkswagen Golf or anything, are we, at this stage?
No, we're not. No. We're talking about committing a crime against an unborn child, according to her.
Now, this
so I
plainly...
know what emissions we're talking about.
Okay, so I think we've managed to get a sense of what she is seeking to ban, except she's not seeking to ban this at all. She's making a point, isn't she, about abortion and about the fact, as far as I can see, I think she's bang on to make this point, that women find their choices restricted by men in a way that men would find it preposterous if they were to have their choices restricted by women.
Yeah, my only problem with it, and I'm pro-choice, keep this in mind, is that it's a false equivalence. I mean, in that case, you'd have to fine a woman $100 every time she ovulated without conceiving. I mean, that's the equivalent.
Yes, and that false...
I think it's a little crazy.
Okay, the false equivalence would be a problem if this was a serious bill, but of course it isn't.
Right.
And she said the latest straw, the last straw, came from her with a series of proposed bills which I think are very serious indeed. And remember, this is something that was far more likely to end up in legislation. A law that wanted to force women whether to choose whether they bury or cremate the embryonic remains of either a miscarriage or an abortion. I mean, this is handmaid tale stuff, isn't it? That's what's really dystopian, forcing women to grieve over their abortions.
Well, and that is, of course, assuming that women don't grieve over abortion. So you're making a really big jump right there in assuming that anybody that has an abortion doesn't really think about it hard before they do it. It's as though you have a group of people who believe that it's like a form of birth control to some of us. And I will tell you personally that no, it's not.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
And to be, as I say, to be forced into the position. Well, firstly, to equate a miscarriage and abortion anyway is all sorts of problematic. And then forcing women to choose, forcing them essentially to have a funeral for the abortion that they had or the miscarriage that they had. It's, at best, it is extraordinarily patronising. And at worst, it is extraordinarily disturbing that this gets close to being on the statute books.
No, without a doubt. There is no question that it's ridiculous in the extreme, and again, it's the pendulum. So you have people who want unrestricted access to abortion. You have people who don't want any abortion at all, and then you have most people who are right down the middle of the road who say, look, in the first trimester, we think that it is reasonable for someone to say that they should be able to terminate a pregnancy. Beyond that, okay, now I have questions. But no. Nobody wants to go back to pre-Roe v. Wade here.
No. And as far as I'm concerned, I mean, I'm clearly very aware that I'm a man talking about this and probably shouldn't be. But my view on this is that if you reduce or certainly not try to add to the shame which seems to surround abortions for a lot of people these days, if you get that out of the equation as quickly as possible, then you'd actually find more people coming forward earlier to have the abortion which they're going to have anyway. You're going to make sure that it happens as early as possible, and that surely is what people want, isn't it? That if these acts are to happen, they happen as soon as possible in the pregnancy.
Right, or you make a situation where you realize that you should make it very difficult to become pregnant for those who want it to not happen to them, and that goes back to the healthcare thing. Do you want unwanted pregnancies, or do you want people to be able to control when and how they become pregnant? And to even be discussing it. Yeah. This day and age seems ridiculous when there are so many methods by which you can control that sort of thing.
It also comes back to education as well, but I suspect if we were going to head down that road, then we'd be travelling on it for quite some time this morning. LaDonna, thank you as ever. LaDonna Harvey in San Diego. Back on this show next week. It's LBC. The papers are next. It's 3:49.
This is LBC.
The family member who was worried. The coach who noticed at practice. And you. Child abuse. If you think it, report it. Visit gov.uk/tackle child abuse to find out how. Together, we can tackle child abuse.
The high-quality kitchen you've dreamed of at a price well within your budget. That's Room Sense.
That's Room Sense.
Right now, Room Sense is offering stunning kitchens at half price with free appliances worth over £1,000. See roomsense.co.uk.
Quality at a price you can afford. That's Room Sense.
Minimum spend applies.
Let's not go home yet, Wilbur. There's a new film out with penguins in. Change of plans. You can control your heating from your phone wherever you are with Hive Active Heating. It's just £9 a month exclusive to British Gas customers, and you won't pay anything up front. You'll never need to heat an empty home or come back to a cold one again. Shh, Wilbur, the film's starting. Control your heating from your phone for just £9 a month. Search British Gas Hive. Conditions, exclusions and cancellation charges apply.
When you need more space.
Think creatively. What could you use a log cabin for? A studio? A home office? A den for the kids? Creative Living will design and build a log cabin to suit your needs, even taking care of electricity and climate control. See for yourself at our 3 large cabin display villages in Surrey. Find out where at creativelivingcabins.co.uk.
You own a cabin, handcrafted, the creative living way.
All of us at QuickFit would like to say a big thank you to each and every one of our customers. That's why we're offering 20% off your next service and giving you little tips to keep you safe on the road this season. For example, did you know that an MOT doesn't actually guarantee your car will be safe to drive for the whole calendar year? Get down to your local QuickFit today to receive 20% off your next service. QuickFit, it's all about the service.
I know what the plough looks like in the night sky. I know how Eskimos kiss. I know a time when a mullet wasn't a fish. And I definitely know this piece of music. But I don't know my state pension.
There's a simple way to find out when you can get your state pension and how much it'll be. Search Your State Pension and get to know yours.
Darren Adam on LBC.
So what do you think's on the front pages of the newspapers? Apart from The Sun, it's what we were talking about earlier on this morning. The Sun, though, going with work-shy Prince William ducking out of a Commonwealth Day service to go on a lads-only ski holiday. Well, you know, if your concern is that the royals are work-shy, it might just be time to think about whether we need a royal family at all. I just throw that out there as a crazy, mad idea. It would be one way of solving the problem. Anyway, the 34-year-old shared a boozy lunch in the Swiss resort of Verbier with Aussie model Sophie Taylor, 24. Historian and royal biographer Robert Lacey says it is surprising. Was he? Did he have to take time out of his day to say that? It is surprising, says Robert Lacey. Daily Mirror, Independence Day 2. Nicola Sturgeon has plunged the future of the UK into doubt by demanding a second Scottish independence referendum, vowing to hold a vote before spring 2019 in protest. At Theresa May's hard Brexit plan. Last night, MPs passed the Brexit bill. One said we're facing the breakup of our union. None of this had to happen. None of this had to happen. This was all completely unnecessary and entirely avoidable. Series of leaflets just fell out of the newspaper there. Daily Express, hooray! MPs vote to trigger EU exit. The Queen is poised to sign Brexit into law as early as this morning. No, she's not. That's not going to happen because, as we now know, Theresa May is looking at triggering Article 50 by the end of the month. Whether or not the Brexit law gets signed in as quickly as this morning is a separate question, but I doubt it. Parliament last night finally passed the crucial legislation to put the historic referendum vote into action. A copy of the European Union bill was set to be raced to Buckingham Palace for the royal assent. It could be on her desk after breakfast. Brexit after breakfast, Your Majesty. I wonder if there will be a rolling news helicopter tracking the progress of this particular bill to Buckingham Palace to see if it's actually going to be signed in the next few hours by the Queen. Daily Star, and they are off. An X-rate... What? What is this? It's missing a page. An X-rated sex bonanza will kick off today as the Cheltenham Festival goes under starters' orders. Swingers and hookers and other words from the 70s have flocked to the packed town ahead of the famous horse racing spectacular for 4 days of fun and frolics. I'm slightly confused and not a little bit disturbed by that story. Daily Mail, hands off our Brexit, Nicola. Theresa May last night poised to emphatically reject Nicola Sturgeon's timetable for a second vote on Scottish independence amid fears it could undermine Brexit. You know, much as we were discussing earlier on this morning, my fear and loathing of the prospect of another Scottish independence referendum, I do not want one. I'm not scared of the result. I do not fear that the result will be different from last time. I don't believe it would be different. I just fear the division, the rancour and the hatred which has started already and which will continue for 2 years. Much as I desperately don't want it to happen, I was saying to a friend earlier on yesterday evening, just how I've never been this disillusioned with British politics. I've never looked around at so many politicians and said, no, can't vote for you either. I genuinely don't know who I'm going to vote for in the next election. I don't know who I'm going to vote for in the council elections. I've got a list as long as my arm stapled to your arm of parties that I'm not going to vote for, but I really don't know who I am going to vote for. I've never felt so disillusioned about politics in Britain. And this is the game that's now played. So if Nicola Sturgeon does something which is bad for Theresa May, part of me thinks, oh, well, it's bad for Theresa May. I don't like Theresa May, therefore it's a good thing. But I don't like Nicola Sturgeon either because she wants to break up the UK. I can't think of the last time or the next time that I'm going to make a positive vote for something rather than a vote against something. Future of the UK in doubt is on the front of the eye. Sturgeon ambushes May on the front of the Times. You see what I mean? I'm someone who doesn't like Nicola Sturgeon or Theresa May. How am I meant to feel with that headline? Is it hurrah or not hurrah? I don't know. Brexit faces fresh hurdles. Leaked Whitehall papers reveal Parliament will need to pass at least 7 controversial bills to prepare Britain for life outside the EU, according to a leaked list of legislation prepared by Whitehall. The list includes immigration, tax, agriculture, trade and customs regimes, fisheries, data protection and sanctions. And it is at least 7. Daily Telegraph, the new battle for Britain. Theresa May says another referendum would be divisive and cause huge economic uncertainty at the worst possible time. I agree with that. The Guardian, May's Brexit plan upstaged as Nicola Sturgeon seizes her moment. The UK has not moved an inch, says the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon. Well, I would contend that public opinion in Scotland as to whether separation is a good idea or not probably hasn't moved much more than an inch either. Let us quickly do some texts and tweets just to finish up this morning on our earlier conversation about physical activity in children. Research this morning showing that actually at the age of 7, that's when children start to get lazy these days. Not 14, 15, 16, not when Game of Thrones comes on the telly, not when they get their first iPads and iPhones and laptops and none of that. It's from the age of 7. So what is to be done? Are you concerned that kids are just getting lazy these days? Or are they just as lazy as I was when I was a kid? Ian, morning Ian, good to hear from you. Ian says you don't need playing fields or gyms to bring up a fit child. Just get them walking outside over short and medium distances. Simples. Well, yeah, it is simple, but I think it's easier perhaps if the playing fields aren't sold off. It's another avenue, so to speak, for them to do that. Thanks, Ian. Kim says, I was a member of the Tufty Club and we used to go out of a morning with jam sandwiches and we went home when the street lights came on. You couldn't do that now, says Kim. And Kay in Croydon. Kids love competition and technology. Perhaps all children should be issued with Fitbits. That, Kay, is it's a fine idea, but it's quite a bill that you've just hit us with. And on that note, Nick Ferrari at breakfast here from 7 on LBC, but right now, the ever-active Steve Allen.
Oh, heavens above, I've never been described as ever active, but I will this morning. Very throaty still.
Are you feeling better?
Well, I'm not. Well, I don't feel ill. It's just that this stupid James O'Brien's got it as well.
Oh.
Exactly. So he actually went out yesterday, very generous, in an act of sheer generosity, he bought me a little thing of chloroseptic.
Oh, that's nice.
I tried to offer him money, he said no, so I know that's going to come back and hit me in my will.
Did it work?
No. It didn't make the slightest difference. When I woke up this morning, I had no voice. Now I've had a little bit of chat and everything else. It's sort of eased in a bit. But yesterday, I had 2 interviews to do. Joan Collins and Brian Cox, the professor. And I coughed my way through both of them.
Well, listen, save your voice and get to the news.
Bless your heart.
See you tomorrow.
What a slick link that was. I'm Steve Allen. I'm next.
On FM, online, on your mobile, and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 4 o'clock, Parliament's approved controversial legislation giving the Prime Minister the power to start the EU exit process later this month. The final hurdle was cleared in the Lords when peers agreed not to force through changes. Former Labour Minister and Leave supporter Kate Hoey says one of the most important factors in negotiations will be the rights of EU citizens in the UK.
But we also have to remember our British UK citizens in the rest of the EU. I had a number of letters from ex-Lambeth residents in Spain saying, why don't you talk about us? Have you forgotten about us? So it is important, and I'm very pleased that that will be one of the first things we can negotiate.
Social media companies will be questioned by MPs over their response to hate crime and abuse. Senior representatives of Google, Facebook and Twitter will appear before the Commons Home Affairs Committee and asked about their firm's efforts to tackle online trolls. Tesco is the latest supermarket to say it's cutting the cost of fuel by up to 2 pence per litre today. It's followed Asda and Morrison's. Wholesale costs have recently fallen. There's a warning about cyber criminals taking over control of internet-connected gadgets like phones, smart TVs and even fitness trackers. Security agencies are predicting a rise in hackers holding people to ransom by blocking owners from accessing devices or their data. Ben Russell from the National Crime Agency says any technology should be considered a potential target.
I think we're quite used to thinking about antivirus and good passwords for our computers, but the same thing applies for devices like internet-connected smoke alarms or fitness technology or smart watches. We need to be just as cyber aware when we use those kind of devices as when we use our laptops.
Parts of America's braced for the worst storm of the winter as forecasters warn monster storm Stella will bring blizzards and heavy snow with up to 18 inches expected to cover an area from New England to New York. New Jersey Governor Chris Christie has declared a state of emergency ahead of the storm. The order allows officials to coordinate the response efforts with emergency services. Skinny jeans and coats with big fluffy hoods can contribute to painful back problems. The British Chiropractic Association says nearly 3/4 of women have experienced back pain, with backless shoes, oversized handbags and heavy jewellery partly to blame. They also say tight jeans can restrict mobility and strain other muscles. LBC weather overcast with a chance of light rain in places for much of the UK. Sunny spells developing across northern parts of England and Scotland, a high of 13 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Zora Suleiman.
News Time. It's 4:30 with the latest headlines. Zora Suleiman.
The House of Lords has voted the Brexit bill through without making changes, paving the way for Britain to leave the EU. Peers had tried to pass amendments including protecting the rights of EU citizens currently in the UK. It'll become law when it gets the royal assent. Major snowstorms forecast to hit northeastern America. A blizzard warning has been issued in several states and thousands of flights have been cancelled as 18 inches of snow is expected in some areas. And patients are being left for hours in pain due to NHS rationing. A report by think tank The King's Fund said that people at the end of their life are suffering due to nursing shortages, whilst other patients are denied access to operations for non-clinical reasons. LBC weather overcast with a chance of light rain in places for much of the UK. Sunny spells developing across northern parts of England and Scotland. Highs today of 13 degrees. 12121234. From Global's newsroom, I'm Zora Suleiman. The legislation which will start the UK's exit from the EU has passed its final hurdle in the House of Lords. Peers backed down from trying to reinstate some amendments after they were rejected by MPs. It means the process to begin negotiations to leave the EU will be triggered by the end of this month. A major snowstorm is forecast to hit northeastern America. Thousands of flights have been cancelled as 18 inches of snow is expected to fall across some areas. Patients are being left for hours in pain due to NHS rationing. A report says people at the end of their life are suffering due to nursing shortages, whilst other patients are denied access to operations for non-clinical reasons. And skinny jeans and coats with big fluffy hoods can contribute to painful back problems. Doctors say nearly 3/4 of women have experienced back pain, with high heels, oversized handbags and heavy jewellery partly to blame. From Global's newsroom, you're up to date. From Global's newsroom, I'm Zora Suleiman. The legislation which will start the UK's exit from the EU has passed. From Global's newsroom, I'm Zora Suleiman. The legislation which will start the UK's exit from the EU has passed its final hurdle in the House of Lords. Peers backed down from trying to reinstate some amendments after they were rejected by MPs. It means the process to begin negotiations to leave the EU will be triggered by the end of this month. A major snowstorm is forecast to hit northeastern America. Thousands of flights have been cancelled as 18 inches of snow is expected to fall across some areas. Patients are being left for hours in pain due to NHS rationing. A report says people at the end of their life are suffering due to nursing shortages, whilst other patients are denied access to operations for non-clinical reasons. And skinny jeans and coats with big fluffy hoods can contribute to painful back problems. Doctors say nearly 3/4 of women have experienced back pain, with high heels, oversized handbags and heavy jewellery partly to blame. From Global's newsroom, you're up to date. Newsroom, you're up to date.
From Global's newsroom at 5 o'clock, Parliament has passed the Brexit bill. The House of Lords backed down over 2 amendments after MPs rejected them last night. One was to guarantee the rights of EU nationals currently in Britain. Conservative MP Nicky Morgan says that is still a key issue.
The Prime Minister and Home Secretary have made very clear that sorting out the status of EU nationals living here is a very early priority for them. And of course, that's the whole point about Parliament being involved in this process. We will continue as members of Parliament to ask those questions, to hold the government to account.
The legislation is expected to become law later when it's given royal assent. It means the Prime Minister can trigger Article 50, which will start the process of Britain leaving the European Union. There's a warning that mobile phones, watches, TVs and even fitness trackers could be targeted by cyber criminals. A new report is predicting that attackers could hold owners to ransom by blocking the devices remotely or even stealing their personal data. The German Chancellor Angela Merkel has postponed a trip to meet US President Donald Trump because of a major storm. Up to 18 inches of snow is expected in parts of northeastern America as Storm Stella hits. Thousands of flights have been cancelled. There's a warning that millions of Americans are at risk of losing access to health care under plans to abolish what's known as Obamacare. LBC's US correspondent Simon Marks reports.
The Congressional Budget Office is non-partisan, and the numbers it's generated on the Republican proposals are devastating. 14 million more people would be uninsured next year than under the current law, and within a decade, the number of people losing their health insurance would reach more than 24 million. The White House is challenging the CBO's numbers, but they will make it enormously difficult for Republicans to sell the plan they're currently offering. Simon Marks, LBC, Washington.
And Chelsea will play Tottenham in the FA Cup semi-final after beating Manchester United last night. The West London side won 1-0 at Stamford Bridge. Arsenal will play Manchester City in the other semi-final, which will be played next month. The LBC Markets report. The FTSE 100 will start the day after closing up 24 at 73.67 yesterday. The pound buys you $1.22 and €1.14. LBC weather. A cloudy start in most areas, rain possible in western parts, sunny spells later, a high of 14 Celsius. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Rupert Bartier. Parliament has passed the Brexit bill. The House of Lords backed down over 2 amendments after MPs rejected them last night. It's expected to become law later today. It means the Prime Minister can trigger Article 50, which will start the process of Britain leaving the European Union. There's a warning that mobile phones, watches, TVs and even fitness trackers could be targeted by cyber criminals. A new report is predicting that attackers could hold owners to ransom by blocking the devices remotely or even stealing their personal data. And Chelsea will play Tottenham in the FA Cup semi-final after beating Manchester United last night. The West London side won 1-0 at Stamford Bridge. Arsenal will play Manchester City in the other semi-final. LBC weather. A cloudy start in most areas, rain possible in western parts. Sunny spells later, a high today of 15 Celsius.
From Global's newsroom, I'm Holly Harris. Britain has moved a step closer to leaving the EU. The House of Lords has backed down over 2 changes to the Brexit bill after MPs rejected them last night. One was to guarantee the rights of EU nationals currently in Britain. Tory MP Nicky Morgan says that's still a key issue. Cyber security experts say Fitbits and baby monitors could be targeted by hackers. A report from the National Cyber Security Centre in Victoria has found any devices connected to the internet, including watches, phones and TVs, can be vulnerable. Met Police are investigating after a woman was murdered in South London. The 38-year-old was found stabbed to death at a house in Upper Norwood yesterday morning. Officers were called to Ravensdale Gardens just after 6 a.m. They may look fashionable, but it's claimed skinny jeans can be bad for your back. Chiropractors say it's because they restrict movements in your hips and knees. They also say heavy jewellery and very full handbags can cause problems with posture. And it may not feel like it, but scientists have found parents actually live longer than people who don't have children. Experts looked at more than 700,000 couples in Sweden. They found dads get an extra 2 years and mums 18 months. Researchers think it's because of healthier lifestyles, biological factors and support from their children. Grey and cloudy but mild, highs of 15. From Global's newsroom, you're up to date on London's heart. From Global's newsroom, I'm Holly Harris. Britain has moved a step closer to leaving the EU. The House of Lords has backed down over 2 changes to the Brexit bill after MPs rejected them last night. One was to guarantee the rights of EU nationals currently living in Britain. Tory MP Nicky Morgan says that's still a key issue. Cyber security experts say Fitbits and baby monitors could be targeted by hackers. A report from the National Cyber Security Centre has found any devices connected to the internet, including watches, phones and TVs, can be vulnerable. They may look fashionable, but it's claimed skinny jeans can be bad for your back. Chiropractors say it's because they restrict movements in your hips and knees. They also say heavy jewellery and very full handbags can cause problems with posture. The German Chancellor Angela Merkel has been forced to postpone a trip to the States to meet President Trump because of a major storm there. Up to 18 inches of snow is expected in parts of northeastern America as Storm Stella strikes. And it may not feel like it, but scientists have found parents actually live longer than people who don't have children. Experts looked at more than 700,000 couples in Sweden. They found dads get an extra 2 years and mums 18 months. Researchers think it's because of healthier lifestyles, biological factors and support from children. Mild with light rain in the west, cloudy further east, highs of 15. From Global's newsroom, you're up to date on Heart. Vulnerable. Met Police.
It is important.
Cyber security experts say Fitbits and baby monitors could be targeted by hackers. A report from the National Cyber Security Centre in Victoria has found any devices connected to the internet, including watches, phones and TVs, can be vulnerable. Met Police are investigating after a woman was murdered in South London. The 38-year-old was found stabbed to death at a house in Upper Norwood yesterday morning. Officers were called to Ravensdale Gardens just after 6 a.m. They may look fashionable, but it's claimed skinny jeans can be bad for your back. Chiropractors say it's because they restrict movements in your hips and knees. They also say heavy jewellery.
From Global's newsroom at 6 o'clock, Parliament has given the Prime Minister the power to begin the process of taking the UK out of the European Union. It's taken nearly 7 weeks to get the Brexit bill passed, and former Deputy Prime Minister Nick Clegg has told LBC things are about to get much more complicated for Theresa May.
There'll be an almighty collision between the simplicities of internal Conservative Party politics in Westminster and the Rubik's Cube complexity of negotiating with 27 other governments and parliaments who all have their own rational or irrational needs and bugbears. And I think for that, it is going to be a lot more complicated than it's been hitherto for Theresa May.
It had been thought that Mrs May would trigger Article 50 in the next day or two, but it's now expected to be delayed after Nicola Sturgeon yesterday announced plans for another independence referendum for Scotland because of Brexit. Speaking during his show on LBC last night, Nigel Farage says he's confused by Scotland's First Minister.
I wonder whether she has a higher loyalty to the European Union than she does to Scotland, because after all, what she's saying is that she wants Scotland to leave the United Kingdom but be part of the European Union with its laws made somewhere else, its borders decided somewhere else, its fish shared with the rest of Europe.
In other news, security experts are warning that cybercriminals could take control of internet-connected gadgets like phones, smart TVs, and even fitness trackers. They're predicting a rise in attackers holding people to ransom by blocking owners from accessing their devices or data. Ben Russell is from the National Crime Agency.
I think we're quite used to thinking about antivirus and good passwords for our computers, but the same thing applies for devices like internet-connected smoke alarms or fitness technology or smart watches. We need to be just as cyber aware when we use those kind of devices as when we use our laptops.
It's reported a Sri Lankan oil tanker has been hijacked by Somali pirates in the Indian Ocean. If confirmed, it will be the first time they've taken a commercial ship since 2012. The prisons watchdog has found inmates at a young offenders institution in Staffordshire have been left exposed to the elements in squalid cells. 180 cells at Swinfen Hall have windows missing glass. And it's claimed wearing skinny jeans can be bad for your back. The British Chiropractic Association says any item of clothing that restricts movement can damage posture. The LBC Markets report. The FTSE 100 will start the day after closing up 24 at 73.67 yesterday. The pound buys you $1.22 and €1.14. LBC weather. A cloudy start in most areas, rain possible in western parts, sunny spells later, a high today of 15 Celsius. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Rupert Bartia. Parliament has given the Prime Minister the power to begin the process of taking the UK out of the European Union. The Brexit bill will be given royal assent later. It means that Theresa May will be able to trigger Article 50. And security experts are warning that cybercriminals could take control of internet-connected gadgets like phones, smart TVs and even fitness trackers. This is LBC.
quality UK goods. And right now, some of the world's leading online marketplaces have reduced selling costs for UK businesses. To enjoy these exclusive discounts and to find the right online marketplace for you, search Exporting is Great.
Landlords, Direct Line guarantees to beat other insurers' renewal premiums for the same cover. Can your insurance do that? Switch to Direct Line Landlord. New customers only. Qualifying criteria apply. Underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
At 7 o'clock on Tuesday, the 14th of March, get ready for another Battle of Britain as Sturgeon goes for a referendum.
Not only is there no UK-wide agreement on the way ahead, but the UK government has not moved even an inch in pursuit of compromise.
A less than impressed Prime Minister.
Instead of playing politics with the future of our country, the Scottish Government should focus on delivering good government and public services for the people of Scotland.
But what do the Scots actually say?
It was the shock announcement that sent a tremor across the UK. I'm LBC's Conor Gillis in Scotland, where we're getting a vote for the second time on independence.
Plus the plan to tie doctors into the NHS after hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of training. It all starts after the news.
On FM, online, on your mobile and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 7 o'clock. Parliament has passed the Brexit bill, allowing the Prime Minister to trigger Article 50. The House of Lords backed down over its amendments late last night, shortly after they were rejected by MPs.
The ayes to the right, 331. The noes to the left, 286. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
The legislation is expected to become law later today, but Theresa May is now not expected to start the process of leaving the EU until later this month. It's after Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon announced plans for a new independence referendum because of Brexit. Speaking during his show on LBC last night, Nigel Farage says it doesn't make sense.
I simply can't understand how this word independence can be used by Sturgeon. How is it independent to share your fish with the rest of Europe? How is it independent to have virtually all of your laws made somewhere else? How is it independent to have your own courts overruled? How is it independent to have to sign up to join the euro?
There's a warning that mobile phones, watches, TVs and even fitness trackers could be targeted by cyber criminals. A new report is predicting that attackers could hold owners to ransom by blocking the devices remotely or even stealing their personal data. An investigation's underway after a man was attacked and then forced into a car in South London last night. It happened at around 7:45 in Wilson Grove in Southwark. Police are studying CCTV footage and are asking any witnesses to come forward. MPs will question social media companies over their response to hate crime and abuse later. Senior representatives from Google, Facebook and Twitter will appear before the Home Affairs Select Committee. German Chancellor Angela Merkel has postponed a trip to meet US President Donald Trump because of a major storm. Up to 18 inches of snow is expected in parts of northeastern America. As Storm Stella hits, thousands of flights have been cancelled. And Chelsea will play Tottenham in the FA Cup semi-final after beating Manchester United last night. The West London side won 1-0 at Stamford Bridge. Arsenal will play Manchester City in the other semi-final. The LBC Markets report. The FTSE 100 will start the day after closing up 24 at 73.67 yesterday. The pound buys you $1.22 and €1.14. LBC weather. A cloudy start in most areas, rain possible in western parts, sunny spells later, a high today of 15 Celsius. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Rupert Bhatia.
Roll up, roll up. The BT Stunning 6-day sale is now on. Ladies and gentlemen, we're offering fibre optic unlimited infinity with unlimited UK weekend calls for an amazing £29.49 a month, including line rental plus $59.99 upfront. And it's just a 12-month contract, saving you over 15%. It comes with the UK's most powerful Wi-Fi versus major broadband providers. But hurry, the BT Stunning 6-day sale must end Tuesday the 14th of March. Join us today. Visit bt.com/sale to find out more.
Price and content may change. New BT customers £47.49 per month from month 13. Saving versus previous subscription cost. Calls up to 1 hour to standard UK landlines. Redial to avoid charges. Pay direct debit subject to availability. Minimum line speed and computer spec.